In your past life, you wore a grass wreath and wielded a wooden sword to cut through endless wilderness, but now in this world, you have become the sole guardian deity in people's hearts, yet you are destined to disappoint them. For all you want to do now is read and study, simply because 3 years ago, you awakened the god-tier vocation Undead Cataclysm, surpassing even SSS rank. The moment this news spread, the world was shocked, and all eyes turned to you. Divine vocations are revered as earthly gods. Each divine vocation holder is unique and immensely powerful, capable of suppressing an entire nation single-handedly. When the Bear Country was nearly overrun by monsters, it was the emergence of a divine vocation holder that instantly reversed the tide. The weight of a divine vocation holder is self-evident. They are truly capable of altering the course of war and determining the fate of a nation. But just as everyone assumed you would choose the divine vocation and become the great Xia's guardian deity, you instead selected the D-rank combat vocation summoner. The gap between a D-rank vocation and a divine one is obvious. Great Xia could do without tens of thousands of D-rank summoners, but it cannot afford to lack even a single divine vocation holder. The excitement of the masses instantly plummeted, and you were immediately met with endless scorn and condemnation. Almost everyone branded you a coward, accusing you of shirking responsibility out of fear. Faced with this, you felt utterly miserable and on the verge of tears. Because the system played a trick on you, the summoner profession was provided by the system, and the reason you chose it was its ability to summon any comic book characters from your past life. Like Grey Wolf, Doraemon, or the demon sorcerer from Jackie Chan Adventures. These summoned beings are all conceptual gods, and not choosing them would be foolish. However, you soon realized you'd been scammed. Unlike other summoners who use mana to summon creatures, you need slaughter points to summon these beings, which can only be obtained by killing monsters in dungeons. But when you can't summon anything, you're just an ordinary person with no strength to even tie up a chicken. An ordinary person can't kill monsters to earn slaughter points, trapping you in an unsolvable deadlock. Fortunately, the system left you one way out: study in the library for 3 years. After 3 years, the system will ask you a question. Answer correctly, and you'll unconditionally receive a demon sorcerer summoning ticket and a beginner's gift pack. Answer wrong, and your profession will be revoked, turning you into an ordinary person with no vocation at all. And in this world where everyone has a profession and monsters run rampant, ordinary people simply can't survive, especially since, as a main combat profession holder, you must enter dungeons to kill monsters 3 years later to maintain social stability. By then, as an ordinary person, entering a dungeon would almost certainly mean death. At this moment, rubbing your sore eyes after reading late into the night, with only 48 hours left until the system's question, the system's voice echoes in your mind once more. Just as you're about to pack up and leave, the library doors suddenly swing open with a bang. Sumo, come out! A loud shout pierced the eardrums. At the sound of this familiar voice, you didn't even look up, continuing to pack your things. Keep it down. I can't afford to pay for the library's door if it gets broken. As the words fell, a gust of scorching wind blew in, followed by Lynshi in fiery red armor blocking your view. You tilted your head slightly to look at her, noticing traces of blood still staining her armor. Clearly, she had just emerged from a fierce battle. You came to see me right after finishing a dungeon run. Seems like you missed me terribly. Lynshi was your childhood sweetheart and also the youngest combat prodigy in Carlo City. 3 years ago, she awakened alongside you, obtaining the A-rank vocation dominator. In just 3 years, she rose from a rookie to become an executive of Carlo City's Vocation Association. And a few months ago, she even saved your life. Lynn, she ignored your teasing. Time's running out. You must come with me tonight. You knew why she wanted to take you away. In 3 days, you would be forcibly sent to a battlefield dungeon for real combat. Yet, you hadn't even experienced a single proper fight. Going to the battlefield like this would be a death sentence. She wanted to train you in actual combat during these 3 days. I need to keep studying. You refused again. How could you even think about real combat when you didn't even have a summon yet? Do you know what's happening outside? The monster waves are becoming more frequent. The city's defensive lines are barely holding, and everyone is fighting desperately. And you? 3 years have passed, and all you do is bury yourself in books. What on earth are you thinking? Your words instantly infuriated Lynshi. Her bright eyes widened with anger as she snatched the bag from your hands and flung it to the ground, stomping on it furiously, as if venting her rage. You didn't stop her, just hung your head low and stood there silently, staring at the floor. After a long while, Lynshi finally stopped and scoffed. Which main combat profession is like you? After awakening, instead of fighting, you hole up with books all day. Can you gain strength just by reading? Right now, you couldn't even defeat the weakest slime. Her voice was filled with anger and bewilderment, her eyes brimming with frustration. Among the batch of awakened who started with us, even the weakest survivors are now team leaders. And you? Ever since you gave up that divine class vocation 3 years ago, many have already begun to despise you. After becoming a summoner, if you could fight valiantly on the front lines, no one would mock you anymore. But in these 3 years, You haven't set foot on the battlefield even once. Your fingers trembled slightly, a mix of emotions surging in your heart. How could you not want to fight? To prove yourself? But the system's restrictions left you helpless, forcing you to obediently stay in the library as a bookworm. Sumo, what exactly are you running from? Lynshi's voice suddenly turned low, tinged with disappointment. We grew up together, and I always thought you'd become a capable warrior, fighting side by side with me, but now you won't even try. You could have been the most powerful divine class, why didn't you choose it? You could have protected our homeland on the front lines, why didn't you go? You don't even have the courage to try, it's so disappointing. You didn't answer, just silently picked up your backpack. You knew her anger stemmed from concern, but you couldn't explain the system's existence or clarify your predicament. Lynshi, give me a little more time. In 2 days, I'll give you an answer. Lynshi stared into your eyes, trying to discern something, but found nothing. Just then, her communicator beeped. After scanning the message, her expression shifted slightly. Finally, she sighed and turned toward the door. Sumo, time waits for no one. The monsters won't pause just because you're unprepared. If you don't act soon, you might not even get the chance to regret it. Lynshi's figure disappeared through the library entrance, leaving you alone under the dim lighting. After a long while, you left the library, not returning to your residence, but instead spending over 2 hours climbing Carlo Mountain within the city limits. Standing atop the summit, you gazed toward what was once your home's direction. 4 months ago, you still lived there, but now it had been swallowed by monsters. As Lynshi had said, over these 3 years the monsters had grown increasingly rampant, with nearly 1/3 of Carlo City already fallen. At this rate, complete collapse was only a matter of time. And it wasn't just Carlo City. Currently, humanity stood at an absolute disadvantage against the monsters. Even if you became a god-tier class changer, it would hardly alter the ultimate outcome. According to the system, the only way to change this was to ascend to godhood, to become the one and only eternal god. I will definitely return to my own home, you murmured to yourself. A day later, deep into the night, you drag your exhausted body back to the resettlement area. The so-called temporary housing consists of nothing but rust-covered shipping containers as far as the eye can see. As you approach your own container and reach to open the door, a deafening roar suddenly erupts in the distance, shattering the night silence like thunder. You jerk your head up toward the source of the sound. The defensive walls of Carlo City are ablaze with firelight, where the silhouettes of enormous monsters can be vaguely seen wreaking havoc beyond the ramparts. It's only been a few days. How can the monster tide be back already? Throughout the resettlement area, many people are jolted awake, sticking their heads out of their dwellings in terror to stare toward the city walls. I heard the frontline job changers have suffered heavy casualties. If this continues, Carlo City will truly fall. What are we ordinary people supposed to do? Just wait for death? I hate that I'm not a combat class profession and can't fight on the battlefield. If they can't hold the line, I'll fight with my life on the line. In the crowd, some sobbed quietly, some vented their anger with sighs, some wore expressions of utter despair, while others were willing to contribute with their mortal bodies. There were also those who glared at you viciously and couldn't help but curse. A warrior who refuses to fight is like a cowardly turtle, utter scum. Sumer stood in front of his container, quietly watching it all. His fists were clenched, his nails embedded deep in his palms, but he felt no pain. If I can pass the system, if I can summon those powerful creatures. Thinking, Sumer folded back into the library. 24 hours left before system questioning. Not bothering with the system's prompts, the Sumo continued to go through the knowledge within the books at his own pace. Meanwhile, at the city walls, the tide of monsters surged in, and deafening roars and the roar of battle kept coming. It came faintly into the library and was chilling to the ear. Sumo's eyes remained calm, his line of sight falling on the bookshelf, as if he hadn't noticed the violent commotion. 5 hours left until the system asks the question. 3 hours left until the system asks the question. 1 hour left for system questioning. Sumo closed the book, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes. All the knowledge came to his mind like a tidal wave. He worked on organizing and summarizing them in preparation for the system's questions. 30 minutes left for system questions. Sumo opened his eyes and began to adjust the rhythm of his breathing, putting himself in as good a state as possible. 10 minutes left for system questioning. Sumer stood up and walked over to the library window. In the distance, at the city wall, the fire glowed in the sky, and the battle still continued. What one was about to face was not just a question from the system, but a turning point in one's destiny. 5 minutes left for system questioning. 1 minute left for system questioning. 3, 2, 1. Systematic questioning begins. The system's voice rang in his head, cold and mechanical. Sumer's heart was instantly in his throat. It was the most brutal exam he had ever faced. There was no trial and error. Once is life and death. Ask the host to answer, which planet you traveled from. Answer time, 60s, now counting down. 59s. The moment this question came out, the Sumer froze, his mind going blank. Crossed from which planet? He muttered, the corners of his mouth twitching, and then he couldn't help but crack up. System, you playing me? What the kind of question is that? He's been reading day and night for the past 3 years. Memorized so much monster information, combat techniques, and historical documents that I hated to gnaw through the library books. As a result of asking this? Does this have half a thing to do with the book I'm reading? He was so angry that he almost dropped the book in his hands on the floor, but eventually relented when he thought that all library books were public property. That's like him busting his ass for 3 years of math, only to ask me on a test if I'm good for breakfast. System, are you out of your mind? Or eat the shang. Sumo continued to spit madly, veins rippling on his forehead. There are 45 seconds left in the answer period. The system's countdown is cold and unforgiving. Completely ignoring Sumo's whining, he didn't even bother to give him a response. Straightforward countdown. Sumer took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Now is not the time to spout off, you must come up with an answer as soon as possible. The system is asking this question, is it testing my knowledge of the original world? 30 seconds left in the answer period. No, since the system can bind me, it must know where I come from, and it's probably testing whether I'm honest by asking this question. Sumo clenched his teeth and made a decision in his heart. System, I traveled from the blue planet. Sumer stated his answer. May I ask, is the host sure of his answer? The system asks this. Instantly, he gave Sumo a whole lack of confidence. Could it be that there's some other trap here that I don't know about? 10. 9. The countdown still continues again. Never mind, that's the answer. Sumo gritted his teeth and made a decision. There's absolutely no logic to this. He'll just have to fight his luck, too. Ding, congratulations to the host for answering correctly. The system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for passing the system test and obtaining the Holy Lord Summoning Authority and the newbie gift pack. Finally, it's over. This stupid X system. A big stone has fallen to the ground. Sumo breathed a long sigh of relief, and his entire body sat paralyzed in the chair, as if his entire body's strength had been drained. But he couldn't help but spit on the system. And what he doesn't realize is that just because he answered that, what drastic changes will be caused to Blue Star in the future? Ding, the host has gained the Holy Lord Summoning Authority, is it to be summoned? Chapter 4, Crippled Holy Lord, Extreme Values. Here it comes, finally. Hearing the system's beep, Sumo's heart pounded as if it was about to pop out of his chest. All the injustice, all the humiliation and stress that I have endured for 3 years will be washed away in this moment. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. System, summon the Holy Lord. As Sumo's order was given, the air inside the library suddenly became heavy. Buzz. Accompanied by a dazzling light that flashed in front of Sumo, the light gradually coalesced into a tall figure. The Holy Lord's figure gradually solidified in the light. Sumo's pupils contracted slightly, and the creature in front of him caused him to involuntarily hold his breath. The legendary Holy Lord would finally reveal his true stature before him. The head of the Holy Lord is a typical Western image of a dragon. Overall looks like a lizard. However, the huge body that was as tall as tens of meters was extremely oppressive. The dark green skin was covered in fine scales that were indestructible. His upper body was bare and muscular, with an explosive sense of power. The fingertips were like sharp claws, flashing with cold light, as if they could easily tear apart all obstacles. In front of Sumo, a virtual panel emitting a shimmering light slowly emerged. Race, Dragon Archmage. Grade, SS grade can be advanced. Status, mutilated missing 12 charms. Rank, 2nd order, 1st class. Power, 5,000. Agility, 5,000. Intelligence, 5,000. Spirit, 5,500. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, it can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge amounts of fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage increases with level. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core. Summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is level dependent, currently 500 can be summoned. The Holy Lord's grade is only SS level. I thought that with his dragon bloodline plus the identity of the Great Magician, at least is also counted on the SSS level to Lu. Having said that. But the upturned corners of Sumer's mouth never let go. To the best of his knowledge. So far, the strongest creatures that could be summoned by the most powerful SSS-ranked 9th Order summoner were only at the SSS rank. And he, a newly minted D-rank summoner, was pretty much the apex of everyone else when he summoned. Most importantly, the Holy Lord can be advanced. When he gathered all 12 runes, it wouldn't be a handful for the Holy Lord to advance to SSS rank. And he saw the demonic aura of other demons in the kill store. If all this is fed to the Holy Lord, coming to the unprecedented God level is also very possible. And the 4-dimensional attributes of the Holy Lord were frighteningly high. The 4-dimensional attributes of a normal summon, at the 2nd rank, are in the category of around 2,000-3,500 or something like that. The ones with a certain outstanding specialty might be able to break the 3,500 limit and reach around 4,000. And the Holy Lord's 4-dimensional attributes directly soared to over 5,000, reaching a standard that was only found in the 3rd rank of other summons. It's simply horrible as hell. This was still the value of the Holy Lord who had just stepped into the 2nd rank, and when he reached the 3rd rank, I'm afraid that this value would be even more terrifying. And as a demon of fire, it has the power of the 12 runes even without them. Innate also possesses the power to control the element of fire. This was very different from other 2nd Order summoners that could only perform limited skills by instinct. As for the Holy Lord's other special ability summoning the Ghost Shadow Core, even Sumo didn't expect the buy one get 500 free surprise. No bones about it. Don't look at the current Saint Lord who was only at the 2nd rank. When he really fought, some junior 3rd ranks would have to avoid him. Master! The Holy Lord's low and majestic voice echoed within the library. Even the air shook. His tall body leaned forward slightly, the dragon's head lowered, and his scarlet eyes glittered with respect. This master was like a thunderbolt, splitting the haze in Sumo's heart that had been pent up for 3 years. Sumer froze, and then his eyes warmed slightly. For 3 years, he has endured so many questions, scorns and injustices. Everyone thinks he's a coward, that he's shirking his responsibilities and failing to live up to his gifts. Even he, himself, had countless times chafed in the dead of night as to why he hadn't chosen the priesthood in the first place. If he had chosen the priesthood, perhaps he would have long ago stood at the peak of the world and become a hero admired by all. But now, when the Holy Lord respectfully addressed him as master, all those grievances, chagrin and discontentment seemed to dissipate in this instant. It's worth it. Sumer took a few deep breaths. Not to mention, summoning conceptual level beings like Grey Wolf and Doryman afterward. Just cultivating the Holy Lord to the divine level was already no less than the previous priesthood. Worth it. Ding! The system's beep sounded again, and a new line of information surfaced in Sumo's mind. Congratulations to the host, reading for 3 years, awakening the special skill All Souls Illustration. All Souls Diagramming. The host can see through the race, level, function, weakness and other information of any item or creature through this skill, and as the host's strength rises, the ability to analyze the atlas will continue to increase. Sumo was slightly stunned, and then a trace of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. You can really see the power in reading a book. All Souls Illustration? This is a divine skill. He immediately realized how powerful this skill was. In this world, whether it's monsters, equipment, skills, or various other mysterious existences, it's often full of unknowns and dangers. And with the All Souls Illustration, Sumo was able to see through their essence at a glance. This meant that in a fight, he was able to instantly gain insight into his enemy's fatal breaks. It will be possible to develop targeted tactics that will greatly increase the odds of winning. When exploring the ruins, for those mysterious items, you can immediately understand their use and avoid falling into dangerous traps. And when collecting precious resources, you can recognize their value and authenticity at a glance. Such a powerful skill is simply a walking encyclopedia and combat artifact. Calling it a divine skill is not an exaggeration at all. It is not in vain that I have immersed myself in the sea of books like an ascetic for the past 3 years. Sumo was thrilled in his heart. He immediately attempted to use the All Souls Illustration, and his gaze fell on the Holy Lord. Instantly, the Holy Lord's detailed information surfaced in his mind once again. Even the Holy Lord's status, skills, and weaknesses were clear. It's really something. Sumo couldn't help but marvel. Then he turned his attention to the shelves within the library. The All Souls Illustrated immediately parsed each book for its content, function, and even hidden secrets. With this skill, I will be twice as effective in both fighting and learning in the future. Just then, the system's beep sounded again. Ding detected that the host has awakened the Universal Spirit illustration. Is it possible to view his own attribute panel? Check. Sumer chose to view it without hesitation. Instantly, his attribute panel surfaced. Chapter 5, Divine Technique Skill Attribute Sharing, I am the Holy Lord. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Rank, First Order, First Class. Power, 100. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 100. Spirit, 100. Skill, Universal Illustration provides insight into key information about everything. Summon, Holy Lord Dragon, SS Class, Second Order. I'm pulling my crotch a little too much with this own attribute. Sumo looked at his attribute panel and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. As a transfer attribute for a main combat profession, he's not quite a hangman in this 4 dimensions, but he's close. Not much better than the average person. As a summoner, it was true that one's own attributes were not the most important, but this was a bit too shabby. When Lynshi succeeded in his transfer that year, the 4-dimensional values simply explode when compared to him. The 4 of him combined didn't have as high a power value as one of the other. Look at it this way. The opponent is also a pure numerical monster. However, with the Holy Lord and the All Souls illustration, these attributes are enough for now. Sumer reassured himself. After all, the heart of a summoner lies in the summons. And his current summon was a SS-ranked Holy Lord, enough to make up for his own shortcomings. In future battles, he'd just hide away. Oh yeah, and there's a newbie package. Sumo slapped his head and almost forgot about it. He immediately murmured in his mind, System, open the newbie gift pack. Ding, the newbie package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Divine Level Skill Attribute Sharing. Attribute sharing? What kind of skill is this? Sumer froze for a moment. He immediately checked the skill description. Attribute sharing, God level skill, host can share part of the summon object's attributes, the sharing ratio increases with the host's level, the current shareable ratio, 20%. Note, this shared ability stacks with its own attributes and can be stacked with multiple summons. This is too anticlimactic. Sumo couldn't help but cry out in shock. Attribute sharing meant that he could directly borrow some of the summon's attributes. For example, the Holy Lord's 4-dimensional power, or even his special ability. Although only 20% could be shared at the moment, this percentage would increase as Sumer leveled up. Ultimately, it reaches 100%. This means that not only can I fight through my summons, but I can also borrow their attributes to enhance my own body's strength. With attribute sharing, he was no longer the brittle summoner who could only hide in the back. In battle, he could draw on the powerful attributes of his summons to enhance his own combat power. Maybe in the future, he would be able to charge into battle and face the enemy head-on like those powerful main melee professionals. No. Just for now. He immediately attempted to activate attribute sharing, and instantly, a powerful force surged into his body. Sumo felt that his 4-dimensional attributes were increasing by leaps and bounds, and although it was only 20%, it made a drastic change in his strength. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Rank, First Order, First Class. Power, 100-1100. Agility, 100-1100. Intelligence, 100-1100. Spirit, 100-1200. Skill 1, Universal Illustration provides insight into the key information of all things. Skill 2, Attribute Sharing. Summon, Holy Lord Dragon, SS Class, Second Order. Special Ability, 20% Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning Ghost Shadow Core, currently summonable number 100. Is this 20% of the Holy Lord's attributes? Sumo clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within his body. He was excited inside. Don't look at just 20% of the Holy Lord's 4-dimensional attribute power. And yet, it was also far more powerful than the average First Order main battle transmogrifier. It's comparable to the level of an A-class main battle transmogrifier around the middle of the 5th or 6th level of the First Order. It was even more powerful than some A-rank main battle transmutators in terms of a single attribute. For example, he's definitely stronger and more agile than a wizard. Spirit and intelligence are stronger than melee transmutants. I'm also properly a numerical monster when you look at it that way. No, it's the concept god. Suemo didn't forget that the power of the attribute sharing skill was not only that it could share the attributes of a single summon, but also that it could stack. In other words, every summon he summoned could provide him with attribute bonuses. This meant that as he summoned more and more summons, his attributes would skyrocket. The thought of an enemy who had gone to great lengths to defeat his summons and kill him, thinking they could easily take care of him as a summoner. Realizing that he, the summoner, was even more terrifying than the summon, Suemo couldn't help but burst out laughing. However, the most important thing right now is to level up. Sumer looked at his level bar. In this world, except for the level of transfer, rank is also an important measure of a transmuter's strength. The higher the level, the stronger the attributes and the more powerful the strength. And the only way to level up is to fight. Looks like I'll have to go brush up on the monsters soon. Not only for the sake of raising my own rank, but also for the sake of the Holy Lord to advance early. The 12 runes were essential if one wanted to advance a Holy Lord to his full strength. And this item can only be exchanged through the system's kill store. And the kill value required to exchange a rune is constant at 1000. It may seem low, but it's actually not easy at all. Because the kill values may be not simple. It takes 1 kill point to kill a creature of the same level. 2 points for crossing 1 level, 4 points for crossing 2 levels, 8 points for crossing 3 levels, 16 points for crossing 4 levels. Crossing the first rank directly gives up to 25 points. This exponentially looks like a lot, but crossing levels is already incredibly difficult, and crossing ranks is even more so. And 1 point for decimating a level lower than your own. However, if you kill an elite monster or boss, it will increase the kill value at your discretion after the system determines it. Low levels also generate kill values. In other words, he would have to kill 1,000 existences of the same level if he wanted to obtain a talisman, or he would have to find elite monsters and bosses to kill. And right now, there was a chance to be able to make him earn kill values like crazy. The next battlefield will be dominated by him. At a section of the wall in Carlo, the monster army was like a tidal wave crazily impacting the city. The deafening roar and roar of battle continued. And the city walls were already cracked in many places under their fierce attack, as if they would collapse at any time. On the city wall, Wang Gang gripped the thunder battle axe in his hand and scanned the battlefield below with a heavy gaze. His body was already covered in wounds, blood dripping down his armor, but he remained standing. Wang Gang, can you still hold out? The white-robed middle-aged man on the side walked quickly, the light of healing spells flashing in his hands as he quickly treated Wang Gang's wounds. Wang Gang clenched his teeth and nodded. It can still hold out for a while, but there are too many of these monsters. Uncle Lee, I'm afraid our defense line won't last long. Chapter 6, A Breath of Dragon Breath Overcomes 1,000 Enemies. Li Mu sighed, his face pale. The treatment just now had obviously consumed a large amount of mental energy. Who says it isn't? Looking at the monsters under the city wall that were so black and overwhelming that it was like a tidal wave. A feeling of powerlessness rose in the hearts of almost everyone. These damn monsters, how dare they not keep their word? I seriously doubt that they are deliberately tricking the city lord and the others into the secret realm so as to lure away our high-end battle force. Wang Gang was indignant. If only we could have hundreds more, even at the lowest rank and level, of main battle transmogrifiers in the city of Cairo. Things won't even be as bad as they are now. They had been at a disadvantage in their encounters with these monsters. It's not because the gap between the top combatants and each other is too great. On the contrary, they may still have some advantage in high-level strength. But it can't hold up to their horrific ability to reproduce. Like the soul-devouring ants that were attacking their walls. A lifetime of being able to go into battle. The strength was not strong, and most of them were not even at the first order level. But it couldn't be helped that they were so numerous that they were almost endless. They, on the other hand, still need to go through transmutation to gain power, and are far less numerous than they are. Ugh, why can't we humans have several times more transmutations? Li Mu sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness. If we could have a larger number of transmutators, we might be able to hold off these monsters. Wang Gang also nodded, a hint of bitterness in his tone. Yes, the number of transmutators in our human race is too low, especially the main battle professionals, which are even scarcer. Speaking of which, Wang Gang's mind unconsciously floated to the sumo that he ran into in the library some time ago. A kind of nameless fire, not knowing how the drops rubbed off. That sumo, who clearly awakened a god-ranked profession, chose to become a D-ranked summoner. And hiding in the library all day reading, what a waste of talent. Wang Gang couldn't help but complain. Limu sniffed and shook his head. Everyone has their own choices, perhaps he has his own hardships. Bitterness? Wang Gang sneered. Now that Carlo City is about to be overrun by monsters, he's still reading books in the library. What kind of bitterness is that? I think he's a coward. Limu sighed and didn't say anything more. However, he also had a grudge against Sumo in his heart. Suffice it to say, the entire city of Karo, and even the entire Dacia, probably had a grudge against Sumo. After all, Sumo had once been the genius with the highest hopes of becoming a top powerhouse in Carlo City, but had chosen to give up. Even if he gives up his priesthood, with his strength as a D-rank summoner, he'll still be able to shine on the battlefield. I might even hold him in high regard. Now. I shucks. Saying that, Wang Gang spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva from his mouth. When Karo City falls, I'll see him die then. Well, this is not the time to discuss that. Limu changed the topic. Let's think about how to defend the city walls. Zhang Ming nodded, his gaze returning to the battlefield. Howl. Just then, a violent vibration came from below the city walls. Not good. The walls are collapsing. A transmogrifier cried out in horror. Zhang Ming and Limu rushed to the edge of the city wall, only to see that a huge gap had been gnawed out by the soul-devouring ants underneath the city wall, and the wall began to shake. Hurry! Everyone retreat to the second line of defense. Wang Gang gritted his teeth and turned to Limu. Uncle Li, you lead the auxiliary professionals to retreat first, I'll break the back. Be careful, don't be a hero. Limu didn't hesitate and immediately backed away. As a paraprofessional, preserve yourself to be more effective on the battlefield. Wang Gang didn't reply, only gripping the thunder battle axe in his hand. The eyes were firmly and fiercely dead set on the wave of monsters below. I'm afraid that this battle is going to be a tough one. But even so, he had to buy time for the others to retreat. Come on, you guys. Wang Gang roared, leapt off the city wall and charged towards the wave of monsters. The thunder battle axe erupted with a dazzling light in his hands, taking away the lives of several soul-eater ants with each swing. However, there were simply too many soul-devouring ants. They were like an endless black tide, coming in wave after wave as if there was never an end to them. One by one, the soul-devouring ants were decimated, followed by more soul-devouring ants to fill the void. His stamina was rapidly depleting and the wounds on his body were increasing. Damn! These monsters, how can we not finish killing them? Wang Gang clenched his teeth as a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. He knew that he wouldn't last much longer. Is really going to die here? A flash of despair flashed through Wang Gang's heart. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly came from the distance. Howl! A huge black shadow fell from the sky and only a touch sound could be heard, and the huge impact instantly cleared the soul-devouring ants around Wang Gang. Even Wang Gang was shaken back a few steps. And naturally, this was Sumo bringing the Holy Lord to help in the battle. Wang Gang looked up and froze. What a big lizard! A shocked cry came out of Wang Gang's mouth. He had never seen a lizard as tall as dozens of stories. Sumer above the head of the Holy Lord. Lizards? You dirtbag! It's the dragon! The dragon that towers above the rest. After arriving at the battlefield, Sumo quickly opened the All Souls illustration and began to analyze the group of monsters in front of him. Race, Soul-Eater Ants. Rank, First Order, First Class. Power, 80. Agility, 120. Intelligence, 50. Spirit, 50. Special skills, none. Characteristics, extremely capable of reproduction, large in number, weak individually, but extremely capable of group combat. Weakness, fear of fire and lightning attacks. Race, Shadow Wolf. Rank, First Order, First Class. Power, 110. Agility, 120. Intelligence, 50. Spirit, 50. Special skills, none. Characteristics, fast speed, strong attack power. Weakness, fear of light. Sumo's mind quickly flashed through the information of these monsters and already had a countermeasure in mind. The soul-devouring ants are the most numerous but the weakest individually, so they can be cleared in a large area with the Holy Lord's dragon breath. The shadow wolves are fast and have strong attacks, so we can use the ghost shadow core to hold them back. Sumer quickly made a battle plan. And the other trannies who had retreated to the second line of defense. At the sight of the Holy Lord's massive body descending from the sky, his heart sank. Here comes another powerful monster. It seems that our defense in this spot will inevitably be broken today. Li Mu's face was pale and his expression was grave to the extreme. Wang Gang also gripped the thunder battle axe in his hand as a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Is really going to die here? They have assumed that the Holy Lord is a powerful monster that the monster wave is about to launch a general attack on them. Chapter 7, at least A grade. However, just as the crowd's mood sank to the bottom, the Holy Lord opened his huge mouth and a fiery dragon's breath gushed out. Boom! The dragon's breath was like a fiery dragon, instantly tearing a huge hole in the army of soul-devouring ants. One breath of dragon breath covers 10,000 enemies. Countless soul-devouring ants were reduced to ashes in the dragon's breath, and even the surrounding shadow wolves and poison sting bees were also affected, instantly emptying a large area. A bunch of bedbugs, unbeatable. The Holy Lord's dragon tongue wiggled with brutal pleasure in his eyes. What's going on here? Wang Gang stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes in disbelief. This monster is helping us? Li Mu also froze. Soon he reacted. No, it's not a monster, it's a summon. Li Mu's words froze the crowd in an instant. Smiles bloomed momentarily on some faces. Wang Gang, who was already desperate. His originally tense nerves relaxed a little, and he took advantage of the Holy Lord's gap in clearing out the monsters to quickly back away. A few dodgy moments of work and back to the second line of defense. This summon is too strong. Wang Gang gasped for air, his gaze deadpan on the Holy Lord. All die for me Ben Long. Only to see the Holy Lord open his huge mouth once again. Exhale. Another fiery dragon's breath spurted out. Searing temperatures, like gushing magma, swept in all directions. In a flash, it incinerated hundreds of soul-devouring ants into flying ash. And under the sweep of this scorching dragon's breath, the surrounding shadow wolves, poison sting bees, and other small beasts simply couldn't stop it, and were burned cleanly. For a moment. Within the area defending tens of meters with the Holy Lord at the center, only scorched earth and hot air remained everywhere. Those monsters were forced to retreat. Holy Lord is so fierce. Sumo stood on the sacred Lord's shoulder, looking at the charred blackness around him, and couldn't help but sigh. Ding, you have gained 10 experience points, 1 kill point, and 1 attribute point for killing a soul-devouring ant. Ding, you have gained 12 experience points and 1 kill point for killing a shadow wolf. Ding, you have gained 10 experience points and 1 kill point for killing a soul-devouring ant. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully raising his level to First Order Level 2. System beeps continued to ring in Sumo's head. And for that brief moment of time, his rank then rose to the second level of the First Order. What a fast boost! This upgrade is as fast as a heifer on an airplane. Sumo was inwardly delighted. In just this few moments of effort, not only did he level up to the second level of the first rank, even the kill value had 379 points saved up. Killing values aren't as hard to save as I thought. It looks like I'll soon be able to obtain all the talismans and advance the sacred lore to his full body. Just as Sumo was having such a beautiful dream in his mind, what happened next caused the smile on his face to instantly stiffen. Ding, you have gained 8 experience points and 1 attribute point for killing a soul-devouring ant. Ding, you gained 8 experience points for killing a soul-eater ant? Cam. A foul mouth couldn't help but splutter out of Sumo's mouth. Because he leveled up. These thousands of First Order, first-class monsters in front of us. He no longer provides any kill value even if he kills, even the experience provided is shrinking. It put him in an extremely bad mood all of a sudden. This power, it's simply terrifying. Li Mu looked at the Holy Lord's destructive power and marveled. This summon, the grade is at least a B-class existence. Grade B? No, I think it might be an A. Class A? You're dreaming. There are only a few A-rank summoners in Ardasha, and they are all concentrated in the big cities. In this small place of ours, it would be a blessing to have a B-class summoner appear. Say, which summoner was able to summon a summon of this grade? Unclear. The crowd was talking. There's only a handful of summoners in their city of Carlo. We're very familiar with each other. The creatures they could summon, they basically had in mind. But only this holy lord. It seems like the only summoner in our city of Carlo who hasn't put up a fight is Sumer, right? Just then, someone suddenly said. At these words, a silence fell over the scene. Sumer? The coward who hides in the library and reads books? How? He's a D-rank summoner, how could he summon such a powerful creature? That's right, this summon can never be summoned at his level of a D-rank summoner. The level at which a summoner summons a summoned object is related to his or her own level. In general, the summoner summons a summon equal to his or her own rank. It was nearly impossible to summon a summon that exceeded one's own rank. Unless there is a counterintuitive chance or a special occasion to do so. This big lizard was C-ranked or above any way you looked at it. Even if that Sumer kid returns to his old ways, he would never be able to summon it with his ability either. Whatever. With the aid of this powerful summon, we'll be under much less pressure. There's still some chance of being able to hold this defense. For these issues, Wang Gang and others will not go any further. The priority now is to take advantage of this opportunity to catch up on some of our strength. Save your energy for the next fight. On the other side, between the Holy Lord's dragon breath gulping, thousands of soul-devouring ants were instantly turned into charcoal, and a pungent charred odor filled the air. And due to the searing heat of the dragon flames, all the corpses were vaporized into nothingness in mid-air. Even though the level experience gained from decapitating a first-order, first-grade soul-devouring ant was shrinking. Sumo's rank had also broken through to the third level of the first rank. But Sumer couldn't be happy. Looking at the fixed and motionless kill value, Sumo stood on the Holy Lord's shoulder, depressed. He retracted his earlier bravado and kill values are really hard to earn. And, the higher the level, the harder it is to earn the further back you go. Nima. For the first time, it feels like upgrading too quickly is rather a bad thing. It seems like there's no point in killing these low-level soul-devouring ants anymore. He looked toward the dense swarm of soul-devouring ants not far away, secretly calculating in his heart. Although these low-level soul-devouring ants could no longer provide him with kill values, there must be more powerful monsters present on the battlefield. Shadow Corps, come out. With Sumo's order, 100 members of the Ghost Shadow Corps instantly appeared on the battlefield. Find me monsters whose level exceeds the first 3 levels. With Sumer's order, the members of the Ghost Shadow Corps immediately dispersed in all directions and quickly disappeared into all parts of the battlefield. Howl. The Holy Lord once again spewed out a dragon's breath, emptying the surrounding soul-devouring ants. In the face of this almost overwhelming slaughter by the Holy Lord, even the soul-devouring ants, monsters that had no idea what fear was, instinctively fled backwards. They're starting to back off? Chapter 8, Killing the Worm Mother and Retreating 10,000 Armies. Seeing the army of soul-devouring ants begin to retreat back under the Holy Lord's attack, the transmigrants on the walls breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that simple. Wang Gang's tightly furrowed brow did not show any hint of stretching open. Soul-devouring ants are manipulated by the Bug Mother's spiritual power. As long as the Bug Mother doesn't die, they will never fear death and will never retreat easily. Most likely this is a trick set up by the Bug Mother. Hearing Wang Gang's reminder, the hearts of the transmigrants on the city walls stuttered. A bug could have such a high IQ? The crowd was clearly disbelieving. After all, even if a bug is smart, nor is it possible to reach that level. Monsters of the third rank already have an IQ no different from ours. If the bugs can lure us away from the walls this way, then we're in danger too. Wang Gang's face was serious. Not to be excluded, of course. The opponent was truly afraid of the Holy Lord's dragonflame power and chose to retreat. And Sumer naturally understood this. Whether you really choose to retreat or have some other plot, I'll find you and kill you all today. Sumo's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold, chilling aura flickered in his eyes. Don't look at the thousands of soul-devouring ants he's killed today. However, this number of soul-devouring ants would be able to be cultivated again in a day at most for the Bug Mother. It doesn't hurt at all. and they transmogrifier died in battle that was really a battle. A loss of strength is a real loss. In this case, it's the other way around. Their Carlo city defenses would only get weaker and weaker, and eventually be completely crushed. The mother of all bugs must be found to solve this hidden danger once and for all. With that in mind, Suemo told the Holy Lord to slow down his attack and split most of his energy to explore the bug mother's location. The way the bug mother controls the soul-devouring ants is through mental power, and there is a range in the transmission of mental power. That means the bug mother must be hiding in some location that can cover the entire battlefield. Definitely not too far. It must be nearby. Sumer raised his eyes and looked around. And in falling in the eyes of the other trannies, it looked a little different. That summon seems to be on the verge of exhaustion, and the frequency of its attacks has dropped significantly. Limu frowned, his gaze fixed on the Holy Lord. Wang Gang also nodded, his expression grave. It seems that although this summon is powerful, the consumption is not small. We have to prepare for the worst. The hope that had just been raised by the transmigrants on the city walls was now overshadowed by another layer of shadow. What do we do if this summon can't hold out? Is it really necessary to abandon this line of defense? No way. Never give up. Once the defenses are breached, Carlo City is finished. Wang Gang let out a deep breath and stood up. Everyone get ready for battle, as soon as we realize the monster wave is coming again. Fight to the death. With the sound of Wang Gang's voice, the warriors, who were still in some commotion, immediately quieted down. There's no way back for us. If we don't fight, it will be all of us who die. Just as everyone was ready to die defending the gates of the city, a member of the Ghost Shadow Corps quickly returned and knelt in front of Suemo, reporting in a low voice. Master, a suspected bug mother presence has been discovered, located in an underground lair 3 miles behind the battlefield. An underground lair? Sumo's eyes lit up furiously as he sniffed. Fire a blast of dragon breath in that direction. With Sumer's order. No problem. The Holy Lord threw back his head and let out a roar. A blazing dragon flame shot straight up into the sky. It then jetted off in the direction of the coordinates provided by the ghostly soldiers. Rumble. The smoke and dust kicked up by the dragon flame explosion obscured the field of vision, while also turning a large area into a sea of fire. All the soul-devouring ants within that range were burned to ashes, not even ashes were left. Ding, congratulations on killing a first-order, third-degree Soul Eater ant, earning 15 experience points, 1 kill point, and 3 attribute points. Ding, congratulations on killing a first-order, level 5 soul-devouring ant, earning 25 experience points, 4 kill points, and 20 attribute points. Ding, congratulations on killing a first-order 9th-grade soul-devouring ant, earning 70 experience points, 12 kill points, and 100 attribute points. The system beeps kept ringing in his head, causing Sumo's heart to rise up in ecstasy. The level of soul-devouring ants in that area is obviously quite a bit higher than the other areas. It seems like the bug mother should be hiding in the middle of that area. The corners of Sumo's mouth lifted slightly. Holy Lord, continue the attack and blast the ground there away from me. Sumer's orders were given. The dragon flames from the Holy Lord's dragon's mouth gushed out once again, turning the earth into a sea of magma. How do you attack toward there? Did you find something? This scene fell in the eyes of the other transmigrators, but it caused all of them to be puzzled. Unknown. There's definitely something wrong over there. Limu's pupils shrunk slightly, his eyes burning. Could it be that it was looking for the location of the bug mother just now, and now it's found it? Wang Gang guessed. Boom! Along with another spurt of dragon flame, that area directly exploded. A strong, burnt odor filled the air. A large amount of black mist and debris splattered, obscuring the view. When the smoke clears. When revealing the sights thereof. The crowd on the city walls couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Only a huge crater was slowly spreading, as if it was the bloody mouth of a vicious dog, emitting a creepy aura. At the center of the pit, a huge soul-devouring ant hid in it. It was just that compared to the other soul-devouring ants, it was quite a bit prettier, with a dark body, wings on its back, and 2 sharp chelicerae that were sharp and hard. It's really Mother Bug, that guy is hiding here. The moment they saw the bug mother, the hearts and minds of the crowd trembled. A hateful flame of hatred burst from his eyes. It's the same thing that created the army of soul-eater ants. Killed and wounded many of their countrymen. Just a pity. They couldn't even locate the bug mother. This summoner's spiritual power is a bit scary. Surprisingly, I was able to accurately locate the bug mother's position so quickly. Li Mu spoke, and Wang Gang nodded. They also know that the mother of all bugs is the source. But they didn't have the ability to be able to locate the bug mother. It even cost dozens of casualties to do so. We have to take this thing out. Kill it. Avenge your dead brothers and sisters. Kill. 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 For a while the atmosphere on the city walls instantly became stern and biting. Someone hissed and growled, about to charge down the stairs, weapon in hand. However, he was pulled back by Wang Gang. This bug mother is at least third ranked, are you going to get yourself killed? Moreover, the bug mother's location is at least 4 or 5 miles away from us, in the face of this vast army of soul-devouring ants. Are you going to go and refill them? Wang Gang chided in a deep voice. Hearing this, the man stopped moving at once, his face full of indignation. I'm not willing. Our comrades are all dead and I can't even touch Motherworm. What's the difference between that and killing me? The sound of wailing resounded through the city walls. The other transfigurants who had been foolishly trying to rush down also calmed down. Don't think it's 4 or 5 miles long. However, with their strength wanting to break through the army of soul-devouring ants to rush to the insect mother was tantamount to a fool's errand. Instead of going to die for nothing, we should stay and continue to guard the walls. A gaze full of expectations converged on the Holy Lord. It's up to you whether you can kill the bug mother or not. Chapter 9, This Guy is So Mean. Race, Soul-Eating and Mother. Rank, 3rd Order, 1st Class. Power, 4,500. Agility, 3,500. Intelligence, 5,000. Spirit, 6,500. Special skills, mental manipulation, reproduction. Characteristics, the core of the Soul Eater ant colony, possessing extremely high intelligence and mental power, capable of manipulating the entire Soul Eater ant colony. Weakness, fear of fire and lightning attacks. Sure enough, it's you. A trace of coldness flashed in Sumo's eyes. The bug mother had already been found, so all that was needed next was to pass through the army of soul-devouring ants to reach where the bug mother was. However, how to get through the army of soul-devouring ants was a great challenge. Sure. This is not a problem for the Holy Lord. Because the Holy Lord can fly. As a dragon, his power of flight was instinctive. The levitation power of the chicken charm was just an extreme reinforcement of his flying ability. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of Wang Gang and the others, the Holy Lord's huge body directly rose up into the sky. Fly? This summon can fly? A cry of alarm came out from the mouths of the transmigrants on the city walls. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they watched the Holy Lord's massive body that shot straight up into the sky rise into the air. Lizards can fly? What kind of race is this? Wang Gang was so dumbfounded that the thunder battle axe in his hand almost fell to the ground. Want to fly? Except when one's hard power reaches the 6th rank, or when one learns a skill similar to flying. Either that or they originally carried the attribute of flying themselves. Although the summon in front of him was strong, it was far from being of the 6th rank. It's not like the self carries the flying attribute either. You guys see if the horns on its head look a little like dragon horns. It can't be a dragon. When the crowd heard this, a huge wave was set off in their hearts. If this summon in front of us is really a dragon, then it's normal to fly. Any creature that sticks with dragons is very powerful. The grades are all at least B grade and up. Like the most powerful class of dragons, such as the Frost Dragon, Sun Dragon, Thunder Dragon and the like, they were even more of a heaven-defying existence. All of them are at least S-ranked. It seems our previous prediction was a bit wrong. This lizard dragon in front of me, even though the dragon bloodline is patchy, it's not as good as the pure top dragons like the Frost Dragon, Sun Dragon, and Thunder Dragon. But after all, there is also dragon blood. His grade has definitely reached a rank. Raimu whispered. Dragons? The crowd sniffed and a trance went through their minds. If this lizard dragon's grade reaches a rank, not only could they easily survive today's crisis, but more importantly, they also had an additional powerful transmuter. It looks like our time has come in Karo City, with another A-ranked transmuter. I just don't know which one has transmuted into an A-ranked summoner. Meanwhile, Suemo stood on the Holy Lord's shoulder, his gaze coldly watching the battlefield below. Motherworm, your end is near. Sumer whispered to himself. The bug mother seemed to have sensed the danger and let out a sharp hiss. The surrounding soul-devouring ants immediately surged madly, densely packed as if they were locusts in transit, covering the sky. Converging around the bug mother, it formed a black torrent. However, these low-level soul-devouring ants were simply unbeatable in front of the Holy Lord. None of it required any orders from Sumer. The Holy Lord then opened his mouth and spat out, and blazing fire instantly erupted. Boom! The hot tongues of fire swept across everything, and all the soul-devouring ants that came close were all incinerated, with not even a bit of dregs left. After a brief moment of silence, the bug mother let out another mournful shriek. Roar! It raged. How dare anyone butcher it? Griffin, what are you screaming about? The Holy Lord raised his eyes slightly, his pupils scarlet, revealing a cruel and murderous light. He's a dragon on high. Not just any bug can bark at him. The Holy Lord stomped out, and the ground instantly cracked in spiderweb-like patterns. And then, in the eyes of the insect mother's horrified eyes, the Holy Lord's fist directly blasted through the dirt surrounding the nest and smashed straight down. Bang! A deafening blast rang out. Dusty! The bug mother was directly smashed by the punch. The body armor on his body was also shattered for the most part, and his body almost collapsed. Dark green blood instantly burst out, spilling on top of the swarm below. In an instant, the swarm fell into a berserk state and frantically attacked towards Sumo. Sumo's face was indifferent. He opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of dragon breath as well. Although it wasn't as powerful as a Saint Lord, it was still more than enough to deal with these low-level ants. The dragon's breath sprayed out, enveloping all the soul-devouring ants that swarmed around. Squeak! Squeak! The screams rang out. Some of the soul-devouring ants were devoured by the dragon's breath and turned into ashes. But there was still a small portion of leaky fish that pounced on Sumo. At this time, the shadow soldiers hidden in the shadows finally appeared. Their speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, they came to Sumo's side and helped him with the low-level soul-devouring ants that were pouncing and biting. Sumo looked at the scene calmly. The soul-devouring ant swarm was numerous, but it was not enough to worry about. Boom! The Holy Lord strikes again. Both hands press down on the head of the mother of worms to rip it out of the cavern. Roar! Sensing the breath of death, the bug mother struggled violently to escape. Even though it was of the third rank, one rank higher than the Holy Lord. But her main ability is still above cultivating bug eggs. Not very strong on its own. In front of the Holy Lord's power, its resistance was useless and it was directly grabbed out by the Holy Lord. Wow! As the bug mother was pulled out, the entire lair collapsed. Countless insect eggs rolled down, emitting a strong stench. Roar! Looking at the insect mother, the Holy Lord roared up to the sky. The force was so strong that it directly tore the insect mother in half. Pust! Fishy blood splattered everywhere. This guy is so fierce and vicious. The hearts of the crowd palpitated as they looked at the Holy Lord who was alive and tearing the insect mother apart. That visual impact pulls straight through. Chapter 10, Selecting the 12 Runes. The boulder-sized bug mother was ripped apart alive by the Holy Lord, blood-staining large swaths of soil. It burst into the surrounding soul-eater ants. The soul-devouring ants that were originally agitatedly launching attacks towards the Holy Lord and Sumo. All of a sudden, they lost control of the bug mother and were thrown into chaos. Instead of attacking in an organized manner, they scurried around and even started attacking each other. The death of the bug mother completely disintegrated the command system of the soul-eater ant army, and the entire battlefield instantly became chaotic. Mother worm is dead. The transmigrators on the city walls gasped out in shock at this scene. Their eyes were filled with ecstasy. That summoner actually killed the bug mother. It's so strong. This is unbelievable. We won? Once the bug mother died, the army of soul-eater ants collapsed. There are some other monsters, but they are not enough. Depending on the terrain, they were perfectly capable of holding off the monsters. Wang Gang and Li Mu looked at each other with a hint of excitement and doubt underneath their relief. They had never imagined that this seemingly certain defeat would be reversed by the appearance of a summon. I wonder whose summons this really is. Wang Gang guessed in his heart. Li Mu, on the other hand, took a deep breath and slowly said, regardless of whose summons it is, what matters is the result. We have accomplished our mission and guarded the walls. Meanwhile, Suemo stood on the Holy Lord's shoulder, overlooking the chaotic battlefield below. The death of the Bug Mother not only caused the soul-devouring ant army to collapse, it also caused his and the Holy Lord's experience value to rise crazily. Summoner, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Grade, SS grade can be advanced. Status, mutilated missing 12 charms. Level, 2nd order, 4th level. Power, 7,000. Agility, 7,000. Intelligence, 7,000. Spirit, 8,000. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, it can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge amounts of fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage increases with level. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core, summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is level dependent, currently 500 can be summoned. This value of the Holy Lord's pendulum is considered strong even at the 4th rank. Sumer gave a sigh of relief. In general, regardless of occupational specificity, rank values are generally First order, 100, 2000. Second order, 1500, 4000. Third order, 3500, 6000. Fourth order, 5000, 10,000. Fifth order, 8000, 60,000. As for above the 5th order, there will be a qualitative change. With an average of over 7,004 dimensions, the Holy Lord was definitely considered first class in the 4th rank. Ding-Yu killed a 3rd order Bug Mother and gained 50,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully raising his level to the 2nd order level 1. Ding detected that the host has gained 75 points of kill value from fighting over 2 ranks. Ding detected that the host succeeded in his first overstep battle, and received a system blitz reward, increasing his kill value to 300 points. There's a blitz bonus? Suemo froze slightly when he heard the beep. A grin appeared on his face. That's a windfall. A whole 300 kill value, he didn't know how long it would take to accumulate that. It was especially difficult after the rank broke through to the 2nd order level 1. With the monster upgrade system, it took 10,000 first order monsters to give birth to a 2nd order monster. Not only has the number decreased, but the difficulty has doubled. Without the 300 bludgeoning kills, his kill value all added up to just over 600. The entire battlefield of 2nd order monsters, even if he killed them all, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to save up the 1,000 kill value needed to redeem a talisman. Now it's spiked right up to 978 points. It was perfectly possible to scrape together the kill value needed for the first charm. Ding detected that the host's level has been successfully raised to the 2nd order level 1, Divine Technique Skill Attribute Sharing is upgraded. Ding Attribute Sharing upgrade successful, sharing value increased from 20% to 30%. The system's voice sounded again, causing Suemo to become even more ecstatic. Hurriedly, he opened his attribute panel. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Rank, 2nd order, 1st class. Power, 2000, 4100. Agility, 2000, 4100. Intelligence, 2000, 4100. Spirit, 2000, 4400. Skill 1, Universal Illustration provides insight into the key information of all things. Skill 2, Attribute Sharing. Summon, Holy Lord Dragon, SS Class, 2nd Order. Special Ability, 30% Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning Ghost Shadow Core, currently summonable number 100. My 4-dimensional attributes shot up to over 4,000 all of a sudden. This has reached the 3rd order. This attribute boost is outrageous. With his current 4-dimensional attributes. Even if it's a 2nd order, or rank, main combat warrior type professional. There is absolutely no comparison to him in any physical contest. He's now the damage-dealing, yet meaty, phallic tank. A little monster that combines values and mechanics. The next step is to continue clearing the battlefield and harvesting the remaining monsters. Suemo and the Sacred Lord's target was locked on those monsters of the 2nd order level 1 and above. Conduct targeted purges. Ding-Yu have killed a 2nd order level 1 Soul Eater ant, gaining 70 experience points and 1 kill point. Ding-Yu have killed a 2nd order, 1st class poisonous stinging wasp, earning 90 experience points and 1 kill point. Ding-Yu have killed a 2nd rank 2nd class shadow wolf, gaining 120 experience points and 2 kill points. The system's beeps kept ringing out, and Sumo's experience value and kill value rose rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 1003 points of kill value. The kill value store has been successfully opened. The system's beep sounded in Sumo's mind, and a hint of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. It's finally coming together. Looking at the 12 charms inside the kill value store, Sumo's heart was still a little excited. The option of 12 charms for you to choose from, what do you choose, was finally real to him. Let me see what's good to choose. Sumo stood on the Holy Lord's shoulder, rapidly calculating in his mind. Chapter 11, the system splits in two. Each of the 12 runes possesses unique abilities. Which rune he chooses will directly affect his future fighting style and the Holy Lord's power increase. The rat charm can give life to still life, it won't be used for a while. The bull rune can provide great power, but the Holy Lord's own power is strong enough not to need it for now. The tiger rune spell balances yin and yang and blends power, but at the moment my fighting style doesn't require this ability. The rabbit talisman provides extreme speed and can even travel through space and time, but with the Holy Lord's current rank unable to utilize it to its full extent, it's not needed for the time being. The dragon talisman can release a powerful flame attack. The Holy Lord already has dragon breath, so it's not needed for now. The snake charm can be stealthy and is suitable for sneak attacks and scouting, but at the moment my fighting style favors frontal combat and I don't need it for now. The horse charm heals all wounds and diseases, pending. Sheep charms can be out of body, so I can't use them for now. The monkey charms can be morphed, so I won't be able to use them for a while. The chicken charm allows for levitating flight and enhances the Holy Lord's ability to fly, pending. The dog charm can be long-lived, but at the moment I'm too young to need it for a while. The pig charm can release heat rays, but the Holy Lord already has dragon's breath and won't need it for a while. Sumo's mind quickly flashed through the abilities of each charm. Eventually, his eyes rested on the horse charm and the chicken charm. On this cruel battlefield, whether it's me or the Holy Lord, injuries are inevitable. With the horse charm, it is like having a powerful guarantee that you can recover your status at any time. The healing ability will be a very important safeguard in future battles. That's the reason it's important to have support on a team. Thinking of this, Sumo already had a decision in his mind. The ability of the horse charm to remove all external forces is very powerful. It's equivalent to incorporating at least one S rank or higher nursemaid into your body. Provides great range at all times. Very counterintuitive ability. System, redeem the horse charm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming the horse charm, consuming 1000 points of killing value. As the system's beep sounded, a talisman emitting a soft glow appeared in Sumo's hand. The rune is inscribed with a galloping horse, symbolizing the power of healing and restoration. Is that a horse charm? Sumo held the talisman tightly and felt the powerful healing power contained within it. The body that was slightly tired because of the battle was instantly relieved. And the warmth flowed through the body, quickly banishing the fatigue from the body. Sumer felt energized all over again. This power, it's mesmerizing. Ding! Detected the host's first purchase in the kill shop. The lottery wheel is open. As the system beep sounded again, Sumo's panel popped up with a new interface. A huge lottery wheel appeared in front of Sumo's eyes, which was divided into multiple areas. Each area flickers with a different light, representing a different reward. Sweepstakes roulette? Sumer froze for a moment, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I didn't realize that redeeming a charm for the first time could trigger a lottery. He looked closely at the reward area on the roulette wheel and realized that it was labeled with various rare items and skills. F-Class Skill Book. Class E Equipment. Grade B Props, Dragon Soul Battle Armor. A Rank Skill Book, Elemental Fury. SS Grade Props, 12 Charms. The reels are full of rewards ranging from SS to F grades. However, only Class B and above will have specialized prop names. It looks like there's a wide range of rewards in this raffle. I can't believe there's even a rune. Wouldn't I make a fortune if I drew the charm directly in one shot? Sumer muttered. A faint look of excitement spread across his face. But when he saw the kill value required for one draw, a handsome face instantly fell. Black-hearted thing. It takes 10 points of kill value to draw a lottery, why don't you go and rob it? Sumer cursed at once. 10 kill points to draw once is damn expensive compared to playing the game. He only had 3 points of kill value right now and couldn't afford to smoke it. Ding! Detected that the host is a first-time lucky drawer. The system will give the host a lucky draw gift pack. The host only needs to pay 1 point of kill value for a 10 consecutive draw. The system's voice sounded again. Interjection of surprise. What a familiar routine. Sumer's eyes snapped open. Ding, would the host like to do the lottery now? 1 kill value for 100 kill points. Blood money. Drawl. It's silly not to smoke. System, start the lottery. With Sumo's command, the raffle will begin to rotate at a rapid pace, and the pointer quickly crossed between the various reward areas. Sumo's gaze was firmly fixed on the roulette wheel as he silently prayed in his heart. Make sure you draw something good. The speed of the wheel gradually slowed down. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the C rank skill book, Frost Fury. Sumer. C rank skills are great, not many people can have C rank skills in Karo. But as a summoner, he was unable to learn the mage class skill Frost Fury. It's a waste. Don't panic, there's 9 more draws. Sumer took a deep breath and tried to comfort himself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining E rank equipment, Sprint Boots. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the F class prop, Primary Recovery Potion. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the E rank skill book, Basic Swordsmanship. Suemo looked at the prompt in front of him and was speechless. This is too much luck. He had drawn 8 in a row, and the best thing he had drawn was the very first C-rank skill, Frost Fury. It's also partial to not working. Pissed off even types. What's the difference between this draw rate and a certain tour? No. It's even more disgusting than a certain tour. At the very least the other side has a big guarantee, this one is anything but. Thinking that he had only spent 1 point of kill value as well, Suemo was relieved. However, there was absolutely no way he would spend 10 kill points to draw 1 in the future. Go on. The pointer turned again. After the pointer fell, a brilliant light burst out from the raffle wheel. Whoa! Golden Legend. Sumer's eyes widened, almost unable to believe his luck. This moment. His attitude towards the sweepstakes system took a 180-degree turn. Good. This raffle is good. I'll have to smoke it later. What is that, baby? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS Great Prop, 12 runes. As the system's beep sounded, Sumo's heart beat wildly, and a look of ecstasy instantly appeared on his face. SS ranked charm. I can't believe I drew an SS ranked charm. This wave of blood money. It directly saved him 1,000 kill points. Most importantly, each of the 12 runes obtained could drastically enhance the strength of the Holy Lord. I wonder which of the 12 charms it will be, as long as it's not a tiger charm. All of the Holy Lord's power can be doubled from what it is now. Even I was able to get a lot of light. Sumer thought prettily. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the talisman, Tiger Talisman. Tiger's charm, adjusting yin and yang. Fear of what will happen to me, this luck. Suemo realized that people really do laugh when they are extremely speechless. The power of the Tiger Charm spell is to balance yin and yang. The Holy Lord has no other forces to balance within him now. So, this talisman could be the least needed talisman for the current Holy Lord. Wait, I feel like I'm getting separated. Suemo, who was holding the Tiger Rune incantation, suddenly turned pale. He suddenly remembered another function of the yin-yang balance of the Tiger Rune mantra, dividing living beings into 2 parts, the extremely evil and the extremely good. And he felt now that his soul and his body were rapidly splitting apart. If he didn't get a grip and stop this thing, then it would be completely out of control. Frightened, Suemo hurriedly put the Tiger Talisman spell back into his system backpack. The schizophrenic-like feeling only faded. Phew! Luckily, I reacted in time, or else it would have been a disaster. Sumer let out a sigh of relief and patted his chest with a palpitating heart. He's really going to split into one extremely evil and the other extremely good. Things that would be really fun. However, he's curious, too. If that's true, who does the system follow? Or does the system split a bit too? Chapter 12, Retreating 10,000 Enemies with a Dragon's Bellow. Sure. This idea of splitting himself apart Sumer buried deep in his heart and would not try it. And that's when he looked at the tiger charm in his backpack again, he no longer had the dislike he had before, but was instead filled with joy. The real use of the tiger charm spell was found by him. Directly cutting the Holy Lord in two with the tiger charm spell. He then gained the power of 2 holy lords. Plus, for the sake of the system, both the extremely evil and the extremely good holy lords were 100% loyal to him. It's not equivalent to inflicting a diversion on the holy lord. It's still a diversion that replicates 100% of its own strength. 1 chi transforms into 2 ching. It's nifty as hell. Suemo took a deep breath as he quickly removed the horse talisman and tiger talisman from his system backpack and held them in his hands. Holy Lord, prepare to receive new power. Without hesitation, Suemo pressed the 2 talismans onto the Holy Lord's body. Buzz. As the talisman was incorporated, the Holy Lord's body shook violently. My power. Return. Immediately following, the Holy Lord's body exuded a terrifyingly extreme pressure as a massive and extreme might erupted out. Howl. There was a long whistle, and the sound shook the sky and the earth. Bang bang bang. Those soul-devouring ants that were still fighting amongst themselves were instantly crushed into mush under this pressure. More monsters began to panic and started to flee. The entire battlefield seemed to have been cleared by an invisible force. The originally dense swarm of monsters instantly became much thinner. What kind of power is this? Wang Gang and the others who were originally prepared to join the battlefield all felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. It caused them to stop their attacks and retreat towards the distance. Eyes converged on the Holy Lord, filled with horror. They had never seen such a terrifying power with just a roar. It would be able to crush thousands of monsters into slag in an instant. This kind of power had completely exceeded the scope of their cognition. That lizard dragon is getting stronger fast. Did it level up by killing tons of monsters? I've never seen leveling up be able to produce such a powerful pressure. More like progression. The crowd speculated in disbelief. You're crazy, how can it be an advancement? Wang Gang said. Summons must be at least S rank to advance. Moreover, only after reaching the 7th rank would there be so much as a hint of evolution. There are only a handful of successful cases documented in the book, and all of them were under special circumstances. The lizard dragon in front of him didn't fulfill any of the 3 conditions, so how could he possibly advance? Although I don't understand what's going on, I think it's better if we don't do anything rash. Li Mu said. The crowd nodded in agreement. Just like that, Wang Gang and the others retreated behind the defense line once again. Along with the talismans continued to integrate into the holy body, and the sound of the dragon's whistle was unceasing. Like rolling thunder, it echoed in the skies above Carlo City, shaking the entire city slightly. What a horrible roar! Are the defenses of Carlo City going to be unable to withstand it? So what do we do? The streets of Carlo City were filled with people ducking into their houses, shutting doors and windows tightly, and listening in fear to the suffocating roar. At the same time, the other battlefields in Carlo City were thrown into brief chaos by the sudden keening. On the battlefield that Lu Yuan was in charge of, the transfigurators who were originally fighting the monsters stopped their hands and looked up in the direction where the voice came from. This sound is a dragon's roar? Lu Yuan frowned. There was only one monster with a dragon bloodline in the entire city of Carlo, the Black King. Could it be that the Black King has killed back? Lu Yuan shook his head and said in a deep voice. Impossible, the Black King has already killed its way into the secret realm with the city lord and the others. It's impossible for it to get out in a short period of time. I'm afraid this voice is something else? So what do we do now? Keep fighting. No matter what happens, our mission is to hold this line of defense and never let the monsters break through. Yes. The crowd responded in unison and went into battle once more. And in the main battlefield of Carlo City, Zhang Ming and the others also heard the earth-shattering dragon roar. A dragon chant? How can that be? Zhang Ming, who was in command, stood up violently, his gaze filled with shock. What's going on here, Team Zhang? Zhang Ming frowned tightly, feeling vaguely uneasy in his heart. Could it be that the Black King has killed back? A few days ago, an S-rank secret area appeared outside of their city of Carlo. Both sides clashed and bled continuously because of this S-rank secret realm, yet neither side seized the initiative. In the end, both sides used their topmost battle power and killed their way into the secret realm. No news until now. If the Black King kills back with his top 5th rank battle power, it was enough to destroy the entire city of Carlo. Zhang Ming shook his head, his gaze grave. No matter what, this dragon roar is definitely not a good thing. Pass the word down that everyone is on alert and ready to respond to emergencies. Yes. The adjutant immediately turned around to convey the order. Zhang Ming stood in place, his gaze looking in the direction from which the dragon's roar had come, and his mind was filled with thoughts. If that dragon monster really kills back, then the city lord in them. He didn't dare to think any further, but could only clench his fists and pray silently in his heart. On the other side, as the Holy Lord's dragon roar continued to echo, the monsters on the battlefield that had been frantically attacking also began to react in a different way. Those low-level soul-devouring ants, shadow wolves, poison sting bees, and other monsters seemed to feel some sort of fear from the depths of their bloodline. The momentum of the attack suddenly weakened, and even began to slowly retreat. Is Lord Black King back? The shadow demon wolf's eyes showed excitement as he asked excitedly. No way. The poison thorn queen waved her huge poisonous thorn tail and coldly responded, The Lord Black King has already entered the secret realm with those human powerhouses. How could he return so quickly? Moreover, this sense of oppression from the bloodline is even more terrifying than Lord Black King. Is that our reinforcements? I didn't receive any news that there would be other dragon lords coming to support us. Could it be that someone strong has come to support Karo City? It's possible. According to the news, there is a dragon knight among the human race who seems to have left in our direction a month ago. Evacuation? But the mission explained above. Evacuate and see what happens first. After the collective deliberations of several fourth-order monsters, they decided to abandon their attack for the time being, opting for a retreat. The pressure of the dragon race emanating from that dragon's roar was too terrifying, causing all of them, fourth-ranked monsters, to feel palpitations in their hearts. Especially the feeling of oppression from the depths of their bloodline, as if reminding them that the dragon creature in front of them was far more powerful than any dragon they had ever seen. As the order was given, the monsters on the battlefield began to retreat quickly. The fighting in Carlo, on the other hand, petered out. Chapter 13, Arresting Sumer. They retreated? What's going on here? Why did those monsters suddenly retreat? Was it the dragon's roar? Some people are amazed. But many more were ecstatic. They originally thought that they would surely die in this beast tide, but who would have thought that the crisis would actually be lifted? Ha 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 ha. I'm alive. I'm alive. A roar of cheers resonated throughout the city of Carlo. The battle lasted 2 days and 2 nights. Everyone is exhausted. At this moment when it finally ended victoriously, they naturally couldn't help but vent their excitement. And yet there were many tears of sadness. The battle was destined to end tragically. Although they had won this battle, they had also paid an extremely painful price. Karo City's fortifications were 60% destroyed, and nearly 1/5 of the transmigrants were killed or wounded. Those who survived suffered varying degrees of damage. Finally a win. Zhang Ming let out a long sigh of relief. But the worry in his heart grew stronger. That dragon's roar, what the hell is going on? It's friend or foe? Captain, the monster army on my side has retreated. Is there anywhere I need support? Wang Gang's voice rang out within Zhang Ming's communicator. The wave of beasts on our side has also retreated. Your side retreated as well? Wang Gang, who received Zhang Ming's response, revealed a very odd expression. Unconsciously, he looked at the Holy Lord. Their part of the battlefield had this strong external aid, which was why they were able to repel the beast tide. What's going on with the captain? Realize that. As the main battleground, Zhang Ming faced much more pressure than he did. After all, this time the monsters came in droves, with the appearance of taking over the city of Karo in one gulp. But it's just the beasts there have inexplicably retreated. Could it be that there is divine help elsewhere? Yes, for a dragon's cry retreated. I don't know where the dragon's roar came from, whether it was a blessing or a curse. Hearing Zhang Ming sigh from the other side of the communicator, Wang Gang froze. Instantly realizing what was going on, he opened his mouth. Captain, I think I know where that keening came from. Whom? You know. Zhang Ming froze and hurriedly asked, Tell me. The source of the sound of the dragon's roar has a lot to do with it. Wang Gang took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart before speaking. Captain, a powerful summoner has appeared on our side. His summon is a dragon creature with extremely terrifying strength. The dragon roar just now was emitted by his summon. The bug mother was killed by his summons, and those monsters retreated in droves because they were shocked by his dragon roar. What? When Zhang Ming heard Wang Gang's words, he was startled, and his voice raised an octave. What did you say? Summoner? A dragon summoner? The bug mother was killed? That's right. Captain, you didn't see that scene. The dragon summoner is ridiculously strong. The bug mother didn't even have a chance to resist in front of it, and was directly torn into two halves. After hearing this, Zhang Ming's heart immediately set off huge waves. Couldn't help but let out a maniacal laugh. Ha, that dragon is on our side. It's our side. Zhang Ming was so excited that he almost wanted to yell to the sky. Then, choking to the point of non-stop cough cough cough. His face was red and he still couldn't contain his excitement. The big stone in his heart fell to the ground with a thud. Who was that summoner? Is it still there? Zhang Ming asked hurriedly. He knew that there was definitely not such a powerful summoner within the city of Carlo. It's likely that it's a strong person who arrived from somewhere else. If we can keep each other. Zhang Ming was really too aware of the gold content of a summoner who was able to summon dragons. This dragon summon was able to shake back all monsters with a single roar, and its strength was at the 4th rank at the very least. And a summoner who could summon a 4th rank dragon had a talent of at least A rank and a rank of 4th rank or higher. An A rank, 4th order summoner. Not to say that it can reverse the present-day decline of the city of Carlo, but at the very least, it can enhance the power of the city of Carlo by about 10%. If it breaks through, it will be qualitative. Until the top fighters on both sides come out of the secret realm, there will be no more pressure to hold the city of Carlo. That dragon summon is still there, but we don't dare to get close enough to know exactly where the summoner is. Wang Gang reported truthfully. Keep him if you can. I'll be right there. Zhang Ming hung up his communicator and immediately gave orders to the team member beside him, Li Hao. Everyone hurry up and repair the defense line, make sure to restore the fortifications in the shortest possible time. Li Hao nodded in response and quickly conveyed the order. Several people then followed Zhang Ming and rushed to the battlefield where Wang Gang was, to meet that mysterious summoner. The battlefield where Wang Gang was located was far from them, going through the settlement where Suemo lived. Captain, that Suemo kid has reached his deadline, should we bring him to the battlefield? Passing by that settlement area, Li Hao suddenly inquired. Yeah, almost forgot about that kid. The 3-year period has come and gone, take him with you. The team immediately turned around and went to Sumer's place to find someone. Li Hao, who was on the side, coldly grunted. Also both summoners, Suemo is nothing but a waste compared to that dragon summoner. His tone was rather contemptuous. One roar to retreat 10,000 troops. One coward for 3 years as a punk and didn't even dare to go to the battlefield. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. This time, even if Deacon Lin protects him, he must go to battle. The crowd nodded, clearly agreeing with the statement. However, it wasn't long before the team members who had left hurried back, their faces a little hard to see. Captain, Sumer isn't home. It looks like it ran away. Run away? At those words, the people present instantly rose in anger. This Sumer. It really deserves death by 1,000 cuts. That coward. Thanks to all of us, who risked our lives to help him fend off the monster's attack, he was so good that he just slipped away. I'll be damned, what a pussy. Such people don't deserve to live at all. Li Hao clenched his fists, the disappointment and anger towards Suemo in his heart reaching its peak. Carlo City was facing a life and death situation, but Suemo chose to run away, which made him feel immensely humiliated. Carlo City is under siege by monsters, he'll never be able to escape. I'll get him. Li Hao angrily left with 2 or 3 people. This kind of proclivity to run away from the battlefield was something he could never tolerate. It doesn't have to be a runaway, maybe it's in the library, you take someone to check it out. Don't use violence. Hey, let's go. Zhang Ming sighed and led the others, continuing to rush to the battlefield where Wang Gang was. Chapter 14, Summoning the 2 Holy Lords, why not go straight to the dragon? At this moment, Suemo was able to feel the terrifying power that was constantly coming from within the holy body. After the 2 great runes, which were completely integrated into the main body of the Holy Spirit, the Holy Lord had once again undergone a superb metamorphosis. Race, dragon. Grade, SSS can be advanced. Status, mutilated missing 12 charms. Level, 2nd order, 4th level. Power, 7000 plus 3000. Agility, 7000 plus 3000. Intelligence, 7000 plus 3000. Spirit, 8000 plus 3000. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge amounts of fire damage to enemies within its range, with the damage increasing with level. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core, summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is level dependent, and currently 1500 can be summoned. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. Sure enough, the power of the rune is far beyond my imagination. Just 2 of them raised the Holy Lord's grade to SSS. Sumer's eyes sparkled. 2 SSS grade, 12 sets of Holy Lord grade to reach the divine level, was almost a nail in the coffin. Not to mention the presence of the other 7 great demons' origin demonic chi. And the Holy Lord's 4-dimensional attributes, which also skyrocketed by more than 3 million all of a sudden. The average value dried up to over 10,000 all of a sudden, which is comparable to the 5th order level. Along with that, Sumo's attributes all of a sudden soared to an incomparably terrifying level. If it was 2 Holy Lords, his shared attribute to Holy Lords came directly to 60%. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Rank, 2nd order, 1st class. Power, 2000 8000. Agility, 2000 8000. Intelligence, 2000 8000. Spirit, 2000 8600. Skill 1, Universal Illustration provides insight into the key information of all things. Skill 2, 30% attribute sharing. Summon, Holy Lord Dragon, SSS class, 2nd order. Special ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning of Ghostly Shadow Core, currently 900 summonable. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. Hiss. With my current 4-dimensional attributes, it's also enough to reach the threshold of the 5th order. Looking at his attribute panel, Sumo had a very unreal feeling. 2 or 3 hours ago. He's still an ordinary man struggling on the brink of death. 2 or 3 short hours later. The values alone were comparable to some 5th order powerhouses. He's not a little monster now, he's a super monster. Realize that. The most powerful transmogrifier in the entire city of Cairo was ranked at the 6th order. Lynshi, who was an A-ranked transmuter, was only at the 5th rank. However, Sumer also understood. This 5th rank of his had a lot of water in it, and Lynshi could pick him to death with a single shot. The 5th to 6th order is a huge watershed. It's not just a watershed for talent, but also for chance. Transmutineers without AB rank in talent will almost never cross that level in their lifetime. Even Lynshi, who was an A-ranked transmigrator, because she hadn't gotten the chance that belonged to her. It has also been stuck at this level for up to 2 years and has yet to make any breakthroughs. However, there is no bottleneck from the 5th to the 6th rank with me. Sumer was confident. Granted. His summoner rank was only D, but rank didn't count as any shackles to him at all. Just by cultivating the Holy Lord out, he would be able to cross this threshold with ease. And Sumo couldn't wait until he could stay at the 5th rank for a longer period of time. This way he could earn more kill value, faster as well. My power is back. Greet your king. The Holy Lord, who had fused the power of the 2 major runes, pounded his chest in excitement. He now felt as if he had inexhaustible strength. Straight away, he reached out his sharp claws and grabbed a retreating shadow wolf to his mouth, tearing it up in a big bite. What delicious food, this dragon hasn't eaten such sweet food in a long time. The Holy Lord chewed with a mesmerized face. This guy is fierce. Wan Gang and the others couldn't help but gulp when they stood on top of the city wall and saw this bloody scene. Ding, you have killed a 2nd order, 3rd level shadow wolf, gaining 75 experience points and 4 kill points. Ding, you have defeated a 2nd order level 1 soul eater ant, gaining 20 experience points and 1 kill point. Sumo narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around. As far as his eyes could see, there were corpses and scraps of flesh and blood all over the place, and the air was filled with a thick, pungent smell of blood. In today's battle, the tide of beasts receded, and the city of Cairo was able to withstand the attack. The crisis in Cairo City is over, I just don't know how Lynshi and the girls are doing. Sumo murmured, a touch of worry showing in the bottom of his eyes. He was aware of where Lynshi had gone. An S-class secret realm must be exceptionally treacherous inside. Even if a 7th or 8th ranked powerhouse went in, they would still be at risk of falling if they were not careful. Of course, the more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. The chances and treasures in S-class secret realms also far exceeded those in ordinary secret realms. If he could obtain some precious resources from it, Lynshi's strength would definitely see a qualitative leap. It might be able to break through to the bottleneck of the 6th rank in one go. Let's hope she comes back safely. Sumer sighed. With the current situation, he couldn't help Lynshi much. Because that secret world is said to open up only once a week. There were still 4 or 5 days before the next opening. He couldn't do it even if he had the intention to help. Wait. Looking at the fleeing monster army, a very bold idea popped up from Sumo's mind. Why don't I go straight for the jugular? The top combatants of both sides have entered the secret realm. It means that the monster's base camp is also in a state of emptiness. If the other side could come and invade Karo City, why couldn't he kill his way to the enemy's lair? And with his and the Holy Lord's current strength, they were fully capable of being able to do so. Once this idea popped up in Sumo's mind, it was uncontrollable and frantic, filling all of his thoughts. It even gave him the urge to do it right away. Holy Lord, kill them all. After Sumo pondered for a moment, he directly commanded. Yes, my lord. The dragon's breath gushed out again, sweeping towards the fleeing monsters. Roar! 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 A deafening roar resounded through the sky. The tornado transformed by the dragon's breath swept over everything, and any monsters that touched the dragon's breath were crushed and crushed. One by one, the monsters screamed and collapsed, turning into a sky full of blood mist. Ding, you have killed a first order, level 5 poisonous stinging bee and gained 5 experience points. Ding, you have killed a first order, first grade soul eater ant and gained 1 experience point. Chapter 15, Deserter Sumer. The system's beeps kept ringing out and though the ones that were decimated were all small monsters of the first order. But on a huge base of thousands of. Sumo's rank had also finally come to the point where he was at the 2nd level of the 2nd rank. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Rank, 2nd class, 2nd order. Power, 2200. Agility, 2200. Intelligence, 2400. Spirit, 2500. Skill 1, Universal Illustration provides insight into the key information of all things. Skill 2, 30% Attribute Sharing. Summon, Holy Lord Dragon, SSS Class, 2nd Order. Special Ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning of Ghostly Shadow Core, currently 900 summonable. Special Ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. This place is cleared of monsters. Sumer looked around to make sure that there weren't any remaining enemies left behind. The next step is to go straight for the jugular. However, before going straight for the hills, Sumo had one more place to go. It was time to take back his usurped homeland. After killing all the monsters in this area, why can this guy exist for so long? Looking at the lizard dragons that were slaughtering with abandon, Wang Gang, Li Mu and the others were dumbfounded. At the very least, several hours have passed since the other side joined the fight. They had never seen any summon that could last so long in battle. This lizard dragon is like a killing machine. Infinite killing intent erupted from his body. It made them all shudder. And what they don't realize is that other summoners need magic to summon their summons. When the magic runs out, the summon returns to within the space it is in. But Sumer was unlocked directly with the kill value. In other words, as long as Sumer is willing, the Holy Lord was able to exist for as long as he wanted, and there was no time limit at all. Even, there was no need for Sumo to command the battle, and it could completely exist as an independent individual. Of course, the Holy Lord was also under Sumo's control. Sumo could recall the Holy Lord to his space at any time. And that. All it takes is a mere thought. Come on, let's go meet that summoner. I hope he stays with us in Carlo. Wang Gang took the lead and followed. However, just as he was about to make his move, the Holy Lord flew up into the sky and disappeared far away in one direction at great speed, and Wang Gang and the others were immediately anxious in their hearts. Wait! Brother Long, don't go! Wang Gang couldn't help but shout out in an attempt to retain the Holy Lord. However, the Holy Lord's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from their view. It's over, the task explained by the captain was not completed. Wang Gang slapped his head in chagrin. Li Mu also sighed and shook his head. It seems like that summoner didn't want to make contact with us, or else he wouldn't have let the summons just leave. What a pity, if we could have kept this summoner, the defense power of Karo City would have been greatly enhanced. Just as the crowd was chagrined, Zhang Ming hurriedly arrived at the battlefield with a group of men. He saw the Holy Lord's figure disappear into the sky from afar, and his heart sank. Still late to the party. Zhang Ming sighed with regret on his creased face. Captain, that dragon summoner just left and we weren't able to stop it. Wang Gang stepped forward and reported in a low voice. It's none of your business. It can only be blamed on the fact that we are not blessed to be able to keep this summoner in Karo City. Zhang Ming's gaze still looked in the direction where the Holy Lord had disappeared and shook his head slightly. Who exactly is that summoner? He originally thought that he would be able to meet that powerful summoner, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so mysterious that he wouldn't even show his face. This caused Zhang Ming to feel incomparably regretful, and at the same time, he was also deeply interested in the identity of that summoner. Captain, what do we do now? Wang Gang asked. Zhang Ming withdrew his gaze and said in a deep voice. Let's go back to the city first. Although the beast tide has receded this time, our losses are not small. The next step is to hurry up and repair the defense line to prevent the monsters from attacking again. With the frequency with which the beast tides were unleashed during this period of time, and at most a day, they would organize another attack. This time, they had the help of this mysterious summoner to temporarily repel the beast tide. It's not always so lucky. There wasn't much time left for them. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. A few moments later, Li Hao, who was leading the search for Suemo, angrily walked up to Zhang Ming. With a grimace, he said, Captain, that Suemo kid isn't even in the library. I've turned Carlo City upside down with my men and I haven't even found him. Zhang Ming sniffed and frowned, while Wang Gang next to him directly cursed. Nima Sumer, sure is the coward of cowards. People like him deserve to die. It's simply a disgrace to our humanity. If I find him, I'll whip his body even if he's dead. Listening to the tirades of righteous anger from his teammates, Zhang Ming could only shake his head. Well, the most important thing now is to repair the defense line to prevent the monsters from coming again. By the way, Captain, that summoner. Li Hao suddenly remembered something and asked in a low voice. Zhang Ming shook his head and sighed. That summoner has already left, we weren't able to keep him. What? Left? Li Hao's eyes widened, regret written all over his face. He had been counting on that summoner to help the city of Karo through its difficulties. What a shame, Li Hao murmured in a low voice. Meanwhile, Suemo was standing on the Holy Lord's shoulder, flying towards his former homeland. Holy Lord, speed up. The Holy Lord let out a low roar, and his huge body accelerated violently, cutting through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Sumer's goal is clear: to reclaim his former home. It used to be the place where he lived and where his heart was most deeply attached. However, a beast wave 4 months ago completely destroyed everything there. Now that he finally had enough power, it was time to take back everything that belonged to him. The Holy Lord's speed was extremely fast, and it wasn't long before Suemo saw the familiar land. However, the sight before him made his heart sink. What was once a bustling town is now in ruins. There were monsters all over the place among the wreckage. Sure enough, this place has been taken over by monsters. Suemo clenched his fists, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Master, leave these filthy worms to me. The sacred lord gulped red letters and his body steeply transformed into a bloody light. Rumble. Accompanied by violent explosions, a group of monsters instantly fell, their bodies rapidly collapsing. Ding, you have killed a first order, 3rd level ghost fox and gained 3 experience points. Ding, you have killed a first rank 5th level wind wolf and gained 5 experience points. Ding, you have killed a first order, 7th ranked demonic vine and gained 10 experience points. Chapter 16, this time, I'll take back everything that belongs to me. The Holy Lord's strength was too terrifying. Not an inch of grass grows where it passes. Wherever the power of the dragon's breath passed, no matter how tough the monster was, it could not stop the dragon's breath from burning and annihilating it. In just a few seconds, hundreds of monsters were cleared away. And that's when Sumer leapt down as well. Alone, he walked toward the old mansion he remembered, his steps heavy and slow. Occasional traces of familiarity could be seen in the ruins all around. All that remains of the once bustling little store is the crumbling sign. An alley he used to pass every day is now buried in weeds and debris. Hey! Sumer sighed deeply. Looking at the scene in front of him, the mood was complicated to the extreme. Reminiscing about the past and the helpless reality. He was reincarnated with the protagonist template in his mouth. His parents died early, leaving him with only this old house and a vague memory. Today, the old mansion has long been overrun by monsters, and the coziness and peace that once existed is long gone. Even though he had been reincarnated, he had inherited the original owner's emotions for this place. Not to mention, he has also lived here for 2.5 years with great affection. Dad, Mom. I'm home. There was a choking sound in Sumo's voice. He walked up to the old mansion and looked up at the long broken gate. The door panels were covered in claw marks and cracks, clearly a monster had once wreaked havoc on the place. Sumer took a deep breath and reached out to push open the rickety door. Squeak! The door shaft made a piercing sound, and in the next second it directly exploded into a pile of debris. Cough cough cough. Sumo took a step into the house, and the sight in front of him made his heart ache. The house was a mess, with furniture overturned and walls covered in cracks and blood. All that was left were broken tables and chairs and scattered clutter. Mom and Dad, I will rebuild our home. Sumer gently caressed the furnishings of the house, his eyes reddening. Sasha. At this point, an eerie rustling sound came from behind him, causing the hairs on Sumo's body to stand up and sweat. Swish! He twisted his body suddenly, his cold, dark eyes gazing at the shadowy green light in the darkness. It was a dark mist, in which a huge serpent head vaguely emerged. Fizzle! The massive green light let out an eerie shriek, and then it violently shot out of the window. Hula hula! A fishy, disgusting odor hit his nose. Sumo narrowed his eyes, his gaze coalescing as he stared at that ray of green light. Only to see that on the back of that ray of green light, there was a giant python coiled around it. This python was turquoise in color, its scales and armor were cold, and it was as detailed as a jade carving. It had a thick, stocky body and a hideous head, as if it were a ferocious beast. At the top of its head, there was also a cluster of bright green flowers growing. The All Souls illustration opens. Race, Jasper Python. Grade, 2nd Order, 7th Level. Status, Berserk. Power, 2200. Agility, 2400. Intelligence, 2000. Spirit, 2000. Special attribute Poisonous Mist. The Jasper Python is capable of spewing out a highly poisonous mist that inflicts sustained toxin damage to enemies within its range and reduces their movement and attack speeds. Special ability Entangle and Strangle. The Jasper Python is capable of quickly entangling an enemy and utilizing its powerful muscular strength to strangle them, inflicting huge amounts of physical damage. Special ability Regeneration. The Jasper Python possesses a strong regenerative ability, capable of recovering some of its injuries in a short period of time. Weakness, Emerald Green Flower. The python's ability comes from the cluster of emerald green flowers, and if the flowers are destroyed, the python will be greatly traumatized. After reading the description of the illustration of All Souls, Sumo immediately did a flip and dodged the poisonous mist. Bang, bang, bang. The highly toxic fumes filled the air, corroding a crater in the ground. It's not going to work. The turquoise scale python's huge body violently twisted and lunged towards Sumo. Opening his bloody mouth and revealing sharp fangs, he viciously bit at Sumo's neck. Then let me finish you off myself. Sumer let out a low gulp. He could summon the Holy Lord, or even the Ghost Shadow Core to resolve the biscuit python in front of him. But for these culprits who have destroyed his home, he's going to take matters into his own hands. In a flash, his legs slightly bent, his entire body violently tensed up, and his figure flickered, easily avoiding the attack of the blue scale python. Meanwhile, a punch struck the waist of the turquoise scale python, smashing it into the ground. Boom! Hisses! The turquoise scale python ate the pain and frantically swung its body in an attempt to struggle out, yet it was unable to shake Sumo's arm. Lie still for me! Sumo let out a low cry and blasted another punch into its belly. The turquoise scale python ate the pain, its wail became more and more mournful, and its tail fiercely drew in. But this time, Sumo had already prepared for it and raised his right leg high, kicking it hard on top of the turquoise scale python's tail, sending it flying. Pust! The blue-scaled python bled profusely and fell against the wall. Click! Just as Sumo was about to make another move, he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking ring out. Sumer turned around in a hurry and froze. Only to see that a crack appeared in the originally broken wall, and there seemed to be something in that crack. Sumo frowned slightly and was about to carefully investigate. Suddenly, that blue scale python stood up from the ground, a hoarse growl coming out of its mouth. The emerald green flower on his back suddenly lit up, and a circle of green ripples spread out. A layer of poisonous mist spread out and quickly enveloped the entire house. Buzz. Moisture in the air vaporizes rapidly and quickly becomes dry. Everything seems to be deprived of life and gradually withers away. Moreover, these poisonous mists were getting thicker and thicker, eventually transforming into a black-purple film. No good. Sumo's face changed and he immediately ran towards the outside. But the speed at which the poisonous mist spread was even more astonishing than he had imagined, instantly covering the entire house. He had only just run out of the yard when the black and purple film had wrapped around him. Snicker! A corrosive sound came from inside the film and a puff of smoke rose. Sumo's face was ugly. The venom seeped into his skin, eating away at his flesh and bones. He gasped sharply, his whole body stiffening, his body paralyzed. The next second, however, this disappeared abruptly. A wave of warmth welled up from his chest and instantly spread throughout his body. I almost forgot, I have the ability to attribute share. Sumer snapped out of it. 30% attribute sharing, although his horse charms couldn't do anything to get rid of all external forces. But there is no problem in detoxifying a small toxin. It seems that I still need to fight a battle or two on my own to gain some real-world experience. When the blue scale python saw that Sumo was enveloped by the poisonous mist, a layer of ferocity and smugness covered his narrow eyes. Gulping the snake's letter, he let out a hoarse mocking sound, hiss hiss. Stupid human, after being hit by my poisonous mist, you will definitely die. Be a good boy and become my food. Chapter 17, my protagonist template, Mom and Dad are definitely bigots. The turquoise scale python twisted its huge body and surfaced in the poisonous mist, seemingly determining that Sumo could no longer resist. Opening his bloody mouth was about to devour Sumo. However, at that moment, Sumo's figure suddenly moved. With a flash of his body, he easily avoided the attack of the blue scale python. The aqua scale python froze, a hint of confusion appearing in its eyes. Hiss. How? Are you unaffected by my poisonous mist? Because I'm going to you up in one punch. Sumo let out a low roar, his legs violently stepped on the ground, and his body instantly jumped up more than 3 meters high, waving his iron fist to smash the head of the blue scale python. The blue scale python quickly adjusted its orientation to avoid Sumo's attack. Next, a mouthful of dragon breath was then sprayed out from Sumo's mouth and blasted straight onto the body of the turquoise scale python. Bang, bang, bang. The blue scale python didn't expect Sumo to use this move at all, and was caught off guard and directly hit. An odor of burnt, roasted meat filled the air. Ah-ha-ha! The aqua scale python howled in agony, its body constantly trembling as tears streamed down its face. Regeneration! The turquoise scale python hissed, and the emerald green flower on its body shook gently. A powerful life force surged out of the flower, quickly repairing its body that had been burned by the dragon's breath. Scorched black scales fell off, new scales grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the wounds were rapidly healing. Hiss. Stupid human, do you think you can kill me like that? The blue-scaled python spat out its snake letters. My regeneration is invincible. You will never be able to defeat me. Regenerate? Heh, I'd like to see how many times you can regenerate. Sumo coldly snorted, and with a single step, he rushed to the turquoise scale python's front, locking onto the cluster of emerald green flowers on its body. As long as he destroyed this cluster of flowers, then the aqua scale python would completely fall into weakness, and he could just pack it up at that time. Whoosh! Sumo's eyes narrowed and he violently shot out explosively, his figure instantly arriving in front of the emerald green flower. Immediately afterward, he raised his right fist without hesitation and hammered down hard. The aqua scale python quickly retreated and dodged his strike. How did he know this was my weak spot? The turquoise scale python was puzzled in his mind. But soon, it shook its head. Since Sumo knew that this was its weakness, it would never let Sumo touch it. It swam quickly, its body weaving in and out, trying to find Sumo's cracks. Swish! A ray of turquoise light swept by. The turquoise scale python opened its fang-filled mouth and bit down. Look out! Sensing the danger, Sumo immediately moved a few inches sideways and managed to dodge this fatal blow from the blue scale python. The turquoise scale python missed with one strike and immediately changed its angle and continued to attack. Phew! The foul-smelling venom spewed out and swept over with a violent, fishy wind. Sumo's figure flickered once again to avoid getting contaminated with the venom, and then took the opportunity to approach the aqua scale python. The pupils of the blue-scaled python's eyes shrunk to the size of a pinpoint. It felt Sumo getting closer and closer to it, as if it was already close to its flesh and blood. Next moment, Sumo violently stormed up, his right fist clenched, and with a powerful wind it struck directly at the cluster of emerald green flowers on the head of the turquoise scale python. The turquoise scale python dodged the blow. But the next second, a mouthful of dragon's breath was directly sprayed out. It's over. It's too late. Although the blue scale python reacted quickly, it still couldn't completely avoid it. Dragon flame blasted on top of the emerald green flower. Click. With a crunching sound, the emerald green flower was instantly incinerated. The blue-scaled python let out a mournful scream, its body twisting as it crawled on the ground in a shadowy manner. The original ability to rapidly regenerate instantly came to a halt, and the wound no longer healed, but instead began to rapidly fester. Hiss. No! My power. My power is fading. The turquoise scale python twisted its body frantically in fear, trying to escape Sumo's attack range. However, how could Sumo let go of this opportunity? Bang, bang, bang. After a few consecutive punches, the head of the turquoise scale python had been smashed into a bloody mess. After struggling for a few minutes, the blue scale python's body convulsed and went limp, no longer having any semblance of vigor. Is this what it feels like to kill a monster with your own hands? Not bad. Sumer showed his teeth and smiled. Ding, you have killed a second order, 7th ranked Jasper scale python, earning 100 experience points and 10 kill points. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a D-class prop, biscuit scale armor. Biscuit scale armor, armor made from the scales of the biscuit python, with strong defensive power, able to effectively resist physical attacks and some toxin damage. When worn, strength plus 2%, agility plus 2%, no special abilities. I can't believe there's a windfall. Hearing the system's beep, Sumo revealed a joyful expression. Although it was only a D-grade prop, it was a good haul for him right now. With a movement of his mind, the aqua scale armor appeared in his hand. It was a lightweight armor with a turquoise sheen all over, scales tightly arranged and cold and hard to the touch. Try it on. Sumo put the blue scale armor on his body and immediately felt a cool power surge into his body. He swung his fist and felt a significant increase in his strength and agility. Not bad, although it's not as good as the attribute bonus of the Holy Lord, it can play a small role in battle. Sumo nodded in satisfaction, then cast his gaze around. The poisonous fog was still permeating the space, emitting a foul odor that was unpleasant to the extreme. Let's expel the poisonous fog first, Sumer said with a frown. He walked into the center of the poisonous fog and spat out several mouthfuls of dragon flame in succession. Only after incinerating the poisonous mist did Sumo breathe a sigh of relief. He then walked towards the wall that had gone wrong during the fight earlier. There was a hint of anticipation on his face. I knew taking the protagonist template with 2 dead parents would have unusual parentage. Maybe there's a big baby in there that mom and dad left me or something. With Sumo's years of experience in reading netizens, what his parents left behind were all strange and bizarre and counterintuitive. So this wall, too, must be hiding some treasure. Thinking of this, Sumo couldn't help but quicken his pace. Not long afterward, Sumer finally arrived at the wall. Bump! With that, a punch directly dried and shattered the dirt wall in front of him. Clunk! An item with a faint yellowish glow fell out and landed on the ground. It was a palm-sized box, and it was hard to see what it was made of. However, there was a beautifully engraved pattern on top of this box. Looking at the lines on the top of the box, Sumo suddenly raised his eyebrows. Look at this advanced pattern, this hidden hiding place. There's definitely something remarkable hidden in here. Sumer rubbed his little hands together in anticipation and... It looks like mom and dad really are worldly men. Maybe it's one of the strongest in this world, maybe it's not dead either. Sumo's face reddened with excitement. After all, if that's the case, can't the things hidden here be described by more than just the word precious? Ha 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 ha, great, I'm about to soar. Sumer was so excited that he leaned back and laughed. Then he opened the box and then he tossed the box. Chapter 18, You're an orphan, aren't you? No, my parents are sick, aren't they, leaving me this. Suemo looked at the two items in his hand and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. The expression on his face went from anticipation to shock, to speechlessness, and finally to a complete freeze. A certificate, a letter. The certificate is an orphan certificate and the letter is. Forget it and see for yourself. My good oldest son, when you found this iron box, you thought you had found the treasure, when in fact you had found your birthright. When Suemo saw this opening paragraph, his heart thumped and his fingers trembled slightly. Fight back the fluttering in your heart and keep reading. All the pages after that are filled with melodramatic words that. Things like our love for you is real and you're going to grow up to be a man on top after you leave us. Looking at it, Suemo had a bit of goosebumps rising straight up. Okay, that's enough of the melodrama. Next, I'm going to tell you a secret, open the envelope. When he saw this, Sumo's heart inexplicably jumped with a surge of nervousness. When he had opened the envelope with great anticipation, what comes to mind are three emojis pounding the ground and laughing maniacally, and the first sentence is, "Haha, good big boy, you've been tricked, that orphan certificate is a fake, it's me and your dad teasing you. I made a bet with your father to see how you'd react when you found this metal box, and did you cry?" Sumer. He looked at the letterhead with an expressionless face. After all that, the letter was a prank. His parents actually made fun of his birth and bet on whether he would cry. How old? He could already think of the looks on his parents' faces when they were designing this game. Nuts. Suemo couldn't help but curse and crumpled the letter paper into a ball. Wanted to throw it out, but finally held back. He stood still and took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself. Although he had been tricked by his parents, he didn't have much anger in his heart, but instead had an inexplicable sense of relief. Forget it, I didn't expect them to be any super strong anyway. Sumer shrugged. Putting the letter and the orphan certificate away, he turned and prepared to leave. Suddenly he stopped again and looked back at the metal box that had been left on the floor. The All Souls illustration opens. Article, metal box. Material, ordinary iron. Status, intact. Special purpose, none. KAM, what am I imagining? The last shred of thought in his heart was completely shattered, and Suemo shook his head. Out of the old mansion. It was the Holy Lord's scorching dragon's breath that hit his face. The Holy Lord was wantonly slaughtering the monsters around him. Between the sprays of dragon's breath, large swaths of monsters were reduced to ashes. Along with it, the already dilapidated urban area became even more dilapidated. Holy Lord, keep the commotion down, don't completely destroy this area. Sumer shook his head helplessly. This place he had to rebuild, but he couldn't let the Holy Lord completely destroy this place. The Holy Lord, who was in the middle of killing, received Sumo's order. The power of the dragon's breath was restrained, and it turned to attacking with its sharp claws and tail. It's moving a lot less, but it's still unstoppable. Amount. Forget it, Holy Lord, you go and clear the monsters in the perimeter. Leave the urban areas to the ghostly soldiers. With a thought, Suemo summoned the Ghost Shadow Corps. The ghostly soldiers lined up neatly in front of him, silent and stern. Ghostly Shadow Corps, ghostly shadow soldiers summoned by the Holy Lord, loyal and fearless of death. Rank, 2nd Order, 5th level. Power, 2600. Agility, 2600. Intelligence, 2600. Spirit, 2000. Special ability Shadow Stalking, ghost soldiers can travel freely in the shadows, concealing themselves and making them difficult to detect. Special ability Shadow Blade, the ghost soldier's weapon is composed of shadow energy and is capable of inflicting additional shadow damage to enemies. The ghost shadow soldiers were affected by the Holy Lord's rank and grade, and were about 1 rank lower than the Holy Lord. Right now, the Holy Lord and I can summon thousands of shadow soldiers with our combined efforts. If we continue to upgrade upwards, summoning tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands won't be a problem. What's the difference between that and a mother of worms? No, it's an existence far more heavenly than the worm mother, and after evolving again, it's even comparable to the previous divine priesthood undead heavenly plague. The more Sumer thought about it, the more excited he became. While the bug mother was able to create an army of bugs on a large scale. But it takes a lot of energy, effort, and time. And The bugs that were created are still the lowest level of existence. Combat is scummy. The only way to get stronger is to devour each other, and that process takes a lot of time, energy, and resources. But the Holy Lord is different. It doesn't cost anything at all. It only takes a thought to summon a large number of ghost shadow soldiers. An army of terror. This kind of productivity is simply unconscionable. Most importantly, the strength of these ghost shadow soldiers did not need to be cultivated, and each of them possessed an extremely heaven-defying battle power. If it weren't for the singularity of the ghostly soldiers, these two abilities alone were nothing compared to the undead scourge of heaven. Of course, the solution to this problem is simple. That is, collect the masks. However, Sumer didn't consider this for the time being. Because it's too much of a kill value drain. And he's a poor man. Go, clear all the monsters in this area, leave no one behind. Sumo gave the order. The ghostly soldiers nodded wordlessly, then transformed into a dark shadow that it was quickly dispersed to all corners of the city. Their movements were swift and silent, as if they were ghosts moving through the ruins. Granted, they couldn't clean up the monsters as fast as the Holy Lord, but the victory was that the battle was less destructive. Ding, you have killed a first rank, 8th rank lone wolf and gained 10 experience points. Ding, you have killed a second order level 1 firefox and gained 40 experience points. Ding, you have killed a second order, 2nd grade giant snake and gained 50 experience points. Sumo stood in the center of the ruins, feeling the power surging within his body. After the battle just now, his level had risen to the 4th level of the 2nd rank, and his attributes had also increased significantly. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Level, 2nd order, 4th level. Power, 2600. Agility, 2600. Intelligence, 2700. Spirit, 2800. Skill 1, Universal Illustration provides insight into the key information of all things. Skill 2, 30% attribute sharing. Summon, Holy Lord Dragon, SSS class, 2nd order. Special ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning the Ghost Shadow Core. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. Equipment, Jasper Scale Armor Grade D. Kill value, 251. Sumo's improvement was already outrageous, but the Holy Lord's improvement could be described as even more terrifying. Chapter 19, Going to Conquer the World. Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS can be advanced. Condition, defective missing 10 charms. Level, 3rd order, 5th grade. Power, 15,000. Agility, 15,000. Intelligence, 15,000. Spirit, 15,500. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge amounts of fire damage to enemies within its range, with the damage increasing with level. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core, summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is level dependent, currently can summon 3000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. The Holy Lord's 4-dimensional attributes were comparable to those of the 5th order at the 3rd order level, which could only be described as outrageous. This was the SSS grade racial value, which brought about extreme values. With my current strength, together with the Holy Lord and the Ghost Shadow Core, even facing a group of 4th rank monsters is already more than enough. Even if it's a normal 5th order 1st or 2nd order or so, it's not our move. Sumer rubbed his chin. Things are done. Now you can go for the straight and narrow. And have a good go at raiding some of the other side's wealth. Until then, it's still important to have a detailed battle plan. Karo City is a medium-sized city connected to a large city called Tianfeng City to the east. The two sides are connected, but they are separated by a continuous mountain range called the Barren Mountains. The mountain range is cut off by the Misty Canyon, and only a small portion of the path is passable. And the monsters that invaded Karo City mainly originated from the 3 monster nests on the Barren Mountains. They are Black Wind Cave, Ice Cold Valley, and Poisonous Miasma Swamp. These 3 layers are each coiled with different kinds of monsters, although they do not interfere with each other, but in a zigzag arrangement. When one side was attacked, the other 2 sides would surely be able to rush over immediately to reinforce them. Where to start first? Sumer looked at the map, searching for a target. Soon, he chose the Black Wind Cave. The Black Wind Cave is the closest to the city of Carlo and a quick evacuation from it in the event of an accident. The bottom line is this. It is the only one of the three areas where the terrain has no special debuffs. The icy cold valley and the poisonous swamp. One that was covered in ice and snow all year round, so chilly that even a transmogrifier would get frostbite or even freeze to death if they stayed there for too long. The other is filled with poisonous fog and the air is filled with deadly toxins that can kill you if you are not careful. Above all, the swampy terrain, which restricts movement too much. In contrast, the Black Wind Cave had a large number of monsters though. However, the environment was relatively normal and suitable for Sumo and the Holy Lord to utilize their full strength. After choosing the first target to hit, Holy Lord, prepare to depart. Sumo shouted loudly. With a low roar, the Holy Lord swooped down from the air and landed steadily beside Sumo. Going to conquer the world, Master? The Holy Lord's voice carried an uncontrollable excitement. As dragons and great demon mages, his dream is to conquer the world. Sumo smiled faintly and patted the Holy Lord's dragon scale, saying, "It's still early to conquer the world. But we can start with the Black Wind Cave." The Sacred Lord nodded, and his huge body rose up into the air, speeding in the direction of the Black Wind Cave. Soon, the outline of the Black Wind Cave came into view. It was a huge cave with a black mouth, as if it was a huge mouth that devoured everything. Around the cave entrance, some monster figures could be vaguely seen roaming around. Apparently, there were quite a few monsters here. Holy Lord, hover in the air first and observe the situation. Sumer whispered. Granted. A large number of 4th rank, and all 5th rank monsters in the current Black Wind Cave had entered the secret realm. He plus the Holy Lord had almost equal strength. But caution is still necessary. The Holy Lord understood and slowed down and began to hover in the air. Sumo carefully inspected the environment and monster distribution around the Black Wind Cave. The Black Wind Cave was mainly dominated by 3 types of monsters, the demon wolf, tarantula, and bloodbat. Among them, the demon wolves were the most numerous, occupying more than 80% of the entire cave. Holy Lord, prepare to strike. Yes, Master. The Holy Lord leapt down from the heights above the powerful impact directly smashed a deep hole in the ground. Rumble. Deafening explosions resounded throughout the Black Wind Cave. Tremble, bedbugs. The Sacred Lord roared, and his huge dragon tail swept over, directly collapsing a piece of the entrance to the Black Wind Cave. A gaping hole several meters wide was revealed. The demon wolves, tarantulas, and bloodbats around the cave entrance were dumbfounded by the sudden onslaught. By the time they reacted, a long tail lashed hard. Snap. Pust. It was accompanied by a stinging, tearing sound. The demonic wolf that bore the brunt of the attack was hardened into 2. The scarlet, brightly colored blood flowed out, followed by more monsters being smashed. Roar. Ow. There were howls of misery. The entrance to the Black Wind Cave was in chaos. But the Holy Lord did not stop attacking. Its huge dragon body swung violently, just like a dragon rolling over. The huge tail swept across the room. Boom. A thick vine was smashed to smithereens. A bloodbat screamed miserably and was jerked away. Boo. The Holy Lord stomped out with a claw. Directly stomped the head of a tarantula. Ow. A mournful wail drifted in mid-air. Each of the Holy Lord's attacks could cause great damage. After just a few seconds passed, the Black Wind Cave suffered heavy losses, with the number of deaths exceeding 500. Sumo on one side wasn't idle either. With a thought, the ghostly soldiers quickly emerged from the shadows. Spread out. Surround the Black Wind Cave, and don't spare any monsters above the 2nd rank. Yes. The ghost shadow soldiers transformed into countless shadows and ran in every direction. In the next moment, they emerged from the monster's shadow, and the shadow blades pierced the monster's vitals with precision. The wails of the demon wolves, the hissing of the tarantulas, and the shrill whistling of the bloodbats were intertwined. The entire entrance of the Black Wind Cave instantly turned into a killing battlefield. Roar. Just as the Holy Lord and the ghost shadow soldiers were killing the 2 deafening roars suddenly came from the depths of the Black Wind Cave. Immediately afterward, 2 huge figures rushed out from the cave and blocked in front of Sumo and the Holy Lord. A shadow demon wolf covered in black scales with scarlet eyes. The other was a 6-eyed tarantula with 6 eyes and a huge body. Their appearance instantly made the air around them depressing. Human, how dare you break into the Black Wind Cave and slaughter my people? The shadow demon wolf let out a low growl. Chapter 20, tearing apart a fourth-order monster with his bare hands. Seek death. The six eyes of the six-eyed tarantula flashed with a cold light at the same time, and its voice was sharp and piercing. Suemo frowned and immediately opened the 10,000 Spirits illustration, carefully analyzing the information of these two fourth-rank monsters. Race, Shadow Demon Wolf Bloodline Advancement. Rank, 4th Order, 5th Level. Power, 7,000. Agility, 7,000. Intelligence, 5,000. Spirit, 6,500. Ability, Shadow Claw, attacks with shadow energy, capable of tearing through enemy defenses and inflicting sustained damage. Weaknesses, Fear of Light attribute attacks, not immune to bright light exposure while in shadow sneak state. Suemo quickly swept through the Shadow Demon Wolf's information, secretly calculating in his heart. Light attribute attack. Unfortunately, I don't have any light skills, but the Holy Lord's dragon breath should be able to suppress it somewhat. Immediately after that, he turned his gaze to the six-eyed tarantula and continued his analysis. Race, six-eyed tarantula bloodline progression. Level, 4th Order, 6th Grade. Power, 6,800. Agility, 7,200. Intelligence, 6,000. Spirit, 7,000. Ability, Poisonous Spiderweb, ejects a poisonous spiderweb that can bind enemies and cause a continuous poisoning effect. Weakness, 6 eyes are its vitals. Once destroyed, its ability to see will be drastically reduced. After Suemo finished reading the information about the two monsters, he already had a countermeasure in his mind. He whispered to the Sacred Lord, leave the Shadow Demon Wolf to you, I'll deal with the six-eyed wolf spider. Remember, its weakness is light attribute attacks, try to suppress it with dragon breath. Master, I can handle both of them, I don't need your honorable hand. The dragon breath in the Holy Lord's mouth gulped and sputtered, not putting these two monsters in front of him in any way. I understand. Although the Holy Lord's rank was one rank behind the other party, its four-dimensional attributes had long since reached the 5th rank. Saying that these two fourth-ranked monsters were opponents of the Holy Lord was elevating these two monsters. The Holy Lord was able to level the playing field. But Sumer has to move his hands himself. He's been suppressed so hard this whole time. Ruthless to the point where he was on the verge of having a seizure himself. Today, he's like a beggar who suddenly has $1 billion fortune. One has to splurge hard to vent the bitterness of so many years. A mere second-rank summoner is worthy of making a move against me, really looking for death. The six-eyed wolf spider saw that such a mole cricket actually presumed to provoke himself. He burst into a rage and let out an earth-shaking roar. In the past, it was you monsters who invaded our human race's territory, but today I'm going to tell you. The tide of offense and defense is easily turned. Suemo opened his mouth indifferently, his voice was cold and filled with a rich aura of solemnity. For the past 10 years or so, the human race was retreating under the monster's encroachment and suffered heavy deaths and injuries. Countless human races died and even fell into the monster's food. Then from this day forward, the human race shall rise. Ha ha ha, human? Hearing Sumo's words, the six-eyed tarantula threw back its head and laughed as if it had heard some joke. Then, it looked at Suemo with a face full of mockery and said playfully, "Aren't you overestimating yourself? You're a tiny second-rank summoner, what are you going to fight me with? Then I'll kill you first before invading your city. Eat you people one bite at a time." Its six eyes flashed with a cold light as it stared at Suemo dead in the face, as if it was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Instead, Suemo just laughed coldly and turned on, attribute sharing. Power, 2,600 7,100. Agility, 2,600 7,100. Intelligence, 2,700 7,200. Spirit, 2,800 7,450. Sumo's attributes jumped to the middle to upper level of the 4th rank, and compared to the six-eyed tarantula, it was no less impressive. Dragon Spit. Suemo opened his mouth and a flame gushed out, sweeping towards the six-eyed wolf spider. Huffing and puffing, the scorching dragon flames left long trails of airwaves in the air. The blazing temperature burned the air around them as if it was going to melt. The six-eyed tarantula was dumbfounded at this. Summoners can still spit fire? This simply turned its perception upside down. No good. The six-eyed tarantula cried out in horror. In the next moment, it immediately spat out a greenish spider silk. The spider silk expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a tough barrier in front of the flames. Zira! The flames crashed into the spider silk, erupting in a series of charred odors. The spider silk was then seen to slowly begin to dissipate under the burning flames, eventually being burned through a hole. However, the flames were also cancelled out by 90% of their power, and some of the remaining power still caused the six-eyed wolf spider pain. Damn humans! The six-eyed tarantula violently opened its huge mouth and ejected a highly poisonous spider web that enveloped towards Sumo. Sumo's figure flickered and easily avoided the attack of the highly poisonous spider web. Shoo shoo shoo. But more highly poisonous spider webs enveloped them from all directions. As fast as Sumo's stance was, he couldn't dodge it. Dragon's breath. Unable to dodge, Sumo spat out several scorching dragon breaths one after another to meet those highly poisonous spider webs. Rumble. Violent explosions rang through the sky. Sparks splattered all over the place. And the six-eyed tarantula seized this opportunity. Countless spider silks as fine as cow hairs shot out from its 6 compound eyes. Snort! It was as dense as rain, blocking almost all of Sumo's evasion routes. Immediately, it moved quickly, closing in to within 3 meters of Sumo, and then its 6 sharp feet fiercely stabbed towards Sumo. With the fragile shell of a summoner, how could he possibly resist his own sharpness? With just one strike, he was able to viciously pin this human in place and be at his mercy. A wonderful scene floated in the six-eyed tarantula's mind. Pust. But soon the wonderful image came to an abrupt end. Because Sumo backhanded it and grabbed its sharp foot, holding it firmly in his hand. How did you do that? The six-eyed tarantula rounded its 6 eyes and said in shock. The force coming from Sumo's arm terrified it. It's actually more powerful than it is. But wasn't the other party a mere second-rank summoner? Why? The six-eyed tarantula struggled desperately. Nay, his own sharp feet were firmly held, and he could not break free at all. Sumo fiercely exerted his strength, and the huge body of the six-eyed tarantula was stiffly lifted up and held high in the mid-air. Then it fell heavily to the ground, smashing a large swath of trees and grass. Ow! The sharp pain caused the six-eyed tarantula to cry out miserably. Sumer took advantage of its illness. Swish! He instantly bullied his way forward, and his palm fiercely pressed on the six-eyed tarantula's backbone. Boom! The surging source power converged in his right fist, and a violent force coalesced on top of his fist and hammered it fiercely. Bang! A dull ringing sound spread out. The six-eyed tarantula's body immediately bowed, and the bones in its body crackled as if they were about to snap. But it is still not down. Only to see, Sumo's finger slightly flexed and violently flicked out. Click! The clear and pleasant ringing sound spread throughout the entire valley. As Sumo's forceful finger flicked on top of the 6 compound eyes of the six-eyed tarantula, the six-eyed tarantula's eyeballs were instantly flicked apart, revealing bright red blood and the whites of its eyes. Ah! A mournful and unmistakable wail rang out. The 6 eyes of the six-eyed tarantula oozed blood at the same time. Its breath quickly shriveled down, its body convulsed, and it had no will to resist. Sumer added a shot of dragon breath, burning the six-eyed tarantula into a dry corpse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 4th order, level 6 tarantula, and will receive the following quest rewards. Chapter 21, There's something wrong with the way it opens. Dogs, die. Sumo looked at the six-eyed tarantula that had turned into ashes in front of him, and his heart felt a surge of pleasure. This was the first time he had faced a 4th-rank monster alone, and although the process was a bit thrilling, in the end he was able to kill it with his own strength. This sense of accomplishment can only be described in one word. Cool to Grandma's house. It seems that I'm strong enough to deal with 4th-rank monsters. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord on the other side had long since resolved the battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 4th order, 6th order tarantula and a 4th order, 5th order shadow demon wolf, and will receive the following quest rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,500 experience points and 160 kill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the drop items, 2 C rank skill scrolls and 2 C rank equipments. Cool. This battle had not only allowed him to gain a large amount of experience value and kill value, but he had also harvested quite a lot of loot. C grade skill scroll, Concealment. Effects: the user can travel freely in the shadows, concealing his or her form and making it difficult to be detected. Duration, 30 seconds. See Great Skill Scroll, Toxic Touch. Effects: the user's attacks have a poisonous effect attached to them, inflicting sustained damage to the enemy, inflicting 100 points of toxin damage per second for 10 seconds. Grade C Equipment, Shadow Wrist Guard. Effect: boosts the user's strength attribute by 10%. Grade C Equipment, Poison Spider Boots. Effect: increases the user's agility attribute by 10%. Suemo looked at the loot in his hands and felt a surge of joy in his heart. These skills and equipment are only C rank, but they're already a very good boost for me. Without hesitation, he used up the Concealment and Poisonous Touch skill scrolls, instantly mastering these two new skills. Suemo nodded in satisfaction, and then equipped the Shadow Wrist Guard and Poison Spider's Boots. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Level, 2nd Order, 7th Grade. Strength, 3800 plus 570. Agility, 3800 plus 570. Intelligence, 4000. Spirit, 4300. Skill 1, All Souls Illustration Divine. Skill 2, 30% Attribute Sharing Divine. Skill 3, Concealment Grade C. Skill 4, Poisonous Touch C rank. Summoner, Holy Lord Dragon, SSS Class, 3rd Order. Special Ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning of Ghostly Shadow Core, currently 900 summonable. Special Ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. Equipment, Jasper Scale Armor Grade D, Shadow Wrist Wraps Grade C, Poison Spider's Boots Grade C. Kill Value, 562. Next, it's time to clean up the remaining monsters in the Black Wind Cave. Suemo looked deeper into the Black Wind Cave. Holy Lord, keep moving, leave no one behind. Yes, Master. The Holy Lord's Dragon's Breath opened the way and pushed it all the way across. Suemo followed closely behind, while the Ghost Shadow soldiers scattered around to make sure that no monsters could escape. Inside the Black Wind Cave, the remaining monsters had long been scared out of their wits by the battle just now. They fled in all directions, trying to evade the Holy Lord and Suemo. However, under the Holy Lord's Dragon Breath and Ghost Shadow soldiers' attacks, these monsters had nowhere to run. Ding, you have killed a 2nd stage 3rd degree demon wolf and gained 30 experience points. Ding, you have killed a 2nd order 1st class tarantula and gained 50 experience points. Ding, you have killed a 2nd order, level 7 blood bat, gaining 70 experience points and 1 kill point. The system's beeps continued to ring in Sumo's ears, and his experience value and kill value grew by leaps and bounds. Soon, the monsters within the Black Wind Cave were cleared out, and the entire cave became silent. There were only corpses everywhere and the smell of blood that filled the air, constantly irritating the nasal passages. So quick to kill. The Holy Lord licked his sharp claws, showing an expression of intent. Next, it's time to explore the treasures of the Black Wind Cave. Sumer was a little excited. As the Black Wind Cave was one of the 3 major monster nests in the desolate mountain range, there must be quite a few good things hidden inside. Perhaps, there were tons of good treasures that could boost his battle power. Soon, they found a huge treasure chest in a spacious cave. This is a surprise indeed. Sumer smiled and walked over to the treasure chest. Item, Black Wind Cave Treasure. Status, intact. Special purpose, contains a large number of precious items. There is a sealing magic array engraved inside, which needs to be unlocked in a special way. Note, this seal is very dangerous. If you fail to break it, the horrible energy contained in the seal will destroy the entire treasure trove. Please choose carefully. How to open: arrange them in order from left to right, and press the 5 runes on the treasure chest to unlock them respectively. This treasure chest even has anti-theft means. Sumer was startled. In his heart, he was secretly glad that he possessed the 10,000 souls illustration, otherwise that would be just being able to look and eat. It can torture people to death. Suemo followed the order of the tips and pressed the 5 runes on the treasure chest in turn. Buzz. As the last rune was pressed, the sealing magic array on the treasure chest slowly dissipated, emitting a slight buzzing sound. It worked! Suemo revealed a hint of joy. Let me see what treasures the Black Wind Cave has to offer. When Suemo opened the treasure chest with great anticipation, the expression on his face froze. No, huh? A treasure chest the size of a house, and that's all the crap that's in it? Item, broken iron sword. Material, common iron. Condition, rusty. Special purpose, none. A broken iron sword? Sumer frowned and picked up another item. Item, broken leather armor. Material, ordinary leather. Condition, multiple breaks. Special purpose, none. Sumo's face became increasingly ugly as he continued to rummage through the items within the treasure chest. As one item was turned over, the anticipation in Sumo's heart gradually turned into disappointment. The best thing he'd turned over so far was a C-ranked piece of equipment. And that equipment doesn't match his profession and can't be used yet. What the hell is this? This is the treasure of the Black Wind Cave? Sumo couldn't help but burst out, his heart bursting with speechlessness. He originally thought that the Black Wind Cave, as one of the 3 major monster lairs in the desolate mountain range, must be hiding a lot of good things inside, but it turned out that there were only these broken things. It shouldn't. Did I open it the wrong way? Sumer frowned. Chapter 22, Strange Ice-Cold Valley. The Black Wind Cave was a nest that used several 5th ranks to sit in. How can it be that there is only so much broken brass? Sumo opened the All Souls illustration, over and over again, not even sparing some of the fragments, attempting to find the great hidden treasure. However, no matter how much he rummaged around, there was nothing else inside the treasure chest except for these broken playthings. Sumo looked at the rags inside the treasure chest, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Do these broken things need to be kept in such a large treasure chest and guarded by a self-destructing magic array? Nima. This kind of crap is thrown to the street. I guess even a beggar is too lazy to pick it up, right? Forget it, since we can't find anything good, let's just leave. Sumer sighed. Take everything inside that's about to be E-rated or higher in one fell swoop. Granted, a large portion of the stuff in there he couldn't use. But selling it to other trannies is a small fortune. Master, where do we go to destroy next? The Holy Lord inquired. The icy cold valley and the poisonous miasma swamp are similar. But before I do, I need to eat and rest. After a day of fighting, even Sumo, as a transmogrifier, was a bit overwhelmed. He found a relatively safe place to rest. The treasures of the Black Wind Cave were a huge disappointment to him, but the harvest from today's battle was quite good. At least he had leveled up quite a bit and accumulated a lot of kill value. It's also closer to getting the next piece of the charm. While Sumer was resting, the defense line of Carlo City had finally been repaired by 70 to 80% thanks to the efforts of Zhang Ming, Wang Gang, and the others. It's fortunate that those monsters didn't take advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack during this time period, otherwise, there's a good chance that Carlo City wouldn't be able to hold on. The restoration work progressed smoothly, causing a slight hint of joy to appear on the faces of Wang Gang, Li Mu's, and the others. However, Zhang Ming's face remained grave. He clearly understood that the monster wouldn't give them much time and could launch the next wave of attack at any time. Don't take this lightly, people, those monsters aren't vegetarians. Zhang Ming stood on the city wall, his gaze sweeping over the crowd that was busy, his tone serious. They're probably holding back a bigger move, maybe the next attack will be even more violent. Wang Gang nodded and agreed, that's right, we can't let our guard down. The monsters are so cunning that they may already be planning their next attack. Zhang Ming frowned and suddenly remembered something and turned his head to ask. By the way, has Sumer been found yet? The coward? Probably already eaten by the monster. Wang Gang shook his head, a hint of disdain in his tone. At those words, Su Ming revealed a hint of melancholy. If he really dies, it won't be easy to explain to Deacon Lin. Before Deacon Lin left, he had asked him to take care of him as much as possible. Now I can't see anyone alive or dead. It's not easy to explain. Captain, he got himself killed and escaped. Even if he dies, Deacon Lin won't be able to say anything. Wang Gang said, full of concern. If he does get eaten by a monster, it'll kind of save us a lot of trouble. Su Ming shrugged and didn't say anything more, continuing to command the crowd to fortify their defenses and prepare for the next wave of monster attacks that might come. However, they don't know that Sumo had already annihilated the Black Wind Cave, one of the 3 major monster nests, and was preparing for his next move. Holy Lord, it's time for us to depart. After eating and drinking, Sumer got up. The Holy Lord appeared from the shadows, his huge dragon eyes glittering with excitement. Master, where do we go next? Next target, Ice Cold Valley. Although the icy cold valley had a harsh environment, to the Holy Lord of the Demon of Fire, that little bit of cold was nothing at all. And Sumo also had more confidence in his own strength. Especially in the battle just now, he had killed a 4th-ranked monster alone. It gave him a new appreciation for his fighting prowess. Let's go, we can do one more job before it gets dark. Suemo leaped onto the Sacred Lord's back and sped in the direction of the ice-cold valley. The Holy Lord was extremely fast, and the closer he got to the icy cold valley, the lower the temperature became, and the air was filled with a piercing cold current. A few moments later, Suemo arrived at the ice-cold valley, and the scene in front of him surprised him a bit. There were only sporadic low-level monsters roaming the icy cold valley. The most powerful ones were only around the first level of the second order. This is very different from the situation in the Black Wind Cave. As one of the 3 major monster nests in the desolate mountain range, the ice-cold valley should logically have quite a few powerful monsters entrenched in it. Strange, where did all the monsters from the ice-cold valley go? Suemo frowned, a trace of doubt and vigilance rising in his heart. Could it be that they are hiding and preparing to shade me? He looked around warily, suspecting that the monsters might be lying in wait in the shadows, ready to spring a surprise attack on him. In order to ensure safety, Suemo decided to let the Ghost Shadow Soldiers go scout around first. Ghost Shadow Soldiers, spread out and carefully search every corner of the ice-cold valley for any ambushes. Sumer ordered in a low voice. The Ghost Shadow Soldiers nodded wordlessly and quickly transformed into a dark shadow, disappearing in all directions of the ice-cold valley. Holy Lord, give me indiscriminate bombardment with dragon breath. The Holy Lord has commanded. The dragon's breath gulped, bombarding the ice-cold valley like a bomber. The Holy Lord's dragon's breath spewed down, and the ice-cold valley was suddenly ablaze with fire. The ice was melted by the heat, exposing the rock and dirt below. However, after some bombardment, there still wasn't any powerful monsters appearing in the icy cold valley. Not even a sign of an ambush. Sumer's frown tightened. Could it be that all the monsters in the ice-cold valley have really disappeared? Just then, the Ghost Shadow Soldiers returned one after another and reported the results of their exploration to him. Master, no powerful monsters have been found within the ice-cold valley, and there are no signs of an ambush. The voices of the Ghost Shadow Soldiers were cold and mechanical. What's this for? Where did they all go? Suemo nodded, and although he was puzzled in his heart, he was also relieved. Since there was no ambush, the next step was to explore the treasures of the ice-cold valley. He brought the Sacred Lord and the Ghost Shadow Soldiers to the depths of the ice-cold valley. The place was chilly and a huge treasure chest was soon found. The shape of this treasure chest was almost identical to that of the treasure chest in the Black Wind Cave, except that the entire body was cast in cold ice. One look at it gives you an icy cold feeling. The same sealing magic formation was engraved on it. Let's hope it's something good this time. Suemo secretly prayed in his heart. He followed the prompts of the Illustration of All Souls, and pressed the 5 runes on the treasure chest in turn, unlocking the seal. The treasure chest slowly opened, and Sumer probed at it with anticipation. However, the sight that met his eyes continued to disappoint him. Treasure chests were piled high with worn-out weapons and defenses, and even some food and herbs that had rotted. The good stuff is not at all. He had originally thought that the treasures of the ice-cold valley would be better than the Black Wind Cave, but it turned out to be these broken things. Decades of accumulation and this? Suemo couldn't help but spit it out, a breathlessness in his heart. Why are all these monsters so poor? It doesn't make sense. Granted, they're probably nowhere near as good as humans at forging and pharmaceuticals. But in the midst of all these decades of plundering, there should have been that much accumulation, more or less. In hindsight. Hey! Sumer sighed and was about to leave. Suddenly, a Ghost Shadow Soldier hurried over. Master, we found a hidden cave at the back of the ice-cold valley with powerful energy fluctuations inside. The Ghost Shadow Soldier reported in a low voice. Chapter 23, The Reason for the Formation of the Ice-Cold Valley. When Suemo heard this, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Hidden caves? Powerful energy fluctuations? Sumo's heart stirred, and he immediately thought of something. Could it be that all the treasures of the ice-cold valley are there? He immediately ordered, "Lead the way, let's go check it out." The Ghost Shadow Soldier led the way quickly ahead. Through the valley of ice and cold. A deep, narrow tunnel covered in shattered frost appeared in Sumo's field of vision. There is an ice-covered rock wall with a hidden cave entrance that is sealed by a thick layer of ice. If you don't look closely, you won't even notice. It's so tightly hidden, maybe there really is a treasure. He had the sacred lord melt the ice at the mouth of the cave with his dragon's breath, revealing a pitch-black cavern. "Go on, get in there," Suemo whispered, leading the Holy Lord and the ghost shadow soldiers into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, an incomparably cold and chilly air came over him. Ice-cold temperatures plummeted, freezing people to the bone. "It's cold. This place is literally scarier than the North Pole. It's worthy of being a gathering place for monsters with the cold ice attribute." Sumer couldn't help but rub his hands together. Luckily, he had 30% of the Holy Lord's fire attribute power. If a brittle second-rank summoner were to come here, they wouldn't be able to stand the bitter cold here. They followed the narrow, dark cavern inward, and the further in they went, the more spacious it became. Finally, Suemo stopped at the entrance of a huge ice chamber. The entrance to this ice chamber was small, but the inside was unusually wide. Inside, countless precious and rare crystals were piled up, glittering with a dazzling and brilliant blue light. Wisps of dense energy emanated from above these crystals. Item: Ice crystals. Grade: C. Status: Intact. Special purpose: containing a large amount of ice energy, it can be used to forge ice-attributed equipment or to enhance the power of ice-based skills. Ice crystals. A hint of surprise flashed in Sumo's eyes. These ice crystals are a good thing. Not only can it be used to forge equipment with cold attributes, but it can also enhance the power of cold skills. Although Suemo couldn't use it himself, these things were very sought after in the market. A cold ice crystal is worth 100,000 gold coins. There are at least a couple dozen of them here. All of a sudden, one becomes a millionaire. It seems that all of Ice Cold Valley's treasures are hidden here. Sumo's heart burst with excitement and immediately ordered the ghost shadow soldiers to move all of these cold ice crystal stones. Soon, all the cold ice crystals were all scavenged. "Keep looking and see if there are some other treasures," Sumer commanded. The crowd of ghost shadow soldiers immediately dispersed once again, searching for other treasures. Shortly afterward, a message came from the ghost shadow soldiers. They found another hidden underground cave. This cavern was deeper than the ice chamber, and the cold ice energy emanating from it was also more dense and pure. Suemo followed the ghostly soldier's guidance to the depths of the cave. The sight before him made him hold his breath. In the center of the cave, a huge ice pillar plunged straight to the top of the cave, emitting a dense cold energy. Around the icicle, countless tiny ice crystals floated in the air, twinkling like stars. The whole cave seemed like a world frozen in ice, and it was breathtakingly beautiful. "This is the ice vein." A hint of shock flashed in Sumo's eyes. The ice vein was one of the extremely rare earth veins that contained extremely terrifying energy. It can condense all sorts of strange crystal cores. Some cores can be used to forge equipment and enhance combat power. Some cores are used for refining medicines and leveling up bloodlines. All in all, the effects of the ice vein were varied and amazing. No wonder the ice-cold valley was formed, so it's because there's an ice vein here. His eyes lit up with excitement. The presence of ice veins means that there's probably an ice vein heart here. An extremely precious treasure that contained the core energy of the ice vein. It was a heavenly treasure that ice elemental transmutators could only dream of. The ice vein heart, that's priceless. Sumo's gaze scanned around the icicle and soon discovered where the heart of the ice vein was located. At the bottom of the icicle, a fist-sized ice blue crystal was suspended in midair, emitting a soft glow. The crystal was transparent, and it seemed as if there was liquid flowing inside, emitting a palpitating cold energy. Sure enough, it's the heart of the ice vein. Suemo was happy in his heart and was about to go forward to take the ice vein heart when he suddenly stopped. Wait, something's wrong. He was keenly aware that there seemed to be an invisible energy barrier around the ice vein heart, protecting it. Is this magic formation? Suemo opened the Universal Spirit Diagram and carefully analyzed the energy fluctuations around the ice vein heart. Item: Heart of Ice Vein. Grade: S. Status: Intact. Special use: containing the core energy of the ice vein, it can be used to forge top-grade ice attribute equipment or to enhance the power of ice-based skills. Birth condition: the heart of the ice vein is condensed by the energy of the ice vein after hundreds or even thousands of years, and can only be born in an extremely cold place and in an environment where the energy of the ice vein is extremely dense. Warning: there is a powerful guarding magic array around the heart of the ice vein. Forcing it to be broken will trigger a violent outburst of ice vein energy, which could lead to the collapse of the entire ice-cold valley. This ice vein heart has actually reached the S grade. Sumer's mouth split at the corners as he laughed. The value of the heart of the ice vein far exceeded his expectations, and it was actually an S-class treasure. A treasure of this level would drive even a high-ranked transmogrifier crazy, if it is put to proper use. 5th order progression to 6th order will increase the probability by at least 70%. And a ranked ice transmuter was even able to advance to the 6th rank with a high probability of 95%. Such a temptation would be fatal to any power. Sumo was excited in his heart, but he was also clear that the guardian magic array around the ice vein heart was not that easy to crack. Forcibly breaking the magic formation would not only trigger the ice vein energy to storm out. It could also lead to the collapse of the entire ice-cold valley and even spread to the city of Carlo. We can't act rashly, we must find a way to break the magic formation. Type of magic formation, Ice Guardian formation. Grade, A. Effect, guard the heart of the ice vein, preventing outsiders from forcibly seizing it. Once the magic array is destroyed, the ice vein energy will go out of control, triggering a massive cold explosion. Cracking method, there are periodic fluctuations in the energy flow of the magic array, and there will be a short period of weakness of 0.01 seconds. During the period of weakness, the defense of the magic array will drop dramatically, at which time the heart of ice vein can be safely taken. A brief fluctuation of 0.01 seconds? This is simply difficult to do. The solution is given in the All Souls illustration, though. But with a brief fluctuation of 0.01 seconds, this is an almost uncatchable window of time. With his current reaction speed and strength, he simply couldn't do it. Chapter 24, A Heavy Task and a Tight Schedule, I Wanna Go Faster. Holy Lord, can you accurately pass through the magic formation in 0.01 seconds and successfully take the ice vein heart? Easily doable if I can get my extreme speed ability back. The Holy Lord's implication is clear. It's a bit difficult when even a 5th order caliber Saint Master can't fetch the ice vein heart. Sumer was depressed. Grandma. It's so hard to come across an S-rank chance, but you can only stare at it? The feeling was like a beggar who had been hungry for 3 days seeing a table full of food, only to find themselves locked out and left to stare. Ding detected that the host has discovered S-class props for the first time, and is now issuing a mission. Getting S-class props within 48 hours will reward you with a large amount of kill value. The system's beep sounded at this time. Sumer was instantly energized. Whether it was for this S-ranked material or the reward of a large amount of kill value. This ice vein heart, he had to have it all. Holy Lord, let's go, to the poisonous miasma swamp. Sumer decisively ordered. Only by relying on the extreme speed ability of the rabbit charm could they break through the magic formation and take the ice vein heart within the short fluctuation period of 0.01 seconds. However, obtaining the rabbit talisman required a large amount of kill value, and the kill value he had in his hand right now was far from enough. The poisonous miasma swamp was located in the southwest direction of the desolate mountain range, not too far from the ice-cold valley. The Holy Lord is extremely fast. In less than half an hour, Sumo had already seen the outline of the poisonous miasma swamp. From afar, the poisonous miasma swamp was shrouded by a thick layer of green poisonous mist, and a pungent, fishy odor filled the air. The swamp was filled with rotting vegetation and mud puddles, and occasionally you could see the figures of some monsters looming in the poisonous mist. The poisonous fog here is deadly to a normal transmuter, but it's not much of a problem for me. He had 30% of the attributes shared by the Holy Lord, and the horse charm dispelled the effects of all external forces, enough to allow him to withstand the poisonous fog. I hope this poisonous miasma swamp won't be the same as the ice-cold valley, without monsters. Sumo's biggest worry right now wasn't that the number of monsters in the poisonous miasma swamp was too many and too strong and that he wasn't a match. He's worried that there are no monsters here. Then he'd really be cursing. Holy Lord, land, we'll start clearing from the periphery. The Holy Lord slowly landed on the edge of the poisonous miasma swamp, and Sumo jumped down from the dragon's back and summoned the Ghost Shadow Soldiers. Ghost Shadow Soldiers, spread out and hunt all the monsters you come across, leave no one behind. With Sumo's order, the Ghost Shadow Soldiers quickly dissipated into the surrounding darkness, diving deeper into the poisonous miasma swamp. The monsters in the poisonous miasma swamp were mainly of the poison family, and monsters such as poisonous snakes, poisonous scorpions, and poisonous spiders could be found everywhere. Most of these monsters were between 1st and 2nd rank, and occasionally they would encounter 3rd rank monsters. Ding, you have killed a 1st order, 5th ranked viper and gained 5 experience points. Ding, you have killed a 1st rank, First Class Poisonous Scorpion and gained 1 experience point. Ding, you have killed a second order level 7 Poison Spider Elite, gaining 50 experience points and 7 kill points. The system's beeps continued to ring in Sumo's ears, and his experience value and kill value grew by leaps and bounds. As Sumo and the Holy Lord advanced, the monsters in the poisonous miasma swamp began to frantically flee. However, with the Holy Lord's dragon breath and the ghost shadow soldiers chasing them down, these monsters had nowhere to run. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the depths of the poisonous miasma swamp. Sumo frowned and immediately opened the Universal Spirit illustration and looked towards the direction the voice came from. Race, Poisonous Swamp Python Elite. Level, 3rd Order, 9th Grade. Power, 6,200. Agility, 6,200. Intelligence, 6,000. Spirit, 6,000. Ability, Poison Spray, sprays a liquid with poison, causing a continuous poisoning effect on the enemy. Weaknesses, the head is its vital point, and once it is hit hard, its fighting ability will be drastically reduced. A 3rd Order, 9th level elite monster? A trace of excitement flashed in Sumo's eyes. With a monster of this level, the kill value reward must be very generous. The poisonous swamp python slowly emerged from the swamp, its huge body twisting and turning up a foul-smelling muddy water. The scarlet eyes stared at Sumo and the Holy Lord in death. Human, how dare you trespass on my territory? The poisonous swamp python opened its bloody mouth and let out a roar. Your territory? Sumo sneered, from today onwards, this is my hunting ground. Arrogant. The poisonous swamp python roared, and its huge tail was violently thrown out, fiercely jerking towards Sumo. However, the Holy Lord merely reached out lightly and firmly grasped the poisonous swamp python's tail. The immense strength prevented the poisonous swamp python from breaking free. A hint of contempt flashed in the Holy Lord's dragon eyes. How dare you take a shot at me with this much skill? The Holy Lord let out a low roar and fiercely exerted his strength, directly flinging the poisoned swamp python's tail out. Boom! The poisonous swamp python's huge body slammed heavily on the swampy ground, splashing a patch of muddy water. The fishy odor intensified, and something seemed to be hiding inside the swamp, gurgling up many dark bubbles. You! The poisonous swamp python was horrified and twisted its huge body to crawl away. However, its neck was pinched to death by the Holy Lord, and it was completely unable to move. With a single effort, the Holy Lord actually hardened the neck of the poisonous swamp python and tore off a section of its neck. Ka-ching! Blood spurted and spilled all over the field. The dragon's claws slammed down, directly pressing down on its head. Roar! The poisonous swamp python let out a painful hiss and struggled frantically, but the Holy Lord's strength far exceeded its imagination, and it was simply unable to break free. It's over. A cold light flashed in Sumo's eyes, and his figure flashed, instantly appearing at the head of the poisonous swamp python. Poisonous touch. Sumo's palm violently pressed on the head of the poisonous swamp python, and the highly toxic energy was instantly injected into its body. The poisonous swamp python's body stiffened violently, and then it began to convulse violently, and its huge body collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 3rd Order, 9th ranked poisonous swamp python elite, earning 2,000 experience points and 50 kill points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the drop, 1 piece of grade B equipment. Elite level monsters, is the burst rate this high? Looking at the dropped items, a flash of delight appeared on Sumo's face. Not only did he get the equivalent of a kill value equivalent to crossing 2 orders, but he even popped out B rank equipment that even 4th order monsters couldn't pop out. He quickly checked up on the information on the drop. Grade B equipment, Poison Python Armor. Effect, boosts the user's strength by 20% and immunizes them from most toxin damage. Not bad, just right for use in a poisonous swamp. Sumo nodded in satisfaction. He switched out the Aqua Scale Armor and then equipped the Poison Python Armor. Chapter 25, I kill mine, you run yours. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Level, 2nd Order, 9th Grade. Strength, 4,000 plus 1,200. Agility, 4,000 plus 800. Intelligence, 4,300. Spirit, 4,500. Skill 1, All Souls Illustration Divine. Skill 2, 30% Attribute Sharing Divine. Skill 3, Concealment Level C. Skill 4, Poisonous Touch C rank. Summon, Holy Lord Dragon, SSS Class, 3rd Order. Special ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning of Ghostly Shadow Core, currently 900 summonable. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. Equipment, Poison Python Armor Grade B, Shadow Wrist Wraps Grade C, Poison Spider Boots Grade C. Kill value, 632. There are still 368 points of kill value left to exchange for the Rabbit Charm. A smile appeared at the corner of Sumo's mouth. The harvest this time was great, and he had become much stronger again. Keep going. Ding, you have killed a second stage, 5th ranked Viper and gained 50 experience points. Ding, you have killed a 3rd order, 2nd grade poisonous scorpion, gaining 300 experience points and 25 kill points. In the core area of the poisonous miasma swamp, the thick poisonous fog almost condensed into substance. The air was filled with a suffocating, fishy odor. This was the most dangerous part of the poisonous miasma swamp, and it was also the habitat of monsters of the 4th rank and above. At this moment, the poison bee queen was hovering in mid-air, her wings gently flapping. An icy glint flashed in the scarlet compound eyes. The other 2 4th rank monsters, the corrosive giant crocodile and the poison ivy demon, stood on either side of her and were discussing something. Your Majesty, we just received word that someone has invaded our nest. Just then, a venomous bee came running in to report. Invasion? The people? Are you sure? A flicker of contempt flashed in the queen of the poisonous bee's compound eyes. Haven't they already been beaten by us and cowering in the city, unable to even keep their own homes? How dare they still come to our territory? Yes, Your Majesty. The corrosive poison giant crocodile on the side sneered. This is how they know that we will definitely break the city next time. This is getting ready to break, huh? The poisonous vine demon's several vines swayed in the swamp and also picked up the conversation. That group of losers is really useless. You're no match for us in your own territory, and you still dare to come to our place to act recklessly. It's just the right time to seize this opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop, and fulfill the task given by the adults. How many people? The poison bee queen's voice was cold and piercing, and a hint of impatience flashed in her scarlet compound eyes. Back to the Empress, there is only one person. The venomous wasp shuddered and replied. One. The queen of venomous bees' wings snapped to a halt, and with a piercing buzzing sound, Are you sure you're right? A single person dared to break into the core area of the poisonous miasma swamp? The way I see it, he was ostracized by his own pack and deliberately came here to die. The poison ivy demon shook its branches. A man you come to disturb us? Is it trying to get killed? The carrion poison giant crocodile stared at the poisonous wasp, its eyes filled with a ferocious bloodthirsty light. It lifted its foot and took a step forward, its sharp nails emitting a ghostly cold aura, as if it wanted to tear the poisonous bee apart. Great! Lord, I'm not mistaken, that is indeed a person. The venomous bee was shivering with fear. That human seems to be followed by a dragon clan, the brethren are no match for him at all, and were massacred to death. We can't resist, that's what. Dragons? The poison bee queen's compound eyes opened to their maximum in shock. Even the vibration frequency of the wings suddenly accelerated, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. Are you sure it's a dragon? The corrupted poison giant crocodile hurriedly pursued the question. Sharp claws clenched involuntarily, and the swampy ground shook slightly with its power. Yes. Yes, my lord. The varmint replied with a shudder, and that dragon was huge, and when the dragon's breath sprayed, our brethren were burned to ashes. How did the dragon race join forces with the human race? There was a hint of unease in the poison ivy demon's voice, and the vines twisted uneasily in the swamp as This can't be right. The dragon race has always been high and proud, how could they possibly stoop to the level of the human race? And it was only right that in their area, other than Lord Black King, there were no other dragon creatures. Could it be that dragon rider? The voice of the carrion giant crocodile was low, with a hint of trembling. Having heard what was said, whether it was the poison bee queen or the poison ivy demon, their pupils instantly contracted. They recalled the dragon roar on the battlefield. It's because of that dragon's roar. It was only then that they had to retreat from the rhythm of attacking Carlo City for a while to come back and see what was going on. That Dragon Knight really came here? And killed our territory? Both the Poison Bee Queen and the Poison Ivy Demon were a bit flustered. After all, the Dragon Knight was an existence that even their Lord Black King was afraid of. What do we do? What do we do? If that Dragon Rider suddenly attacks? The Carrion Giant Crocodile and the Poison Ivy Demon were in a deep panic. In particular, the huge body of the Carrion Giant Crocodile couldn't stop shivering. Retreat! Retreat at once! The Queen of Poisonous Bees reacted and made a decision without hesitation. If that Dragon Knight came to his door, he would surely be wiped out completely and die without a burial place. As for revenge? Just kidding. That was a legend-ranked powerhouse. They were probably no match even if they put their best foot forward. Lords, that person doesn't seem to be a Dragon Knight, but a summoner. At this time, the Poisonous Bee finally summoned up enough courage to whisper a reminder. What? Not a Dragon Rider but a summoner? A flash of dismay flashed through the Venomous Bee Queen's compound eyes, but she immediately regained her composure. Are you sure it's a summoner? Not a Dragon Rider? There was a hint of skepticism in the Carrion Giant Crocodile's voice. The original tense body also slowly relaxed, and the vibration of the swampy ground diminished. Yes. Yes, my lord. The venomous wasp shuddered and replied, that human is indeed a summoner no less. His rank is no more than 4th rank at most. It should be around 7th or 8th rank of the 3rd rank. A 3rd rank 7th or 8th level summoner? The poisonous vine demon's vine slowly twisted in the swamp with a hint of doubt in its voice. Since when is there a dragon summoner in Karo City? How come we've never heard of it? A flicker of thought flashed through the Venomous Bee Queen's compound eyes, and her wings flapped gently. Could it be someone from the next door, Tianfeng City? The frequency of their activities in the Barren Mountains has indeed become greater recently. Skywind City? Those guys are a little better than Karo City, but they don't have a dragon summoner, do they? The dragon race was an extremely proud existence. How could they easily sign a summoning contract with a human? Besides, there's no way we didn't get any news about them going through the Misty Canyon. Whoever he is, since it's not that Dragon Rider, we don't have to worry too much. There was a hint of coldness in the Poison Bee Queen's voice that a 3rd rank 7th or 8th level summoner can't make any big waves even if he has a dragon companion. But that dragon doesn't seem weak. Venomous Bee said, cautiously. Our brethren were no match for it at all, and were massacred to death. The dragons are better. Since he dares to come, let him have no return. By killing it and swallowing its bloodline, we will definitely be able to obtain heaven-defying benefits. The Poison Bee Queen's face showed a strong look of greed. What do you mean? Said the Carrion Giant Crocodile with a hint of excitement in his voice. Gather all the sons and daughters and prepare to meet the battle. The Queen of the Poisonous Bee's voice was cold and piercing. I'd like to see what this so-called dragon summoner is capable of. Dare to come to our territory and make trouble. Good. The corrosive Poison Giant Crocodile and the Poison Vine Demon responded in unison, and then quickly moved into action. The Poison Bee Queen was suspended in mid-air, an icy light flashing in her scarlet compound eyes. Her wings flapped gently, emitting a low humming sound as if conveying some sort of command. 6th Order Dragon Knights, they were coy. Summoner of the 3rd Order strikes hard. Chapter 26, Swallow this Dragon. Soon, the entire core area of the poisonous miasma swamp began to stir. Countless poisonous bees converged from all directions, and poisonous snakes, scorpions, poisonous spiders, and other monsters crawled out from the depths of the swamp. Densely gathered around the Queen of Poisonous Bees. Human, since you dared to come, don't think you'll leave alive. There was a hint of cruelty in the Queen of the Poisonous Bees' voice. I'll let you know the price of trespassing into the poisonous miasma swamp. Meanwhile, Suemo had already led the Holy Lord and the Ghost Shadow soldiers to approach the core area of the poisonous miasma swamp. Up ahead is the core area. A hint of caution flashed in Sumo's eyes. He could feel that the poisonous fog ahead was even denser, and the air was filled with a palpitating sense of oppression. Holy Lord, be careful, there might be a big guy here. Suemo reminded. Don't worry, Master, no matter what kind of monster it is, I will tear them to pieces. The Holy Lord's dragon eyes flashed with battle intent. Sumer nodded and continued to push forward. Buzz. Suddenly, a dense buzzing sound came from the poisonous fog ahead. Immediately afterward, countless poisonous bees flew out of the poisonous mist and pounced crazily towards Suemo and the Holy Lord. Coming! A cold light flashed in Sumo's eyes. Ghost soldiers, prepare for battle. The ghost shadow soldiers nodded wordlessly and quickly transformed into a dark shadow to meet those poisonous bees. Dragon's breath. The holy claimer's mouth spewed out a fiery dragon's breath, instantly burning a large swath of poisonous bees to ashes. Ding, you have killed a first order, first-class poisonous wasp and gained 1 experience point. Ding, you have killed a first order, third-degree poisonous wasp and gained 3 experience points. Ding, you have killed a second order, first-class poisonous wasp and gained 10 experience points. However, the number of poisonous bees is just too much. As if it were endless, it came from all directions. A black tide of insects formed in front of Sumo. Kill! Sumo roared, and a monstrous flame ignited on his body. The fire element lingered around his body, burning those poisonous bees that approached into ashes. A bunch of bedbugs, daring to run wild in my presence. The Holy Lord frowned in great disgust, and a huge mite was violently released from his body. Rumble. The heavens and earth trembled as if the end had come, and a terrifying dragon's might enveloped the entire swamp. Under the majestic aura of the Holy Lord, all the poisonous bees trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. What kind of dragon power is this? My God! I can't believe I'm scared out of my wits. Run! Countless poisonous bees in the swamp shrieked and turned their heads to flee. Humph! A hint of sneer appeared at the corner of the Holy Lord's mouth, his eyes filled with contempt. A mere group of mole crickets, how dare they provoke their majesty? It's really out of your league. These poisonous wasps are just cannon fodder, the real big guys haven't shown up yet. Who are secretly observing all this? A flash of gravity flashed across the eyes of the poison bee queen, the corrosive poison giant crocodile, and the poison ivy demon. This dragon power is so terrifying. A mere third-ranked dragon clan could possess battle power comparable to a fourth-ranked one. It's really extraordinary. But the more so, the more they wanted to devour the Holy Lord's flesh and blood. The sacred body contained a strong and unrivaled bloodline power within it. Once you've devoured the Holy Lord, they were definitely capable of shedding their bones and advancing to a higher level of living beings. The 3 of us will be able to take it down together, but I'm afraid we'll pay a small price. A trace of scorn flashed in the eyes of the carrion poison giant crocodile. Against this dragon, we can't fight hard, we have to find a way to outsmart it. That dragon may be powerful, but it was summoned by that summoner after all. As long as we take care of that summoner, we'll have a much better chance of winning. The poison bee queen's body glowed with a light green aura, and her eyes were filled with ferocity. As long as we kill that summoner, the dragons are nothing to fear. The carrion giant nodded, his voice low. I'll stall the dragon head on, poison bee queen you flank it, and poison ivy demon you're in charge of sneaking up on that summoner. Let's divide and conquer quickly. Yes. The poison bee queen and poison ivy demon responded in unison. The moment the battle plan was formulated, the poison bee queen and the corrosive poison giant crocodile then stopped hiding their tracks and rushed out of the swamp. Wow! The mud splattered in all directions smelled heavily fishy. Here comes the big guy. Sumer immediately stopped advancing and watched cautiously and warily. Race, Queen of the Poison Bee race. Rank, 4th Order, 9th level. Power, 7,500. Agility, 8,500. Intelligence, 7,500. Spirit, 7,500. Ability, Poison Spike Piercing. Tailed poison spikes can instantly pierce an enemy's defenses and infuse them with a deadly toxin, causing sustained damage. Weakness, her wings are her vitals, once damaged, her ability to fly will be drastically reduced. Another message, also revealed under the All Souls illustration. Race, Carrion Crocodile. Rank, 4th Order, 9th level. Power, 8,500. Agility, 7,500. Intelligence, 7,000. Spirit, 7,000. Ability, Corrosive Bite. A giant crocodile's bite is incredibly powerful and its teeth are tainted with a corrosive toxin that rips through enemy defenses and inflicts sustained damage. Weaknesses, the abdomen is its vital point, and its defense is low. 2 4th Order, 9th rank monsters. It seems like they are the 2 most powerful monsters in this poisonous miasma swamp at the moment. Although he was facing 2 monsters of the 4th Order and 9th grade. Suamo was also just wary, not fearful in any way. With the Holy Lord's attributes that had now reached the 5th rank, it wasn't to say that he was crushing the other party, but he still held a relatively large advantage. Holy Lord, be careful, these two monsters are not simple. Suemo reminded the Holy Lord to be careful and informed him of the opponent's weaknesses and abilities. Don't worry, Master, a mere 2 mole crickets are not enough to threaten me. The Holy Lord's dragon eyes flashed with battle intent. The dragon's might erupted once again, and the air around them seemed to freeze. When the Poison Bee Queen and the corrosive poison giant crocodile felt the dragon might of the Holy Lord, a hint of scorn flashed in their eyes, but it was quickly replaced by greed. Kill! The Poison Bee Queen roared, her wings vibrating violently, instantly transforming into a black shadow as she sped towards the Holy Lord. Her tail's poisonous sting flashed with a cold light, aiming straight for the Holy Lord's head. Off, bedbug! The sacred claimer spat out a dragon's breath that swept towards the Queen of Poisonous Bees. The Poison Bee Queen flapped her wings and her figure drew a bizarre arc in the air, narrowly avoiding the Holy Lord's dragon breath. The fiery dragon's breath grazed her wing, leaving a scorched mark. The smell of burning was in the air. Whoosh! Then, a thick poisonous stinger shot out from the Poison Bee Queen's arm. The poisonous needle emitted an icy cold light and headed straight for the Holy Lord's face. The Saint Lord swung his dragon claw to grab out, and it immediately collided with the poisonous needles. Bump! The Holy Lord directly crushed the poisonous needles into smithereens with a claw. Chapter 27, This Summoner Has Fallen Alone. Wow! Just as the Holy Lord and the Poison Bee Queen engaged in battle, the corrosive poison giant crocodile disappeared from the depths of the swamp to kill. Its massive body was like a small mountain, and its huge claws carried corrosive venom as it slammed into the Holy Lord's abdomen. Off! The Saint Lord's figure quickly rose into the air, avoiding the attack of the corrosive poison giant crocodile. Why would a third-ranked dragon fly? The pupils of the corrupted poison giant crocodile's eyes shrunk slightly. Instant giggle. Their Lord Black King, too, had gained the ability to fly only after breaking through to the 5th rank, obtaining a dragon origin fruit and evolving his bloodline to a rank. This dragon clan in front of me can fly at the 3rd rank. Wouldn't it indicate that its bloodline starts out as a rank? A dragon race with such a high bloodline grade was extremely rare even amongst the dragon race. If I can swallow its bloodline essence, I might have a chance to evolve my dragon bloodline. A burst of brilliant light bloomed in the eyes of the corrupted poison giant crocodile. This was the first time it had ever met a dragon. Thus sprang up in the heart an infinite longing to. As long as he swallowed this dragon race, he would have a chance to evolve into an A-class bloodline. Without waiting for it to think too much, however. The mouth of the Holy Advocate in mid-air spewed out a fiery dragon's breath, aiming straight for its neck. Hiss! The carrion poison giant crocodile sucked in a breath of cool air and hastily dodged. Thumbs up! Its scales were scorched with a charred black mark. He then hurriedly disappeared into the swamp, temporarily avoiding the Holy Lord's attack. Huffing and puffing. A violent gasping sound was transmitted, and the corrosive poison giant crocodile's eyes carried panic. It had just been almost roasted by the Holy Lord's dragon breath. Good chance. The Poison Bee Queen saw that the Holy Lord had been attracted by the corrupted poison giant crocodile and felt that the opportunity had arrived. Buzz off! The 7 wings behind her flapped madly, turning into a wisp of ghostly blue streaming light that swept sharply towards the Holy Lord. Go to hell! The poisonous stinger on the queen bee's tail violently stabbed out. However, the Holy Lord's reaction speed far exceeded her imagination. Just at the moment when the poisonous stinger was about to strike, the Holy Lord's dragon claw swung violently, directly slapping the Poison Bee Queen out of the way. Bang! The venomous Bee Queen's body slammed heavily into the ground, splattering a cloud of muddy water. Her wings were torn apart by the Holy Lord's dragon claws, dripping with blood, and the intense pain caused her to let out a mournful scream. A mere mole cricket, how dare you sneak up on me? The Sacred Lord coldly looked at the Poison Bee Queen who had fallen to the ground, his dragon eyes filled with contempt. Stretching out his huge dragon claw, he directly stepped on the head of the Queen of Poison Bees, looking down on her. The Poison Bee Queen's body was firmly imprisoned by the Holy Lord, unable to move in the slightest. A mouthful of sizzling dragon flame was rapidly brewing in the Holy Lord's mouth. In just a blink of an eye, Long Yen was able to fall and incinerate the entire body of the Poison Bee Queen. Don't kill me! The venomous Bee Queen's eyes were wide and her face was covered in fear. She struggled, knowing there was no escape. Solely exerting all his strength, he fiercely stabbed the poisonous sting of his tail at the Holy Lord's abdomen. Put! The poisonous thorns pierced into the Holy Lord's scales, and the venom was instantly injected into the Holy Lord's body. Chang. Succeeded. The poison bee queen froze, then became ecstatic. Ha ha ha. You've been poisoned by me, even if you're a dragon, you're bound to die. However, the Holy Lord only looked at her coldly, without the slightest bit of panic in his dragon eyes. You think that a mere venom can hurt me? The Holy Lord's voice was cold and piercing. The poison bee queen's laughter came to a screeching halt, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She realized that the Holy Lord's body didn't even show the slightest sign of being poisoned, but instead, the dragon's breath grew hotter and hotter. This is impossible. The poison bee queen cried out in disbelief. Meh. A lowly monster is a lowly monster. The sacred lord sneered as he violently opened his mouth and a fiery dragon's breath gushed out. No! Before the queen of poisonous bees' screams could fall, she was completely engulfed by the dragon's breath. Her body instantly turned into ashes in the heat, not even a single remnant left behind. Dead. Dead? The queen of the poisonous bees just died? The corrosive poison giant crocodile and the poisonous vine demon that had been hiding in the shadows were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. How is this possible? There was a hint of trembling in the voice of the corrupted poison giant crocodile. The venomous bee queen's venom is actually ineffective against it? The poisonous wasp queen's toxin, even for a fifth-order existence, was hit. If you don't die, you will be seriously injured, thus your strength will be greatly reduced. Why wasn't there the slightest problem with the dragons in front of us? Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 4th order, 9th ranked poisonous bee queen, gaining 5,000 experience points and 75 kill points. Took care of one pretty well. Suemo looked at the venomous bee queen in front of him, who had already turned into ashes. Next, it's time to tackle the remaining 2 monsters. Sumo's gaze turned to the corrosive poison giant crocodile. This glance directly caused the corrosive poison giant crocodile to shudder. This dragon is too strong. We're no match for it at all. Escape. Run. The carrion poison giant crocodile wasn't stupid, and naturally knew clearly that the Holy Lord's strength was far above his. He, who was originally thinking of devouring the Saint Lord's bloodline, directly gave up on continuing to tangle with the Saint Lord and turned around to burrow into the swamp. However, how could the Holy Lord give it a chance to escape? A flame emerged from its body and its body shot up into the sky, chasing after the corrosive poison giant crocodile. Rumble. The swamp churns and the poisonous mist steams. The Holy Lord followed closely behind the corrosive poison giant crocodile, constantly closing in on the other party. The carrion poison giant crocodile was scared out of its wits and fled frantically, not daring to stop. However, the Holy Lord's speed was even faster, crossing a distance of 100 feet in almost an instant and appearing behind it. See the situation. The carrion giant swam deeper into the swamp in a frenzy. Humph. Dying struggle. The Holy Lord keened and accelerated again. Ow. A terrifying dragon might envelop the swamp, shaking the swamp and causing it to set off 10,000-meter waves. Boom boom boom. The Holy Lord's dragon body traversed the sky like an angry dragon, roaring as it pounced on the corrosive poison giant crocodile. One more? Just as the Holy Lord was chasing down the corrosive poison giant crocodile, Suemo discovered the poison ivy demon hiding in the shadows through the All Souls illustration. Race, poison ivy demon plant race. Rank, 4th order, 9th level. Power, 8,000. Agility, 7,000. Intelligence, 7,500. Spirit, 8,000. Ability, Poison Ivy Twist, ability to manipulate poison ivy to bind enemies and infuse them with toxins for sustained damage. Weakness, Fear of Fire, heat can weaken its poison ivy. Great, it's a 4th order monster. Suemo couldn't help but show a hint of a smile on his face. Only killing 2 4th order 9th rank monsters, the kill value is definitely not enough for 1,000. If he were to kill another 4th rank 9th rank monster, it should almost be enough. This guy wants to run? Sacred Lord, kill this corrosive poison giant crocodile slowly. Sumer gave an account of a leap from the top of the Holy Lord's body. This human summoner fell off the wagon? Good chance. The poisonous vine demon, who was originally prepared to quietly withdraw, saw Suemo leap down from the Holy Lord. The thought of a sneak attack was born in his mind. Chapter 28, The Beauty of Running in Both Directions. A mere summoner who dares to act alone, really looking for death. Kill him, and that dragon will not be enough to fear. The poisonous vine demon laughed coldly in his heart as his vines quietly squirmed in the swamp, preparing to launch a fatal strike against Suemo. After Suemo landed on the ground, his gaze coldly scanned the surroundings, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He had long since detected the presence of the poison ivy demon through the 10,000 spirits illustration. This moment was merely a deliberate attempt to reveal a breach and lure it into a trap. Both sides are quietly moving towards each other. It came to a two-way run of goodness. It is now. Poison ivy twist. When the poisonous vine demon saw that Suemo seemed to be defenseless, he was overjoyed. Surging out of the swamp, countless poisonous vines swept towards Suemo like a giant python. Oh, finally couldn't hold back? Suemo sneered. The C-rank skill concealment was activated. Just at the moment when the poisonous vines were about to touch Suemo's figure suddenly disappeared in place. What? The poisonous vine demon was startled, and his vines waved randomly in the air, but his grip was empty. Are you looking for me? Sumo's voice came from behind the poisonous vine demon with a hint of teasing in his tone. The poison ivy demon turned around violently, only to see Suemo standing right behind it. When did you kid dodge my attack? Poison ivy demon was incredulous. Did summoners have the ability to instantly move? However, he was surprised but not worried. A tiny summoner was just a tiny summoner. In front of him, he was still an ant with his hand in the air. Sumo's body moved and rushed towards the poison ivy demon. Summoner playing melee with me, who do you think you are? The poisonous vine demon laughed coldly as its vines danced crazily. Who doesn't know that a summoner without a summoner is a piece of trash with no hands? However, Sumo's silhouette was like a ghost weaving between the vines, and the poison ivy demon's attacks couldn't even touch him in the slightest. How can that be? There was a hint of panic in the poisonous vine demon's voice. How can you be so fast for a summoner? Summoner? The corners of Sumo's mouth rose slightly, and... Who told you that there can't be melee combat? His current 4-dimensional attributes, along with the 30% attribute sharing of the Holy Lord, had also reached the threshold of the 5th rank. It wasn't much less than a normal melee professional. Before the words fell, Sumo's figure accelerated violently and instantly appeared at the core of the poison ivy demon. The poisonous vine demon was shocked and hurriedly used its vines to weave a hard shield in front of itself, trying to block Suemo. Who? Suemo opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dragon flame, scorching it on top of the shield. Bang! The poisonous vine demon's vines were instantly melted and destroyed. The poison ivy demon stifled a grunt and fell back a few steps. The eyes became more and more appalled. No. Summoner breathes fire? Is that right? What kind of monster are you? You? The poisonous vine demon's voice had a hint of trembling in it, and the vines waved haphazardly in the air, trying to pull away from Suemo. It had never seen a summoner capable of spewing dragon flame, let alone possessing such terrifying speed and melee abilities. Monster? Suemo sneered, a cold light flashed in his eyes and... I feel more like a human than you monsters who invade the human race. Before the words fell, Sumo's figure accelerated once again, instantly closing in on the poison ivy demon. Enhanced by the dragon's breath. The poisonous vine demon was restrained to death and could not resist at all. Bang, bang, bang. A violent crash resounded. The poison ivy demon was losing ground and was completely caught in a beaten situation. Bastard, you're a bully. The poisonous vine demon roared, its vine whip flinging wildly like a snake. However, its main body fled towards the depths of the swamp, obviously preparing to escape. Ghost soldiers, stop it for me. Sumer said in a deep voice. Shoo shoo shoo. Dozens of figures appeared out of nowhere, blocking the poison ivy demon's path. What is this thing? Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, the poison ivy demon was shocked. It sensed the danger and the vines contracted sharply, stabbing towards one of the figures. However, the moment its vine whip had just touched the figure, it strangely collapsed away. What the hell? The poison ivy demon froze. Die. Suemo took the opportunity to get close to the poison ivy demon and slapped his palm hard on the poison ivy demon's body. Put. The poisonous touch was instantly activated, and the toxin was quickly injected into the poison ivy demon's body. The The poisonous vine demon let out a miserable scream, and its vines twisted crazily in an attempt to break free from Sumo's attack. However, the toxin had spread rapidly. Its body gradually stiffened, and its canes drooped helplessly. You even have a poisonous skill? The poisonous vine demon was infinitely remorseful as he was terrified. This summoner was definitely the weirdest, most terrifying summoner he had ever seen. He regretted why he didn't run away in the first place and chose to attack instead. Unfortunately, regret is no longer useful. While the poison ivy demon was paralyzed by the toxin, one after another, the dragon's breath slammed towards the core of the poison ivy demon. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a deafening roar, the poison ivy demon's blood slot plummeted crazily. Ah! It fought with its last ounce of strength and let out a wail of agony. In the end, it was reduced to flying dust under the bombardment of the dragon's breath. And just at the moment of the poison ivy demon's death, the Holy Lord, who had already beaten the corrosive poison giant crocodile half to death, saw the opportunity to. A direct claw smashed the head of the corrosive poison giant crocodile. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and the huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, completely losing its life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 4th order, 9th grade poison ivy demon, earning 5,000 experience points and 75 kill points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 4th order, 9th ranked corrosive poison giant crocodile, earning 5,000 experience points and 75 kill points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully raising his level to the 3rd rank of the 3rd order. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the drop 1B rank skill scroll. Sumo looked at the system prompts and a smile of satisfaction appeared at the corner of his mouth. Grade B Magic Scroll, Battle Spirit Boiling. Effects: user can activate Battle Spirit Boiling in battle, greatly enhancing his/her will to fight and reflexes, lasts for 10 minutes, during which the user's 4-dimensional attributes are increased by 50%. Side effects: after using it, he/she will fall into a 1-day period of weakness. Summon objects can also be used. This skill, it's strong. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Sumo's eyes. This skill had certain side effects though. However, it is able to dramatically increase one's output ability at critical moments, and is considered a life-saving skill. The bottom line is this. It would be very counterintuitive for the summons to be able to enjoy the attribute boost of this skill as well. Summoner, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS can be advanced. Status, mutilated missing 12 charms. Level, 3rd order, 9th grade. Power, 17,000. Agility, 17,000. Intelligence, 17,000. Spirit, 18,000. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge amounts of fire damage to enemies within its range, with the damage increasing with level. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core, summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is level dependent, currently can summon 3,000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. With the Holy Lord's current 17,000 4-dimensional attributes, with the addition of 50% Battle Spirit Boiling, it can directly soar to around 25,000. What a concept! Sumo's eyes blossomed with an exquisite aura. Study. Chapter 29, Beyond the Holy Lord. Sumo did not hesitate to use up the skill scroll. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the B rank skill, Battle Spirit Boiling. As the system's beep sounded, another powerful ability was added to Sumo's skill bar. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Rank, 3rd order, 3rd level. Power, 5,000 plus 1,500. Agility, 5,000 plus 1,000. Intelligence, 5,500. Spirit, 5,700. Skill 1, All Souls Illustration Divine. Skill 2, 40% Attribute Sharing Divine. Skill 3, Concealment Level C. Skill 4, Poisonous Touch C rank. Skill 5, Battle Spirit Boiling Grade B. Summoner, Holy Lord Dragon, SSS Class, 3rd Order. Special Ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning Ghost Shadow Core, currently summonable number 1200. Special Ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. Equipment, Poison Python Armor Grade B, Shadow Wrist Wraps Grade C, Poison Spider Boots Grade C. Kill Value, 942. My 4-dimensional attributes seem to be more powerful than the Holy Lord's now. Sumo looked at his attribute panel and couldn't help but feel a little excited. As you level up, attribute sharing comes to 40%. 2 Holy Lords, that's 80% attribute sharing. Strength, 6500 plus 13600. Agility, 6000 plus 13600. Intelligence, 5500 plus 13600. Spirit, 5700 plus 14400. My 4-dimensional attributes went straight to 20,000. The 4-dimensional attributes directly broke through 20,000, which was already at the level of around 5th rank 5. Placed amongst the entire human race of transmigrators, they could be considered strong. Even in some small cities, the city lord might not even have this kind of strength. Among the city of Carlo, there were no more than a handful of people whose 4-dimensional attributes were higher than his. And he had come this far from an ordinary man in only about 2 days. It is a miracle. Getting the word out could certainly cause an uproar. Ding, there are 32 hours left until the end of the mission, so please complete the mission as soon as possible. Got it. In the face of the system's urging, Sumo was also somewhat helpless. A slight frown appeared on his face, and a look of worry appeared on his face. Granted, he had decimated 3 4th rank, 9th rank monsters and gained more than 200 kill points. But it's still 58 points away from 1000 kills. It doesn't seem like much, but it's actually very difficult to get. He's at the 3rd rank of the 3rd order now. Only kills of this level and above will gain kill value. And the monsters in this poisonous miasma swamp had already been killed by him by nearly 70 to 80%. Definitely couldn't scrape together that many 3rd order monsters. Leveling up so fast isn't a good thing. Damn it. Where the hell did those monsters from the ice-cold valley go? Otherwise it's definitely enough. Sumer sighed depressingly. It seems like we can only put our eyes into the misty canyon now. The closest to the poisonous swamp and with a large number of monsters at a distance, the only place where you could quickly gain kill value was the Misty Canyon. However, Misty Canyon is highly dangerous. There were quite a few 5th order monsters and even 6th order monsters among them. Of course, if that was all it was, that would be all. It was said that Misty Canyon was a magical territory that suddenly descended from the heavens. Rumor has it that it is the doomed earth that was abandoned by the gods. Legends are legends, however, and have never been proven by anyone to this day. Let's go to the Misty Canyon. Suemo leaped onto the Holy Lord Dragon's back. With that, the Holy Lord's body shot up into the sky and sped off with Suemo in the direction of the Misty Canyon. Misty Canyon, about 100 miles from the poisonous miasma swamp. The area is shrouded in thick fog all year round and visibility is extremely low. Even at midday, when the sun is at its strongest, the canyon remains dim as night. Holy Lord, be careful, the monsters here aren't like the poisonous miasma swamp. Sumer remonstrated. Then he stepped into the Misty Canyon with the Holy Lord. As soon as you come in. Suemo then felt a chilly aura come over him. It was as if there was a root of cold air that desperately wanted to drill into him. Visibility in Misty Canyon is extremely low. Even the Holy Lord's dragon eyes could only see tens of meters ahead. There was silence all around, only the occasional sound of the wind and the low roar of the monster in the distance sent shivers down one's spine. There's something odd about the fog here. Suemo frowned slightly. He could sense that these mists were more than just ordinary mists. It also seemed to contain some kind of special power that could interfere with perception and mental power. Staying in it for a long time is likely to cause irreversible mental damage. No wonder no one can survive in the Misty Canyon for long. Not to mention those powerful monsters in the Misty Canyon, just this mist that permeated the canyon. All of them are capable of dimming a person in an invisible way. However, this mist was ineffective against Sumer and the Holy Lord who possessed the horse talisman. In the future, if you're chased by a strong enemy, this is a good place to hide. Sumer laughed jokingly. Roar! At this point, a low growl came from the mists. Immediately afterward, a huge black shadow violently rushed out of the mist, heading straight for Suemo and the Holy Lord. It's a 3rd order, 2nd order monster, Stone Tiger. Sumo's pupils shrank and immediately recognized the incoming monster through the All Souls illustration. Race, Stone Tiger. Rank, 3rd order, 2nd class. Power, 3,800. Agility, 3,700. Intelligence, 3,500. Spirit, 3,500. Ability, Petrifying Claw. Stone Tiger's claws are capable of releasing the power of petrification, with a certain chance of causing the enemy to fall into a petrified state after hitting them for 3 seconds. Weakness, the crystal core on its forehead is its Achilles heel. Once the core is shattered, the Stone Tiger will instantly lose its combat power. Encountering a third-ranked monster as soon as we entered, the Misty Canyon really lives up to its name. Seeing Sherhu, Sumo's eyes narrowed, mixed with a hint of excitement. Following this trend, it doesn't seem to be that hard to gather 1,000 kill values in the allotted time. Sumo was excited in his heart, yet he kept his cool as he quickly conveyed the information about Sherhu's weakness to the Holy Lord. Bang bang bang! The Stone Tiger arrived at his heels in the blink of an eye and raised his claws to slap with a petrifying blow. A hint of disdain flashed through the Holy Lord's sharp dragon eyes. However, he did not take the petrifying power of the Stone Tiger hard. The sweep of the dragon's tail brought up a strong wind, and this strong wind directly blew Sherhu's body to a crooked position. The claw that had originally slapped down with the momentum of certain death deviated from its intended track, grazing the scales of the Holy Lord. Die, worm! Chapter 30, Killing You is Killing You, Where is all this nonsense? Sherhu had just stabilized his stance at this moment, and had not yet recovered from the effects of that powerful strike from the Holy Lord's dragon tail. I saw that the Holy Lord was close at hand. Its eyes widened in horror as it tried to swing its claws to fend it off, but it was half a beat slower due to the off-balance movement it had just made. The Sacred Lord raised his front paw high, his sharp dragon claw flashed with a cold aura, directly grabbing towards the crystal core on Sherhu's forehead. With a poof, the dragon's claw was deeply embedded in the Stone Tiger's forehead. Bump! The crystal core instantly shattered and dissipated into bits of light. Sherhu's body trembled violently, and his original ferocious aura instantly dissipated. The massive body fell to the ground with a loud thud, raising a cloud of dust. Strike 1. The Holy Lord then seconded the third-ranked Stone Tiger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a third-order second-grade Stone Tiger, gaining 500 experience points. Great! Getting 1,000 kills in the allotted time is a no-brainer. Come on, Holy Lord, let's continue deeper. Sumo patted the Sacred Lord's dragon neck and said in a spirited manner. However, what happened next was a huge disappointment to him. As they continued to go deeper into the Misty Canyon, the monsters they encountered became weaker and weaker. Roar! A second-ranked viper scurried out of the grass and was burned to ashes by the dragon's breath before it could even get close to the Holy Lord. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a second-order, third-order viper, gaining 200 experience points. Another second-order. Sumer frowned. Since decapitating that third-order, second-level Stone Tiger, they had gone deeper all the way. Most of the monsters encountered were first- and second-order mongrels. There were occasionally a few third-order beginner monsters, but they were nowhere near enough for the kill value he needed. What's going on? Wasn't it said that the Misty Canyon was filled with high-level monsters? Sumo stood on the Sacred Lord's back with a frown on his face. A bad mood was spreading. Something's not right. Why are there so few monsters in the Misty Canyon? And at such a low level? He had thought that after entering the Misty Canyon, he would be able to easily find a large number of monsters of the third rank and above, and quickly gather the rest of his kill value. Ding! There are 28 hours left until the end of the mission, please complete the mission as soon as possible. The system's beep sounded, and Sumo's mood became even more irritated. Holy Lord, go deeper. I don't believe that such a large Misty Canyon doesn't even have a few monsters above the third rank. The Holy Lord took Sumo and continued to fly deeper into the canyon. However, as they went deeper and deeper, the concentration of the mists increased. The level of danger was increasing, but the monsters encountered were becoming rarer and rarer. Time passed by, and the system's beeps kept ringing out. Ding! There are 24 hours left until the end of the mission, please complete the mission as soon as possible. Ding! There are 20 hours left until the end of the mission, please complete the mission as soon as possible. Are the rumors of the Misty Canyon wrong? Or is it that they're so unlucky that they only encountered these weaklings? One person and one dragon sped through the Misty Canyon, and the mist around them became thicker and thicker, even the air became sticky. Sumo's mood was also getting heavier. Time passed by, and they never encountered a strong enough monster. At this rate, the mission was bound to end in failure. There's a problem up ahead. The Holy Lord suddenly stopped in his tracks, a hint of vigilance flashing in his dragon eyes. Sumo followed the Holy Lord's line of sight and saw that a huge black shadow had vaguely appeared in the mist in front of him. The black shadow appeared to be a monster of enormous size, and was curled up on the ground, motionless. That's... what? Suemo squinted his eyes and tried to see the true face of the black shadow. However, the mists were too thick and he could only see a vague outline. Holy Lord, be careful, let's go over and take a look. Suemo patted the sacred Lord's dragon's back, signaling it to continue. The Holy Lord nodded, and with heavy steps, slowly approached the dark figure. As the distance drew closer, Suemo finally saw the true face of the black shadow, a monster with a huge body size. Covered in thick scales and with sharp bone spikes growing on its back, it looked like a giant lizard. However, at this moment, this monster was curled up on the ground. His body was covered with hideous wounds, and blood continued to gush out from them, staining the ground around him. Race, Earth Dragon. Level, 5th Order, 9th level. Power, 48,000. Agility, 46,000. Intelligence, 45,000. Spirit, 47,000. Status, seriously injured and dying. Ability, Earth Dragon's Rage. When the Earth Dragon is in a state of rage, its strength, agility, and spirit attributes are increased by 30% for 10 minutes. Ability, Earth Tremor. The Earth Dragon is capable of triggering an intense earthquake by stomping on the ground, inflicting stuns and damage to enemies within its range. Ability, Scale Defense. The scales of the Earth Dragon are extremely defensive, able to withstand most physical attacks. Weakness, almost torn abdomen, almost certain to die if hit hard. 5th Order 9? Sumo's pupils shrunk and his heart sank. He didn't expect that he would encounter a 5th rank, 9th rank Earth Dragon here. The Earth Dragon was an extremely powerful monster that could reach at least the 5th rank when it reached adulthood, and there were even some Earth Dragons that were able to break through to the 6th rank. Their defense was extremely terrifying, almost immune to most physical attacks. However, this Earth Dragon in front of him was severely injured and lay dying on the ground. How could this happen? A 5th ranked, 9th ranked Earth Dragon would be so heavily injured? Sumo's heart was filled with doubts, but he quickly realized that this was a perfect opportunity. A 5th Order, 9th rank monster, decapitate it. His kill value would be enough. However, Suemo did not act rashly. Holy Lord, be careful, we'll approach slowly. The Holy Lord nodded and slowly approached the Earth Dragon. As the distance drew closer, Suemo was able to clearly see the wounds on the Earth Dragon's body. Those wounds were deep to the bone, obviously injured by some kind of powerful force. The wound in his abdomen even nearly stopped the Earth Dragon in its tracks. Holy Lord, prepare to attack its abdomen. The dragon's breath was brewing in the Holy Lord's mouth, ready to erupt. However, the moment the Holy Lord was about to launch his attack, the Earth Dragon suddenly opened its eyes. It was a pair of eyes filled with pain and anger, staring dead at Suemo and the Holy Lord. A mere 3rd rank summoner. Also wants to kill me. The Earth Dragon's voice was low and hoarse, carrying endless anger and pain. Although its body was seriously injured and dying, the pressure that belonged to a 5th Order, 9th rank monster was still palpitating. Want to? Could it be that the one who injured the Earth Dragon to such an extent was a human? Having heard what was said, Sumer was slightly surprised. To be able to injure a 5th rank 9th level Earth Dragon to such an extent, the opponent was at the very least starting at 5th rank 9th level. Just kill you, what's with all the nonsense? Chapter 31, S rank skill? No, I'll upgrade it to God. Late is a bad time. Sumer didn't want to dwell on it too much. Holy Lord, do it. Roar. The Holy Lord let out a low roar, and the dragon's breath instantly erupted, the blazing flames heading straight for the almost torn wound in the Earth Dragon's abdomen. The Earth Dragon sensed the deadly threat and its huge body twisted violently. The dragon's breath, originally aimed at its belly, grazed its side. Scorching the scale armor on one side to a charred blackness, the air was filled with a pungent, burnt smell. Oomph, it's a dream for you guys to want to kill me. Although he was seriously injured, he was still a 5th Order, 9th ranked powerhouse. The 3rd rank of the district dared to act recklessly in front of him. The earth trembles. The Earth Dragon's front claws stepped heavily into the ground. In an instant, the ground shook in a 100-meter radius. A huge crack centered on it, spreading crazily in a spiderweb-like pattern in all directions. The Earth Dragon controlled the power of the earth, and even though it was now severely injured, it was still able to set off such a terrifying vibration. The ground beneath the feet of the sacred clan undulated like a wave. If you stand on top of it, you will suffer horrible damage. After swallowing the origin of this dragon in front of me, the injuries on my body might be able to recover. At that time, those people will definitely not be able to kill me. An excited glow erupted from the pupils of the Earth Dragon. God forbid. Flying. Unfortunately, Earth Dragon miscalculated a bit. The Holy Lord has the power to fly. The moment this earth power was about to penetrate the Holy Lord's divine body directly carried Sumo up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he climbed to a height of tens of meters, easily avoiding the earth tremors triggered by the Earth Dragon. No, how is this possible? The Earth Dragon tilted its head and looked up, the excitement in its eyes instantly turning into shock. As a fifth-ranked dragon, he didn't even have the ability to fly. Why could this third-ranked dragonkin in front of me fly? Could it be that this dragon race in front of me is a pure dragon race bloodline? The Earth Dragon's massive body trembled violently on the ground from its anger, and its already heavily injured body seemed to be shaken apart by the emotion. Blood flowed out uncontrollably. Luckily, the Holy Lord can fly. Sumo was on the Holy Lord's back, overlooking the angry Earth Dragon below, and was secretly grateful. Although the Earth Dragon was seriously injured, its strength of 5th rank 9 was still not to be underestimated. If it wasn't for the Holy Lord's ability to fly, I'm afraid that this battle would not have gone very smoothly. Sacred Lord, let's attack while it's panicking now. The Holy Lord circled in the air, adjusting his angle and locking onto the nearly torn wound in the Earth Dragon's abdomen. Exhale. The Holy Lord swooped down. The moment he approached the Earth Dragon, he opened his bloody mouth, and fiery dragon's breath shot out like a raging torrent of flames towards the Earth Dragon's abdomen. Earth Dragon sensed the danger and tried to dodge. But its badly injured body made it slow to move, and it was too late to react effectively. Even Earth Dragon's fury and scale armor defense could not be cast. One could only take the blow hard. Sound of escaping laughter. The dragon's breath instantly struck its abdomen, and the already miserable wound was instantly ignited under the heat. The flesh niggled and gave off a sickening burnt odor. Interjection of surprise. Miserable screams continued to erupt from the mouth of the Earth Dragon, and its huge body trembled violently. Sumer seized this opportunity to apply an even more violent attack. Brightly colored blood flowers continued to bloom on the Earth Dragon. The breath that was already extremely shriveled became weaker and weaker under this burst of terrifying attacks, almost imperceptible. The Earth Dragon's body trembled violently, bringing out large swaths of broken flesh and blood with each tremor. Its struggles also gradually turned from madness to feeble convulsions. This fellow deserves to be a 5th order, 9th level existence, his vitality is really tenacious. Sumo secretly marveled in his heart. With an attack as powerful as his and the Holy Lord's, any other monster wouldn't know how many times to die. The heavily wounded Earth Dragon, however, used its tenacious vitality to eat a dozen strikes of dragon breath. However, that's where it all ends. When the last dragon's breath fell, there would be no more possibility for the Earth Dragon to survive. Even if I die, I'll drag you guys with me. The Earth Dragon's eyes, which had almost closed, reflected Sumo and the Holy Lord's figures with resentment. It exerted its last ounce of energy and let out a deafening dragon roar up to the sky. Although this dragon's whistle shook the heavens and moved the earth, it did not have any killing power. Ha! It's a bad song to play for yourself before you die. The Holy Lord's expression was very disdainful. He'd thought the other man's counterattack before he died was something. What is the killing power of a mere dragon whistle? Instead, Sumo's face changed violently in an instant. No good. This guy, he's driving a tiger to swallow a wolf. Those who had beaten the Earth Dragon to this state would never let the heavily injured Earth Dragon escape and must have tracked it all the way. With this roar, the Earth Dragon was undoubtedly transmitting his coordinates to the other party. When the other guy gets there, seeing the corpse of the Earth Dragon, his and the Holy Lord's situation would definitely become very difficult. This guy, he's smart. Sumo also had to admit that the Earth Dragon had sharp reflexes. Knowing that he can't turn the tables, he uses the coming of others to get at him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 5th order, 9th level Earth Dragon, gaining 12,000 experience points and a super reward of 100 kill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to the 7th level of the 3rd order. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an S rank skill scroll and an A rank prop Heart of the Earth Dragon. Grade A props, Heart of the Earth Dragon. Effects: Heart containing the essence of the Earth Dragon. After taking it, it can significantly increase the 4-dimensional attributes and have a certain chance to obtain some of the abilities of the Earth Dragon. Note, if the target contains dragon bloodline, he/she will gain part of the abilities of an Earth Dragon 100% of the time. S-rank skill scrolls and a rank props, this time it's really profitable. Suemo couldn't contain the glow of excitement in his eyes. Open the S-rank skill scroll. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the S-rank skill scroll, and congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoner exclusive skill Damage Transfer. Damage Transfer, a summoner exclusive skill that allows the summoner to transfer some or all of the damage he or she receives to the summoner. Note, when summoner's damage transfer reaches 50% or more, the damage taken by the summoner will be increased by a percentage. If summoner transfers 100% of the damage, the summoner will take 250% of the damage, so please use it at summoner's discretion. Damage Transfer? With this skill, my survivability pulls straight through. The upturned corners of Sumer's mouth could no longer be restrained. The biggest problem with being a summoner is that one's own body is too brittle. Granted, he had the attribute sharing of the Holy Lord, which had made up for it perfectly. But he will still be injured and at risk. But now, with the divine skill of Damage Transfer, everything was different. He can swipe monsters without injury. Or even meet a powerful opponent. He could also fight off the opposite side with injuries. This skill is not an S-rank skill for me, it's a divine skill. Sumer was excited. As for that, the damage taken by the summon will be increased by a percentage. This could be limiting for other summoners. For him? It doesn't exist. The Holy Lord is a summoned object, but the ghost soldiers aren't? Chapter 32, 1 instant 1000 meters, extreme rabbit speed. The ghost soldiers are huge and can be replenished at any time. Even taking 250% damage is well within my range. What's more, the deaths of the ghostly soldiers don't affect me in any way. As long as the Holy Lord doesn't die, he can be summoned indefinitely. And as you level up, the number of ghost shadow soldiers that can be summoned at once becomes greater. Thinking of this, Suemo couldn't help but laugh out loud. The damage he takes is just straight up for the ghost soldiers to eat. To kill him, you'd have to kill all of his ghostly soldiers. He had tens of thousands of lives, 100,000 picked lives, hundreds of thousands of lives. The next step is to deal with this Earth Dragon's heart. Suemo turned his gaze to the Grade A props, Earth Dragon's heart, in his hand. Since the Sacred Lord possesses a dragon bloodline, then this Earth Dragon's heart should be more effective when given to it. Without hesitation, Suemo directly handed the Earth Dragon's heart to the Holy Lord. Holy Lord, eat it. The Holy Lord lowered his head and sniffed the Earth Dragon's heart, a hint of longing flashing in his eyes. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the Earth Dragon's heart in one gulp. Boom! The moment the Earth Dragon's heart entered its body, the Holy Lord's body shook violently as a powerful energy erupted from within it. Summoner, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS can be advanced. Status, mutilated missing 12 charms. Rank, 4th order, 2nd class. Power, 20,000 plus 2,500 Heart of the Earth Dragon. Agility, 20,000 plus 2,500 Heart of the Earth Dragon. Intelligence, 20,000 plus 2,000 Heart of the Earth Dragon. Spirit, 21,000 plus 2,000 Heart of the Earth Dragon. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, it can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage increases with level. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core, summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is level dependent, and the current number of Ghost Shadow Core can be summoned is 6,000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. Special ability Earth Power, can control the power of the earth to a certain extent, triggering earthquakes, manipulating earth and rocks, and inflicting stuns and damage to enemies within range. The power of the earth. The Holy Lord has truly inherited part of the Earth Dragon's abilities. I wonder if the Holy Lord can control the power of the earth in the entire world and become the Lord of the earth if he obtains the demonic chi of the Earth Kuei. Sumer smiled. In anticipation, he smiled even more happily as he watched the Holy Lord summon the number of Ghost Shadow Core soldiers to reach 6,000. Holy Lords, plus his own. The number of Ghost Shadow soldiers that could be summoned casually amounted to tens of thousands. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Level, 3rd order, 7th grade. Power, 7,000 plus 2,100. Agility, 7,000 plus 1,400. Intelligence, 7,500. Spirit, 7700. Skill 1, All Souls Illustration Divine. Skill 2, 40% Attribute Sharing Divine. Skill 3, Concealment Level C. Skill 4, Poisonous Touch C rank. Skill 5, Battle Spirit Boiling Grade B. Skill 6, Damage Transfer S. Summon, Holy Lord Dragon, SSS Class, 3rd Order. Special Ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning Ghostly Shadow Core, current summonable number 2400. Special Ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm Power. Equipment, Poison Python Armor Grade B, Shadow Wrist Wraps Grade C, Poison Spider Boots Grade C. Kill Value, 1042. Sumo looked at his attribute panel. Ding, there are still 19 hours left until the host completes the quest. Please complete the quest as soon as possible. Got it. Sumer tapped on the kill shop and selected his target over the rabbit charm. May I ask the host to redeem a rabbit charm? Yes. Sumer pressed the OK button without hesitation. A thickly textured rabbit talisman then appeared in Sumo's palm. Rabbit charm, extreme speed. The Holy Lord stared at the rabbit charm in Sumo's hand, his heart trembling with excitement in his hand. I can't wait to pounce on it and incorporate it into myself immediately. But he restrained his body's instincts. Because Sumo was his master. If the master doesn't give it, he can't have it. Sumo looked at the Holy Lord's eager eyes and smiled slightly, handing over the rabbit talisman in his hand. Holy Lord, fuse. The Holy Lord let out a low roar, a trace of gratitude and excitement flashing in his eyes. Thank you, Master. Boom. The moment the rabbit talisman entered its body, the Holy Lord's body shook violently as a powerful energy erupted from within it. Dragon might stirred away, causing palpitations. I feel a very terrifying dragon's might. In the misty canyon, the several figures that had tracked down based on the sound of the earth dragon's roar, Dongfang Yao, who was walking at the very front of the group, violently stopped in his tracks. The face shifted. How come this earth dragon's dragon might is even more powerful than before it was injured? Could it be that he has not only recovered from his injuries but his cultivation has also increased? This can't be right. Maybe it's another dragon? Shield Warrior Zhang Sandao. That's even more unlikely. Dongfang Yao shook his head. Monsters with a dragon bloodline were extremely rare. It had taken them so long and so much to find this Geoduck. Now tell them they casually encountered another one, and stronger. It's really going to make them question their lives. Could it be that the Earth Dragon has found some heavenly material or encountered some chance? In any case, this dragon's might is even more powerful than before, we must be careful. The lady is still waiting for us. Meanwhile, Sumo and the Sacred Lord were feeling the powerful force from the rabbit talisman. Summoner, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS can be advanced. Condition, defective missing 9 charms. Rank, 4th Order, 2nd Class. Power, 22,500 plus 4,000 rabbit rune power. Agility, 22,500 plus 10,000 rabbit rune power. Intelligence, 22,000 plus 4,000 rabbit rune power. Spirit, 23,000 plus 4,000 power of rabbit runes. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge amounts of fire damage to enemies within its range, with the damage increasing with level. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core, summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is level dependent, and the current number of Ghost Shadow Core can be summoned is 7,000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Rabbit Charm Power. Special ability Earth Power, can control the power of the earth to a certain extent, triggering earthquakes, manipulating earth and rocks, and inflicting stuns and damage to enemies within range. How does it feel, Holy Lord? Sumo patted the Holy Lord's dragon back and asked with a smile. Master, my speed returns. There was an undisguised excitement in the Holy Lord's voice. The current me can even span a distance of 1,000 meters in a split second. Chapter 33, Someone's on the trail. A hint of surprise flashed in Sumo's eyes. That fast? Yes, Master. The Sacred Lord nodded, then his body moved violently, instantly transforming into a residual shadow that disappeared in place. Boom! In the next second, the Holy Lord's figure appeared hundreds of meters away. The rabbit talisman is truly powerful, to grant the Holy Lord such terrifying speed. Sumo looked at the Sacred Lord who had disappeared almost instantaneously and was inwardly alarmed. In the setting, the rabbit charm is played to its fullest extent and is able to break the limits of time. Thinking of this, Sumo's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points. The power of time, that's a realm that's hard for even the gods to touch. Sumo took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner excitement. However, with the Holy Lord's current rank, he was still far from that realm. Ding, there are 17 hours left until the completion of the mission, so please complete the mission as soon as possible. Holy Lord, come back. Sumo waved his hand, and the Holy Lord immediately transformed into a residual shadow and instantly returned to his side. Come on, let's go back to Ice Cold Valley. Sumo and the Holy Lord had just left in front of him. Dongfang Yao and the rest of the group then searched for the location of the Earth Dragon's corpse. The scene in front of them immediately caused their originally hanging hearts to completely die. The Earth Dragon's massive body fell to the ground, blood staining the ground around it, and the air was filled with a heavy scent of blood and scorching. The Earth Dragon's abdomen was almost torn apart, and the afterglow of the fiery dragon's breath still lingered in the wound. The Earth Dragon is dead? Dongfang Yao stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the tragic situation in front of him. The Earth Dragon had actually died, and the target they had worked so hard to find had just died before they arrived. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? Li Hong gritted his teeth and growled lowly, his forehead veins rippling. Dongfang Yao temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart, walked forward, fiddled with the Earth Dragon's wound, and then frowned. This wound is fresh, and death can't be more than 2 hours old. Who the hell did this? Who is so capable? Li Hong sniffed and clenched his fists, his nails sinking deep into his palms. Miss waited for this Earth Dragon to save her life. Now that the Earth Dragon is dead, what are we going to deliver? Who did this? Whoever it was, I'm going to kill him. Anger rising in the hearts of the crowd. In addition to this boundless anger, there was panic and grief. They have expended their energies, spared no danger. Deep in the misty canyon, tracking for a month, it was hard to find and seriously injure the Earth Dragon. Seeing the prospect of rescuing MS. But now, hope is shattering right before their eyes. It would be hard for anyone else to accept this ending. Captain, I'll check it out. A woman in the group wearing a purple robe slowly stepped forward. She was the auxiliary Mo Qingxue of the team, specializing in detecting traces through residual power. Mo Qingxue made a seal with both hands, and a strand of purple soul power floated out from her fingertips, gently covering the corpse of the Earth Dragon. This is... The color of Mo Qingxue's face suddenly changed. It's dragonitis. The Earth Dragon died from another powerful dragon flame attack. At those words, Dongfang Yao's originally somewhat low mood instantly surged with an excitement. Long Yen, what do you mean? Yes, the one that killed the Earth Dragon was another dragon, and probably stronger. Mo Qingxue nodded her head, and a hint of a smile spread across her pretty face. Ah ha ha, the sky is the limit. Li Hong was ecstatic. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go arrest that dragon immediately. Find it and the lady will be saved. A little peace and quiet. Mo Qingxue raised her hand to signal the crowd to calm down. I need to probe further. She closed her eyes and her unique auxiliary skill was activated. Purple soul power danced in the air like silk threads, gradually spreading out. The power of his soul covered every inch of the ground around the Earth Dragon's corpse, searching for any lingering scent or trace. Suddenly, Mo Qingxue's brows tightened. Strange. What's wrong? Dongfang Yao asked as he moved closer. Other than the dragon race's aura, there is also a human aura. Mo Qingxue opened her eyes, a puzzled light flickering in her eyes. Human? Li Hong froze. So what is the relationship between humans and dragons? Hostile or companions? Everyone's hearts instantly clenched. If it is a hostile relationship, that dragon wouldn't have been killed by that human. Mo Qingxue shook her head and continued to sense the lingering aura. It's not like it's hostile. If it's hostile, there should be traces of a fierce battle here. But there were only traces of a battle between a geoduck and another dragon race at the scene, and no signs of human involvement in the battle. What you mean is, said Dongfang Yao thoughtfully, it's likely to be a partnership. Mo Qingxue affirmed. They left together, no signs of attacking each other. At those words, the crowd dropped their hearts. Fortunately, it's not a hostile relationship. As long as that dragon race was still alive, there was still hope for them. As for why a dragon race came together with a human, it was not a question they should consider for the time being. Whatever the case may be, if we catch that dragon, Miss will be saved. Can you track them? Dongfang Yao asked. Mo Qingxue nodded her head and carefully took out a purple crystal stone from her bosom. The crystals were in the shape of a water droplet, the whole body was crystal clear, and there were hidden streams of light flickering in them, so they were not ordinary products at a glance. This is the tracer stone. As long as there's enough scent left, you can track your target. Mo Qingxue explained, then without further ado, she slowly injected her body's power into the crystal. The tracer stone was nourished by the spiritual energy and immediately emitted a buzzing sound. The originally soft purple light became dazzling, as if it was a small purple sun. Li Hong's eyes went straight as he watched, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Boy, this treasure, it's worth a lot of money at a glance. Maisie Mo, you're so handy, you really deserve to be the rich woman in our team. Mo Qingxue gave him a blank look and said in a bad mood, don't be poor. This tracer stone is my treasure in the bottom of my suitcase, and I don't show it to anyone easily. If it weren't for the lady, I wouldn't be able to take it out. Tracer's stone, grade A props. She lightly shouted, go, tossing the tracer stone lightly. As if it had a spirit, the tracer stone hovered drippingly in the air, absorbing the lingering aura around it. A moment later, it trembled slightly, emitting a faint glow. Eventually, the light converged into a thin beam that pointed straight to the east. There's a reaction. Over there. Mo Qingxue pointed in the direction the beam was pointing, a hint of excitement in her tone. What are you waiting for? Go after them. Li Hong rubbed his fists together and looked eager to try and. This time, make sure you catch that dragon. Meanwhile. Master, someone is tracking us. Some of them have mastered some kind of secret tracking technique and are following our scent trail. It should be someone who came for the Earth Dragon. In this regard, Su Mo did not feel that there were any surprises. Going to turn around and kill them back? The Holy Lord asked. Su Mo shook his head, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. There's no need. Finish the mission first. Chapter 34, Mission accomplished, this wave of blood profits. Sumer now has only the last 2 hours left before the mission is completed. At the moment, it was uneconomical to have a head-on collision with those people. And the other party was able to injure a 5th order, 9th ranked Earth Dragon like that, and in a head-on collision, they really wouldn't necessarily be able to benefit from the other party's hands. If a fight really had to happen, it definitely couldn't collide in a dangerous place like the Misty Canyon. Holy Lord, speed up and get rid of them. The Holy Lord immediately activated the power of the rabbit talisman, and his speed instantly increased to the extreme. Only to see the Saint Lord's dragon body turn into a residual shadow, spanning a distance of thousands of meters in almost the blink of an eye. The surrounding scenery flew backward as if time was stretched in this moment. The rabbit charm is really powerful. Su Mo was secretly glad that he had redeemed the rabbit talisman. If they didn't have this talisman, they were afraid that they would have already been pestered by those trackers. At the same time, Dongfang Yao and his group were following the guidance of the tracer stone, quickly chasing towards the direction of Su Mo and the Holy Lord. Strange, how did they suddenly become so fast? Mo Qingxue frowned tightly, the light of the tracking stone in her hand flickered erratically, obviously the target she was tracking was moving away from them at an extremely fast speed. Could it be that they have discovered our tracking? Li Hong frowned. Impossible, the tracking of the tracer stone is silent, unless the other party has a special anti-tracking means, it's impossible to detect it. Mo Qingxue shook her head. Then how did their speed suddenly increase so much? Dongfang Yao asked in a deep voice. Unless they possess some sort of ability or prop that can drastically increase their speed. Mo Qingxue speculated. No matter what, we can't give up. Mrs. Life is in our hands, no matter what, we have to catch that dragon. But with their current speed, we can't catch up at all. Li Hong said somewhat helplessly. They've stopped. Mo Qingxue was pleasantly surprised. Looks like that prop of theirs is expendable. Probably run out of energy by now. A glimmer of hope flashed in Dongfang Yao's eyes. This is our chance. Full speed ahead. At his command, the 6 immediately accelerated their pace and sped towards the direction guided by the tracer stone. Meanwhile, Su Mo and the Holy Lord had stopped their advance. They had returned to the ice-cold valley. Ding, there is only 1 hour left until the end of the quest, please complete the quest as soon as possible. Suemo stood at the entrance of the ice-cold valley and scanned the surroundings with a cold gaze. The cold wind howled, and a piercing chill filled the ice-covered valley. He took a deep breath, knowing in his heart that time was running out. "Holy Lord, prepare for action," Sumer whispered. With that, he raised his hand and instantly summoned thousands of ghost shadow soldiers. These dark shadowy warriors appeared around him without a sound, quickly spreading out and laying down a tight line of defense. "Go, be on guard in all directions and notify me immediately if you find anyone." The ghostly soldiers hid into the shadows around them, as if they were one with the darkness. Suemo turned to the Holy Lord. "Now, let's go fetch the Ice Vein Heart." Soon, the two of them, Suemo and the Holy Lord, returned to the location of the Ice Vein Heart. Ice cold and piercing. Under the All Souls illustration, the trajectory of the ice seal magic array that guarded the heart of the ice vein was clearly presented within Sumo's pupils. Weakness, energy fluctuation will occur every 0.01 seconds in the magic array. At this time, the defense of the magic array will briefly decline. If you can seize this moment, you can break through the blockade of the magic array. 0.01 second gap. Suemo frowned slightly, secretly calculating the time in his heart. The 0.01 seconds are extremely short and the slightest mistake will result in failure. However, he had no choice, time was running out. Holy Lord, prepare for action. Sumer was fully focused on the magic formation in front of him. It's now. Just at the moment the magic array's energy fluctuated, the Holy Lord instantly moved. Whoosh! The Holy Lord's speed reached the extreme as a bolt of lightning with the rabbit charm. Or maybe even lightning isn't as swift as this. Penetrated the momentary gap in the magical array's energy fluctuations. The Holy Lord's dragon claw precisely grabbed the heart of the ice vein suspended in the center of the magic formation, and then ingested it into the palm of his hand. The heart of ice vein showed a crystal clear blue color, emitting an eerie cold light, as if it was a gem that had condensed the essence of 10,000 years of cold ice. It trembled slightly in the Holy Lord's claws, releasing gusts of cold air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heart of the ice vein, quest progress, 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and will receive the following mission rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a 500 kill value reward, as well as a 5 consecutive draw reward from the kill roulette wheel. Yes! Suemo almost couldn't hold back his voice as he threw himself up to the sky, intense joy hitting his nerves. 500 kill value. This wave is blood money. The next charm was close at hand, within reach. Not to mention the free 5 consecutive draws worth 50 kill points and 50 monsters of the same class and level for nothing. A mosquito's leg is still neat even if it's small. Sumer rubbed his hands together. Yet that's not all. Ding! The redemption system has been opened. Detected that the host has obtained the Heart of Ice Vein, a grade B material, valued at an assessed 1000 kill value. Does the host open the redemption? Suemo was stunned, then ecstatic. This Ice Vein Heart is actually worth 1000 kill points? One should know that 1000 kill values could be directly exchanged for an SS rank talisman. This is like pie in the sky. No, this is gold bricks in the sky. Trading S rank materials for SS rank props, where can we find such a good thing? Change. It must be changed. It's silly not to change. Suemo chose to redeem without hesitation, fearing that the system would backtrack. It was as if he saw a brand new SS ranked charm beckoning to him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful redemption. The host's current kill value is 1542. 1542 kill points. I've never been richer. Sumer grinned. System, I still have some ice crystal stones here, can I exchange them? For this system, only props of grade S and above will be exchanged. Yo, you're kinda picky. 1542 kill points, I can now exchange another charm. What a good charm to change. Now, the Holy Lord possesses the runes, the horse rune, the tiger rune and the rabbit rune. All three of these sigils favored sigils of a supportive nature and lack sigils that were truly lethal and powerful. In that case, redeem the dragon charm. Sumer quickly made a decision. Does the host use 1000 points to exchange for the dragon charm? Yes. Chapter 35, Class Upgrade SSS+. Suemo pressed the confirmation button without hesitation, his eyes flashing with excitement. The Dragon Rune spell, as one of the strongest attacking spells among the 12 rune spells, possessed unparalleled destructive power. Symbolizes fire and destruction. Not only can it drastically increase the power of the dragon's breath, but it can also unleash blasting energy that destroys everything. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful redemption and obtaining the dragon talisman. As the system's beep sounded, a crimson-colored talisman appeared in Sumo's palm. The surface of the talisman was engraved with a lifelike fire dragon, as if it would take off from the talisman at any moment and unleash a heaven-destroying power. Holy Lord, fuse it! Sumo handed the dragon talisman to the Holy Lord. Without the slightest hesitation, the Holy Lord took the dragon talisman and pressed it directly onto his chest. Boom! The moment the dragon talisman entered his body, the Holy Lord's massive body shook violently. As if a volcano had erupted, a fiery energy exploded from within him. Crimson flames, like magma, flowed wildly between his scales, and like a tiny fire dragon, they scrambled to be the first to roam and coil around his body. Within the Holy Lord's dragon eyes, crimson light flickered madly, as if there were two flames burning. His entire body was wrapped in flames, and his terrifying pressure spread around like substance. Click, 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 click. The bones within the sacred body emitted bursts of sound, and his body unexpectedly swelled up a few more points, becoming even more majestic and mighty. The dragon's head, which was already hideous, was even more ferocious at this moment, as if it was a demon crawling out of hell. Sumo couldn't help but nod his head as he watched the Holy Lord change. The power of this dragon rune spell was even stronger than he had imagined. Phew! The Holy Lord violently opened his mouth and spewed out a fiery dragon's breath. This dragon's breath was more than 10 times more powerful than before. Wherever it passed, the air was burned with a nuisance sound, and the ground was instantly burned into a piece of scorched earth. Cool! This power! Feeling the surging power within his body, the Holy Lord couldn't help but raise his voice to the sky. There was excitement and ecstasy in his voice. Summoner, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS Plus can be advanced. Status, disabled, missing 8 charms. Rank, 4th Order, 2nd Class. Power, 26,500 plus 10,000 Dragon Charm Power. Agility, 32,500 plus 4,000 Dragon Rune Power. Intelligence, 26,000 plus 4,000 Dragon Rune Power. Spirit, 27,000 plus 4,000 Power of Dragon Rune. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge amounts of fire damage to enemies within its range, with the damage increasing with level. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core, summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is level dependent, and 8,000 can be summoned at present. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm Power. Special ability Earth Power, can control the power of the earth to a certain extent, triggering earthquakes, manipulating earth and rocks, and inflicting stuns and damage to enemies within range. The Holy Lord's rank has risen again. Watching the Holy Lord grade reach the SSS Plus level, the smile at the corner of Sumo's mouth could no longer be suppressed. It's only 4 charms. The Holy Lord rank was just one step away from the God rank. Gathering all 12 runes, it was already a fact that the Holy Lord's grade had reached the divine level. Click, click, click. Suddenly, an ear-piercing clicking sound kept ringing out. What's going on? Sumo's face changed. Before the words fell, the ice beneath their feet began to melt rapidly. The 1,000-year cold ice that was originally as hard as steel had turned into water at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The heart of the ice vein was taken, causing the cold ice valley to lose its balance. We gotta get out of here. Sumo leaped up and the Holy Lord quickly caught him. The two of them flew in the direction of the cave entrance, however, changes came one after another. Ka-ching! The ice layer overhead began to crack, and countless pieces of ice fell from the sky. The Holy Lord made a dive, narrowly avoiding a huge ice pick. The entire ice-cold valley shook violently, as if the sky was collapsing. The original white jade-like cold ice subsided, revealing the dark rock layer below. This isn't right. Sumo stared down tightly, his brows furrowed. As the cold ice melted, a crack unexpectedly appeared in the depths of the ground, and some dark shadows could be vaguely seen writhing in it. Those black shadows were strangely shaped, numerous, and densely packed, like a sea of black. Holy Lord, what's down there? The sacred Lord's gaze was sharp as he stared at those black shadows, not sure, never seen such a creature before. Sumo's heart was ringing with alarm bells. Those black shadows gave him an extremely uneasy feeling, as if it was a fear from the distant past. He maneuvered the Holy Lord to lower his altitude, trying to get a better view. Just at the moment when he was about to recognize the forms of those black shadows, a strange blue light fiercely lit up from deep underground, and those black shadows instantly disappeared without a trace. Hell, what was that just now? Suemo rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had misread it. The Holy Lord said in a deep voice, "Master, I saw it too, but they did disappear." The cave continued to collapse and there was no more time to delve into the mystery. Retreat first. The Holy Lord carried Suemo, nimbly weaving through the collapsed ice cave. With the agility boost from the rabbit charm, they dodged danger after danger. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the entire cave collapsed. The Holy Lord brought Suemo through the narrow gap and managed to escape the icy cold valley. Looking back, the once lofty and spectacular ice-cold valley had turned into a ruin. Countless pieces of ice and rocks piled up, forming a huge crater. The heart of the ice vein is the core of the ice-cold valley, and the entire terrain changed after it was taken. Sumer muttered. "Master, those black shadows. I know, it's probably some sort of sealed being." Sumer nods. "But we can't confirm that now, so we'll just have to get out of here." Meanwhile, Dongfang Yao and his group had already chased them to the entrance of the ice-cold valley. "They're in there." Mo Qingxue pointed ahead. The tracking all the way here was not in vain. "Finally found them." Li Hong rubbed his fists and jumped at the chance. Dongfang Yao, however, frowned as he looked around, always feeling that something was wrong. "Wait, this is Ice-Cold Valley? Isn't the Ice-Cold Valley within the boundaries of the city of Karo? Could it be that dragon race is related to Karo City?" "Captain, you're overthinking it." Li Hong interrupted Dongfang Yao's thoughts in an unimpressed manner. For a small city like Karo City, how could a profession with ties to the dragon race be born? The other party is just panicked by our pursuit and came here. Li Hong analyzed confidently, in his opinion, that dragon race was a lost dog that had been chased by them. Whoever he is, our priority now is to catch it. Li Hong couldn't wait to get his hands dirty, he didn't want to waste any more time. With that, Li Hong prepared to go deeper into the icy cold valley. At that moment, a strange change occurred. Chapter 36, Just Kill All the Way In. Ka chow, ka chow. Just then, a subtle but dense sound came from the depths of the ice-cold valley. Like the sound of breaking ice, or some creature gnawing at something. What's that sound? Li Hong stopped and listened with his ears. Dongfang Yao also detected something strange. The sound was subtle, but it was extraordinarily clear in the silent ice-cold valley. This sound seems to be coming from inside the ice-cold valley. Mo Qingxue also heard it, and she pointed at the entrance to the ice-cold valley, her face a bit gloomy. "Just go inside and see for yourself." Li Hong was so bold that he took the lead and stepped into the ice-cold valley. Dongfang Yao and Mo Qingxue glanced at each other and followed suit. The rest of the squad followed closely. They wanted to see what secrets were hidden in this icy cold valley. As soon as they entered the icy cold valley, a cold air came over them, and several people could not help but shiver. "This damn place is cold." Li Hong rubbed his hands together and let out a mouthful of white air. "Be careful, there could be danger here," Dongfang Yao reminded. He always felt that this ice-cold valley was permeated with a bizarre aura. "What are you afraid of? I'm here." Li Hong patted his chest with a look of heavenly fear. Suddenly, the clicking sounded again, and it was clearer and louder than before. "Over there." Mo Qingxue pointed in a direction that was deep within the ice-cold valley. Several people followed the sound, and the further in they went, the heavier the chill and the more intense the clicking became. "This sound seems like the ice is cracking?" Dongfang Yao finally heard the source of the sound. "Ice cracking?" Li Hong froze. "Isn't the ice in this icy cold valley immutable for 10,000 years? How could it crack?" "I don't know, but something is definitely going on." Rumble. A loud noise exploded in the depths of the icy cold valley, stirring up countless ice shards. Dongfang Yao's few people had to stop and look around vigilantly. This is not a natural phenomenon. Dongfang Yao narrowed his eyes, his hand already resting on the weapon at his waist. "Who? Come out!" Li Hong shouted, his voice echoing in the ice cave. He was answered by an even more intense sound of breaking ice. Mo Qingxue suddenly pointed ahead, "There's movement there." Several dark shadows flashed by, so fast that it was hard to catch them. Dongfang Yao immediately judged with his years of experience that this was not the way ordinary creatures moved. Watch out, there's an ambush. Before the words fell, a dozen soldiers in black battle armor emerged from all directions. They were suspended in the air, their forms like smoke and mist, their eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light. What kind of monster is this? How come I've never seen one before? Mo Qingshue's pretty face changed slightly. There didn't seem to be any memories of such monsters in her knowledge base. Li Hong sneered disdainfully, these black shadows in front of him were nothing more than minor characters in his opinion. Whatever these monsters are. How dare a bunch of third-order trash block my way? Li Hong moved his wrist, the bloodiness of a B-class berserker boiled within him, and his battle spirit surged out like a tidal wave. The dark-shadowed soldier slowly raised the weapon in his hand, the ghostly blue glow looking airy in the cold air. Watch the move! Li Hong let out a bellowing cry, the battle blade in his hand instantly lit up with a crimson glow, and a berserk aura erupted from within him. Dongfang Yao wanted to stop it, but it was too late as Li Hong rushed towards the group of black shadow warriors like a cannonball. The 6 styles of berserk battle-breaking chop. The battle blades sliced through the air with a piercing hiss. Li Hong's figure traveled through the battlefield like lightning, each strike carrying a furious power. The 3 black shadow warriors instantly turned into blue smoke under his attack, but there was no blood splatter, only a wisp of black gas dissipating into the air. Kind of interesting, this is no ordinary creature. Li Hong waved his battle blade with an excited smile on his face. Mo Qingxue stood to the side, her staff in her hand lit up with blue light, ready to support at any time. Be careful, these dark shadows might be trickier than you think. Dongfang Yao warned as he vaguely sensed an ancient and powerful aura from these black shadow warriors. Li Hong, however, was unimpressed and continued to charge the remaining black shadow warriors with his battle blade. 6 styles of berserk battle earth-shattering break. Li Hong stepped on the ground, and the entire ice-cold valley shook. Several cracks spread out from under his feet as the ice was torn apart by a tremendous force. The black shadow warriors, however, were undaunted and floated in the air like ghosts, dodging the blow. Li Hong frowned slightly, these black shadows could completely ignore gravity. Right at this moment, a black shadow warrior attacked from behind, his ghostly blue spear stabbing Li Hong straight in the back of his heart. Watch out! Mo Qingxue shouted and quickly cast his shield. The shield instantly shattered under the spear's attack, but it bought Li Hong time to turn around. Seek death! Li Hong roared, and his battle blade swept across the room, cutting the black shadow warrior off at the waist. The black shadow warrior dissolved into a wisp of blue smoke and dissipated into the air. There was no blood, no screams, only the ghostly blue light that flickered for a moment before it disappeared. Li Hong withdrew his sword and stood, a smug smile on his face. That's it? I thought it was much more impressive. Dongfang Yao, however, frowned. Although these black shadow warriors were easily defeated, they always gave him a feeling that something was not right. Don't take it lightly, these things are too weird. Dongfang Yao looked around. The cold air within the ice-cold valley seemed to have gotten heavier. Mo Qingxue put away her staff and said softly. These black shadow warriors look like some kind of ancient golem, devoid of life characteristics but capable of autonomous action. No matter what kind of puppet he is, in front of me, Li Hong, it's all a matter of a knife. Li Hong patted his chest with a disdainful face. Those trackers are coming. Suemo stood on the back of the Holy Lord's dragon with a slight frown. He could clearly sense that the ghostly soldiers sent out were rapidly dying off. That's fast, and a bit unusual. The Holy Lord's huge body twisted slightly, and his low voice echoed across the valley. Master, want to go back and slaughter those guys? Suemo waved his hand. What's the rush? They were able to injure a 5th-rank Earth Dragon like that, their strength is not low. He paused and continued, let those ghost shadow soldiers explore the area first and feel them out. Let's get together and see how we can prepare a big gift for them, too. The Holy Lord's nostrils spewed out 2 streams of scorching air, as if he was somewhat unimpressed by Sumo's caution. Master, with them? Just a bunch of mole crickets, do you need to be so careful? I'll go down with a mouthful of dragon's breath, and I guarantee that they won't even be left with scraps. Suemo gently patted the Holy Lord's scales. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. A hint of essence flashed in Sumo's eyes. He didn't want to fall on his face just when he had a bit of strength. Know your enemy and know yourself, so you can fight 100 battles. What's more, this was a group of guys capable of heavily hitting a 5th-ranked Earth Dragon. Chapter 37, Let me 6 5th ranks alone? What's going on? Right at this moment, a strange vibration came from the depths of the icy cold valley, and the ice began to tremble violently. Li Hong stood up and stabilized himself, looking vigilantly in the direction from which the vibration came. Dongfang Yao's face suddenly changed. Not good, a large number of enemies are approaching. As soon as the words fell, densely packed black shadows suddenly emerged from all sides of the ice-cold valley. It was hundreds of ghostly soldiers identical to the ones before, their ghostly blue eyes glinting icily in the darkness. How is this possible? Li Hong's smile froze on his face, the smugness he had just felt gone. Mo Qingxue sucked in a breath of cool air. Oh my god, how can there be so many? Dongfang Yao quickly drew his weapon. The situation is not good. Hundreds of ghost shadow soldiers hovered in the air like a black cloud enveloping several people. Instead of attacking immediately, they formed a huge encirclement that slowly tightened. Carlo City is just a B-class warzone, how could there be so many, such weird third-rank monsters? The mage chapter in the group was puzzled. So much third-order trash, and just a little more in number. Li Hong quickly regained his composure as the battle blade gently rotated in his hand, the crimson light pulsing like a flame. Dongfang Yao, however, frowned, his intuition telling him that things were not that simple. Be careful, these monsters are acting strangely, I'm afraid there's something else going on. A chill spread down his spine, not from the low temperature of the icy cold valley, but from the gaze of the hundreds of pairs of ghostly blue eyes. Maintain formation. Dongfang Yao commanded in a low voice. Mo Qingxue gripped her staff tightly, blue magic power condensing at the tip. What are they waiting for? Why aren't they attacking? Probably testing our strength. Dongfang Yao looked around warily, or waiting for some kind of signal. Zhang Zetian had been standing at the back of the line, her eyes closed. The codex slowly unfolded in his hand, and golden runes surrounded him like stars. Looks like it's time to show some real skill. Zhang Zetian opened his eyes, his pupils flickering with golden light. His voice was calm, yet it contained great power. Law Reconstruction Starfall. The golden runes suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, like countless shooting stars cutting through the night sky. The entire ice-cold valley was illuminated by the golden light as if it was daytime. Those black shadow warriors let out silent screams as their bodies began to crumble and disintegrate under the golden light. One by one, like a mist hit by sunlight, they quickly dissipated into the air. Old Zhang, there's no need to use an A-rank skill against some third-rank monsters. Li Hong couldn't help but be staggered as he watched Zhang Zetian perform an A-rank skill. Although Zhang Zetian's skill did remove a large number of ghost shadow soldiers, in his opinion, it was completely killing the chicken with a bull's eye. Zhang Zetian put away his codex and gave Li Hong a faint glance. Although these monsters are only of the third rank, they are large in number and move strangely. If we don't settle this soon, we may be in for a bitter fight. We're aiming for that dragon, we can't waste too much time here. Dongfang Yao nodded, agreeing with Zhang Zetian. Old chapter is right, we don't have much time to waste, settle them as soon as possible and then continue tracking that dragon. Mo Qingxue chimed in, that's right, the appearance of these monsters is no coincidence. We must act carefully and not be careless. Dongfang Yao looked around, the cold air within the ice-cold valley was still thick. The surrounding ice had already developed a large number of cracks from the battle just now, as if it would collapse at any time. He said in a deep voice, we have to get out of here as soon as possible, the terrain of the ice-cold valley has begun to become unstable. If we continue to stay here, we may be buried under this ice. Surprisingly, he exterminated hundreds of ghost shadow soldiers in one breath. These guys are a bit strong. Su Mo was also a bit speechless for a while as he received the news that the ghost shadow soldier had passed back. Hundreds of third-order ghost shadow soldiers were able to easily occupy a small city. Even an existence of the 5th rank would have to avoid it. But in the hands of those tracking, they were actually instantly massacred. Looks like the other side is a bit strong. Ghost soldiers re-explore. Soon. The ghost shadow soldiers came in with the latest news. Su Mo frowned as he pondered over the information he had just received. The other party had a group of 6 people, 4 of which were above the 9th rank of the 5th order, and the rest of them were all 5th-ranked powerhouses as well. Such a lineup was enough to sweep through an average medium-sized city. If it wasn't for the fact that their city lord's cultivation had recently broken through to the 6th rank, the entire city of Carlo was afraid that the entire city combined would not be a match for this small team. What a terrifying squad, I just don't know which power they come from. Is it from Skywind City? Sumer shook his head. Instead, more thoughts came to mind. 6 5th-ranked powerhouses, yet they only heavily wounded that earth dragon. Interesting. He murmured in a low voice, it seems there is a hidden agenda here that I am unaware of. Perhaps, it has something to do with the dragons. Sumer quickly weighed the pros and cons. The Holy Lord's 4-dimensional attributes were now equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of the 5th order. Together with the power of the 4 runes, it wasn't much of a problem to deal with the 9th rank of the 5th order. But the other party had more than one 5th order 9, there were at least 4 of them. And there were 2 other existences that were at least of the 5th rank as well. Even with the addition of him, the chances of winning head-to-head against this team aren't great. Retreat is the smart thing to do. He made a decisive decision, find a safe place to loosely develop a bit first. It's just that the other side is having some trouble tracking. There. I can pester them with ghost soldiers and then use the extreme speed of the rabbit charm to shake them off. Sumo was about to implement the retreat plan when a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding, new mission released. Quest content, resist the opponent's attack for 1 hour, rewarded with 100 kill value. The longer you resist, the higher the kill value, capped at 1000 kill value. If you can hold off the other side for a day, you will get an extra chance to draw 10 times in a row. Do you accept the mission? Interesting. A glint flashed in Sumo's eyes. The system doesn't want me to evacuate? He quickly weighed the pros and cons. Since the system has issued a mission, there is bound to be a possibility of accomplishing it. Sumer rubbed his chin. Maybe it doesn't need to be head-on hard, just enough to slow them down. The temptation of 1000 kill values and a chance to draw 10 in a row was too great. Although the opponent was powerful, he himself now possessed the Holy Lord and the Ghost Shadow Soldiers. Together with the Dragon Rune spell that he had just obtained, he might not be without a fighting chance. Moreover, he didn't need to defeat his opponent, he only needed to maneuver around him. Accept the mission. Sumer chose to accept without hesitation. Ding, mission accepted, clock starts. As soon as the system's tone fell, Sumo immediately adjusted his plan. Ghost Shadow Soldiers, all out. Thousands of black shadows surged out of the ground, spreading like a tidal wave into the distance. This time, Sumo didn't let them attack directly, but spread out to form a huge intelligence network. Holy Lord, are you ready? Sumo turned to the Holy Lord beside him. The Holy Lord nodded his head, a calm gleam in his eyes, anytime. Very well, we will not fight them hard, but will wear out their patience and strength. The corner of Sumo's mouth hooked up in a smile. Let's have a game of cat and mouse. Chapter 38, at least an S-Class 5th Order 9th level summoner. Inside the ice-cold valley, Dongfang Yao's group was advancing carefully. Strange, those black shadow soldiers suddenly disappeared. Li Hong looked around vigilantly. Zhang Zetian closed the codex with a frown. They're not leaving, they're watching us. An ambush? Imo Qingxue gripped her staff tightly, blue magic power flickering at the tip. Dongfang Yao shook his head, not like an ambush, more like. Before the words fell, the ice wall in the distance suddenly collapsed, and huge chunks of ice rolled down like an avalanche. Watch out! Dongfang Yao shouted, and the crowd quickly dispersed. The moment they dodged the ice avalanche, dozens of black shadows attacked from all directions. But instead of attacking directly, they wandered around them, attacking and retreating from time to time. These guys are stalling. Li Hong shouted angrily and swung his sword at the nearest black shadow. Li Hong's sword blade slashed through the black shadow, which instantly turned into black smoke and dissipated. However, he saw more black shadows coming from all directions, as if they were endless. The sheer number of them made Dongfang Yao and his party's jaws drop. This can't be right! Zhang Zetian exclaimed, flipping the codex in his hand faster and faster. Blue magic rays drew graceful arcs in the air, freezing a dozen or so ghost shadow soldiers. But his face was growing grave. How come? And they move and attack in exactly the same way, as if they are being manipulated by the same consciousness. Dongfang Yao swung his sword to fend off the attacks of the ghost shadow soldiers while calmly analyzing. There's no way a normal monster colony could ever do that. Thousands of third-order monsters were definitely an incomparably terrifying beast tide. Moreover, the behavioral movement's combat abilities and techniques were all exactly the same. No monster race was able to do this. Even the bug mother of the bug race couldn't create 1,000 bug races of the third rank with the exact same fighting ability. Unless it was summoned. Summoner? Li Hong froze, then realized with a start that it's no wonder they move so coordinated and their fighting skills are almost identical. Zhang Zetian nodded, a trace of scorn flashing in his eyes. And it's an extremely rare large-scale summoning. Ordinary summoners control at most a dozen summons at the same time. This is already over 1,000. Dongfang Yao frowned. It seems the one we were tracking has found us and is far stronger than we expected. Judging by the number of summons currently summoned and their strength, the opponent is at least an S-rank summoner. The grade is at least at the peak level of the 5th rank 9, and it's even just a foot away from the 6th rank. The faces of the people were ugly. Granted, they were all 5th order, 9th order existences. However, other than Dongfang Yao, the rest of them were all some distance away from the peak of the 5th rank 9. If what was really in the shadows was really a 5th rank, 9th rank and S-rank summoner, their situation would become incredibly passive. We may have kicked the bucket this time. Dongfang Yao's face also became ugly. Regardless of whether he's a summoner or whatever, in front of me, Li Hong, he's all scum. Although Li Hong's mouth was unconvincing, the movements in his hands became more cautious. Don't be careless, Dongfang Yao said in a deep voice. Although these black shadow soldiers are only of the 3rd rank, they are huge in number and move strangely. We have to find a way to break through them as soon as possible, or we'll be consumed alive here. Old chapter, do you have any ideas? Dongfang Yao looked at Zhang Zetian. As a full team mage, the chapter has the most powerful offense on the team. I can also cast a wide-ranging starfall to temporarily clear out these black shadow soldiers. However, after this strike, there will be a great deal of exertion, and you may not be able to continue performing this skill for a day afterward. Well, it's up to you then, Dongfang Yao said without hesitation. Chapter nodded, then closed his eyes. The codex in his hand slowly unfolded, and golden runes once again surrounded him. Law Reconstruction Starfall. The golden runes erupted with dazzling light, and countless meteoric energies fell from the sky. Wherever they passed, all the black shadow soldiers perished. Looking at the black shadow soldiers that kept falling to the ground behind him, Zhang Zetian took a deep breath and raised the magic power in his body to the limit. Golden runes rotated in his palm, eventually converging into an endless ball of star energy that was dazzling. Go on. Zhang Zetian gently pushed out his right palm, and the ball of star energy immediately flew out, spreading in all directions. In a flash, the sky was dark. Dazzling white light filled the entire ice cave. Dongfang Yao and the others' eyes widened as they stared in shock at the feat before them. The originally dense legion of black shadows became sparse in the blink of an eye, and even the ground shook slightly. One blow. It wiped out thousands of ghost shadow soldiers. Good job, old chapter. Li Hong gave a thumbs up. Hoo. Break out while you can. Zhang Zetian panted heavily. That move just now had consumed too much of his mental and physical strength. Go! Dongfang Yao shouted, and the crowd quickly rushed towards the gap that Zhang Zetian had blasted out. And this scene was caught in Sumo's eyes. What a horrible skill! Wizards deserve to be the most powerful profession in terms of killing. Sumer couldn't help but sigh. This powerful attack, if it fell directly on him, would really be. Can't imagine. However, such a powerful skill is bound to be impossible to cast continuously. Then the danger to wizards will plummet. Sumer rubbed his chin. He can also summon roughly 6,000 or so ghost soldiers right now. These soldiers, of necessity, could not all go out to fight. Some to be his scapegoat. 2,000 of them will guard my side, while the rest of the ghost shadow soldiers will be divided into batches to drain their physical and mental strength. Sumo gently waved his hand, black mist filled the air, and countless ghostly shadow soldiers split into several squares and surged towards the direction of Dongfang Yao and the others' breakout. Dongfang Yao led the squad quickly through the ice cave. Zhang Zetian's face was a little pale. His magic power consumption was close to its limit after executing that move Starfall. Old Zhang, are you still holding up? Li Hong asked, with a few moments of worry in his eyes. Don't worry, it won't die. Zhang Zetian forced a smile, but the beads of sweat on his forehead revealed his weakened state. Just then, a black crack suddenly surfaced on the ice wall in front of him. Countless ghostly soldiers drilled out from it, once again forming an encirclement. There are so many of these guys. Li Hong's face changed dramatically. Spread out the formation. Dongfang Yao shouted, and the 6 of them quickly pulled away. Protecting Imo Qingshuet, Zhang Zetian, and archer Lu Tongyuan in the middle, forming a defensive circle. With a wave of Imo Qingshue's staff, a wall of ice rose up from the ground, temporarily blocking some of the ghost shadow soldiers from attacking. However, more ghost shadow soldiers emerged from the underground. They no longer just wandered around harassing, but began to attack in an organized manner. A portion of the ghostly soldiers rushed directly towards the crowd, while the other portion roamed in the distance, ready to provide support. Chapter 39, next, the real battle begins. It's like a wave of beasts. No, it's more terrifying than a tidal wave of beasts. We need to find that summoner, just defeat him and these summons will disappear. Emo Qingxue gripped her staff tightly, the magic power within her body began to rapidly coalesce, and the blue gem at the top of the staff radiated a dazzling light. I'll find out where that summoner is. Emo Qingxue said in a low voice, then closed her eyes and started casting detection magic. Protect her! Dongfang Yao bellowed and quickly stood beside Emo Qingxue. The long sword in his hand swung out a sword light, repelling the approaching ghost shadow soldiers. Li Hong also did not hesitate to block Emo Qingxue's other side. Master, they seem to want to find out where you are. Want me to them? Sumer smiled faintly, let them find it, it's not the time for you to make an appearance. Just then, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully resisting for an hour, and receiving a 100 kill value reward. A hint of joy flashed in Sumo's eyes, it seems that the mission is progressing well. He looked at the system panel, the progress of the quest had reached 10%, as long as he persisted for another 11 hours, he would be able to obtain 1000 kill values and a chance for 10 consecutive draws. Space Magic Tracer Magic. Emo Qingxue's hands traced a strange rune in front of her chest, and a faint blue light glowed on her slender fingers. She closed her eyes and sensed the subtle fluctuations in the space around her. Found it! About 300 meters to the northeast, there's a strong fluctuation of the dragon race's aura there. Her eyes snapped open and her staff clanked. Okay, Li Hong and I will go and take care of that summoner, but Old Zhang, you are responsible for guarding Qingxue, Old Lu, Old Zhang and their safety. Qingxue and Old Lu are in charge of giving us long-range support. Dongfang Yao ordered immediately. Understood. Li Hong showed his teeth and smiled, finally I can meet this guy who hides his head. With that, he took out his own berserker battle axe. An axe went down, and the raging power instantly emptied the ghostly shadow soldiers in front of him. Go! Dongfang Yao shouted, and the crowd quickly rushed in the direction where Suemo was. Master, they found us. Aha! Sumer nodded. It was only a matter of time before he was discovered, within his expectations. After all, the other side was able to track down. Being able to locate them is just not normal. Master, what's the battle to be fought? I have a feeling those people's strength isn't quite the same as the bedbugs we encountered before. Seems a little strong. The Holy Lord spoke. So, we have to make a good plan before we can confront those people head-on. Skill All Souls illustration is activated. Detailed information about Dongfang Yao and Li Hong surfaced on the illustration, including their strengths, skills, fighting styles, and weaknesses. Name, Oriental Yao. Level, 5th Order, 9th Grade. Profession, Lightsaber. Grade, A. Power, 60,000. Agility, 60,000. Intelligence, 58,000. Spirit, 58,000. Skill 1, Swordminder rank skill. Effect, Dongfang Yao enters a highly focused combat state, able to anticipate the enemy's attack trajectory, increasing evasion rate and counterattack speed. Skill 2, Judgment of Light S rank skill. Effect, Dongfang Yao condenses light attribute sword chi, inflicting huge damage to enemies in a fan-shaped area in front of him with a short blinding effect. Skill 3, Chopping B rank skill. Effect, Dongfang Yao quickly swings his long sword, dealing moderate physical damage to enemies within a straight line in front of him with a slight knockback effect. Skill 4, Shelter of Light B rank skill. Effect, Oriental Yao summons a barrier of light that provides a brief defense bonus to himself or his teammates, reducing damage taken by 20% for 5 seconds. Cooldown 25 seconds. Weakness, Oriental Yao's high sensitivity and high frequency of attacks require a lot of stamina. Prolonged fighting will cause his status to decline rapidly, while fighting at night will reduce his combat power by 5%. This guy has almost full 4-dimensional attributes. It looks like it's about to enter the 6th rank. Could it be that he's chasing the Earth Dragon like this because he wants to advance to the 6th Order with the help of the Earth Dragon's dragon bloodline? Sumer frowned. Think that's a strong possibility. Soon enough, it was time to turn his attention to another. Name, Li Hong. Level, 5th Order, 9th Grade. Profession, Berserker. Grade, A. Power, 55,000. Agility, 50,000. Intelligence, 50,000. Spirit, 52,000. Skill 1, Berserk Rage a rank skill. Effect: Li Hong enters a berserk state with increased attack power and attack speed. At the end of the berserk, Li Hong will enter a weakened state, with all attributes dropping. Skill 2, Earth Splitting, a rank skill. Effect: Li Hong swings his battle axe, dealing high physical damage to enemies in a straight line area in front of him. Skill 3, 6 Styles of Berserk Battle, B rank skill. Effect: Li Hong stimulates his own power and explodes into 6 attacks. Skill 4, Brute Force Punch, B rank skill. Effect: Li Hong rushes towards the target with great speed, dealing medium physical damage to enemies in his path with a short stun effect. Weakness 1, Weakness period after berserking. Weakness 2, Limited attack range. Description: Li Hong's skills are mostly melee attacks, lack of long-range attacks, easy to be kiked by long-range professions or flexible enemies. This guy isn't weak either. Suemo narrowed his eyes slightly after reading the details and weaknesses of the two. Both sides were at the top level of the 5th rank, plus the remaining 4. If he fought head-on, Suemo would definitely not be able to take advantage. If it hadn't, at first, taken care of that mage, the situation will be even more difficult. It can even be tyrannized. Next, will be the beginning of the real battle. Suemo took a deep breath and his face was grave. On the other side, the two of them, Dongfang Yao and Li Hong, joined forces and quickly approached Suemo. The ghostly shadow soldiers rushing up around them were also easily cleared by the two's attacks, closing in on Sumo's position step by step. Bump! Li Hong split a ghost shadow soldier with an axe. Gazing straight at Suemo and the Holy Lord above the icy peak, the corners of his mouth cracked into a hideous arc. Ha ha ha! Captain, I see the Draconian! Li Hong said with a big smile, his face full of excitement. Dongfang Yao's expression remained unchanged, but his right hand gripping the weapon tightened. Be careful, that dragon race is not simple at first glance, don't gut her out. Li Hong grinned. Don't worry, Captain, this time, I won't let another dragon slip out from under my nose. As the words fell, he pointed his toes, and his entire body shot into midair like a cannonball, the great axe in his hand raised high. All of you scumbags, get out of my way. Chapter 40, The Devil is not a martial virtue. Li Hong's huge axe carried a thunderous momentum, splitting the ghostly soldiers in front of him into black mist and dissipating. A passageway that led straight in front of Suemo was split open hard, and the ice crystals along the way were shattered to pieces. Li Hong and Dongfang Yao killed close to the front, their gazes fell on the Holy Lord, and the first thing they perceived was the Holy Lord's rank. This dragon is only 4th ranked? Li Hong's voice was a little surprised, as if he had seen something incredible. Dongfang Yao frowned slightly but didn't say anything as his gaze turned to Suemo. When they sensed Sumo's rank, the expressions on their faces became even more odd. 3rd ranked summoner? How is this? The Holy Lord and Sumer ranks were nothing like what they had envisioned. It was a bit terribly weak. It's just that it's not the half-step 6th step they expected. Surprisingly, there wasn't even a 5th rank, and even the summoner was only a 3rd rank? It's not right. Very much 12% off. How could a 3rd ranked summoner summon a 4th ranked dragon that exceeded his own rank? That's just as well. Summoning thousands of 3rd order monsters was even more impossible. A 3rd order summoner definitely didn't have that huge amount of magic power that could support him in summoning so many summons. But what they don't realize is that Sumer summoned ghost shadow soldiers without consuming any magic power at all. Could it be that the other party possesses a prop that can change their level? Dongfang Yao whispered, his eyes deep. In this instant, Sumo's existence became confusing. It must be. The other party's true cultivation must be hidden, otherwise there's no way to explain why they summoned so many 3rd rank monsters. Just as Dongfang Yao was analyzing Suemo and the Sacred Lord, Li Hong had already approached towards the Holy Lord with his giant axe raised, a large grin spreading from the corner of his mouth. I originally thought you guys were 5th order and would have to go through a lot of trouble, but I didn't realize it was so drawn out. Li Hong swaggers closer. Now it seems that I can easily take care of you all by myself. He even whistled provocatively at the Holy Lord. Wait. Seeing Li Hong preparing to make a move, Dongfang Yao spoke out to stop him. Li Hong stopped with a puzzled expression and looked back at Dongfang Yao. Captain, what are you doing? Under Li Hong's puzzled gaze, Dongfang Yao made a slight bow in the direction of Suemo and the Holy Lord, his tone surprisingly polite. I wonder if Your Excellency would be willing to cut us some slack and give us this dragon. We are willing to pay a large price for it. Li Hong? He suspected he had heard wrong. What kind of operation was this for the captain? Shouldn't we just grab it? Suemo and the Holy Lord, who were preparing to fight, were also filled with questions. What's going on here? Bump! What responded to Dongfang Yao was the Holy Lord's dragon breath. Damn the guy for negotiating his dang demon as a commodity? The Holy Lord was furious. Dragon flame whistled past. Dongfang Yao hastily dodged. Dragon flame landed on top of the ice and snow behind him, exploding into a brilliant ice blue flame. And you dare to take the initiative? Li Hong cursed and raised his axe to close in. This time, Dongfang Yao did not block it again. The other side has already done it, so there's no point in wasting words. Anyway, no matter what the cost, they had to catch this dragon today. Captain, I'll take care of this dragon. Li Hong smiled confidently. With a giant axe in hand, he killed the Holy Lord head-on. The Holy Lord's golden dragon pupils lit up with flames of anger, and the dragon's claws slapped the ground so violently that the entire icy peak trembled. Lowly human, how dare you insult this seat like that? Dragon blast! Blinding blue light burst from within the holy body, like a small sun exploding above the icy peak. Terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions with the Holy Lord at the center, and the ice and snow instantly vaporized under the force. What? The smile on Li Hong's face froze as he felt an energy fluctuation that far exceeded that of a fourth-order creature come crashing down on him. At this moment, it was no longer realistic for him to try to hide. Cracking chop. Li Hong desperately mobilized all the elemental power in his body and poured it into the great axe in his hand, then slashed down. Rumble. The two collided, producing a violent ringing sound. The surrounding glaciers shook, and countless snow pieces flew and sprinkled down like rain. A cloud of dust obscured the view of the crowd in the. Only a muffled grunt could be heard from Li Hong. Li Hong fell back 3 meters, his chest dented. A deep bloody scar was torn where the original battle armor had been, and bright red liquid dripped down the wound. Li Hong raised his head and gazed at the Holy Lord in horror. Your rank. Li Hong was horrified. He clearly sensed that the Holy Lord was only at the 4th rank. How come the power that suddenly erupted was many times stronger than him? It's fake. Dongfang Yao's eyes stared and quickly flashed to Li Hong's side. Are you alright? Captain, this guy is not simple. We were all fooled by him. Li Hong wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. The contempt in his eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by gravity and vigilance. Aha! Dongfang Yao nodded. He had expected this. Sure enough, he's hiding his strength. This is at least a peak 5th order dragon. Suemo looked at Li Hong's slightly broken armor and shook his head slightly. It's a pity that this guy is even wearing armor, or else this strike would be enough to completely incapacitate him. However, this has also caused Li Hong to suffer a considerable amount of trauma, and his strength has definitely been discounted. The Holy Lord will definitely be able to stall enough if he fights with it alone. Sumo's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Li Hong in front of him. The mind calculates the next response. Even though the Holy Lord's 4-dimensional attributes were now only 30,000 or so, there is a difference of about 20,000 with Li Hong. But the other party had expended a lot of stamina before, plus they had been hit hard again. With his 4 SS ranked runes, the Holy Lord was able to make up for the difference in rank between the two sides. What was trickier now was the Dongfang Yao in front of him. The opponent's 4-dimensional attributes were higher than Li Hao's. Almost close to full level. If he joined the battlefield, the Holy Lord would definitely not be able to withstand it. Even though he summoned 2 Saint Lords were no match for Li Hong and Dongfang Yao. Not to mention, there were 4 other people on the other side watching. It would be almost impossible for him to defeat his opponent. The system's task wasn't for him to defeat the other party either, just a day of head-on confrontation was enough. That gives him a lot of room to maneuver. After some thought, Suemo already had an incomparably detailed plan in his mind. Now, just wait and see what happens. Eyes cast to the battlefield between Li Hong and the Holy Lord. Dragon flames roared and frost raged. Li Hong swung his giant axe to slash at the Holy Lord, while the Holy Lord, who knew his opponent's weaknesses, utilized his agile figure to constantly roam around. It did not give a chance for melee combat. And constantly utilizing Dragon Flame for suppression. Damn it, you stinker, is that all you know how to do, hide? Are you still a dragon? Seeing that his attacks were slow to inflict fatal damage on this dragon race in front of him, Li Hong stormed out, screaming. He's at least a fifth-order powerhouse. At the moment it's being teased like a monkey. The Holy Lord snorted coldly, a look of contempt in his eyes. He's a demon, and it's well known that demons are not martial. As long as we can win, everything is okay. Chapter 41, Don't Care About Me? You're going to be in deep. Ding detected that the host has resisted the opponent's attack for 2 hours. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 kill value. Sumo's eyes brightened slightly, his mood extremely pleasant. According to the Holy Lord's method of fighting, delaying for a day was not a problem at all. Of course, that's impossible. Sumo's gaze swept towards Dongfang Yao. Sure enough, I noticed that a hint of agitation had crept into the other man's face. Dongfang Yao stood in the distance, his brows furrowed. He didn't expect Li Hong to even have the slightest idea what he could do to this dragon race in front of him. At this rate, I don't know how much more time will be consumed. It can't wait. Dongfang Yao whispered, and a long sword with a snow-white body appeared in his hand. When Suemo saw this scene, he was immediately alerted. He had long predicted that Dongfang Yao would make a move, he just didn't expect it to be this fast. This guy, he seems to be in a real hurry. Chop! Dongfang Yao raised his arm and turned his wrist. A stern sword chi broke through the air at an astonishingly fast speed. Damned bedbugs. Rabbit charm, activated at breakneck speed. The Holy Lord's figure instantly blurred, moving 3 meters sideways at an incredible speed. Dongfang Yao's surefire sword unexpectedly fell short. What? Dongfang Yao's pupils shrunk. His sword contained the sword-mind ability of anticipation, which could never be dodged. What shocked him even more was that the Holy Lord dragged out 7 residual shadows behind him as he moved. This guy, what terrifying speed! Dongfang Yao's expression was grave, he had never seen such a bizarre speed before. Even he didn't have this terrifying speed. This dragon race has definitely mastered an S-rank speed skill. If you want to capture it alive, you have to block his speed. Dongfang Yao immediately shouted at Zhang Zetian and Mo Qingxue. Cast a spell on me to restrict this dragon's mobility. Aye, Captain. The two of them, Mo Qingxue and Zhang Zetian, sniffed and immediately took action. One holds a staff, the other a codex. The spell was cast, and all of a sudden, the wind rose. Magical imprisonment. Frost fall. Mo Qingxue and Zhang Zetian both snapped in unison. Only to see that the space around the Holy Lord suddenly distorted, as if it was bound by invisible shackles. At the same time, the temperature plummeted, the cold was so intense that a thick layer of frost quickly condensed on the ground. Spreading towards the Holy Lord, it looked like it wanted to freeze the Holy Lord into an ice sculpture. Good chance. The light in Li Hong's eyes exploded as he seized this opportunity. Brute force punch. His whole body is gnarled and sinewy. Li Hong roared angrily and rushed towards the Holy Lord. This move was the attack he was most proud of. But any enemy that comes near him is simply swept away. And Dongfang Yao seized this opportunity to cast a chopping attack once again. The 2 attacks came towards the Holy Lord at the same time with an appalling might. He definitely can't hide this time. Li Hong grinned sardonically. Dongfang Yao also nodded. This dragon race, even if it was strong enough to block the attack of one of them, it would definitely not be able to resist the attack of the other. The Holy Lord's golden dragon pupils suddenly contracted. Sumo's face also changed slightly. 1 against 2, huh? Sumo's mind moved, directly allowing the Sacred Lord to unleash the power of the Tiger Rune spell. Tiger Rune spell Yin Yang split. In the shocked gazes of Dongfang Yao and Li Hong, the Holy Lord's body actually split into 2. What the hell is this? Li Hong rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. Dongfang Yao was also in disbelief, he had seen a lot of things, but he had never seen such a bizarre ability. Split? No, these 2 guys, their auras are just as powerful as before. Dongfang Yao quickly calmed down as he realized that the aura of these 2 Saint Lords had not weakened because they were split in 2. Instead, they were all very strong. It can't be a new dragon race summoned by that summoner, can it? But can one person summon 2 identical dragons? Li Hong's face twitched. Dongfang Yao unconsciously swept towards the ghostly soldiers. Who says you can't summon the exact same creature? Aren't these Ghostbusters the perfect example? A bad feeling rose in his heart. If the other party was able to summon not 1 or 2 dragons, but tens or hundreds. They were not to mention capturing a living dragon tribe back alive today. Even if they could go back alive was a big question. The two Saint Lords of Good and Evil blocked Li Hong and Dongfang Yao's attacks respectively. Dare to strike at me, today I will eat you alive. The evil Sacred Lord was furious, and a raging, ferocious aura spread out. Opening his mouth, he swept towards Li Hong and Dongfang Yao with a dragon blast. The two big men were shocked at the sight. Hurriedly dodging. The dragon blast rumbled and exploded, turning into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. I'll see where you're going to run. The evil Saint Lord roared and once again pursued. Seeing this, the good Saint Lord on the side also cast an attack without mercy. Though the Holy One is divided into good and evil, it's still impossible to be a match for Li Hong and Dongfang Yao. Not to mention the fact that the other side is aided by two mages. Su Mo secretly calculated in his heart. Although, the current good and evil two great Saint Lords had temporarily suppressed Li Hong and Dongfang Yao. However, it was still impossible to be the opponent's opponent. By the time the other side reacted, the ending still couldn't be changed. The key to breaking the game is still in the other four. Su Mo looked over to the four Moqingxue who were still under siege by the Ghost Shadow Corps. It looks like this support and mage will have to be taken care of if we want to stall long enough. Auxiliary this profession although not as powerful as the other main combat profession of the fighting force. But many times, it's the heart and soul of the team. Play a decisive role in the battle. Su Mo knew in his heart that as long as he controlled Moqingxue and Zhang Zetian, he would be able to drastically weaken Dongfang Yao and their battle power. They were protected by a shield warrior, and it was definitely not an easy task to take them out. My career is a great cover. A handless summoner, who could have thought, was a terrifying melee combatant. After making up his mind, Su Mo headed towards the battlefield of Moqingxue and the others. Captain, is that guy trying to escape? Li Hong shouted as he dealt with the Holy Lord. It's just a summoner, he can't make any waves, just let him go. Dongfang Yao snorted coldly, his gaze always locked on the Holy Lord. Our goal is the dragons, leave him alone. Of course, there was another reason why he didn't want to mess with this summoner too much. Hey, don't care about me? Then you guys are in big trouble. Su Mo laughed in his heart, but the pace of his feet became faster and faster. Chapter 42, Summoner? Dragon Knight? What the hell are you? Sumo's figure moved quickly across the battlefield, closing in on Moqingxue and the others in a matter of 10 seconds. This was still Su Mo purposely controlling his speed. Otherwise, with his current speed attribute of up to 37,600, as well as the power of the rabbit rune, in a few blinks, he was able to rush to the fore. At this moment, in the battlefield of Zhang Zetian and the four others, the shield warrior Zhang San was at the front, like an iron tower, blocking the onslaught of the ghost shadow soldiers to death. The two mages, Moqingxue and Zhang Zetian, were constantly releasing spells from the back. Of course, because Zhang Zetian was overconsumed, the main output was played by the shooter Ryu Tangyuan. The Ghost Shadow Corps was still struggling to surround them, but Moqingxue's four worked well together, and for a while they were able to stabilize their position. Ha! What does that kid want? Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Zetian caught a glimpse of Sumo's movements and frowned. Isn't he trying to escape? Moqingxue was also a bit puzzled. No, he's coming in our direction. Ryu Tangyuan killed a ghost shadow soldier with an arrow. A summoner, charging towards us? Zhang San froze for a moment, then grinned and... This kid isn't out of his mind, I'm afraid. In their opinion, Sumo's behavior was simply suicidal. A brittle summoner who doesn't honestly hide behind it. Instead, they wanted to play melee with their two mages, a shooter and shield warrior. Sick in the head. Whatever, since he's looking for death, let's fulfill him. Zhang San let out a sardonic laugh, and the shield in his hand slammed forward and... Shield strike. The huge shield carried a whistling wind sound and ruthlessly slammed into Su Mo. If this strike were to hit, a warrior of the same rank would, I'm afraid, have to suffer heavy damage. Not to mention a brittle summoner. If not dead, then crippled. Zhang San's shield was wrapped with the force of 1,000 pounds and slammed towards Su Mo. With this strike, it was as if even the air had been crushed and exploded, emitting an ear-piercing sonic boom. It's over. No one thought a brittle summoner would be able to dodge the blow. However, Rabbit Charm Extreme Speed. Whoosh. Sumo's figure instantly disappeared in place. That speed, it was almost like an instantaneous shift. So fast that the naked eye can't even catch it. Zhang San's shield strike hit the ground with a solid thud. A small crater was smashed out directly. Where are the people? The smile on his face instantly froze, and his eyes went as wide as brass bells. How did it disappear? Did I blink? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, suspecting he was hallucinating. Not only him, even the three people at the back, Zhang Zetian, Mo Qingshuet and Lu Tongyuan, were all dumbfounded. How do people suddenly disappear? Not disappear. It's the speed that paralyzes our eyes. Lu Tongyuan's pupils shrunk violently. As an archer, his dynamic vision was far beyond normal, not to mention the eagle eye technique added to it. Even so, he had only captured the remnants of Sumo's movement. This speed was definitely not something a third-rank summoner could have, or rather, just not the speed that a summoner's profession should have. Before the words fell, Sumo had already bypassed shield warrior Zhang San like a ghost and appeared in front of Mo Qingshuet, Zhang Zetian, and Lu Tongyuan. Watch out! Only then did Zhang San react and hurriedly yelled. But it was already too late. He never dreamed that a summoner would be able to burst out with such terrifying speed. This completely turned his perception upside down. But what can a summoner do when he gets close? Being a sandbag? Dragon Blast. Sumo wouldn't give them any chance and directly opened his mouth with a dragon blast. Hot balls of fire with destructive energy coalesced rapidly in his mouth. The blazing light baked the air around them with some distortion. Quick defense. Zhang Zetian desperately squeezed the remaining magic power in his body and cast a defensive magic the second before his strength ran out. Magic Shield. Mo Qingshuet also reacted as the top of her staff lit up. Healing Light. The white light fell on Zhang Zetian's body, and his magic power, which was about to bottom out, recovered a little bit visible to the naked eye. Boom! The dragon blast slammed hard into the magic shield that Zhang Zetian had hastily erected. The hot flames instantly exploded like a blooming fire lotus, wrapping the entire shield. The surrounding frigid rocks actually began to melt under the scorching heat. The drops were evaporated into white mist again before they hit the ground. Click! 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 The magic shield trembled violently, making an unbearable sound, and a crack spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Zetian's face was pale, and beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. The sliver of magic power that had just been restored was quickly injected into the shield, desperately trying to maintain its stability. Damn! How is this guy's attack so strong? Zhang Zetian was horrified in his heart. He had thought that a summoner, even if he got close, could be much of a threat. But now, Sumo's shot of Dragon Blast was simply comparable in power to the full force of a 5th-rank 9th-level mage. This was completely beyond his knowledge. How could a summoner with a weak physical body have such a powerful single combat ability? All the summoners they've met before were fake? This guy in front of me isn't a summoner at all, he's a dragon rider, right? But why would a dragon rider know the means of a summoner? A series of questions swirled in the chapter's mind. He felt like his worldview was collapsing. It wasn't just him, Mo Qingshuet and Lu Tongyuan were equally incredulous. They had never seen such a powerful summoner before, and this completely overturned their perception of summoners. Ka-ching! The magic shield finally couldn't withstand the impact of the dragon blast and shattered like glass. The residual flame energy swept through, burning several charred holes in Zhang Zetian's vestments. Lu Tongyuan's legs went limp and he fell to his knees, his face as white as paper. No more magic. Zhang Zetian's lips trembled as he spat out the words with difficulty. A tearing pain came from his overdrawn magic circuits, causing a blackout before his eyes. The moment the shield shattered, a silver light broke through the air. Bursting arrows. Lu Tongyuan's bowstring trembled, and the specially made demon-breaking arrow carried an ear-piercing shrill whistle straight to Sumo's throat. The arrowheads were entwined with spiraling streams of air, which were surefire arrows that could penetrate the defenses of the 5th rank. No matter if you were a dragon knight or a summoner, you would fall under this arrow. Die! A vicious color flashed in Lu Tongyuan's eyes. As the team's chief shooter, he had shot countless strong enemies with this move. Even if the opponent was really a dragon knight hiding his strength, as long as he was hit, he would at least be seriously injured and lose his ability to fight. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Can you hit it? I'm sure you'll win. At such a close distance, even if the opponent's speed was faster, he definitely couldn't be faster than an arrow. Chapter 43, Bound, Good for Business. May. Facing this arrow, Sumo had no intention of dodging at all. He utilized the lure of his status as a summoner to kill the three by surprise. Time is running out, and the opportunity to strike is only these few seconds away. If it's evasive. By the time that Shield Warrior arrived, there would be trouble. Sumo let the arrow wrapped in the power of breaking magic hit him with precision. And the moment the power of that arrow erupted, Sumo cast the skill damage transfer. Put. The sound of the arrow entering the flesh was clearly audible, and even the sight of the arrow penetrating through the body from behind fell into everyone's eyes. It worked. He's dead. Not bad for Willow. Mo Qingshui and Zhang Zitian cheered out almost simultaneously, their taut nerves finally relaxing. Zhang San is also relieved, although the process is thrilling, but finally. It's still me. Ru Tongyuan was smug. Even if a 5th rank is hit by this arrow of mine, it will be hard to escape serious injury. Him? Ryu Tongyuan shook his head. The meaning is obvious. But soon, the expression on his face froze. Because he saw that. Sumer is not dead. Not even a trace of blood was shed. Damage transfer. The wound in Sumo's chest that had been penetrated suddenly glowed with a bizarre red light. The burst of energy attached to the arrow actually followed some kind of invisible connection and instantly transferred to the surrounding ghost shadow soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 explosions in a row, the bodies of the nearest few ghost shadow soldiers suddenly swelled and exploded, turning into a roiling black mist and dissipating. On the other hand, the penetrating wound on Sumo's chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, he was back to his old self, and even the ragged holes in his clothes were strangely restored. What kind of skill is this? Mo Qingshui's eyes widened in horror and her voice changed tone. Zhang Zitian was also dumbfounded as he rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he was hallucinating. I must have overdrawn my magic too much and my eyes are blurry. Lu Tongyuan was even as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire body froze. The demon breaker arrow he was so proud of, the surefire strike, had actually failed? This was something that could even seriously injure a 5th-ranked powerhouse. He muttered, his voice filled with disbelief and self-doubt, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be that what my arrow just hit was only the opponent's doppelganger? He jerked his head up and stared dead at the wound on Sumo's chest that had completely healed. Even his clothes were intact, as if everything just now was an illusion. Dragon's breath. Sumo wouldn't give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. Take advantage of your illness. A mouthful of scorching hot breath spewed out from Sumo's mouth, carrying an extremely violent and destructive energy towards the 3 Lu Tongyuan people. So what if it's a 5th Order 9? Their profession is destined to make melee combat a nightmare. Sumo was confident that as long as there were no accidents, the 3 were powerless under his attacks. Boom! Long Yen was like a flood that broke the dike, instantly engulfing the 3. The scorching heat wave of air roasted the surrounding ground to a charred and cracked state. The 3 were simply defenseless. The flames dispersed, and the 3 were in a sorry state. Mo Qingshui's skirt was burned to the point that only a few strands of rags remained, and Zhang Zitian became a beggar's outfit. Lu Tongyuan was even worse, his body was scorched black. What had been long, flowing hair went straight to an exploding head with wisps of smoke. You? The hell you? Lu Tongyuan raised his head with difficulty. He couldn't figure out how a 3rd-ranked summoner could have such terrifying speed, be able to proceed to take down explosive arrows without injury, and now spit dragon breath? It's not a surprise anymore, it's a shock. This completely subverted his 20-plus years of knowledge of the professional system, and was even more outrageous than a sow up a tree. Sumo squatted down and patted Lu Tongyuan's charred cheeks, surprise? It's only just begun. Ghost Shadow Corps, take them. Sumo gave an order. Dozens of ghost shadow soldiers scurried out of the shadows like ghosts, moving swiftly and strangely. A black rope wrapped precisely around the limbs and necks of the 3 men. Bind them securely, unable to move like dumplings. Let go of me. You filthy undead creatures. Mo Qingshui screamed and struggled, but she was simply unable to break free from the ghost shadow soldiers. Zhang Zitian is no better. He tried to chant a spell as he struggled. But each time, just a few syllables were uttered before the ghostly soldier was smothered with a punch to the stomach. Stiffly, he held back the spell, holding it until his face was purple. Only Lu Tongyuan was still calm as he stared at Suemo with a deadly stare, as if he wanted to eat him alive. He really couldn't figure out how he had lost to a third-rank summoner. Damn thing. Let them go or I'll make you look good. It was only at this time that Zhang San rushed over from the tangle of ghostly shadow soldiers. Seeing that the three of them, Mo Qingxue, were bound into dumplings by the ghost shadow soldiers, he was instantly enraged. His eyes were glazed over, his forehead veins bulging. Or I'll smash you to a pulp. Suemo smiled faintly, completely unafraid. Guess whether you'll smash me into meat paste first, or I'll kill them first. Suemo waved his hand, and the ghost shadow soldier immediately understood, and the black rope in his hand tightened violently. Mo Qingxue, Zhang Zetian, and Lu Tongyuan immediately let out muffled grunts of pain, their faces rising to the color of pig liver. Especially Mo Qingxue, who originally had only a few strands of rags left to cover her. Now it was even more strangled and gasping for air, and her chest was rippling as if it would burst at any moment. Zhang San's footsteps came to a hard stop, throwing his weight around, he didn't dare to gamble. You vile. Zhang San was trembling with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Not bothering with Zhang San. Sumer stroked his chin and circled around the trio. Without these three guys, the next battle will be much better. I wonder if I can make the other side throw in the towel if I use these three lies as blackmail. In that case, dragging them hard for a day to complete the system will be easy. Thinking about this, Suemo looked towards the battlefield between Dongfangyao and the others and the Holy Lord. Worthy of being two 5th order 9th level existences, they have suppressed the Holy Lord so easily. Battlefield. The two great Holy Lords of Good and Evil were suppressed to death by Dongfangyao and Li Hong. But even so, the Holy Lord was proud enough of himself. After all, the Holy Lord was only at the 2nd level of the 4th order right now, and there was a gulf that could not be spanned from the 9th level of the 5th order. 1-on-2 and still undefeated for so long. In any other 4th order existence, no, even the 5th order. It was also long ago that Dongfangyao and Li Hong teamed up to blast it into slag, and even the ashes could not be found. Captain, it looks like we'll soon be able to take down these two dragons in front of us. Li Hong grinned, joy brimming from the corners of his eyes. Originally, their goal was just to capture a dragon alive to go back to the young lady. I didn't realize it was buy one get one free. It's a great deal of money. Dongfangyao nodded, a flash of excitement appearing on his face. And just as the two were getting ambitious, Sumo's somewhat untimely voice rang out at this moment. You two, why don't you turn around and take a look? Chapter 44, Quest Reward, Grey Wolf. From when Suemo made his move, to when he captured Zhang Zetian and the others. It all happened in a flash of lightning. But for a few seconds, Dongfangyao and Li Hong didn't have time to react at all. It was accompanied by the sound of Sumo's voice. Li Hong glanced back. The glimpse was like being struck by a bolt of lightning. The smile on Li Hong's face instantly froze, his eyes glazed over and his mouth unconsciously opened. What's wrong? Dongfangyao sensed Li Hong's difference, his heart thumped, and he also turned his head violently. The sight of it made his pupils contract suddenly. Sumer stood there harmlessly. And at his feet, Mo Qingxue, Zhang Zetian, and Lu Tongyuan were like three fat sheep to be slaughtered. Bound solidly by thick black ropes, they lay sprawled on the ground. Next to him, Zhang San held a huge shield, but froze in place. The veins on his forehead jutted out, his eyes were red, staring at Suemo, but he didn't dare to take a step forward. Old Lu, old Zhang, Qingxue, how are they being? The two were completely dumbfounded. Just when they were fully suppressing the Holy Lord, thinking that they were winning, and even began to calculate how to take credit after capturing the dragons, the backyard was on fire? Nope, this isn't a fire, this is a straight-up home invasion. How is this possible? Li Hong shouted out of breath, his voice changing tone. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had misread the situation. That's 4 5th order 9th ranked powerhouses. Even if he and the captain teamed up, they weren't sure of taking it down. How could it be bundled into a dumpling by a 3rd order summoner? Moreover, looking at Zhang San's throwaway look, it was obvious that these three were being taken as hostages. When did this happen? They were clearly still in a fierce battle with the Holy Lord just now, and it was only a matter of 10 seconds or so before and after. Putting down and tying up 3 5th order 9th ranked powerhouses in 10 seconds or so? Or was it done with the protection of a 5th rank 9th level shield warrior? What a joke! Dongfang Yao's face also became extremely ugly. He thought deeper than Li Hong. The means shown by the man in front of me. Is this really a 3rd order summoner? Just as he suspected. The opponent's profession isn't even that of a 3rd order summoner. He's playing pig in a poke from start to finish. 6th order. This guy was definitely in existence of the 6th order or even above. Dongfang Yao's inner excitement actually contained a hint of excitement. He had thought that even if the summoner in front of him had used props to change his level, at most, he would only be half a step into the 6th rank. Now it seemed that he had still severely underestimated his opponent's rank. Please be merciful and spare the lives of my teammates. Dongfang Yao instantly withdrew his hand and saluted towards Suemo. Li Hong cursed in a low voice, so low that only he could hear himself. After glancing at the Sacred Lord, although he was unwilling, he could only stop and call it quits for the sake of Mo Qingshue's and the other people's lives. See the situation. The smile at the corner of Sumo's mouth grew wider. It's good. Everything's under control. Watching Dongfang Yao and Li Hong really stop attacking the Holy Lord, a stone fell to the ground in Sumo's heart. Sure enough, just as I expected, these people still care about their teammates' lives. He glanced at Mo Qingxue, Zhang Zetian, and Lu Tongyuan, who were bundled up like 3 large silkworm babies at his feet. These 3 were now his most powerful talismans. As long as I have these 3 people under my control, not to mention delaying them for a day, even if I delay them for 3 or 5 days, they won't dare to act rashly. When the time comes, the system quests come hand in hand. Just as Suemo was having unlimited thoughts in his mind, planning how to use the hostages to maximize the delay. The next move of Dongfang Yao directly caused Sumo's calculations to instantly fall through. Dongfang Yao took a deep breath, suppressed the shocking waves in his heart, and made a distant arch towards Suemo, his posture lowered. Your Excellency's strength is unfathomable, we admit defeat. We are willing to stop immediately and never make another move against you and these 2 dragon friends. And please, Your Excellency, can you be magnanimous and let my teammates go? If Your Excellency has any grievances, I, Dongfang Yao, will bear them all. When these words came out, the face of Li Hong next to him instantly changed. Captain! Li Hong subconsciously shouted out of breath. How does this work? That dragon! He braked his words violently and looked anxiously at Dongfang Yao. Letting the dragons go? If they let these 2 dragons leave this time, they simply wouldn't be able to find a new one again in a short period of time. Time is running out, with less than half a month left. Then Miss she is not bound to die? Failure of the mission, he can accept the punishment, but the life of Miss. Dongfang Yao did not look at Li Hong, his gaze was still locked on Suemo, but his lips moved slightly and said sharply in a voice that only the 2 could hear. Don't you see? Li Hong was stunned. Dongfang Yao's voice carried an unprecedented seriousness, the other party is at least of the 6th rank. 7 short words, like 9 days of thunder, ruthlessly split in Li Hong's mind. 6th order? Li Hong's pupils contracted violently, and his brain instantly went blank and buzzed. He subconsciously turned his head and stared dead at the young, harmless-looking summoner not far away. This guy who easily and effortlessly tied 3 5th order 9th level powerhouses into dumplings, forcing Zhang San not to dare to move a bit. Is a 6th order? No wonder. No wonder it could be done under their noses and without a word. They were even thinking of taking each other alive before? It's almost as if the birthday boy hanged himself too long to live. Chapter and the others were also desperately wiggling their bodies in protest. They can die, but the lady must be saved. Admit defeat? When Suemo heard this, he barely managed to strain the smile on his face. Admit defeat? You're kidding. He had worked so hard to set up this situation, and he had shown the enemy that he was weak, and he had made a move to capture the hostages at the critical moment. What was the plan? Isn't that just stalling? If Dongfang Yao and the others were patting themselves on the back right now, wouldn't he fail this mission on the spot? No. Definitely can't let them just walk away. Hearing Dongfang Yao admit defeat, Suemo instantly became anxious as well. He's just trying to stall. He's not trying to win. Think of something. Just as Suemo was about to try and salvage the situation, the system voice rang out. Ding has detected that the host has successfully shocked the opponent into admitting defeat, and the mission stall time for one day has been completed in excess of the quota. Congratulations to the host for showing extraordinary wisdom and strength, and it is now judged that the degree of completion of the mission is perfect. Rewards being settled. Congratulations to the host for winning a mysterious prize. Sumer. No, wait a minute. Overshooting? His eyes instantly lit up. Tell me about it. Told you it would still be overbooked. Ding. Congratulations to the host for directly obtaining 1,200 points of kill value reward, and the number of draws increased from 10 to 15. Get Divine Summoner Grey Wolf Fragment 1. Chapter 45, 20 consecutive draws. What the hell is this? Sumo's eyes widened slightly. Cool. Just this by a times better. The kill value has increased by 200 points and the number of draws has increased by 5. That's the reward for going above and beyond the call of duty. Sure is bountiful. However, the surprises don't end there. Get Divine Summoner Grey Wolf, Fragment 1. What the hell? Sumer froze for a moment. Then, Shards of Grey Wolf, this is it? The value of this one fragment was comparable to SSS ranked materials, and the kill value was up to tens of thousands. He didn't know how long he would have to be a cowhorse and how many monsters he would have to kill before he could save up. Now, hey, there. System. Labor loves you. Detected that the host has 20 chances to draw. Do you want to use them now? First a sloppy 5 in a row. Ding, consume 5 chances to draw, start drawing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a grade B material, Moonstone 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the D-rank skill book Icecone Technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the D-ranked equipment Leather Leg Protectors. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-rank equipment Rusty Dagger. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the E-rank skill book Basic Archery. This luck is barely okay. 5 consecutive draws produced a B-rank material guarantee, which Sumo felt was already good. Granted, he couldn't use this B-grade material. But it can be put into the system for redemption, and there will be a few tens of kill values to say the least. No loss. He rubbed his hands together. System, another 10 in a row. Ding. Consumed 10 chances of lucky draw, start the lucky draw. With a dazzling flash of light, the results of the lucky draw emerged one by one. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the D-ranked potion Primary Antidote X3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the grade D material Cold Iron Ore. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the grade E material Tough Vine. There are B-grade materials again, but unfortunately there are still no A-grade and above props. I don't know if there's a guarantee for this lottery. Sumer thought, and used up all of his remaining 5 draws in one go as well. Ding. Consumed 5 chances for the lucky draw, start the lucky draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining grade E material Inferior Beast Skin X2. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the D-rank potion Miniature Healing Potion. Sure enough, another worthless piece of crap. Sumo had just flashed this thought in his heart when the last beep lifted his spirits. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Special Prop Ruins Coordinate Map. Sumer froze for a moment. Special props? A map of the coordinates of the ruins? His eyes snapped open and his heart skipped a beat. This last one, that's the big one? A map of the coordinates of the ruins. Sumo muttered, his eyes instantly becoming fiery. Could it be the treasure map? Hurriedly, he checked up on the information of this map of relic coordinates. Mystery item, Ruins Coordinates Map. Type, Consumable Special. Effect, records the precise coordinates of a lost relic. The relic may contain unknown treasures, great power, or deadly dangers. Remarks, the information on this map seems to be incomplete, with some key areas obscured by unknown forces, requiring the holder to explore on their own or fulfill specific conditions before unlocking. Currently marked coordinates point to the outer regions of the Forgotten Land of Trials. The Forgotten Land of Trials. Sumo chewed on the name and the light in his eyes grew even brighter. Remains. This is real good stuff. It represents opportunity and unknown possibilities. Lost secret techniques, powerful weapons, and rare materials may be hidden inside. It may even be directly related to some of the core secrets of this world. Although the notes mention the danger and say the map is incomplete. But this, on the contrary, aroused Sumo's interest even more. The higher the risk, the greater the reward tended to be. However, at least wait until I've raised my Holy Lord's rank to the 6th rank and advanced my grade to the God rank. Sumer was excited but understood that, with his current strength, if he wanted to explore the relics, 9 times out of 10, he would die a horrible death. Everything needed to wait until he was strong enough. System, redeemed those B grade materials I got. Ding, the host has successfully exchanged away excess B rank materials. Host's current available kill value is 1805. 1805 kill points. I can redeem another charm. Which one is better this time? Just as Sumo was considering which of the remaining talismans to exchange, a slightly raspy voice with obvious agitation interrupted his thoughts. Your Excellency. Dongfang Yao's voice came out, and he seemed to take a step forward, but then stopped in concern for something. If Your Excellency is still unwilling to release my teammates, I would be willing to trade an S-rank prop for them. Please have mercy, Your Excellency. When Dongfang Yao saw Sumo's delayed response, he thought that the other party was very dissatisfied with this matter. Thought so. He's got a teammate on the other side. What qualifications did he have to negotiate on equal terms with the other side? Concessions can only be made at great cost. S-class props? Sumo finally raised her eyelids and her gaze fell on Dongfang Yao. Unexpected joy, unexpected joy. He wasn't trying to blackmail him. No, it's not exactly blackmail. It's the other person's spiritual compensation for themselves. If you can get S-class props in exchange for their lives, I will naturally be happy to do so. Sumer opened his mouth. As for what S-class props it was, Sumo didn't care. It was going to end up being traded for his kill value anyway. Seeing Sumer loose his tongue, Dongfang Yao took a deep breath and seemed to have made a great determination. With a flip of his palm, a jade pendant emitting a soft white light appeared in his palm as light flowed. The jade pendant was warm and oval in shape, with lines inscribed on its surface, vaguely forming the shape of a sword, revealing an aura of sharpness. Captain knew this. Seeing this S-class prop being taken out by Dongfang Yao, Li Hong instantly became anxious and wanted to open his mouth, but in the end, he closed his mouth. This is the S-class offensive prop, Sword Heart Jade Pendant. Dongfang Yao's voice carried a trace of imperceptible trembling, obviously extremely reluctant to part with this prop. It can unleash a strike equivalent to the full force of a peak 6th ranked powerhouse, and can be used 3 times. This Sword Heart Jade Pendant is one of Dongfang Yao's cards to save his life. It was so valuable that it could never be taken out unless it was absolutely necessary. S-class attack props? Sumer's eyes brightened slightly. This stuff is good stuff. Although it's a consumable prop, it's a life when it counts. Besides, it was worth more than enough to replace the lives of those already half-crippled guys. Dongfang Yao was out for blood. Originally, Sumo was prepared to exchange it for killing value. There's no rush now. You can keep it for now. Could be. Sumer's voice was inaudible as he held out his hand. Chapter 46, Seniors, please don't toy with us. Seeing this, Dongfang Yao, with immense pain, handed over the Sword Heart Jade Pendant. Sumo took the jade pendant. It was slightly cool in his hand, and he could clearly feel the huge energy contained in it. Good stuff, you guys can go. Sumo casually waved his hand, and the ropes binding Zhang Zetian and the others instantly dissipated. Dongfang Yao rushed forward, his hands busy checking the condition of his team members. Luckily, they're all wounded and depressed, but their lives are safe. Captain, we're useless, let you. Before Lu Tongyuan finished his sentence, he coughed from pulling on his wound and his face was filled with shame. In order to save them, the captain had actually paid for that S-rank life-preserving base card. Zhang San even pounded the ground so heavily that the hard ice layer was cracked by him. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been careless. Stop it. Dongfang Yao interrupted him, his voice a little frayed, patting his shoulder and being alive is better than anything. Sumo swept a glance at them and leapt to the top of the Holy Lord Dragon's back, ready to leave. Now that the mission had been completed and so many benefits had been gained, it was not a wise choice to remain here. But just as he was about to leave, Dongfang Yao immediately dodged and stopped in front of Sumo. What? Sumo's voice was flat and waveless, no joy or anger could be heard. Things are given and people are released. Now, is that a reversal? Although his tone was light, his gaze sharpened a few points, and he unconsciously rubbed the sword heart-jade pendant in his hand. The sacred lord also sensed his master's emotions, and dragon flame coalesced in his mouth, ready to fight. There was a muffled pft sound. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Dongfang Yao bent both knees and heavily knelt on the cold ground. He bowed his head, his forehead almost touching the ice. "Team, Captain? What are you doing, Captain?" Mo Qingxue, Zhang Zetian, and the others cried out in shock, not caring about the injuries on their bodies. They struggled and tried to go forward to help Dongfang Yao up. They had never seen their captain look like this before. In their hearts, Dongfang Yao had always been a symbol of pride, strength, and never bowing down, always straightening his spine even in the face of desperate circumstances. But now, he was actually performing this great salute to an enemy who had just been facing each other in life and death. They don't understand why that is. And Li Hong, who was just about to rush over as well, suddenly thought of something. The footsteps slowed to a stop. The captain did it for the lady. Sumer froze as well. He envisioned the various moves Dongfang Yao would make after handing over the S-class props. "The only thing I didn't think about was this." Kneel toward him. "This guy, what the hell is going on?" I realize that this request may be very abrupt and even a little uninformed. But I implore you, Your Excellency, to come to my aid. Save my lady. Dongfang Yao raised his head violently, his eyes red. Sure enough. Li Hong knew that it was bound to be so after the captain had probed the other party's cultivation to the 6th rank. The captain will do anything for the lady. Looking at the Zhang Zetian, Mo Qingxue, and the others beside him who were still dumbfounded and even a bit righteously angry. Li Hong's lips moved, and in the end, he only spat out a few words. "That guy, it's the 6th rank." "What?" This time, the shrieks were neatly harmonized. Zhang Zetian, Mo Qingxue, Lu Tongyuan, and Zhang San all froze in place. The anger and disbelief on his face was instantly replaced by great shock and horror. 6th order? They just were fighting a 6th order powerhouse? No, but isn't he, like, only 3rd rank? I guess he used props to hide his real occupation and cultivation. Chapter reacted. Who would believe that a 3rd rank summoner could beat 6 of their 5th rank knights like this? And this moment. They also understood the pain of their own captain. Instead of stopping them, they knelt down in unison towards Su Mo. Pft, pft. One muffled sound after another rang out across the ice. On the ice field, the cold wind whistled. Only Su Mo was left with one person and one dragon, condescendingly looking at the kneeling eastern squad. Sumer. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times as he watched the dramatic scene before him. No. What's going on here? If you have anything to say, you may stand up and say it. Soon after, Dongfang Yao informed Su Mo of what happened. Dongfang Yao and the others were the most powerful squad in Tianfeng City. Their squad followed Miss Phoenix Dance of Tianfeng City into the secret realm for training, and suddenly encountered a change of heart. Feng Dance in order to cover their evacuation, but he himself was seriously injured and his origin was damaged as a result. Today is running out of gas and time. In order to rescue the other party, it would require at least 2 6th rank strong healers related to the dragon profession. Or, sacrifice 3 monsters with dragon bloodline to do so. So it is. It dawned on Sumer. Understanding why that 5th ranked Earth Dragon was able to escape from the other party, and why the other party had been in hot pursuit of the Holy Lord. But I'm going to disappoint you. The Holy Lord is my summon, I will never sacrifice him. Sumo's tone was decisive, without the slightest room for discussion. The Holy Lord was his greatest dependence right now. Not to mention that it was just a Phoenix Dance that he had never met. Even if the Heavenly King came, he would never think of hitting the Holy Lord. No, Your Excellency has misunderstood me. You don't need to sacrifice a partner with your 6th order cultivation. Dongfang Yao hurriedly explained. We have already sought out a 6th ranked Dragon Knight Senior, and now only this last power of Your Excellency is missing. As long as Your Excellency is willing to step in and help with whatever you need. Feats, secret treasures, and resources. All of Tianfeng City, will pour out everything I have, absolutely no second thoughts. 6th order? The corner of Sumer's eye jumped imperceptibly. Hoping that after half a day of fighting, these guys took themselves as a 6th order big brother who hid his cultivation? Himself is so powerful now. Sumer wanted to laugh a little in his heart, and was a little helpless. If he really was of the 6th rank, he might consider helping. After all, that Earth Dragon was someone else's lifesaver as well. I'd like to lend a helping hand, but unfortunately, as you can see, I'm really only a 3rd order. Your Excellency will not joke. Dongfang Yao let out a bitter smile, the earnestness on his face not diminished in the slightest. A 3rd-ranked summoner, beating 6 of their 5th-ranked, 9th-ranked ones to a standstill, and nearly exterminating 3 of their teammates? Who would believe this? You look at us all like we're little cuties. Next to her, Zhang Zetian couldn't help herself. He was still kneeling, but his neck was straight. If this was the 3rd rank, then what were they, who had been practicing hard for years at the 5th rank and 9th rank? Tutor? Dongfang Yao took over. Earlier it was we who had no eyes and offended the seniors, but now, it is a matter of the young lady's life, please seniors. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning couldn't be clearer. You should stop pretending and show your cards, we all understand. Sumer. He looked at Dongfang Yao's face that was filled with I understand, senior, you don't need to say much, keeping a low profile is the habit of a big brother. He glanced at a couple of other team members with the same expression, yeah, we get it, in their eyes, and felt as if the veins in the corners of his forehead jumped a little. Do you think I have to lie to you guys? I do. Senior. Dongfang Yao violently interrupted, if you are unwilling to make a move, just say so. I, Tianfeng City, will never force myself. But please, don't tease me and others with reasons like the 3rd order anymore. Chapter 47, My name is Sumer of Carlo City. Aren't these people a bit too capable of brainstorming? Since he couldn't explain it, Sumo had no intention of continuing to explain. Although I am not of the 6th rank, if you still haven't found a cure for your young lady after half a month, you can come and find me. Of course, let's get one thing out of the way, I'll make a move and the pay can't be less. Tianfeng City has a large family, so I'm sure it won't be stingy. Although he was so embarrassed in his heart about stealing the Earth Dragon, the benefits couldn't be less. Senior is really as you say, you're only at the 3rd rank, at that time, even if we find you, what can we do? Chapter couldn't help but speak up. The rest of the group fell silent. There was absolutely no way Sumo would hand over his summons, the other way was for the other party to reach rank 6 within half a month. Is that possible? Absolutely nothing. No one can reach the 6th rank from the 3rd rank in half a month. Not even if the other party was a god-level talent. Sumo smiled and didn't make a comment. It was not impossible to raise from the 3rd to the 6th rank in half a month. After all, who would dare to imagine that 3 days ago, he was an ordinary man with no hands? There are some things that they won't believe even if they say them, so it's better to speak with facts when the time comes. Dongfang Yao fixed his mind, no matter what, this was already the only, albeit vain, hope at the moment. In any case, I still ask Senior to leave his name and method of contact. After half a month, if we are still at our wits' end, we can also come to the door to ask for help. Even if there was only one chance in a million, he couldn't give up. Sumer glanced at him and pondered for a moment. Sumer. He gave his name. In half a month, if you still need help, you can find me in Carlo City. Sumer? City of Carlo. You. Dongfang Yao raised his head violently, his pupils contracted suddenly, and his mouth kept chanting. Not just him, Zhang Zetian and a few other team members, one or the other, were all dumbfounded. City of Carlo, Sumer. Together, these two phrases are all too familiar to transients. Familiarize yourself with. Near shame. Ca. The. Sumer of Carlo City? 3 years ago that. The what? The one who awakened a godly profession under the spotlight of all the people. But when it came to the final career choice, it gave up the powerful priesthood that countless people had dreamed of, and instead chose a lowly D-rank, summoner, of stupidity? The one that was thus reduced to the laughingstock of all the trannies. It is said that after choosing the occupation because of cowardice, completely cowering in the city of Carlo, 3 whole years do not dare to step out of the city, not to mention to go to the crisis-ridden wilderness and battlefield of the cowards? The air seemed to freeze. Everyone's mind couldn't help but conjure up the farce that had rocked the world 3 years ago. Countless people stifled their wrath, countless people jeered and raged. The name Sumer has become synonymous with self-destructive and a waste of talent. But they took a look at the young man in front of them who was cloudy and had superb battle prowess. And then consider the legendary self-loathing, nameless D-rank summoner. Is this the same ING guy? Worldview, shattered. Logic, feed the dog. Elder, you didn't lie? Are you really that Sumer? Several people locked their eyes on Sumo's face, trying to find even the slightest hint of a joke in that calm, unruffled expression. Sumo laughed with some exasperation and said, "Am I that much of a liar? Do you not believe everything I say?" "Elder, we don't mean that. It's just that this is really." Seeing Sumo showing signs of anger, Dongfang Yao hurriedly explained. He didn't say the latter words. "It's just so unbelievable." Sumo didn't really get angry. He knew in his heart, this matter put on anyone, a moment cannot turn the corner. Think differently, if someone had told him the one who was at the bottom of his class academically every time was actually a Nobel Prize winner. He won't believe it either. Dongfang Yao and the others looked at Sumo's young but deep face, and an even more ethereal feeling suddenly surged in their hearts. If this person is really that Sumo who should have soared to heaven 3 years ago but fell to mortal dust. And what has he been through these past 3 years? Why would you make the move to voluntarily give up the priesthood, a move that even a little cutie couldn't even make the move? Sumer is the cutie. Is she? Definitely not. He must have his reasons for making such a shocking choice. An absurd thought bubbled up uncontrollably. Is he really pretending to be a pig in a poke and holding back for 3 years? But what's the point? Dongfang Yao couldn't figure it out, nor could he imagine it. How great is the scheming of one who can even give up the priesthood? However, it has nothing to do with him. He may think about it, but he won't ask about it. Meanwhile, he who had originally had some despair in his heart, questioned and disdained Sumo's previous words, suddenly had a trace of more inexplicable trust. Sumer was able to make that amazing choice 3 years ago, so he might actually be able to pull off a miracle in half a month? Granted, he still didn't believe that the other party would be able to reach the 6th rank from the 3rd rank in half a month. But judging by his record of being able to overpower their squad at the 3rd rank, the other party might actually have some special means. Senior, Dongfang Yao took a deep breath and solemnly arched his hand. Regardless of whether you are willing to help out or not, we will never dare to forget what happened today. Sumer nodded and said no more. He patted the sacred lord's dragon scales, and the latter lifted its wings, its huge dragon wings kicking up a gale that swept up the snow and ice in the sky. Go! The sacred lord let out a low roar and carried Sumo up into the sky, quickly disappearing into the vastness of the wind and snow. On the ice plain, only Dongfang Yao's group remained. Captain. Li Hong stepped forward, his voice low and, "Is that senior? Really? Carlo cities, Sumer?" The same was true for Mo Qingxue and the others. Up until now, they hadn't even regained their senses from Sumo's words. It feels like a dream. Dongfang Yao looked at the direction Sumo disappeared in, his eyes complex. He stood up slowly, patted the slush on his knees, and spoke in a deep voice. Whether he's that Sumer or not, the man he is now deserves our awe. Zhang Zetian struggled to get up, covering his arm that was burned by the dragon's breath, and laughed bitterly. Captain, if he's really that Sumer, what has he been through these 3 years? Shut up! Dongfang Yao suddenly snapped, it's not for us to speculate on his affairs. Remember, Sumo's strength should be hidden and not leaked out. Dongfang Yao reminded. Granted, he didn't understand why Sumo had hidden his cultivation over these 3 years. But he understood that the other party must not want to divulge it. They have to keep the secret for each other. Otherwise, Captain, we know. Meanwhile, high above, Sumo stood on the Holy Lord's back and felt the howling cold wind. Master, where to next? The Holy Lord asked in an inning voice. Go back to Carlo City first, without any surprises, the secret realm should be opened once again. Sumer said. With his current strength comparable to the 5th rank, it was also enough to explore the secret realm and see how Lynshi was doing. It's time to boost the strength. Sumo opened the system panel and looked at the 1,805 points of kill value, his eyes swept over the few remaining charms. In the end, I chose to redeem Snake Charm. Ding consumed 1,000 points of kill points, successfully exchanged for SS Grade Charm Snake Charm. Snake Charm SS Grade grants the user the ability of invisibility, allowing them to conceal their form, breath, and even briefly penetrate physical barriers. Chapter 48, The Secret Realm opens again. As the system beep sounded, a ghostly green light coalesced in Sumo's palm. He turned his head towards the Holy Lord, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile. Holy Lord, come try out the new ability. Sumo slowly pressed the snake charm on the Holy Lord's forehead, and the charm seeped into the dragon's scales like mercury. Summoner, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS Plus can be advanced. Condition, defective, missing 7 charms. Rank, 4th Order, 2nd Class. Power, 36,500 plus 6,000 Serpent Rune Power. Agility, 36,500 plus 8,000 Serpent Rune Power. Intelligence, 30,000 plus 6,000 Serpent Rune Power. Spirit, 31,000 plus 6,000 Serpent Rune Power. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, it can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage increases with level. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core, summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is related to the level, currently can summon 10,000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm, Snake Charm Power. Special ability Earth Power, can control the power of the earth to a certain extent, triggering earthquakes, manipulating earth and rocks, and inflicting stuns and damage to enemies within range. It hasn't been upgraded to God level yet, so it looks like there's more charms to come. Sumer was in no hurry. He's got 805 points of kill value left. It's only 195 points away from getting the next rune. With a little luck, you can get it quickly in the secret world. Now that I have the power of the snake charm, that concealment can be dispensed with. Save a skill grid. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Level, 3rd Order, 7th Grade. Power, 7,000 plus 2,100. Agility, 7,000 plus 1,400. Intelligence, 7,500. Spirit, 7,700. Skill 1, All Souls Illustration Divine. Skill 2, 40% Attribute Sharing Divine. Skill 3, Damage Transfer S rank. Skill 4, Poisonous Touch C rank. Skill 5, Battle Spirit Boiling Grade B. Summon, Holy Lord Dragon, SSS Class, 4th Order. Special ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning of Ghostly Shadow Core, currently summonable number 4000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Snake Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm Power. Equipment, Poison Python Armor Grade B, Shadow Wrist Wraps Grade C, Poison Spider Boots Grade C. Kill value, 805. Special items, Ruins Coordinates Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant. City of Cairo, City Walls. The marks left by that thrilling defensive battle 3 days ago are still visible. Under the city walls. 3 days. Those son of a monsters, they actually really didn't move? Li Hao looked into the distance from time to time. What, are you expecting them? I'm falling apart at the seams, so it's a good time to rest. Wang Gang leaned against the root of the city wall, chewing food in his mouth. Of course I don't want them to come. Li Hao leaned in as well. It just doesn't feel solid. Shouldn't they make a comeback every other day after such a big loss, according to their old mad dog vigor? It's been 3 days and I haven't even seen a scouting shadow, evil. It's indeed a bit perverse. Zhang Ming, who had been silent, spoke up. According to the intelligence analysis, this beast tide is unprecedented in scale and the command system is tighter than ever. They're not likely to give up completely because of one setback unless... Unless what? Zhang Ming shook his head, I don't know. Perhaps something is wrong with their commanders? Or maybe... Has a bigger plot brewing? Screw the conspiracy. Wang Gang bites down hard on a piece of fat meat, the corners of his mouth dripping with oil. Soldiers come and go, water comes and goes. If they don't come, let's take the time to rest, repair our fortifications, and replenish our ammunition. When they come back, I'll be the first to chop up their vanguard. Li Hao sighed and fished out a crumpled, poor-quality cigarette from his pocket, holding it in his mouth but not lighting it. That's true, but there's always a stone hanging over this heart. It's a pity that summoner is gone, otherwise, we can also divide a bit of our calendars to go out and explore. At the mention of that figure, several people's expressions became a bit complicated. Awe, curiosity. A single dragon's roar shook back the tide of beasts. It's really fierce. I do really want to know who that summoner is. Wang Gang opened his mouth. Maybe it's a passing high roller. Don't guess. Anyway, it's a good thing the monster didn't come. If we can buy one more day, the defense will be 1 point more solid, and the hope of surviving will be 1 point greater. The captain is right. But Sumer, still no luck? At the mention of Sumer, the atmosphere stagnated again. That punk, who wants to go to him, it's a waste of time. Zhang Ming frowned imperceptibly. Captain. Coming. Coming. What's coming? Monsters are attacking the city? Wang Gang stood up with a totter and copied the battle sword next to him. Li Hao and Zhang Ming also instantly tensed their bodies and looked into the distance. No. Not a monster. The soldier waved his hands back and forth, and managed to catch his breath and... It's... the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm is revealed. When the three of them heard the words, they immediately showed joyful expressions. There. The city lord and the others have been in there for so long, and there's finally news. I don't know how the harvest of this secret realm exploration will be. Maybe we can bring back some treasures, and the strength of our Carlo city can be raised by a large margin again. Go on, check it out. The three of them quickly ran in the direction of the entrance to the secret realm. When they arrived, there were already quite a few people gathered at the entrance of the secret realm. Captain. Seeing Zhang Ming and the others arrive, the crowd saluted and made way. Zhang Ming nodded his head and came to the vortex entrance of the secret realm. I wonder how long it will be before the city lord and the others come out. Buzz. After waiting for a few moments. Suddenly, the vortex glowed brightly and a figure stumbled and fell out. Someone's coming out. A cheer erupted from the crowd. However, the cheers quickly turned into gasps of surprise. The silhouette fell heavily to the ground, covered in blood and with a weak breath. It's Elder Wang. Zhang Ming had sharp eyes and was the first to recognize the identity of that person. The three rushed forward, only to see a hideous wound on Elder Wang Tianfeng's chest. What was even weirder was that around that wound, there was a dark black substance that was constantly writhing. Devour the blood around the wound. What happened to Uncle? Wang Gang asked eagerly, while carefully helping Wang Tianfeng up. Wang Tianfeng opened his eyes with difficulty, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something. However, he only spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted. Chapter 49, Want to save someone? Just burn them with fire. Quickly. Call Li Mu. Zhang Ming shouted towards the surroundings while quickly checking Wang Tianfeng's injuries. The injuries are too severe and must be treated immediately. Soon, Li Mu arrived. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Mr. Li Mu, take a look at Elder Wang. Zhang Ming stepped aside. Li Mu squatted down and only took a look, and his face became extremely grave. He did not cast the spell immediately, but carefully observed the writhing mass of dark black matter. It was as if the thing was alive, clinging to the edges of the wound and eating away at the flesh and blood in wisps. What's this thing? Li Mu had lived half a lifetime and had treated countless injuries, but he had never seen such a bizarre contraption. Forget what it is for now, can it be saved? Wang Gang couldn't help but urge from the side, looking at Wang Tianfeng's increasingly faint breath. His heart was burning with anxiety. Li Mu no longer hesitated and stretched out his hands, a soft milky white light emerging from his palms. Wherever the light passed, the hideous wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the torn flesh and skin grew and connected again. A hint of joy just appeared in the eyes of the crowd of onlookers, but it instantly solidified. Only the dark black mass was seen in the light of the healing divine art of. Instead of dissipating, it squirmed more violently as if stimulated. It even has a hidden tendency to spread outward. What was even more frightening was that the newly healed flesh and blood had just touched the edge of this dark substance. It actually quickly became black and necrotic, emitting a faint putrid odor. No! Li Mu shook his head, his voice hard and... My healing spells can only restore injuries, but they can't dispel this bizarre dark substance. It's constantly destroying and eroding Elder Wang's vitality. Even if I can keep repairing his flesh, it's just drinking hemlock to quench his thirst. His life force is still draining away at a rapid pace. With these words, the atmosphere around them instantly dropped to freezing point. Everyone's heart sank. Even Li Mu, the strongest therapist in Carlo City, is helpless, so is not Elder Wang. Wang Gang slammed his fist hard on the stone wall next to him, causing the rubble to rustle and fall. What the hell is this? What the hell is going on in the secret realm? Zhang Ming quickly pulled out a thick monster complete explanation from his arms and flipped through the pages quickly. His fingers weaved in and out of the dense text and illustrations, and thin beads of sweat gradually oozed from his forehead. No. How could there be no? Zhang Ming's voice was getting lower and lower. All the darkness monsters recorded in the books don't have attacks with this trait. The air around them seemed to freeze. The crowd looked at each other, an ominous feeling spreading in their hearts. What does it mean to have a monster that even the complete monster solution can't recognize? Could it be a new mutant species? Li Hao guessed in a small voice. Put. Right at this moment, Wang Tianfang suddenly convulsed violently, and black blood continued to gush out of his mouth. Those dark substances spread across his wounds like living creatures and had spread to his chest. Not good. Li Mu hurriedly increased his healing efforts, but the green light was swallowed up as soon as it touched the black substance. It's spreading faster. Something must be done to stop it. Zhang Ming violently closed the book. First, find a way to stabilize Elder Wang's injuries. Elderly, is there any way to temporarily inhibit the spread of these black substances? Li Mu gritted his teeth and took out a bottle of potion that shimmered with silver light from the medicine chest. It's sea-grade water of life, capable of drastically boosting life force. One can only try. He carefully dripped the potion onto the edge of the wound. The moment the silver liquid came into contact with the black substance, there was a snorting corrosive sound, and the spread of the black substance seemed to have slowed down a bit. Effective, shouted Wang Gang in surprise. However, Li Mu's face did not improve. It's only temporary. The potency of this potion lasts for 2 hours at most. If a solution is not found within 2 hours. He didn't finish his words, but the meaning was clear. Just when the crowd was at their wits' end and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme, a slightly flat voice suddenly rang out. It's easy to get rid of this dark substance, just burn it away with fire. It wasn't a big sound, but it was like a stone thrown into a dead pond, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Everyone jerked their heads around and followed the sound. Only to see the periphery of the crowd, Suemo walked towards the crowd with a steady pace. It's Sumer. After a brief moment of dismay, an unspeakable rage instantly ignited in some people's chests. Sumer? I can't believe you're not dead, you coward. Wang Gang directly cursed out angrily with a hint of surprise in his voice. Zhang Ming also revealed a puzzled look. They didn't find Sumo's figure in these 3 days and thought that the other party had been eaten by the monster. Where the have you been? Greedy thing. Hiding when there are monsters and running out to talk about them when there aren't? With fire? Why don't you burn yourself? Wang Gang became more and more agitated as he spoke. His spittle was about to spray onto Sumo's face. Scram! You're not welcome here. Although the surrounding people were not as excited as Wang Gang, most of the eyes that looked at Suemo also carried disbelief, contempt, and even hostility. In the face of Wang Gang's rant and the unkind gazes around him, Sumo's expression didn't change in the slightest, and he didn't even raise his eyelids more than once. He just sidestepped, avoiding the spittle that Wang Gang sprayed over, his gaze still falling on Wang Tianfang's wound. Through the All Souls illustration, he easily discerned this particular substance. And also analyzed Wang Tianfang's current physical condition. That life recovery potion is useless, but in a quarter of an hour, Elder Wang will definitely die. You're nothing. Who are you to tell me what to do here? Do you know how much C-rated potions are? Put. Wang Tianfeng spat out a large mouthful of scarlet blood, interrupting Wang Gang's words. His already pale face instantly grayed out, and the convulsions of his body became even more violent, as if he was going to die in the next second. Elder Wang! Li Mu exclaimed in shock. His fingers hit Wang Tianfeng's pulse, and his face instantly became incredibly ugly. The breath. Breath is failing at a rapid rate. The water of life is useless. What? The crowd was shocked and the crowd stirred. Uncle! Exhale. Sumo's quick eyes and hands released a dragon flame that landed on the constantly writhing black substance on Wang Tianfeng's chest. Snort! An ear-piercing burning sound rang out, accompanied by a strong burning odor that filled the air. Sumer! What are you doing? Do you want to burn my uncle? Wang Gang was the first to react. His eyes were wide with rage, and almost instantly he was about to rush up to stop Suemo. The surrounding crowd also exploded, with shouts of shock and angry curses. Stop! Crazy! Stop it! In their opinion, this behavior of Su Mo was tantamount to murder. Wang Tianfang was already seriously injured and dying. If he was burned by this flame, wouldn't he die even faster? Chapter 50, The Bloodstained Secret World. Wang Gang. Zhang Ming stopped Wang Gang, who was ready to make a move on Su Mo. He was also extremely skeptical of Su Mo's words. But as things stand now, there's nothing to do but beat a dead horse. It was only as if the golden flame possessed life. It only covered the black substance and did not hurt Wang Tianfang's flesh in the slightest. And those originally hideous spreading black substances that even the sea-grade life water couldn't completely suppress. Under the burning of the golden flame, it was as if it had met its nemesis. It quickly curled up and dissipated, turning into wisps of black smoke, revealing a blur of eroded flesh and blood underneath. Effective. It really works. Li Hao beside Wang Gang couldn't help but whimper in surprise. The light of hope was also rekindled in the eyes of the onlookers. It really works? I was wrong about him. At this moment, Wang Gang, seeing his uncle's injuries improve, a smile appeared on his face. Just when everyone thought that the dark matter was about to be completely removed, a sudden change occurred. The black mass, which had already shrunk, suddenly churned violently. It actually swelled more than twice as much in an instant, writhing madly like a living thing. Wang Tianfang violently arched his body and sprayed a large mouthful of scarlet blood with a wow sound. The entire person's aura weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Uncle! Wang Gang's eyes were enraged, and he violently turned his head to angrily look at Su Mo. You piece of... You killed my uncle. How? I thought it worked? This fire is not useful at all. Instead, it aggravates the injury. The crowd completely exploded. Zhang Ming also frowned. Sumer is rambling? Sumer! What the hell did you do? No, you just did it on purpose. I knew you cowards didn't have a good heart. You want to get Elder Wang killed. All sorts of foul language and vicious speculations came towards Su Mo like a tidal wave. Previously, Wang Gang's angry scolding was still just an individual's emotional outburst, but now, almost everyone was pointing the finger at him. Wang Gang's eyes were red at the moment. I'll kill you, asshole. With a roar, Wang Gang's berserk aura of a fourth-order warrior instantly erupted, and his right fist wrapped in a powerful wind and went straight for Su Mo's face. If this punch was solid, an ordinary third-order professional would be afraid of being killed on the spot. The surrounding crowd subconsciously took a step back. There is both fear of Wang Gang's violent anger and anticipation of the conflict that may follow. Many people's eyes glittered with pleasure, as if they couldn't wait to see Su Mo being taught a hard lesson. However, in the face of this powerful punch, Su Mo's reaction was so calm that it caused one's heart to palpitate. He didn't even bother to look at Wang Gang. His eyes were still locked on the strange black substance on Wang Tianfang's chest, as if all the clamor in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Death-defying backlash, is it? Sumer smiled disdainfully. If ordinary flames were still possible, this was dragon flame for him. By this time Wang Gang's fist had already arrived. The scene that the crowd was expecting, where Sumer was knocked to the ground by a punch, didn't occur. The moment Wang Gang's fist was about to reach his body, Su Mo's body only swayed slightly, narrowly avoiding the furious strike at an incredible angle. Wang Gang's punch fell short, and the anger on his face increased, mixed with a hint of dismay. He didn't expect Su Mo to actually be able to dodge it. Stop! Zhang Ming suddenly shouted to stop Wang Gang, who was about to strike again in anger. Quick look! The crowd followed the sound and saw that the black substance on Wang Tianfang's chest was melting at an astonishing speed. Eventually, it couldn't support itself and completely turned into ashes. What was even more shocking was that Wang Tianfang's breathing gradually stabilized, and a trace of blood color was restored to his pale, paper-like face. How is this possible? Li Mu checked Wang Tianfang's condition with a trembling hand. Black matter completely removed. Vital signs are returning. There was dead silence. Everyone looked at Su Mo with unbelievable gazes. This punk they were talking about had actually done something that even Li Mu was unable to do anything about? Wang Gang's fist was still frozen in mid-air, and the anger on his face solidified into an expression of disbelief. He opened his mouth, but not a word came out. Su Mo patted the non-existent dust on his sleeve and faintly said, "The mass is a curse, and it's normal for it to recoil once before it dies out completely. Not dead, by the looks of it." In the silence, Sumo's voice was not high, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. These words were like an invisible slap in the face of the crowd that had just been furious and clamoring for Sumo to pay for his life. It was hot and painful. How did you kid know that? This kind of bizarre substance, which is not even recorded in the complete monster explanation, you can actually see through it at a glance. In the face of Zhang Ming's inquiry, Sumo smiled and pointed to the monster complete explanation in his arms and said, "Read as many of the useless books in your mouths as you can." Reading is useless? Useful, just too useful. It seems that we were indeed short-sighted in the past. Zhang Ming smiled to himself. The rest of them, for the first time, also had a slightly changed impression of Sumo. This guy, when it counts, is still so much more than that, too. Wang Gang stood in place, his face a shade of green and white. He looked at his uncle whose breath was gradually stabilizing, and then he looked at the Sumer who was almost killed by his own punch. His chest rose and fell violently, as if he were blocking a boulder. He took a few deep breaths and moved to Sumer with heavy feet. "Thank you for saving my uncle, and I apologize for putting my hands on you before. Still, I despise what you did before. Grudges are clear." He thanked Sumo for saving his uncle, but that didn't mean he agreed with Sumo as a person. The coward who hid in the background while they fought in blood, he still despised. Whatever. Sumer shrugged indifferently. Cough, cough, cough. A sharp cough broke the awkward silence. The unconscious Wang Tianfan's eyelids fluttered a few times, and actually slowly opened his eyes. "Uncle!" Wang Gang was shocked and delighted, and not caring about the awkwardness with Sumo, he hurriedly came over. "Elder Wang! Old Wang, you're awake." Zhang Ming and Li Mu and the others also gathered around. Sumer also cast a curious glance. He also desperately wanted to know what was happening in the secret realm. "Elder Wang, what happened in the secret realm? Where are they, City Lord?" Wang Tianfang struggled to sit up, but it pulled the wound, and he sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. Li Mu hurriedly pressed him, "Take it easy, speak slowly." "Shadow Demon Dragon. A 7th-ranked Shadow Demon Dragon." Wang Tianfang's voice trembled, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. "Something even more terrifying is awakening. The City Lord and the others are trapped in the depths of the secret realm." Chapter 51, Lynshi is still inside. What? When the crowd heard this, their faces instantly turned white. 7th Order Shadow Demon Dragon? That was a terrifying existence that was enough to destroy the entire city of Caro. What's even more frightening is the thing that is awakening in Wang Tianfan's mouth. How terrifying should an existence that could make even a 7th-ranked demonic dragon be reduced to a companion? Where's Lynshi? How is she? Sumer was in a hurry. I don't know. Wang Tianfang closed his eyes in pain. We were ambushed. Just after entering the core area of the secret realm, I was surrounded by a swarm of monsters led by the Shadow Demon Dragon. The City Lord and a few elders fought to the death to break the back before I had the chance to escape and ask for help. Speaking of this, the iron-blooded warrior's eyes actually glistened with tears. They won't last much longer. There was dead silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by the sudden and terrible news. A 7th-ranked demon dragon, the City Lord trapped, and the most elite force in Caro City at stake. Any news would be enough to send the city into a panic. Rescue must be organized immediately. Zhang Ming stood up violently, his voice hoarse. But Li Hao looked embarrassed. Even the City Lord and the others couldn't deal with the enemy. He didn't go on with the words that followed. The meaning is clear enough. They'd be giving away their heads if they went. Sumer, what are you doing? Come back. At this point, Zhang Ming's face changed drastically when he noticed that Sumo had rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm at some point. While scolding sternly, he rushed over with a few arrow steps, trying to pull Sumo. Any one of them could enter the secret realm on impulse. Sumer was the only one who couldn't. He's an ordinary person, he's really looking for death if he goes in. Are you boy crazy? Wang Gang also stared wide-eyed, almost thinking that he had misread the situation. This life-hungry coward wants to be the first to rush into a dragon's den that even his uncle almost folded in? However, Sumo would not listen to him at all. Lynshi is still in there. His voice remained flat, not excited, not impassioned, but with a sense of determination. I have to go save her. It was a reason so simple that everyone froze. You. Zhang Ming was so angry that he almost lost his breath. What are you saving with? With all your Thai books? Maybe. Crowd. Is this the time for jokes? Wang Gang felt even more ridiculous. He took a step forward and blocked in front of Su Mo and said in a rough voice. Kid, I admit I underestimated you before. You saved my uncle, count yourself as capable. But this place isn't something you can break into by reading a few books. Stay where you are and don't go making trouble. Su Mo looked at the arm he had stopped in front of him and then at the entrance to the secret realm. Get out of the way. I won't allow it. If we're going to go, it's going to be us. Before Wang Gang finished his words, he only felt a dexterous force coming from his arm, and his arm was numb, so he was involuntarily pivoted to the side. He was shocked. Where did this kid get so much strength? And the technique. In just such a moment of concentration, Su Mo had already crossed over him and took a step into the distorted light. Hey! Sumer! Zhang Ming and Li Hao exclaimed in shock at the same time, wanting to stop but it was too late. Without the slightest pause, Sumo's figure was instantly engulfed by the entrance to the secret realm and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The light of the entrance flickered for a moment and resumed as if nothing had happened. The scene was once again dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at the empty entrance, their minds spinning for a moment. That punk, that coward in their eyes, just went in. To challenge a 7th Order demon dragon? To face the horrors of the unknown? Wang Gang froze and looked at his hand, then at the entrance to the secret realm. The expression on his face was extremely complicated, as if he had seen a ghost. He. Li Hao stammered, half unable to say a complete sentence. Zhang Ming's face turned blue and his fists clenched. He wasn't angry at Su Mo for not listening to advice, but he was angry at himself for actually failing to stop him. This kid, it's just nonsense. Captain, what do we do now? Going in? Li Hao swallowed hard. Zhang Ming was incomparably entangled. Not going in? What about that bastard Sumer? He promised Lynshi that he would look after him, and now the man just rushed in. What's more, the city lord and the elders were still alive or dead inside. Get in? Inside was a Jedi that even the city's lord had fallen into, with 7th-ranked demonic dragons and unknown horrors. And they're the strongest maneuvering force in Carlo right now. If they get stuck in there too, who will guard the city once the beast tide outside rises again? Millions of lives. The choice was too much. You guys stay and guard the city, I'll go and pull out that Su Mo kid. He paused for a moment and added that. Let's also see if we can find the city lord and the others. Captain, I'll go too. Before the words fell, a burly figure had already stood beside Zhang Ming. It's Wang Gang. Zhang Ming frowned. You stay behind to assist in the defense. My uncle was saved by that kid. Wang Gang directly interrupted. Though I don't see that kid as a good idea, so consider it a life for a life. Zhang Ming no longer hesitated and exchanged glances with Wang Gang. In the next second, one after the other, they also rushed into the secret realm. The moment Su Mo stepped into the secret realm, the scene in front of him suddenly distorted. Is this the space within the secret realm? Sumer gazed at his surroundings. This was the first time he had entered the secret realm. Surrounded by dense forests, mountains loomed in the distance, towering trees shading the sun. Damn it, with such a wide range, I can't even determine Lynshi's location. Sumer was in a hurry. With Wang Tianfang's description, Lynshi and the others should have been attacked in the core area of the secret realm. The situation was definitely not optimistic for the terrifying 7th Order demonic dragons that were facing them. With every second of delay, Lynshi's danger increased. But now when you look around, you are surrounded by boundless primitive forests, and you can't tell the direction at all. Ghost Shadow Core, come out. The moment the words fell, the shadows at his feet and those cast by the surrounding trees seemed to come to life. Thousands of ghostly soldiers appeared, kneeling on one knee, moving in a neat and tidy manner. Take me as the center, spread out in a circular shape and search forward. Su Mo quickly ordered. Carefully probe for any signs of battle, abnormal energy fluctuations, and especially any traces left behind by Lynshi or the city lord and the others. Report back to me as soon as you find anything. Yes. The thousands of ghost shadow soldiers who received the order quickly dispersed. I hope is not too late. Chapter 52, One Step Away. Thousands of black shadows, silently blending into the dense jungle shadows, spread out in all directions. Suemo stood in place, his brows locked and his mental energy highly concentrated. Sensing the subtle information that came back from each ghostly shadow. The forest was eerily quiet, with no movement other than the rustle of the wind blowing through the leaves. Time passes by. Lynshi, you mustn't be okay? Just as Sumo's mind was racing. An extremely subtle killing intent suddenly erupted from the dense forest behind the side. Almost as an instinctive reaction, Sumer jerked sideways. Snort! A shadowy claw almost grazed his shoulder. The fishy stench was overwhelming. Sumo's eyes stared, and only then did he see the appearance of the sneak attacker. It was a monster that was close to the size of an adult cheetah, covered in dark scale armor with scarlet eyes. Race, Shadow Leopard Elite. Level, 4th Order, 8th Grade. Power, 8,000. Agility, 8,500. Intelligence, 7,500. Spirit, 7,700. Abilities: Shadow Blade Claw Strike, Shadow Corrosion effect on both claws, Swift Attack, 50% increase in speed for a short period of time. Shadow Doppelganger can create 3 doppelgangers with 30% strength. Weaknesses: Fear of light-based abilities, own weakness in the left shoulder area, Achilles heel in the neck and abdomen. Remarks: This is an elite monster, very difficult to deal with, please deal with it carefully. Sumo's pupils shrunk. 4th Order, Level 8, Elite Monster. No wonder the speed was so fast and the aura so subtle. If it wasn't for the fact that his mental power was far beyond normal and his perception was sharp, that sneak attack just now would have seriously injured him even if he didn't die. A cold aura flashed in Sumo's eyes. I didn't expect you summoners to react quite swiftly. Unfortunately, without your summon, you will surely die. When the Shadow Panther saw that the strike missed, his scarlet eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, followed by even more furious killing intent. And a hint of cunning. Its body shifted, bringing up a trail of residual shadows as it pounced on Suemo once again. Swift Raid. Shadow Split. The speed was a few points faster than just a moment ago. At the same time, 3 shadowy doppelgangers identical to it appeared out of thin air, attacking Suemo from different angles. It's hard to tell the real from the fake. This guy is using those ghostly soldiers as my summons. Now they've left to try and sneak up on me. Sumer let out a cold snort. This shadow paw counted well. Too bad it didn't work. Sumer didn't even have a holy lord. Dragon Blast. Suemo cast the power of the dragon rune. A violent blast of energy came out of Sumo's mouth and swept precisely across the 3 pouncing shadowy doppelgangers. Boom! The terrifying power directly blasted on top of Shadow Leopard's 3 detachments. But the moment it touched the torrent of energy, those 3 Shadow Panther detachments, without even being able to let out a miserable howl, turned into 3 wisps of minuscule black smoke and completely dissipated into the air. The whole process, so fast it was less than even a second. The torrent of energy goes on and on. Continuing to blast forward for tens of meters, the bushes and trees along the way were directly blown apart and set on fire, leaving a fan-shaped trail of scorched black destruction. How is this? The scarlet eyes of the sneaky Shadow Leopard's main body revealed astonishment for the first time. Its forward momentum lurched, obviously not expecting that its winning skill would be instantly cracked in such a simple and rough manner. And it was still broken by a summoner. This terrifying destructive power, where did it look like a fragile summoner who had lost his summons? This is simply more frightening than the best mages. Surprised? Sumer's tone was flat and. Who told you that summoners have to hide behind their summons? Suemo didn't even give Shadow Leopard too much time to react. Directly using the Snake Charm's ability, the figure instantly disappeared. Where are the people? People? When the Shadow Leopard came back to his senses and once again looked at the direction where Suemo was before, only to be shocked to find that the person was gone. Just at the moment it was distracted searching for Sumo's trail. An icy coldness came steeply from the left rear, accompanied by a piercing pain. Ah! A mournful scream erupted uncontrollably from the Shadow Leopard's mouth. It snapped its head down, only to see that in the area of its left shoulder, at some point, there was already an additional bone-deep bloody hole. How could you? How could you? Shadow Leopard forced himself to endure the severe pain, his scarlet eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Stealth skills? Summoner still has this skill? Dragon Blast. This time, Sumer aimed at the neck and abdomen of the shadow leopard. Terrifying blasts of energy, his mouth converged. No good. The shadow panther sensed the terrifying energy fluctuation that was enough to completely destroy it. It's trying to escape. However, the sharp pain coming from its left shoulder caused its movements to stall for more than a minute. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Shadow Panther's body was completely engulfed by the torrent of energy from the dragon blast. Its scale armor flaked off in pieces in the blazing energy, and its flesh and blood instantly carbonized under the heat. When the smoke cleared, the only thing left in place was a deep charred black pit 3 meters in diameter and a few pieces of still burning debris. Suemo slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the invisibility effect of the snake charm was lifted. Ding successfully killed the 4th Order, 8th rank elite Shadow Leopard, gaining a kill value of 40 kills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Boots of Shadow Attack. Shadow Attack Boots. Quality, Grade A. Attribute, Shadow Step active. Consume a small amount of mental energy to increase movement speed by 50% in a short period of time and create a blurred shadow while moving for 5 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Remarks, made from the core material of the elite Shadow Leopard, containing some of the shadow power. Sumer's eyes lit up. Class A equipment. It was also boots that increased agility and speed, and the attached, Shadow Step, skill was very useful. It can play a key role in both pursuit and escape. The items that this elite Shadow Leopard popped out were really good. He didn't hesitate to equip the Boots of Shadow Attack. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Level, 3rd Order, 9th grade. Power, 8200 plus 2460. Agility, 8000 plus 1600. Intelligence, 8500. Spirit, 9000. Skills, Universal Spirit Illustration Divine, 40% Attribute Sharing Divine, Damage Transfer S rank, Poisonous Touch C rank, Battle Spirit Boiling B rank. Summon, Holy Lord Dragon, SSS Class, 4th Order. Special Ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning of Ghostly Shadow Core, currently summonable number 4000. Special Ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Snake Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm Power. Equipment, Poison Python Armor Grade B, Shadow Wrist Wraps Grade C, Boots of Shadow Attack Grade A. Kill Value, 845. Special Items, Ruins Coordinates Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant, Grey Wolf Fragment 1. 1 level short of the 4th rank. Suemo felt the lightness brought by the new equipment and swept his gaze across the attribute panel. It was only a foot away from the 4th Order. Once he broke through the 4th rank, his strength would take a qualitative leap. At that time, both the Summoner Holy Lord and himself would be even more powerful. However, the most important thing right now was to find that demonic dragon. He closed his eyes and established a connection with the ghost shadow soldiers scattered throughout the secret realm. Countless fine images and sensory information flooded into his mind. Deep in the forest, broken valleys, abandoned altars. Chapter 53, Dying Together. The ghost shadow soldiers were like the most loyal scouts, tirelessly exploring every inch of the land. However, nothing was ever heard about the traces of the demon dragon. This secret realm is too big, it's almost impossible for the ghost shadow soldiers alone to search the entire area. There has to be a way to locate Lynshi and the others. Otherwise, there's no way to find it. Just as Suemo was about to expand his search, a sharp and confusing message slammed into his consciousness through the ghostly soldier's connection. Captain. Monsters. Much better. Can't hold out. Fast. Intermittent distress signals came from the direction of Zhang Ming and Wang Gang. Sumo's face suddenly changed. They're in trouble. It's not far from me, go save them first. Unable to continue searching for the demonic dragon, Suemo immediately locked onto the direction from which the signal came. Rabbit Charms, Extreme Speed. The figure disappeared into place once again, leaving behind only a wisp of undetectable spatial fluctuation. Meanwhile, on the road Sumer came from. Roar. Kill. Sky-shattering roars of the beasts and the angry shouts of the humans were intertwined. Zhang Ming was drenched in blood, the alloy battle knife in his hand had already rolled up its edge, the tiger's mouth was chipped, and blood was dripping down the hilt. He gasped for air, his chest rising and falling violently, each breath carrying a searing pain. Beside him, Wang Gang's situation was equally bleak. His lanky frame was covered in claw marks and bite wounds, and his heavy shield was pitted and even had a visible crack in it. The two were back to back, surrounded by dozens of monsters with hideous forms. These monsters resembled hyenas but were much larger, their dark green skin covered in pus and emitting a sickening, fishy odor. Best of all, they are highly ranked as well. A dozen or so of them were of the 3rd rank, and 5 of them had even reached the 4th rank. Damn, how come these ghosts can't be killed? Wang Gang spat a mouthful of bloodied spittle and roared in a hoarse voice. He had just resisted a monster's lunge with his shield, and the tremendous impact made his arms numb and his internal organs feel shaken. It's the carrion hyena. Zhang Ming's eyes were heavy with. Beware of their venom, it's intensely corrosive. As soon as the words fell, several carrion hyenas violently opened their bloody mouths and sprayed out dark green viscous liquid. Snort! The liquid landed on the ground and immediately corroded a small pit of white smoke, emitting a pungent acidic odor. Wang Gang hastily raised his shield to block, and the surface of the shield was instantly corroded to the point of nuisance, and a gust of green smoke rose. This can't go on, we're getting too physical. Zhang Ming slashed away a pouncing carrion hyena and said anxiously. They were facing such a number of monsters besieging them, and their energy and stamina were draining at a rapid rate. Worse. These carrion hyenas were intrepid, and even if they were cut, as long as they didn't hit the vitals, they would still pounce on them frantically. Damn it, why is this secret realm so treacherous? I'm not going to die just coming in. Wang Gang cursed. It wasn't like he hadn't been to a secret realm before, but he hadn't descended into one this terrifying. I've only just come in and I'm in a life and death crisis. Zhang Fan didn't say anything, and the worry between his brows continued. Wang Gang, on my command, break out at 3 o'clock. Buster top. Wang Gang roared angrily. Slamming his shield forward, he knocked away a lunging hyena, creating a gap for Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming seized the opportunity, and the little energy left in his body instantly exploded. The alloy battle knife cut out an arc of light, hardening and tearing a hole in the dense encirclement. Go! The two of them didn't dare to stop for a moment, just like two maddened brute bulls, charging violently towards that gap. The carrion hyenas behind them were in hot pursuit, their fishy venom constantly spraying. The two dodged in a sorry state, the wounds on their bodies crumbling again under the violent movement, blood staining the ground behind them. I don't know how long the charge lasted, but the hissing behind him thinned out. The two were finally free of the hyena pack for the time being. They leaned against the back of a huge rock, panting violently, almost deflated. Damn! Almost accounted for it. Wang Gang heartily wiped the bloodstain on his face, and his shield was casually thrown to the ground with a dull thud. Zhang Ming slid down against the rock, his face as pale as paper, his hand holding the knife trembling uncontrollably. After a brief moment of rest, the Captain, are we? Keep looking for that kid? Zhang Ming wiped the blood from his face, and a hint of struggle flashed in his eyes. This secret realm is exceptionally dangerous, even they almost folded here. Forget it. Zhang Ming finally sighed, let's go back before the entrance to the secret realm is closed. Sumer he. I'm afraid that he has. Wang Gang nodded, his face complex. It's also true that even we are almost accounted for here, that kid an ordinary person. The two of them, both 4th ranked and well coordinated, almost died at the hands of the group of monsters just now. As an ordinary person, Sumo's chances of surviving in this crisis-ridden secret realm were slim to none. What's more, they hadn't found any trace of Sumo all the way over. In his mind, he had already sentenced Sumo to death. Before the words were finished, the ground suddenly shook violently. Both of their faces changed dramatically at the same time, and they looked up sharply. Only to see that in the dense forest in front of them, a putrid poisonous hyena with the body size of a rhinoceros was slowly pacing out. Its body was a dark purple color, and the venom dripping from its fangs directly corroded the ground into a deep pit. The pustules on its body were larger and denser, and the foul odor emanating from it was almost suffocating. 5th Order. Zhang Ming's voice tightened, and his hand holding the knife trembled slightly. Children, gather. Savor fresh, delicious human flesh. The 5th-ranked rotting poisonous hyena raised its pus-covered head and let out a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, the depths of the woodland in all directions. There rang out a rising and falling, violent hissing response. Only to see densely packed carrion hyenas pouring in from all directions, more than several times more in number than before. Captain. Wang Gang's voice was hoarse beyond recognition, it looks like we're going to be accounted for here today. Not to mention that 5th-ranked carrion hyena, just these several hundred carrion hyenas alone were enough for them to eat a pot. Zhang Ming pursed his lips, and his dark, icy eyes stared dead on the leader of the corrosive hyena, the 5th-ranked corrosive hyena. You two won't get away with this. The scarlet tongue of the carrion hyena's leader licked his sharp canine teeth, his eyes glittering with cruelty. It didn't want to waste time, and immediately let out a low roar, commanding the many carrion hyenas to launch a charge. Even if I die, I'm going to pull a few cushions. Wang Gang's eyes instantly turned crimson as he roared and grabbed his shield to meet him. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, lifted his ally battle sword, and followed. There were too many carrion hyenas for the two to fend off. Roar! The screams of the carrion hyenas were getting closer. The two men looked at each other wearily and bitterly. We're going to die together. Chapter 54, What's the matter? Speak slowly later. Fresh human flesh. Boom! Just as the two were about to be torn to pieces by a pack of carrion hyenas, a hot and terrifying blast of energy accurately blasted into the center of the corrosive hyena group. The dozens of carrion hyenas that bore the brunt of the attack didn't even have time to scream. It was then directly torn apart and vaporized by the raging energy, turning into a sky full of blood mist and charcoal. The area in the center of the explosion. The ground was hard plowed through a huge scorched black gully, with earth and rocks tumbling and broken wood flying across the ground. The powerful impact even lifted the slightly distant carrion hyena out and smashed an unknown number of trees. The original ferocious swarm of hyenas that had been pouncing were instantly cleared of a large area, and their attack was stalled. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming were lifted to the ground by the shockwave, staring dumbfounded at this sudden turn of events. Such a powerful attack, who is it? Could it be that there are other human powerhouses here? They're saved. A smile bloomed on his face. The two subconsciously looked in the direction of the energy outburst. At the edge of the smoke-filled woodland, a slightly thin figure slowly walked out. The moment they saw the person coming, Zhang Ming and Wang Gang froze at the same time, disbelief written all over their faces. Sumer? Wang Gang shouted out of breath, his eyes glazed over. This ordinary person, whom they had concluded had died in the secret realm, had actually appeared alive in front of them? And that heaven-destroying attack just now, could it be from him? How is this possible? Kid! You're not dead? Wang Gang reacted and hurriedly roared. Run! Get out of here while those attention is on our side now. However, Sumo did not listen to Wang Gang's words to escape. He just took a step and walked straight towards the center of the cleared piece of the battlefield, with a steady pace and a calm expression. Hey! Kid! What are you doing? Looking for death? Wang Gang exclaimed anxiously. Captain! Wang Gang wanted to say something, but Zhang Ming pressed his shoulder. Zhang Ming's eyes were dead set on that huge scorched pit, his voice trembling. Wang Gang. Look carefully. That pit. Only then did Wang Gang notice the edge of the huge pit that had been blasted out. The rocks are all melted at high temperatures into glassy crystals. This kind of destructive power was simply not something an ordinary professional could do. At least he doesn't have that. Wang Gang froze and looked at Zhang Ming. Captain, this. In Wang Gang's opinion, it was already a miracle that Sumo could survive. As for that attack just now, with his brain, he didn't even turn a corner in that short period of time. At this moment, after Zhang Ming's reminder, he vaguely understood something. Zhang Ming didn't say anything, only staring at Sumo's back. There was a look of wonder and inquiry in his eyes. Some detail in his brain that he had overlooked suddenly surfaced. The flames that treated Elder Wang's sudden appearance, the stance that easily dodged Wang Gang's strike. It all seems to portend something. This Sumo was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Let's just watch. Sumo ignored the threat of the 5th-ranked ferocious beast, as well as the hundreds of hyenas gawking around him. He walked to a stop not far in front of Wang Gang and Zhang Ming. Sumer! You! The king just tried to open his mouth. Sumer raised his hand and stopped him. Only Sumo's palm was clasped in vain, and a dark and deep energy converged in his palm. The shadows on the ground seemed to come to life, twisting, writhing, rising. Buzz! Dozens of dark shadows rose from the shadows of the ground, transforming into heavily armed ghostly soldiers. As soon as they appeared, they automatically dispersed. Protecting Wang Gang and Zhang Ming in the center, his icy killing intent locked onto the surrounding carrion hyenas. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming were completely dumbfounded. What is this? Summoner? More than that, it made them go into cardiac arrest. They could clearly feel the skeletal soldiers that emitted an aura of death. Each of them exuded energy fluctuations no less than those of a third-ranked professional. Third Order. Whole dozens of third-order summoners. It's no less than the current configuration of the middle of Carlo. The two instantly felt like their brains were completely inadequate. This Sumer, who he had always thought of as an ordinary person and a coward. Not only are you not dead, but you have such terrifying strength? Summoning a dozen third-order undead creatures at the drop of a hat? Is this a ING dream? You, the hell you. Wang Gang's voice trembled with disbelief and great confusion. Zhang Ming was equally shocked beyond belief, but he was a bit calmer than Wang Gang. He understood something. This Sumo, he was hiding his strength from the start. Or rather, this guy has been hiding something since 3 years ago. If you have anything to say, wait until the battle is over. Sumer interrupted him, his gaze turning to the regrouping pack of hyenas. This is not the time to explain. Zhang Ming pressed Wang Gang, who still wanted to pursue the matter. He's right, solve the immediate crisis first. Wang Gang opened his mouth, but eventually swallowed back his stomach full of questions. Yeah, this is not the time to pursue this. Living is what matters. Are you sure you can handle this 5th-ranked carrion hyena in front of you? Zhang Ming inquired. Slightly worried. With the protection of these dozens of ghost shadow soldiers summoned by Sumo, the threat of those surrounding packs of carrion hyenas was minimized. But the biggest threat was still that 5th-ranked carrion hyena leader. Even if there were no other carrion hyenas, this one alpha would be enough to kill them. Skill, All Souls Illustrated opens. Race, carrion hyena. Rank, 5th Order, 1st level. Power, 8,000. Agility, 8,500. Intelligence, 8,700. Spirit, 8,500. Skills, Venom Attack from Tumor, Berserking, and Summoning Hordes B rank. Weakness, Tumor connects to the heart. Tumor blows up, heart dies. The corner of Sumo's mouth rose slightly as he quickly scanned through the data. Even though this corrupted poison hyena leader was of the 5th rank, the stats were similar to even the 4th-ranked shadow leopard just now. Don't worry, it's just a 5th order puppy. Little puppy? Wang Gang almost bit his tongue. That's the 5th rank. Are you kid crazy? Sumer's tone was relaxed and casual, as if he was talking about a real pet dog. Zhang Ming's pupils shrunk. He keenly captured the confidence in Sumo's words. It wasn't arrogance, it was a real underlying calm. Right at this moment, that 5th order corrupted poison hyena leader seemed to be completely enraged by Sumo's contempt. Its scarlet eyes locked onto Sumo in death, and its huge body arched violently, its muscles gnarled under the skin covered with disgusting tumors. Roar! A deafening roar resounded through the wilderness. The carrion hyena leader transformed into a dark green residual shadow, and the fishy gust of wind hit his face. The huge sharp claw brought a sharp whistle that tore through the air, pouncing straight at Sumo's face. It's incredibly fast. Watch out! Wang Gang lost his voice and exclaimed. Zhang Ming's heart tightened as well, and almost subconsciously, he wanted to step forward. However, Sumo's figure left a faint shadow in place. Swish! Quick! Extremely fast! As if an instantaneous bolt of lightning. Chapter 55, What is the Truth? The carrion hyena leader's sharp claws tore through the stump, only to pounce. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming's eyes were round, and their mouths were open enough to stuff an egg. What kind of speed is this? How could a summoner have a speed that was several times faster than those of them who were melee professionals? Once again, their perceptions were shaken. This is the speed of a ING summoner? Wang Gang couldn't help but burst out. Zhang Ming was equally shocked, the way he moves. Doesn't look like an ordinary stance? It's at least an A-rank skill. Hiss. Wang Gang sucked in a breath of cool air. A-level skills. Just as the two were stunned, Sumo's figure suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Stealth? Zhang Ming sucked in a breath of cool air. And this counterintuitive skill? Where are the people? The carrion hyena leader lost his target and grumpily circled in place, his sharp claws digging deep grooves into the ground. Concealment effect of the snake charm. Combined with the extreme speed of the rabbit rune, it's a perfect stab. At this moment, Sumo appeared behind the hyena leader like a ghost. It's now! Sumo's eyes stared and his right hand clenched his fist. A violent, destructive force converged in the center of his fist. Dragon Charms. The power of the blast. This not only explodes in the form of energy beams, but can also be blasted out cohesively. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Sumo's fist, which contained a terrifying blasting power, fiercely bombarded the bulging poisonous tumor on its body. Dragon Blast. The blazing golden energy instantly poured into the interior of the tumor. With a muffled sound, the poisonous tumor burst open from the inside, splattering foul-smelling pus in all directions. Ow! A miserable howl to the extreme resounded through the clouds. The huge body convulsed violently. The tumor, which was connected to the heart, was completely destroyed, and its life was rapidly passing away. Sumo lightly retreated a few steps back and waved his left hand, Dragon Flame. A golden pillar of fire erupted from his palm, completely engulfing the dying hyena leader. In the roaring flames, the fifth-rank monster was quickly reduced to a pile of charcoal. Ding successfully killed the fifth-order corrupted poison hyena leader, gaining 75 points of kill value. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special equipment, the Ring of Corrupted Poison Heart. In the coat pile, a dark green ring lay silently. Sumer walked forward and picked it up. Heart of Rotting Poison Ring Grade B. Attributes, plus 15% Spirit, plus 10% Intelligence. Special effect, attacks come with a corrosive effect, which can be used to trigger a decay effect, reducing the enemy's movement speed by 10% and defense by 20%. Remarks, refined from the heart crystals of a 5th-order carrion hyena leader, it contains a powerful toxicity. Grade B ring, good attributes, and practical special effects. Sumer rubbed the ring. Spirit and intelligence were exactly the attributes he needed most at the moment, and the accompanying corrosive and weakening effects were the icing on the cake. Worthy of being a secret realm, this burst rate is just high. Seeing another B rank burst out, or special equipment, the corners of Sumo's mouth were simply harder to suppress than AK. It had only been less than half an hour since he had entered the secret realm, and he had killed 2 monsters. Just 1 A grade and 1 B grade equipment burst out one after another. That's a really high burst rate. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Rank, 4th order, 1st class. Power, 9,000 plus 2,700. Agility, 9,500 plus 1,900. Intelligence, 10,000 plus 1,000. Spirit, 11,000 plus 1,650. Skills, Universal Spirit Illustration Divine, 50% Attribute Sharing Divine, Damage Transfer S rank, Poisonous Touch C rank, Battle Spirit Boiling B rank. Summon, Holy Lord Dragon, SSS class, 4th order. Special ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning Ghost Shadow Core, currently summonable number 5,000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Snake Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm Power. Equipment, Poison Python Armor Grade B, Shadow Wrist Wraps Grade C, Boots of Shadow Attack Grade A, Ring of Corrupted Poison Heart Grade B. Kill value, 920. Special items, Ruins Coordinates Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant, Grey Wolf Fragment 1. Finally the 4th order. Sumo's mind swept through the attribute panel. My current basic attributes, except for strength and agility, which are slightly lower, intelligence and spirit have firmly stepped into the 5th rank. Counting equipment bonuses. Sumer calculates the total attributes. Taken together, with the basic 4-dimensional attributes, I'm now completely deficient to an ordinary 5th order junior. The threshold for the 5th order was 8,000, and he was already 10,000. What's more, my attribute sharing has reached 50%. If I summon 2 Holy Lords, I'll be able to fully share 100% of his abilities. Fully inheriting the attributes of the Holy Lord? That picture was so beautiful that Sumo was a little afraid to think about it. I'm now only 80 kill points away from continuing to redeem the next charm. At that time, the Holy Lord's attributes will also skyrocket, likewise mine. By that time, a 5th ranked 9th level won't necessarily be my opponent. Gee, the future is bright. He was now comparable to the peak of the 5th rank with his early 4th rank. When Sumo came back to his senses, he realized that Wang Gang and Zhang Ming were frozen on the spot, like 2 petrified statues. Seconds. Seconds again. The 2 men's brains went blank. Am I blinking? Summoner melee kills a 5th rank monster in seconds? Snap. Wang Gang suddenly slapped himself hard. It hurts, it hurts. Wang Gang grimaced, the fiery pain on his face made him certain that what was happening in front of him was not an illusion. He's not dreaming. That harmless-looking, even a little thin summoner really killed a 5th-order carrion hyena leader in seconds. The entire fight was a smooth flow, no more than 10 seconds from start to finish. Zhang Ming's eyes flickered with a brilliant light. What kind of speed is that? What kind of stealth ability is that? And that last horrible blast in flame. Is this really a tactic that a summoner can have? Zhang Ming similarly came back to his senses from the extreme shock, but the horror under his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. The way he looked at Sumo had completely changed. This young man, he's hiding too much. Every ability he displayed was enough to send chills down the spine of any professional of the same rank, or even higher. Especially with that godlike speed and stealth ability, it was simply a nightmare for all brittle skin professions. A breeze blew through, swirling dust and ashes from the ground. Sumo clapped his hands as if he had only done a trivial thing. He even had the leisure to comment on one. This reeking tumor filled with the stench of burning sure smells bad. The corners of Wang Gang's mouth twitched and he almost lost his breath. Big brother. That's a 5th-order monster. Seconds, ah. Is that all you care about? Does it smell bad when it's burnt? Isn't that focus a bit too far? Zhang Ming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shocking waves in his heart, and asked in a deep voice. Now, can you tell us the truth? It was a question he had to ask. Chapter 56, You're a Hero. Sumer calmly looked at the two. As you can see, I am no ordinary man. Crap. Wang Gang jumped up and... The power that Sumo displayed completely overturned his stereotypical impression of Sumo as a waste and a coward. Even the other party's fighting style and ability even refreshed his knowledge of the summoner profession. How can such a person be ordinary? It's more than uncommon. Wang Gang pointed at the coke on the ground and then pointed at himself, somewhat incoherent with excitement. What summoner fights like you? Instantaneous. Stealth. And the damn fists in flames. If this was a regular summoner, I'd rip my head off and kick it for you. Zhang Ming's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stared at Sumo. He said in a deep voice, what you just used, at least 3 of them are ranked, or maybe even higher ranked skills. Speed, stealth, explosive attacks, and elemental mastery. These shouldn't even appear on a summoner at the same time. This is completely outside of the professional system. Sumo met the two men's probing gazes, although he was calm on the surface. But inside, he was already happy. Cool. That's cool. 3 years of suppressed aggression. Finally got this by loaded out, cool. So you kid has been pretending for the last 3 years? Wang Gang's voice drew up. Why? He took a few steps forward, spitting in Sumo's face. 3 years ago, what Sumo had awakened was a god-level occupation. Then he could shine brightly, be sought after by millions of people, and become the pride of the human race. The townsman of the Dragon Kingdom of China. Wang Gang was really puzzled. Why hide? Why pick a D-rank career? Why be mocked? Is it solely for the purpose of pretending to be a pig in a poke, or is there a hobby in that area? Zhang Ming wasn't as excited outwardly as Wang Gang, but he had a frown on his face. The eyes scrutinized Sumo sharply, as if they wanted to see him through from the inside out. Facing the roaring Wang Gang, Sumo frowned slightly. I don't seem to be obligated to answer that question of yours. If not. The 2 men in front of him fought to guard the city of Cairo, giving him 3 years of stability. He wouldn't even come to the rescue. And when it comes to his deepest secrets, it is natural not to inform. The 2 of them froze at the words, and their expressions became a bit odd. Yeah. These are other people's secrets, so who is he to answer? Ro. You're the man. Wang Gang muttered, and instead of the previous questioning in his voice, there were a few more points of hopelessness and incredible admiration. If you don't say it, don't say it. Lousy. Lousy is just curious. Curious to the point of scratching my heart. Zhang Ming's brows, which had been tightly locked, instead loosened slightly after Sumo's words. He looked at the charred marks on the ground and then at the uncharacteristically calm young man in front of him. Sumer was right, it was his own secret. Everyone has a past that they don't want to be probed into. While that desire to explore remains strong. But he understood better that it was pointless to pursue the matter, and might even cause the other party to resent him. However, both were relieved beyond belief. At least Zhang Fan wasn't a waste, he was still an incomparably powerful transmigrator. This was a blessing for them, for the city of Carlo, and even for the entire human race. I still have a question for you. Facing a hint of impatience in the gaze cast by Sumo, Zhang Ming still opened his mouth to inquire. So? Outside the city walls 3 days ago, the summoner who shook off the beast tide with a dragon's roar. It's me. Sumer admitted frankly. There's no point in not recognizing this one. This answer, in fact, had long been guessed in Zhang Ming's heart, especially after seeing Sumo's inhuman fighting strength just now. But when speculation is so easily confirmed, the shock is still huge. He looked at Sumo, his eyes were complex, and the previous shock, doubt, and inquiry were all turned into an unspeakable realization and awe at this moment. Originally, no wonder. No wonder he is so calm, no wonder he has a power that far exceeds the summoner system. A dragon's roar to retreat the beast tide, this handiwork, compared to killing a 5th rank monster in seconds just now, didn't seem impossible. What? I can't believe it's you, I can't believe it's you, kid. Wang Gang was dumbfounded. This news shocked him even more than Sumo killing the monster in seconds just now. It's a bit unbelievable, but it makes sense. They had previously wondered how a powerful dragon summoner could have suddenly descended on Carlo City. Now that it was associated with Sumer's occupation, everything made sense. For a moment, Wang Gang immediately felt ashamed. 3 days ago, there were cheers up and down the walls, the excitement of the warriors after the robbery. Everyone is speculating about what kind of god that mysterious and powerful dragon summoner is. And he himself, what did he say at that time? Come on. Wang Gang's face turned red, all the way to the base of his neck. Compare that one with Sumo, and the words are full of admiration for the former and contempt for the latter. Wang Gang couldn't help but let out a low curse, wishing to find a crack in the ground to drill into. He had previously mocked Sumo for being a coward who could only hide behind. And instead of being a coward, he's the superhero who saved countless lives in the city of Carlo all by himself? He looked at Sumo's calm face and suddenly felt incomparably harsh. This kid is hiding too deep. He remembered all his previous attitudes and comments towards Sumo and only felt ashamed. Wang Gang opened his mouth to say something. Like apologizing, or explaining, but the words came to his lips and then swallowed back, and finally just reddened his face, uttered half a dozen words, and stifled a sentence of awesome. Awesome. He couldn't really find any other words to describe what he was feeling at the moment other than that one. The previous disbelief, anger, and curiosity had all now turned into pent-up admiration and groundless embarrassment. Zhang Ming fixed his mind and suppressed the shocking waves in his heart. He straightened the collar of his uniform and looked solemn. Mr. Sumer. He used honorifics. 3 days ago, if you hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid the city of Carlo would have. He paused, his tone heavy with. The consequences are unimaginable. That night, without your dragon chance of shock, the city wall defenses would have likely been overrun, and the casualties would have been incalculable. On behalf of the city of Carlo, and on behalf of all the surviving citizens and soldiers, I offer you my sincerest thanks. You're a hero. As the words fell, Zhang Ming was about to bow deeply to Sumo. It's not just a thank you for saving his life, it's a thank you for the hope he brings to this stormy city. A transmogrifier of such power sitting in the middle of the city would mean too much to the city of Carlo. The same goes for Wang Gang. Chapter 57, All Heroes. Sumo was bending over the moment Zhang Ming. His figure moved slightly, and a soft but irresistible force held up the two. It doesn't have to be. Guarding the home and resisting the monsters, this is what every capable transmuter should do, it's not much of a favor. You and I, and all the thousands of people who fight to keep their homes, are heroes. The two men sniffed and burst into tears. All those who fight for their homeland, no matter how strong or low, no matter whether they are specialized or ordinary, are all heroes. Slightly calming down, Zhang Ming asked again. So you're exposing your strength now for Lynshi? Sumo looked grave. She's trapped in the depths of the secret realm, I have to go save her. Zhang Ming froze and said, good, Lynshi wasn't wrong about you. Emotional. In that case, go ahead. Wang Gang and I will go back to Carlo City to set up our defense. Zhang Ming opened his mouth. There were two main purposes for entering the secret realm this time. Bring Suemo back, and in the meantime, see what exactly happened within the secret realm. Now it was discovered that Suemo had at least a 5th order combat power that didn't require them. And Sumer can complete the second task. Then there was far less point in them staying in this secret realm than returning to Carlo City to set up their defenses. After all, in the midst of this secret realm, one slip up and GA drop. In response, Suemo just said one sentence, instantly causing the two to freeze in their expression. The entrance to the secret realm is closed. What? Don't worry, I'm here to keep you as safe as possible. Seeing the sadness on the faces of the two, Suemo thought that the other party was worried about encountering danger in the secret realm and opened his mouth to put them at ease. It's the city of Carlo we're worried about. After the two of us leave, the defense force of Carlo City, once again weakened, if the monster army comes to attack again. Look at the worry and anxiety on both of their faces, as it were. The sense of responsibility that puts one's own safety and security at risk, and is only concerned with the survival of the city, so that Sumo's heart can't help but rise a trace of respect. He was silent for a few moments. Then, in a flat tone that bordered on stating a fact, another bombshell was dropped. Oh, you needn't worry about that. He met the puzzled gazes of the two men and said slowly. Those remaining clusters of monsters around the city of Karo were cleared out in passing before I entered the secret realm. What? Zhang Ming was stunned, suspecting that he had heard wrong. Wang Gang even stared violently with his eyes wide open and his mouth half open, with an expression of having seen a ghost. Cleared. Cleared off? Smooth? He remembered the overwhelming wave of beasts 3 days ago, remembering those dense, varying levels but huge numbers of monsters. Shuwenyi? Tens of thousands of monsters killed in 3 days. What the kind of is that? Even a 6th order powerhouse couldn't kill them all in 3 days, right? How did this kid do it? Sumer looked at their dumbfounded expressions and nodded affirmatively. Well, kill them all. For a short time, Carlo City should be safe. Zhang Ming and Wang Gang completely lost their words. However, when they thought about the fact that they really hadn't seen a single monster attack in the past 3 days, they slowly recognized Sumo's words. Then he couldn't help but give Suemo a thumbs up. You boys, it's this. Then I'll trouble you to protect us next. Zhang Ming accepted everything openly. Suemo looked at the two and nodded. Good, but the next battle will be more dangerous. Fear a ball. Wang Gang swung his fist boldly. With you as a great god, what am I afraid of? Suemo stopped talking and summoned the Holy Lord. Let's go, time is running out. Before the words fell, he made a slight movement of his mind. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and then, an unspeakably huge aura suddenly descended. The ground seemed to tremble gently, and the light converged and dispersed somewhere. The Holy Lord appeared in front of the three with the majesty and indifference of overlooking all beings. Holy! Wang Gang was so frightened by this sudden huge presence that he took a step backward and almost sat on his butt. His eyes rounded, staring at the dragon in front of him with a death glare, the knots in his throat rolling up and down. It's him. The guy that was seen the other night was this guy. Yet, far more powerful than then. Although Zhang Ming was not as out of it as Wang Gang, his body also visibly stiffened for a moment. His gaze sharpened as he surveyed the Holy Lord, feeling the almost suffocating dragon's might. Master, these 2 mole crickets are treats for me? The Holy Lord's dragon eyes swept over Zhang Ming and Wang Gang with disdain. The words that were uttered immediately caused the two to tremble with fear and cold sweat. Sumo's toes pointed and his figure lightly leaped onto the broad dragon's back, standing firmly. He turned back to the 2 men still frozen on the ground. Come up here too. The pressure was suddenly reduced, and Wang Gang's shock was slightly stabilized, but when he looked at the dragon scales that glowed with a cold metallic light, he was still a little weak in the legs. He gulped, the residual fear on his face quickly replaced by an incredulous exuberance, his eyes glazed over. Holy! Riding a dragon? In my life, I can actually have a day to ride a dragon, he said as he crawled on his hands and knees towards the dragon's body. The Holy Lord seemed extremely reluctant, and the dragon's neck was slightly deflected. The golden vertical pupils glanced coldly at Wang Gang, who was climbing, and a low, threatening gurgle came from his throat. Wang Gang was so scared that his movements froze and he almost rolled down. Go up! Suemo spoke again, his voice still flat. Only then did the sacred lord stop moving, allowing Wang Gang to climb onto the dragon's back with his hands and feet, finding a place to carefully sit down. Nervously gripping the bone spurs next to him, not daring to take a breath, but unable to resist looking around. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and fixed his mind. His movements were much more composed than Wang Gang's, and he also rolled over and leaped onto the dragon's back. Sit tight. Suma reminded, not looking back. The sacred lord sensed his master's intention and let out a low and long dragon's roar. The gusts of wind rose, the sand flew, and the huge body rose up from the ground. Only Wang Gang's strange screams of excitement and a bit of fear were left echoing in place. Oh. Fly. Fly up. It's too fast. Old Zhang, hold on tight. When the three of them rode on the dragon's back, Zhang Ming suddenly remembered something and turned his head to ask. By the way, what level are you kids at anyway? Suemo looked into the distance and said softly, 3rd rank. Fart. Wang Gang directly burst into foul language. A 3rd rank can second a 5th rank with a single move? Do you think I'm stupid? Sumer smiled without saying anything. Zhang Ming looked at his back thoughtfully. This young man was perhaps much more terrifying than they had imagined. Old Zhang. Look, we're flying so high. Much faster than an airplane. Zhang Ming was relatively calm, but his clenched fist still revealed his inner unrest. For the first time in his life, he was flying on the wind. Fulfilled his childhood wish. Holy Lord, with your dragon bloodline, can you sense the location of the demonic dragon? The Holy Lord's low response rang out on the wind with an innate arrogance. Master, that lowly half-breed bastard deserves to be called a dragon? But if it's around, it can't hide its tainted scent from me. Sumer's voice had little rise or fall, then look for it. Ghost soldiers are too inefficient with their limited search range. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming on the dragon's back were also startled. Is Suemo preparing to directly find a 7th-ranked demonic dragon to fight? Could it be that his true strength had reached the 7th rank? Awesome! Chapter 58, Carlo, a very trashy city. The Holy Lord's huge body weaved through the clouds at an astonishingly fast speed. Right at this moment, Sumo's eyes, which had been calm, moved slightly. Is there anyone out front? Holy Lord, turn to the southeast. Suemo spoke faintly. I wonder if it's the city lord and the others. I suppose so. There's no one else from the city coming in from this secret realm either. The Holy Lord instantly changed direction and sped towards the southeast. The wind whistled in his ears, more violently than before. Hey! What's with the sudden turn? Someone? Zhang Ming guessed something. Sumer nodded. How do you perceive this? How come I don't perceive anything? Wang Gang asked suspiciously. Why do you ask everything? Zhang Ming gave Wang Gang a blow to the head. Wang On, okay, I'll shut up. The Holy Lord's speed was extremely fast, and in just a few moments, the scene below gradually became clearer. Amidst the ruins of a mess, there was indeed fighting going on. Only 4 silhouettes were back to back, fending off the siege of dozens of monsters of different forms that emitted a ferocious aura. Energy light flickered continuously, and hissing and clashing sounds of weapons were faintly heard. Holy! Someone's really fighting! Wang Gang's eyes widened, and he stretched his neck to look down at the... What kind of monsters are those? It looks like they're not to be messed with. Not the city lord and the others. Zhang Ming's eyes were sharp and he quickly recognized it. It's strange faces. There really are other entrances to this secret realm. There are teams from other cities coming in? Can't be. Wang Gang was also dumbfounded. Zhang Ming looked at Suemo and asked, are we going to help? Suemo looked at the battlefield in front of him. Go help. The 3 of them leapt off the Holy Lord's back and then charged towards the middle of the battlefield. Someone's coming to help us? The 4 people who were fighting also noticed Suemo and the others who were rushing towards them. What the? Who needs their help? It's just a bunch of mongrels, we can handle it ourselves. Sun Xiaoxiao threw a fireball and directly blasted away a pouncing monster. Glancing at the 3 Suemo who were rushing over, his tone carried obvious displeasure and a hint of arrogance. Her comment was not entirely bravado. Their 4-member squad was not bad, she herself was a 4th order 7th order, and the remaining 3 were even 5th order powerhouses. They were under siege, though. However, the strength of these monsters were all of some 2nd or 3rd rank, and the most powerful was only 4th rank. If it weren't for the injuries sustained in the previous encounter, it was solved a long time ago. Dawn. Sun Yaoyao interrupted her with a low gulp and, "Don't get distracted. Watch out for that corrosive worm on the left flank." Sun Xiaoxiao skimmed her mouth, but her hand movements were not slow. A blazing wall of fire rose up from the ground, instantly engulfing the corrosive worm that had lunged at the left flank. As the flames blazed, the worm let out a mournful hiss and was soon reduced to charcoal. "See? Yaya sister, just this kind of goods, simply." Sun Xiaoxiao's words carried a few hints of braggadocio smugness. However, right in the middle of the charred and blackened worm corpses, an inconspicuous black shadow violently sprang out. It was a monster that was only the size of a palm, black in color, like a scaled-down version of a worm, and incredibly fast. The black shadow's target was pointed directly at the face of Sun Xiaoxiao, who had just finished casting the spell and was slightly relieved. "Look out!" Sun Yaoyao cried out in shock, wanting to rescue, but it was too late. As a mage, she suffered at least heavy damage if she was hit. Shoo! Just at the moment when the pitch-black worm was about to touch the tip of Sun Xiaoxiao's nose, a faster black shadow flashed out of thin air. A flash of cold light and precision. The palm-sized worm was severed from it. On Sun Xiaoxiao's side, the ghostly soldier appeared, the dagger in his hand still dripping with poisonous blood. The smug smile on Sun Xiaoxiao's face froze completely. A hint of hindsight quickly crept into his mind. Phew! Sun Yaoyao took a long breath, her chest rose and fell violently, obviously also terrified. She quickly stepped forward and pulled the still somewhat dazed Sun Xiaoxiao behind herself to protect her. Eyes turned to the ghostly soldiers. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for coming to the rescue." However, the words of gratitude came to an abrupt end when her gaze fell clearly on the ghostly soldier. Sun Yaoyao's eyes snapped open. "A humanoid summoner? Yodio, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Hu was chopping over a pouncing sharp-clawed monster with an axe, and when he heard Sun Yaoyao's alarmed cry, he also took the time to glance at it. The glance slowed the movement of his hands by half a beat, and he was almost swept by the other monster's claws. Off! What the hell? I'm not blind, am I? Xian was relatively calm, but he couldn't help but take a couple more glances, his brows furrowing tightly as he. This breath is indeed not a living person. It's a summon? It's the first time I've seen a humanoid summon. At this time, Suemo, Zhang Ming, and Wang Gang also joined the battlefield. Originally there was still a bit of a stalemate in the battle. Because of the addition of Sumo's trio, it quickly took on a one-sided situation. But after a few minutes of work, the last monster wailed and fell, and the battlefield was completely quiet. My name is Sun Yaoyao, thanks to the three of you for your timely assistance. Especially this Excellency's summon that just saved Xiaoxiao. Sun Yaoyao looked at Suemo with a gentle tone. Sun Xiaoxiao walked over, her face still a little white as she stared at Suemo. Hey! That dark shadow just now, did you make it to save me? Without waiting for Suemo to reply, Wang Gang had already grinned and yelled in a loud voice. That's not true. Awesome. If it hadn't moved so fast, you'd have a gaping hole in that pretty face of yours. Actually, I don't need him to make a move, I can take care of it myself. Expression of surprise. Suemo lightly glanced at Sun Xiaoxiao and didn't pick up her words, only nodding to Sun Yaoyao. Sumer, a show of hands. Under Xian. Xian paused, and his eyes glanced without trace at Suemo, who was still standing on his side. The ghost shadow soldier, who was like a statue with a cold breath, had a trace of imperceptible astonishment flashing through his eyes. The brothers look unfamiliar and don't seem to have encountered them in the secret realm before. I wonder from which area? When Xian said this, Wang Gang and Zhang Ming subconsciously looked at Suemo. Sure enough, the secret realm had more than one entrance, connecting to other areas. Sumo's heart was also enlightened, it seemed that his previous guess was correct. Carlo City. Suemo opened his mouth without hiding anything. Carlo City? Xian, Zhao Hu, and Sun Yaoyao glanced at each other, and all saw a trace of bewilderment in each other's eyes. I've never heard of this city. I found out. Carlo, a very trashy little city. Chapter 59, Your Eyes Are in Your Pants. As Sun Xiaoxiao's voice came out, the air was momentarily quiet for a few seconds, and the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. What did you say? Wang Gang was the first to blow up, his voice immediately rising. Garbage? Small town? You got eyes in your pants? You'd be dead without us just now. So how? You. Suemo stopped Wang Gang, who was ready to make a move, with little expression on his face. Sun Yaoyao's face was a bit untenable, and she hurriedly rounded up the situation. Xiao Xiao. Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Su and the others are strong, we've all seen it. What happens in Carlo has nothing to do with their own abilities. She glared at her sister and looked at Sumer with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, my sister, she's young and doesn't know any better. It's okay. Suemo responded indifferently. I would like to ask, do you know where the location of the demon dragon is? Or have you ever met a girl whose profession is Juggernaut? Which 7th ranked shadow demon dragon is the one you're talking about? Sun Yaoyao's face became grave. Sumer nodded gently, aha. Ha. Zhao Hu snorted and swept Sumo's several people up and down with undisguised contempt. I would advise you to give up that idea. Just with you 3/4 ranked ones, don't say you're going to mess with a 7th ranked demonic dragon. I'm afraid that any random 5th ranked dragonborn captain under its command could crush you to death with the flick of a finger, leaving no dregs left. Suemo directly ignored the contempt in the other party's words. The message in the other's words was keenly perceived. There are captains of the 5th rank under the magic dragon. That showed that the other party must know the message of this demonic dragon. Tell me more. Zhao Hu has some tough words, but Sun Yaoyao didn't continue with the latter words for fear of hitting Suemo and the others. A 7th ranked demonic dragon, that was an existence that even a team from a large region like them wouldn't dare to easily mess with. Not to mention the likes of Carlo City. Tell me more. Suemo spoke again with a resolute attitude. Dangerous or not, he knows himself. Even if it was a dragon's den, he had to go to Lynshi. Sun Yaoyao gave Suemo a deep look, he could feel Sumo's determination. She sighed softly, no longer hesitating. The shadow demon dragon is entrenched in the Dragon Bone Mountain range. That is one of the most dangerous areas in the entire secret realm, shrouded in shadow energy all year round. As for the dragon descendants, under it, there are indeed 5th order existences, and even 6th order ones. The demon dragon rarely leaves the Dragon Bone Mountain range, but its dragon descendants will regularly come out to patrol the territory, strong and brutal in nature. We encountered a dragonborn patrol once before from afar, and the leading captain's aura was extremely terrifying, so we didn't dare to approach. It's estimated to be at least 5th order 9th level. To reach the Dragon Bone Mountains, you need to go through. Thanks for informing me. Suemo thanked again, his expression still calm. For him, as long as there was a direction, he had to go, even if it was dangerous. What about the Juggernaut? Suemo pursued. Never seen it. We haven't entered the secret realm for a short period of time, and we've encountered quite a few teams, but we've never seen this person you're talking about. Sun Yaoyao spoke with incomparable certainty. Sumo's heart sank slightly. Couldn't find a clue about Lynshi. Don't worry, Deacon Lin will be fine. Zhang Ming sensed Sumo's change in mood and comforted him slightly. Suemo nodded slightly and did not say much. His gaze turned to Sun Yaoyao. Thanks for informing us, these messages are useful to us. In that case, we'll leave it at that. After he finished speaking, he signaled Wang Gang and Zhang Ming, and then he was ready to turn around and leave. The Dragon Bone Mountains must go. Hey, wait. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yaoyao called out to the Suemo trio who were ready to leave. We're going in roughly the same direction as the Dragon Bone Mountains later, so you guys can join us. That way we have something to look out for. When these words came out, not only were Sumo's trio a bit surprised, even Sun Yaoyao's own team members froze. Yo-yo! Zhao Hu was the first to express his dissatisfaction, his eyebrows knitted into a pimple. What are you doing? Taking them with you? This isn't. Before he could finish his words, Shi Xian, who had been silent next to him, reached out and gently pressed his arm. Zhao Hu looked at Shi Xian in puzzlement. However, he saw Shi Xian shake his head at him imperceptibly, his eyes signaling him to be at ease. We weren't willing to take you dragons with us, but my sister gave the word, so you're coming with us. Sun Xiaoxiao's condescending attitude instantly caused Wang Gang's anger to rise and he glared at Sun Xiaoxiao. Who are you calling a drag? Watch your mouth, little girl. Who cares about being with you guys, make it look like we're taking advantage of something. Am I wrong? Sun Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and toed the line. Just by the fact that you guys are from a small place, but with a cultivation level of the 4th rank, you don't even have any decent equipment, what are you if not dragons? It would be a blessing for you to come with us. Without us to protect you, let alone the demonic dragons, if you meet some random monsters, you'll be able to kill you all without leaving a single piece of armor. The two of them, Zhao Hu and Shi Xian, were watching the show with their arms around their chests. Obviously very much in agreement with Sun Xiaoxiao's words. Dawn. Sun Yaoyao's face sank, and she hurriedly pulled her sister, her tone carrying a few points of severity. Enough. No more talking. She turned her head, with an obvious apology and helplessness on her face, to look at Suemo. I'm really sorry, my sister Shi. Let's go. Suemo gave Wang Gang and Zhang Ming a wink and took the lead in turning around. Target, the Dragon Bone Mountains. Lynshi is still waiting for him. Other than that, it doesn't matter. Hey. Sun Yaoyao did not feel good in her heart. Subconsciously, he wanted to go up and stay. Yo-yo. Shi Xian had come to her side at an unknown time, stretching out his arm and stopping her in an ungentlemanly manner. His movements were natural and his tone was flat, there's no need to chase. Sun Yaoyao stopped and looked at Shi Xian in puzzlement. Shi Xian's gaze fell on Sumo's trio's gradually distant backs, his voice had little rise and fall. We've been kind enough to invite them. Since they chose to go on their own, whether they live or die on the road ahead is none of our business. His words sounded as if he was stating a fact, but Sun Yaoyao heard a hint of indifference in them. Zhao Hu chimed in from the side, that's right. Doesn't know how to carry yourself. Do you really think you're so capable? The Dragon Bone Mountain Range is a place they can go? Die without even knowing how. Sister, you see that brother Zhao Hu and brother Shi Xian think so too. You can't scold me anymore. Sun Yaoyao looked at the direction where the trio disappeared and frowned lightly. She always felt that the youth called Suemo was not simple. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Yaoyao still broke away from Shi Xian's arm and quickly chased after him. Chapter 60, The Secret Realm is Good. Hey, wait a minute. Sumo's three stopped at the sound and turned around, looking at Sun Yaoyao who was catching up. Sun Yaoyao ran to the trio and took out a bracelet from her storage equipment and handed it to Suemo. This shadow avoidance compass you take. It will help guide you. She looked at Sumer, her eyes sincere and. The Dragon Bone Mountain Range is shrouded in shadow energy all year round, with limited vision and many shadow creatures that specialize in concealment. This compass can give advance warning, not a big range, but it may save lives at critical moments. Not waiting for Suemo to refuse, she directly stuffed the compass into Sumo's hand. Consider it as my way of repaying you for saving my sister's life earlier. You are more careful. After saying that, she gave Suemo a deep look and turned around to quickly return to her group. Shi Xian looked at the returning Sun Yaoyao and then glanced at the compass in Sumo's hand. Eyes twitched slightly, but ultimately said nothing. Suemo held the still warm compass in his hand and looked at Sun Yaoyao's back. This person is still weirdly good. Wang Gang opened his mouth. Well, let's go. The three of them turned around once again, and their figures quickly disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Sis. You just gave them the shadow avoidance compass? It's not just blocking the attack for me, what's the big deal? Used to give away something that good. Sun Yaoyao had just returned to the team, and Sun Xiaoxiao was a bit disgruntled. That was a special A-grade prop, worth as much as several normal A-grade props. Zhao Hu followed suit and helped, Unning, that's right Yaoyao. With their strength it would be a waste to give it away, they wouldn't be able to turn around and lose it. Alright, I'll cut the crap. Sun Yaoyao interrupted with a voice that compass isn't a necessity for me, but it might actually come in handy for them in a pinch. They did save Xiaoxiao before, a favor that always needs to be returned. Shi Xian spoke indifferently, the things have already been sent out. There's no need to argue about anything. The priority now is still to meet up with the captain and the others first. As previously agreed, we're almost at the place. With this compass guiding Suemo and the other three, the path ahead was suddenly much clearer. And relying on the early warning ability of the shadow avoidance compass, they avoided many dangerous places in advance. And so it traveled for another short distance. The view ahead opens up, but not in a good way. A huge valley thoroughly enveloped in thick, ink-like shadow energy stretched across the landscape. The entrance to the valley was jagged with strange rocks and withered vegetation, and even the light seemed to be swallowed up by the viscous darkness, making it difficult to see deeper. The coldness came over me. This should be the dangerous land that Sun Yaoyao mentioned, the dark forest. Wang Gang's face was grave. Zhang Ming also frowned, the energy fluctuations here are very unstable, and it feels like there are big guys inside. Suemo stopped his footsteps and scanned the dark valley in front of him with a sharp gaze. The compass needle was trembling violently at the moment, almost losing its sense of direction. Apparently the energy disturbances within the valley were extremely severe and fraught with danger. There were two paths before them. Choose to take a detour to avoid this obviously extremely dangerous valley. But looking at the extent of the valley, I'm afraid it would take at least 10 more days, if not more. The situation on Lynshi's side was unknown, and Suemo couldn't wait. The other option was to go through the edge of this horrible valley. Doing so would certainly raise the stakes to the extreme. Fifth-order monsters were almost certain, and it wasn't impossible to even encounter a sixth-order one. In that case, it would be difficult to ensure the safety of Zhang Ming and Wang Gang's lives. For a while, Suemo was in a state of hesitation. We're going straight through. Zhang Ming naturally understood the worries in Sumo's heart. Take the lead. Then you. What are you afraid of? Let's go together. Wang Gang said with a big grin. Good. Then let's go through the edge. Suemo made a decision. Time, that's what he's missing right now. In order to find Lynshi as soon as possible, this is a risk that must be taken. If you go over the edge, it will take a little more time than going straight across, but it's so much better than a detour. The level of danger will also be scaled down quite a bit. Even if they did encounter danger, they would be able to withdraw in time. Now that Sumer has determined the route of travel, the three of them carefully stepped into the fringes of the dark forest. This forest is depressing. Stepping into the middle of the forest. The light is extremely distorted here and visibility is extremely low. The ground underfoot was soft and damp, wet as if you were walking in a mud puddle, and extremely uncomfortable. But there's more. Because of the shadow avoiding compass, it could isolate the vast majority of the shadow energy here, causing them to be minimally affected. Thumbs up. Tiny noises came from the shadows. Sumo's eyes flinched. The needle of the shadow avoidance compass wiggled slightly, pointing to the left. Look out! Several pitch-black, spider-like creatures swooped out of the darkness with great speed. The creatures were about half a man tall, with 8-jointed limbs sharp as spears and dark green saliva dripping from their mouthparts. Shadow lurkers, third-order monsters, watch out for their venom. The weakness is the head. The All Souls illustration quickly analyzed the attacking monster message. Wang Gang roared, the huge axe in his hand swept across the room, and the violent wind split the two shadow lurkers that were the first to pounce directly away. Suemo sprayed a mouthful of dragon flame on top of the shadow lurker's head. Bump, a couple of explosions went off. These shadow lurkers were killed outright. The battle ended quickly. This fringe area, the monsters are all of the third rank. This place is really dangerous. It's a good thing we went to the edge. Wang Gang put away his axe and grinned. Suemo nodded and looked at the compass. Keep going, stay alert. They followed the edge of the valley, step by step, deeper and deeper. Along the way, similar encounters continued to occur. All sorts of strange, shadow energy-infested creatures were popping up all over the place. Most of them were between second and third rank, and occasionally they would encounter a few fourth-rank elite monsters. Relying on the advance warning of the shadow avoidance compass and the probing of the ghost shadow soldiers, the three of them, Sumer, were able to circumvent it as long as they could. It could not be circumvented, and relying on the tacit cooperation of the three, these monsters did not cause them too much trouble. Fighting, killing, moving forward. Without realizing it, they had already traveled for a day in this dangerous fringe. And in the midst of this day's battle, the trio's leveling up is also very noticeable. Wang Gang was raised from his initial 4th rank 6 to 4th rank 8. Zhang Ming had even reached the 9th level of the 4th rank, just one step away from reaching the 5th rank. Sumer leveling up was naturally the most terrifying. In one leap, he reached the point where he was at the 4th level of the 4th order. The Holy Lord rank had also been raised to the point of 4th order, 9th order. All aspects of the attributes have been greatly improved. Chapter 61, Mother Heirs. It's still the secret realm that boosts fast. I gain more in this 1 or 2 days than I did in half a year in Carlo. In the past, when we guarded the city and killed those things, it was just like that when we killed them with soft hands. How can it be so energetic now? Wang Gang moved his muscles and bones, feeling the growing strength in his body, soothing his body. Yeah, I feel like I'm about to saturate my body with energy, too. Zhang Ming also showed a rare hint of a smile. Feeling the fluctuations of magic power surging within his body, there was anticipation in his eyes. I feel like is close to breaking through to the 5th rank? But it's hard to say exactly how long it will take. In the past, in the city of Carlo, though, there had always been battles with monsters. But most of them were keep-away battles. Against monsters of the 1st and 2nd orders. Even if you killed 1,000 of them, it wouldn't be as good as killing a 4th-ranked monster. And in 1 or 2 days in the middle of this secret realm, they had killed dozens of 3rd-order monsters and several 4th-order monsters. Even a 5th-ranked monster was killed and a large amount of experience was shared. This was unthinkable in the past. And it was all due to Sumer. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have died for an unknown amount of time in this secret realm. It's all thanks to Sumo. Yes, thank you. Sumo waved his hand. We're all on our own, it's just too raw to talk about this. Suddenly his eyes glazed over. The needle of the shadow avoidance compass suddenly spun wildly. Meanwhile, news of the ghostly soldiers came back. He swept his gaze over the two, pausing especially on Zhang Ming. Feeling the magic power that was about to overflow within Zhang Ming's body, Sumo laughed. Soon. He spat out 2 words softly. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming were both stunned, not quite understanding what Sumo meant. What's coming up? Zhang Ming looked at Sumo even more suspiciously. Sumo, however, didn't explain too much and just cast his gaze deeper into the dark forest. Buzz. The needle of the shadow avoidance compass was currently trembling violently with an unprecedented frequency, pointing straight ahead. A palpitatingly terrifying aura filled the air from the front like a tidal wave. Roar! A deafening roar rang out steeply, accompanied by heavy footsteps, and the ground seemed to be trembling slightly. The shadow squirmed, and an immense figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was a terrifying monster that was 5 meters tall, covered in pitch-black scale armor, shaped like a giant bear, but with a pair of scarlet compound eyes. It was surrounded by dense shadow energy, and the pressure it emitted far exceeded any of the monsters it had encountered before. The All Souls illustration gives the message instantly. Race, Shadow Tyrant Bear. Level, 5, Level 6. Abilities, Shadow Roar, Raging Rip, Earth Trample. Weaknesses, Heart, Eyes. What kind of monster is this? What a powerful sense of oppression. Wang Gang's throat was a little dry, and his grip on the axe handle tightened unconsciously. Quickly adjusting his breathing, his strong body sank slightly into a defensive come attacking stance. This is a 5th rank, 6th rank Shadow Tyrant Bear. Sumer opened his mouth. 5 orders of 6. The relaxed look on Zhang Ming's face instantly disappeared, replaced by an incomparable gravity. This was a 5th order, 6th order monster, more than a notch more powerful than the 5th order, 1st order carrion hyena that the combined forces had killed earlier. Sumo, however, seemed unusually calm. He looked at Zhang Ming beside him and said indifferently, kill it and the experience should be enough for you to break through. Aha! Zhang Ming nodded heavily. This 5th order, 6th rank Shadow Tyrant Bear, if killed. Let alone leveling up to the 5th rank, even a level or 2 on top of that would be enough. In that case. Him. Wang Gang roared angrily and took the lead in breaking the stalemate. He slammed his legs together. Wang Gang's charge was as powerful as thunder, and the earth-colored energy blade carried by his giant axe cut through the darkness, slashing straight at the Shadow Tyrant Bear's face. Earth-splitting chop. In the face of this ferocious strike, a hint of disdain flashed through the Shadow Tyrant Bear's scarlet compound eyes. It didn't even dodge, it just casually raised its huge claws covered in pitch-black scale armor. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. The earth-colored energy blade slashed at the giant claw. As if it had struck impenetrable steel, it instantly crumbled and dissipated into bits of light. Wang Gang only felt a huge force coming from the axe handle. The shock made his tiger's mouth numb, and his entire body involuntarily took 2 steps back. This guy, his skin is so damn thick. Wang Gang quickly calmed his chi and blood that was churning and spat. Is that all the strength you have? The shadow tyrant bear spat out human words, his voice low and full of mockery, even tickling me. Before it could finish its words, a harsh silver light suddenly lit up. Zhang Ming's figure appeared like a ghost on the flank of the shadow tyrant bear. The battle knife in his hand had been sheathed at some point, and the blade was covered with a layer of sharp wind elemental magic. Wind blade slash. Snort. The blade light was as swift as electricity, precisely chopping at the claw area where the shadow tyrant bear had been attacked by Wangang before. However, the imagined scene of the scale armor shattering did not appear. The battle sword chopped at the pitch-black scale armor, nearly leaving a shallow white mark that didn't even manage to break through the defense. Roar! The shadow tyrant bear was in pain, and was even more angered by the interruption. It turned its head violently, its scarlet compound eyes locking onto Zhang Ming as it opened its bloody mouth. Dense shadow energy converged crazily in its mouth, forming a pitch-black energy ball that rotated at high speed. Shadow roar. Terrifying energy fluctuations instantly erupted, and the pitch-black ball of energy was like a cannonball, carrying a destructive aura as it blasted towards Zhang Ming, who was close at hand, and Wang Gang, who was slightly farther away. The air hissed with an overwhelming sound wherever the energy ball passed. Watch out! Wang Gang's pupils shrunk. He couldn't think about it in time and violently crossed his giant axe in front of him. The earthy yellow light lit up again, this time, but instead of coalescing into an energy blade, it rapidly extended and morphed. Buzz! The giant axe actually transformed into an incomparably thick and heavy earth yellow energy shield, protecting both him and Zhang Ming at the back of the side. Boom! The pitch-black energy ball heavily bombarded on top of the earth-colored energy giant shield, erupting with a deafening roar. Berserk energy impacts swept out like angry waves, lifting up a layer of the surrounding ground. The giant shield of energy trembled violently. The surface rippled, and the earth-colored light shone brightly and uncertainly, as if it could shatter at any time. Ah! Wang Gang let out a muffled grunt, and his face instantly turned red. The arm holding the axe and shield was bruised, and a powerful recoil went through the axe handle. It hit his internal organs and a fishy sweetness in the back of his throat. But he clenched his teeth, his feet firmly planted on the ground like nails, and did not retreat a step. Chapter 62, Why Do You Eat Everything? Earth yellow energy continuously surged out from his body, crazily injecting into the energy giant shield, maintaining the defense. Zhang Ming was protected behind the shield, and although he didn't take the impact directly, the terrifying energy fluctuations still made his heart skip a beat. This guy is so powerful. Zhang Ming gripped his battle sword tightly, his eyes sharply observing the shadow tyrant bear as he searched for his next opportunity to attack. The shadow tyrant bear's scarlet compound eyes swept over Wang Gang, who was struggling to support himself, as well as Zhang Ming, who was waiting for an opportunity behind his shield. Once again, a low growl escaped, filled with disdain and cruelty. The light on the energy giant shield had dimmed a lot, and it was obvious that Wang Gang had been greatly depleted. Blocked? Wang Gang gasped for air and grinned, though a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Kind of. The shadow tyrant bear grinned his huge mouth, revealing his white fangs, but that's as far as it goes. Before the words fell, its huge body lunged forward. The speed was so fast that it was completely at odds with its massive size, and it carried a gust of wind with it. The giant claws covered in pitch-black scale armor raised once again. This time, the claws were draped with even denser shadow energy, emitting a palpitatingly sharp aura. Berserk rip. Thumbs up. The giant claws cut through the air, carrying an aura that tore through everything, and viciously grabbed at the energy giant shield. This blow, if it hits. Wang Gang definitely couldn't resist. Even Zhang Ming behind him might be seriously injured in fall. A close call. Come out, Holy Lord. Buzz. The air twisted steeply. The shadow tyrant bear's movements lurched, and a flicker of disbelief flashed through its scarlet compound eyes. In the next moment, a huge appeared out of thin air in front of Wang Gang and Zhang Ming, blocking between the energy giant shield and the shadow tyrant bear. It was the Holy Lord who had been summoned by Sumo. As soon as the Holy Lord appeared, he didn't even need to make any unnecessary movements, just the dragon's might emanating from his body. Just let the shadow tyrant bear feel the throbbing end. A hint of imperceptible fear originating from the depths of the bloodline. Roar! The shadow tyrant bear let out a puzzled low growl, and its attacking movements came to a complete halt. The Holy Lord's golden vertical pupils that burned with flames glanced indifferently at the shadow tyrant bear. It opened its dragon's mouth covered with sharp teeth. There was no earth-shattering roar, just searing air converging in his throat. Who? In the next second, dragon flame spat out violently. Long Yan's target was none other than the shadow tyrant bear that was close at hand. The blazing heat instantly swept through the entire space, and even the air was set ablaze with crackling explosions. The shadow tyrant bear felt a deadly threat. It didn't even have time to think about it, and its huge body violently rolled backward to dodge in an extremely wretched posture. Snort! The dragon flames grazed its body, splashing onto the ground, instantly melting the hard rocky ground into a deep pit, billowing black smoke. A few strands of dark red flame stained the shadow tyrant bear's pitch-black scale armor, immediately emitting a pungent charred smell. The hardened scale armor actually began to melt and curl at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! The intense pain caused the shadow tyrant bear to let out an agonizing growl of pain. Its originally majestic body had been left with several scorched and gruesome scars, and its scale armor was broken, revealing the charred flesh underneath. The shadow tyrant bear rose up in a sorry state, his scarlet compound eyes staring dead on at the Holy Lord who was suspended in midair with a majestic posture. The previous contempt and cruelty disappeared, replaced by a mixture of fear, anger, and an unspeakable greed and excitement. It felt it. From this huge dragon in front of it, it felt the incomparably pure and powerful dragon bloodline aura. It was a power that was even more ancient and noble than its own bloodline. If it can be devoured. The shadow tyrant bear's breathing became ragged, and a frantic light flashed in its scarlet compound eyes. Dragons! True dragon bloodline! It hissed lowly, with an unquenchable longing in its voice, What a great prey! Once I swallow you, I'll definitely be able to evolve again. Want to eat me? The Holy Lord let out a contemptuous keening that. How can a mere bastard deserve that? I naturally wouldn't dare to have the slightest idea if you were of the 5th rank. But what about the current you, who is only at the 4th rank, even if you are a pure-blooded dragon race? The gap between realms is not something that a bloodline can completely make up for. As long as I kill you and devour your bloodline essence, I will break through the shackles and advance to the 6th rank. Its torso was slightly undercut, its muscles taut. Dark energy once again began to flow over the surface of his body, repairing the wounds and building up his strength. Sumo, is the Holy Lord it? Really okay? Wang Gang had some drums in his heart. After all, that was a 5th order monster, a whole rank higher than the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord seemed to have heard Wang Gang's muttering. Those golden vertical pupils burning with fire shifted slightly sideways and glanced at him. An unspeakable pressure instantly enveloped Wang Gang. He only felt his body stiffen and a cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Subconsciously, he swallowed back the second half of his sentence, his head shaking like a rattle. Can. Absolutely can. Forget I asked, I'll shut up. Don't worry. This tyrant bear definitely won't be a match for the Holy Lord. Sumer was confident. Even though this tyrant bear was 1 rank higher than the Holy Lord. But in reality, the other party's 4-dimensional attributes were simply no match for the Holy Lord's. Together with the bloodline and the power of the 12 runes. This shadow tyrant bear takes a headshot at the Holy Lord. Shadow roar. The shadow tyrant bear roared, and the shadow energy around him surged wildly. Be careful, this strike is very powerful. Wang Gang opened his mouth to remind. He was the one who was almost seriously injured by this strike before. In the face of this strike, the Holy Lord was very disdainful. Rabbit charms, extreme speed. The Holy Lord's figure suddenly became a blur the moment before the shadow tyrant bear's roar sounded. An almost uncatchable residual shadow stayed in place. Next moment. The Holy Lord had appeared dozens of meters away, easily avoiding the onslaught of raging shadow energy. Boom! The shadow energy pillar fiercely bombarded the Holy Lord's original location, blowing out a huge deep crater in the ground and splattering debris in all directions. The shadow tyrant bear's scarlet compound eyes contracted violently, and it didn't see how its opponent moved at all. This is too fast. Too slow. A hint of disdain flashed through the Holy Lord's golden vertical pupils. The figure disappeared again. Left. The shadow tyrant bear turned violently and swept its giant claws across the room. But only caught a piece of air. Wrong guess. The icy voice came from behind, and before the shadow tyrant bear had time to react, he felt a sharp pain from his back. The Holy Lord's dragon tail lashed at its spine like a steel whip. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Chapter 63, Summoner, the only kingly profession in the future. Roar! The shadow tyrant bear let out a howl of agony as his massive body stumbled forward. Impossible! How can you possibly keep up with my speed? Within the shadow tyrant bear's pupils, horrified light erupted. Even if he wasn't known for his speed. But with the 5th rank against the 4th rank, the speed attribute was also suppressing the other party by a large margin before it was right. Why? Is this the Holy Lord? So strong. Stronger than the first time I saw him. Or rather, the first time I saw him, the other party didn't even use all their strength. Maybe not even now. Wang Gang was wide-eyed and full of excitement. With this speed alone, the Saint Lord was already invincible against the Shadow Tyrant Bear. Without waiting for Shadow Tyrant Bear to react from his shock, the Holy Lord's figure flashed once again. For once, it wasn't just moving fast. Snake charm, invisibility. With the extreme speed boost, the Holy Lord's body was like blending into the air, completely disappearing from the Shadow Tyrant Bear's line of sight. Where are the people? Where did it go? The Shadow Tyrant Bear let out a low growl of even more confusion and unease. Its massive body swiveled alertly, trying to catch the vanishing foe. But neither vision nor its proud perception could lock onto the Holy Lord's location. It felt as if the other party had vaporized out of thin air. Thumbs up. The sound of a sharp claw tearing through the air suddenly rang out. The Shadow Tyrant Bear only felt a sharp pain in his back, and his hard scale armor was once again torn apart, leaving several claw marks that were deep enough to be seen on the bone. Roar! It turned angrily, its sharp claws flailing haphazardly behind it, but only grasping at nothingness. The Holy Lord's figure disappeared once again. Good. Well played. Wang Gang couldn't help but shout out in excitement, his previous worries swept away. This is not an even match, this is clearly a one-sided tease. The 5th-ranked Shadow Tyrant Bear was like a clumsy target in front of the Holy Lord. Zhang Ming, who was standing beside Sumo, didn't have much excitement on his face, but instead showed a deep look of contemplation. His gaze moved back and forth between the divine Holy Lord and the calm-faced Sumo on the battlefield. Extreme. Stealth. Zhang Ming clearly remembered that not long ago, Sumo had displayed a similar ability when facing those monsters alone. That ghostly speed and stealth skills. But now, Sumo, who was a summoner, was clearly standing still and not moving, and yet his summons were using abilities that should have belonged to Sumo? Generally speaking, the abilities are independent between the summoner and the summoned object. Summoners can command summons to fight, but never share abilities. It's common sense, it's an iron law. Unless. A bold thought surfaced in Zhang Ming's mind, and his breathing suddenly became a bit rapid. This ability, which originally belonged to the Holy Lord, was only borrowed by Sumo. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Zhang Ming who figured this out. It was like opening Pandora's box. Instantly explains all the implausibilities. Why was Sumo, a summoner, ridiculously strong in melee combat? Why does he have all those abilities that go far beyond the limits of his profession? Turns out the root cause is here. Borrowing the powers of a summon? What the hell kind of godly skill is this? Zhang Ming only felt his scalp tingle a little. This skill, if developed, would revolutionize the summoner profession, complementing its flaws. It wasn't a matter of being strong or not anymore, this completely subverted the definition of the summoner profession. What is the summoner's greatest weakness? The body is fragile and extremely dangerous once it gets close. But if a summoner can borrow the powers of a summoned object. Imagine a summoner with gargoyle strength, demonic defense, and elven magic, plus ghostly speed and stealth. Is that still called a summoner? That's simply a humanoid monster. My goodness. Zhang Ming muttered, his eyes completely changing as he looked at Sumo. This guy, how many more secrets is he hiding? Next to him, Wang Gang was still shouting excitedly. Right. That's it. Bust it. Holy Lord is awesome. Zhang Ming couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he listened to Wang Gang's shout. It's not just the Holy Lord that's powerful, what's really scary is Sumo who can borrow the Holy Lord's ability. He now kind of understood why Sumo was always so calm. With such an undercard, there was indeed nothing to be nervous about when facing a 5th-ranked Shadow Tyrant Bear. This is no longer a godly skill, this is a game balancing bug. Zhang Ming's heart set off shocking waves. He forced himself to calm down, but his heart continued to beat wildly and uncontrollably. If this borrowed capability can be replicated, is there any life left for other professions? No, even if Suemo was the only one who could use it, the profession of summoner would, in his hands, completely change its definition. The undoubted first profession, the only throne. On the battlefield, the Holy Lord had completely suppressed the Shadow Tyrant Bear. The extreme speed from the Rabbit Charm made the Holy Lord as a ghost, and the stealth ability of the Snake Charm made the Shadow Tyrant Bear defenseless. Bang! 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 With the sound of successive heavy blows, the wounds on the Shadow Tyrant Bear's body became more and more numerous, its pitch-black scale armor shattered beyond repair, and blood stained the ground red. It can't be. It can't be. Shadow Tyrant Bear roared hysterically as the... You're obviously only a 4th rank. Why do you have such power? Not even if you're a dragon. It wasn't like he hadn't fought the dragons before. Those dragon systems are stronger than normal monsters even if they fight well. Yet there was no existence that could beat him senseless at the 4th rank. In the face of the Shadow Tyrant Bear's questioning and roaring, all that flowed from the Holy Lord's golden vertical pupils was icy disdain. Answer? This kind of molehill questioning doesn't even deserve a response from it. The blasting energy of the dragon charm coalesced in the Holy Lord's mouth. The golden dragon pupils looked down at the futilely struggling Shadow Tyrant Bear at his feet, with eyes as if they were looking at an already dead bug. The Shadow Tyrant Bear felt an unprecedented threat of death, and his remaining sanity was completely consumed by fear. No! It let out a desperate hiss, mobilizing all the remaining shadow energy in its body to coalesce into a thick, twisted shield of darkness in front of it. It was its last struggle, betting everything on its defense. However, in the face of absolute power, this struggle seemed so pale and powerless. Dragon Blast! The golden red dragon's breath suddenly shot out from the Holy Lord's mouth. The terrifying power of the combination of Dragon Flame and Dragon Blast instantly slammed into that dark shield. Ka-ching! With barely a pause, the sturdy darkness shield shattered like fragile glass in response. The remaining momentum of the blasting energy was unabated, and it fiercely blasted on top of the Shadow Tyrant Bear's huge body. Chapter 64, A Blast of Luck. But the deafening explosions were interspersed with the horrifying sound of flesh and blood being torn and burned. The Shadow Tyrant Bear's huge body was lifted out like a ragbag and smashed heavily on the ground far away, stirring up smoke and dust. The smoke slowly cleared, and it was in dismal shape. Only to see the Shadow Tyrant Bear lying in the middle of a huge deep pit, his originally mighty body was miserable at the moment. Large swaths of scale armor disappeared, revealing charred, rolled-up flesh and blood. There was even a terrifyingly huge hollow in his chest, gurgling with pitch-black blood, and even the broken internal organs inside could be seen. Cough. Cough. Shadow Tyrant Bear struggled to get up, but realized he didn't even have the strength to stand. Its breath was weak to the core, hanging on by its last breath. Deep fear finally surfaced in its scarlet compound eyes. No. No way. It's the same 4th rank. Why is the difference so big? It can't understand. Obviously he is a whole big realm higher than the other party, but why? And in front of this dragon, it was like a lamb to the slaughter? The Holy Lord slowly closed his huge mouth that was slightly open, and 2 streams of white smoke with the smell of sulfur came out of his nostrils. Its eyes, still as cold and disdainful as ever. The Holy Lord slowly landed in front of it, and the dragon's claws grabbed it by the throat and lifted it up. Now, do we know who's the prey? The Shadow Tyrant Bear's pupils contracted violently, and the fear of death made it tremble. Go to hell! Holy Lord, wait! Just as the Holy Lord was about to crush the Shadow Tyrant Bear's throat, Suemo interrupted with a voice. Then he looked at Zhang Ming and Wang Gang and said, strike together to decapitate it. You will also be able to share enough experience to upgrade. The Holy Lord's dragon claw that was choking the Shadow Tyrant Bear's throat gave a slight lurch. To it, crushing the small cricket, a second earlier or later, made no difference. Zhang Ming and Wang Gang glanced at each other, both seeing surprise and gratitude in each other's eyes. They understood what Suemo meant. This was the experience value of a 5th rank monster. While they don't have a main battle, the experience total is still huge. It would definitely be a huge boost for them if they could get a piece of it. Especially in this secret realm, they were even more eager to become stronger. Thanks! The 2 of them looked at each other and simultaneously erupted their strongest attacks. Wind Blade Air Break Chop. Radiant wind energy condensed on Zhang Ming's battle sword as the blade sliced through the air. A half-moon-shaped wind blade whistled out, aiming straight for the Shadow Tyrant Bear's neck. Earth-splitting chop. The earth-yellow light on Wang Gang's huge axe skyrocketed as he leapt high into the air, the axe blade slashing viciously at the Shadow Tyrant Bear's chest. The Shadow Tyrant Bear, who was already dying, failed to even utter a final wail under the combined attack of the two. Its huge body trembled violently, and its scarlet compound eyes completely lost their luster. System alert, teammate Zhang Ming has gained experience value. System alert, teammate Wang Gang has gained experience value. Two dazzling upgraded golden lights lit up on Zhang Ming and Wang Gang almost simultaneously. Upgraded. Zhang Ming stood in place, a little dazed. 5th order. I've actually reached the 5th rank. Zhang Ming he looked down at his hands and clenched his fists hard, feeling the unprecedented sense of fullness and strength in his body. In just 2 or 3 days' time, he had risen from the 8th rank of the 4th order to the 5th order, which Zhang Ming would never have dared to imagine in the past. Next to him, Wang Gang was also pleasantly surprised. 4th order 9. Old Me has finally reached the 9th level of the 4th rank. And, a great equipment was also obtained. The two excitedly exchanged their excitement about what they had gained from each other. They subconsciously looked at Sumo, who was standing on the side with a calm expression, as well as the Dragon Saint Lord who still emitted a terrifying pressure and had cold eyes. Gratitude, awe, and a touch of unspeakable celebration. I wonder how Sumo's harvest is, it shouldn't be worse than ours. Ding, congratulations on killing the 5th rank monster Shadow Tyrant Bear, gaining a large amount of experience value. Gain 30 points of kill value. Congratulations on obtaining the S-Class prop Eye of the Tyrant. Tyrant's Eye, Grade S. Attribute, 30% increase in all attributes. Special Effect 1, True Vision Passive, can see through most illusions, disguises, and concealment effects. Special Effect 2, Tyrant Deterrence Active, consumes mental power to unleash a powerful mental deterrent on a designated target, with a probability of causing the target to fall into a state of fear or confusion. The strength of the effect is related to the difference in mental power between the two sides. Remarks, an eyeball that contains part of the Shadow Tyrant Bear's original power, gazing into the abyss, but also able to see into the darkness. The system tone fell. A fist-sized, blood-covered, dark red eyeball that emitted an ominous aura hovered silently in mid-air. Dense energy fluctuations emanated from it, proving the power of its S-Class prop. I didn't expect to burst out an S-rank prop. Sumer raised his eyebrows slightly. This was somewhat unexpected, after all, it was only a 5th order monster. He had originally thought that at most it would be a grade materials or equipment. An unexpected pleasure. An unexpected pleasure. Moreover, the attributes of this Tyrant's Eye were very powerful. 30% increase in all attributes. That's quite a significant boost for him at this stage. Not to mention the 2 special effects, True Vision, which counters many of the weirdest abilities. Tyrant Deterrent is a good control tool, especially if you are mentally crushing your opponent. S-Class props are really different. Sumo pondered in his heart. Surprisingly, it exploded with S-rank equipment. Sumo, your luck is really heaven-defying. It's just that this thing looks kind of creepy. Seeing the Tyrant's Eye, Wang Gang smacked his lips and made a half circle around that eyeball with envy mixed on his face. He thought that he had already had a stroke of luck when he popped out AB-grade equipment. But compared to the one in front of me, it's really nothing. Zhang Ming scrutinized the Tyrant's Eye. The attributes are strong, especially the sphere effect, which can save your life in critical moments. Sumer nodded. Put the Tyrant's Eye away. Opened his attribute panel. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Level, 4th order, 6th grade. Power, 24,000. Agility, 25,400. Intelligence, 26,500. Spirit, 23,550. Note, percentage increase is added in full. Skills, Universal Spirit Illustration Divine, 50% Attribute Sharing Divine, Damage Transfer S rank, Poisonous Touch C rank, Battle Spirit Boiling B rank. Summoner, Holy Lord Dragon, SSS Class, 4th Order. Special Ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning Ghost Shadow Core, currently summonable number 5000. Special Ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Snake Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm Power. Equipment: Poison Python Armor Grade B, Shadow Wrist Wraps Grade C, Boots of Shadow Attack Grade A, Heart of Corruption Ring Grade B. Kill value: 985. Special items: Ruins Coordinates Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant, Shadow Avoidance Compass Grade A, Tyrant's Eye Grade S, Grey Wolf Fragment 1. It's the 6th level of the 4th order, it's a quick upgrade. It's only 3 levels short of the Holy Lord. However, the Sacred Lord is already at the peak of the 4th rank 9, so at most, if he kills a few more monsters, he'll be able to reach the 5th rank. Chapter 65, Conditions for Advancing to the 6th Order. Summoner, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS Plus can be advanced. Condition, Mutilated Missing 7 Charms. Rank, 4th Order, 9th level. Power, 49,000. Agility, 50,000. Intelligence, 47,000. Spirit, 48,500. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge amounts of fire damage to enemies within its range, with the damage increasing with level. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is related to the level, currently can summon 10,000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm, Snake Charm Power. Special ability Earth Power, can control the power of the earth to a certain extent, triggering earthquakes, manipulating earth and rocks, and inflicting stuns and damage to enemies within range. With the Holy Lord's current 4-dimensional attributes, it's already fully aligned with the 9th level of the 5th rank. It's even far more powerful than the average 5th rank 9 by quite a bit. An unusual 5th order, 9th level monster or transmogrifier would be able to have 1 or 2 attributes that touch this edge and it would be heaven. The Holy Lord, however, is flush with almost no shortcomings. Together with the power of the 5 major runes, and its own super high grade. Within the 5th rank, it's already impossible to find an opponent. Sumer was almost certain. Not to mention single combat, even if a small team of well-coordinated 5th order 9th level transmutants came, the Holy Lord would still be able to deal with them. I just don't know what will happen when I meet the 6th order. 6th order, that's a whole new realm. Not only is there a huge gulf in attributes, but it is accompanied by qualitatively different abilities and domain prototypes. Can the Holy Lord cross the line with the power he has now? Suemo touched his chin. It's not really easy to say, you have to touch it to know. Suemo recalled the information about equilibrium breakthroughs. One of the most basic hard requirements for the 5th rank to reach the 6th rank was that one's 4 major attributes must all reach over 60,000 points. It seems simple enough, just a numerical threshold. It's actually very difficult. The difficulty lies in the word all. The information Sumer has been exposed to indicates that the vast majority of creatures and transmutations. There are obvious biases and shortcomings in both property development. This may not be obvious at first. The later it gets, especially after reaching the 5th order, the more obvious it becomes. Many monsters and transmutants, limited by their bloodline and profession, have a very unbalanced development of their 4-dimensional attributes. A power berserker, for example, might be able to touch the 60,000 barrier in strength and agility. But the intelligence and spiritual attributes could be a whole lot worse. Unless one's profession is strong, or one has a great chance of getting powerful props. A flaw that can never be remedied otherwise. Professionals who specialize in magic tend to do the opposite. So do some monsters. Those who developed in a balanced manner like the Holy Lord, and also improved so rapidly, were simply an anomaly among anomalies. He who possessed the dual enchantment of the top dragon bloodline and the power of the 12 runes. Reaching 60,000 points in the 4-dimensional attributes was not a problem at all. As for the other condition for reaching the 6th rank, initial comprehension of the power of the domain. It is no longer a simple increase in strength, speed, or energy intensity. Rather, it involves a shallow interference with the rules of the world, a special area around oneself that is under one's control. Even if it was just a fledgling form, it was enough to make a 5th-ranked existence out of reach. Trying to comprehend this stuff. Talent, bloodline, and occupational class, you can't have one without the other. Unusual transmutators or monsters, even if they had luckily piled up their 4-dimensional attributes to the threshold, they would most likely be stopped dead in their tracks by this second barrier. Lack of enlightenment, impure bloodline, exhaustion of career potential, any point could become an insurmountable moat. This was also why the number of existences of the 6th order and beyond had plummeted off a cliff. Looking at the entire world, out of the 10,000 existences that had painstakingly climbed to the 5th rank and 9th level, I'm afraid that there might not even be one who could finally take that step, comprehend the fledgling form of the domain, and successfully advance to the 6th rank. The probability is hopelessly low. Countless 5th order 9th grades could only end up holding their lives at the peak of the 5th order. These dilemmas, however, did not exist when placed on the Holy Lord. Rules? Restrictions? That's the common man's roadblock. For an existence whose grade had reached SS rank, the power of the domain was almost an innate talent. They don't need to be painstakingly referenced, they just need to be hardwired. That is, when all 4-dimensional attributes are met, one's own domain abilities are automatically unlocked. Water to water, simple and brutal. And the Holy Lord's current grade is SSS plus level. Sumer could even imagine that. Wait for the moment when the Holy Lord raises all the attributes to 60,000 points. I'm afraid that the power of the domain will be awakened instantly, without any lag. Not to mention, when he redeemed all 7 charms. When the power of the 12 runes was gathered in one body, the Holy Lord's grade would surely leap once again, firmly stepping into that legendary god-level realm. At that time, not to mention the 6th rank of the district. I'm afraid the higher levels are just new beginnings for him. 6th order threshold. Suemo gently spat out these words, his heart was at ease. It's not really a hurdle for the Holy Lord. As long as he killed monsters and upgraded in a step-by-step manner and gathered all the attribute points, advancing to the 6th order was almost a foregone conclusion. Thinking of this, the corners of Sumo's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. This is probably the unreasonable brought about by the top bloodline and grade. Since the 6th order threshold is shaped like a void, then the most important thing at hand becomes very pure. That would be to raise the Holy Lord's level as soon as possible and stack the 4-dimensional attributes to the 60,000 point mark. At the same time, it's also important to step up and get the remaining 7 charms together. The 12 runes coming together is the beginning of the Holy Lord's true metamorphosis. A trace of eagerness flashed in Sumo's eyes. He can't wait a little bit to see that day come. How powerful would a divine grade Holy Lord be when he gathered the power of the 12 runes? Suemo felt his heart pounding just imagining it. That was definitely a tier of power that far exceeded current perceptions. Phew! Suemo gently inhaled and calmed his excitement. You have to eat your food one bite at a time, and you have to take the road one step at a time. It was imperative to find Lynshi first. After all, there was still a considerable distance to go before rounding up 60,000 attribute points. Thinking of this, Suemo cast his gaze into the distance. This secret realm was vast and sprawling, with strong people like clouds, and both opportunities and dangers. Although the Holy Lord had unlimited potential, he was still only at the 5th rank at this stage after all. It must be done step by step, steadily and surely. Come on, let's keep moving. Sumo's words fell and his mind moved. The huge dragon's body rose into the air once again, flying towards the direction where Lynshi might exist in his senses. The secret realm is vast and full of crises. Meanwhile, above a void approaching the dark forest, 2 wretched figures were flying away desperately. Chapter 66, Xiao Battle, City Lord of Karo City. Move. Xiao Zhan, the City Lord of Karo City, was bathed in blood. A crimson lance in his hand swept horizontally, and the fierce fire energy forced back the 2 peak 5th-ranked dragon descendants that were chasing after him. Beside him, Tian Yuan City Elder Mo Tianxing's face paled. A deep, bone-deep wound was torn open on his right arm, and blood dripped down his fingertips. He clenched his teeth and pinched his knuckles, and a green-colored wind wall suddenly unfolded, blocking the rain of shadowy arrows coming from behind. City Lord Xiao, if this continues, we won't last long. Mo Tianxing's voice was hoarse. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Zhan's eyes. Damn, this group has been chasing us for 3 days and 3 nights. And behind them, 10 extremely strong auras locked onto them in death, like maggots on Tarsus, in hot pursuit. Those were 3 genuine 6th order existences, as well as 7 powerful monsters whose breath had also reached the peak of the 9th level of the 5th order. The terrifying pressure was like substance, enveloping the airspace. From time to time, devastating attacks cut through the air and landed behind or to the side of the 2. The ripples of energy that exploded forced them to take dangerous risks left and right. Humans, you will not escape. The leader of the 6th-ranked Dragon Descent Commander, Red Yen, had an ice-cold voice with a cat-and-mouse-like teasing. Give up your pointless struggle and become our blood meal and suffer less. Red Yan's scarlet vertical pupils were filled with cruelty, and his huge dragon wings flapped, setting off scorching waves of air. A ball of flames kept spurting out. The other dragon descendant, who also exuded a terrifying pressure of the 6th rank, was covered in pitch-black scale armor, like a dark knight monarch. It grinned a huge fawn-covered mouth and let out a low, malicious laugh. Xiao Zhan, you and I have been fighting for several years, and I never thought that the curtain would fall in this manner. The Black King's gaze was locked onto Xiao Zhan, who was fighting in a bloodbath, filled with the posture of a victor. Today, I will behead you with my own hands. After you die, I will personally go to Karo City and completely raze your city to the ground, so that those humble humans will be turned into dust along with you. Bah! Xiao Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood foam, his eyes fierce as wolves, not even bothering to pay attention to the Black King's shouting. He knew that at this moment, any verbal argument was meaningless, and the only way to have a chance of survival was to kill a bloody path. The crimson lance in his hand erupted into a blinding fire, and a sweeping blow forced the pursuing Dragonborn elite back. Old Mo, prepare to break out. Xiao Zhan let out a low shout as the spiritual energy in his body surged wildly. He's going to fight to the death and force a breakout. However, just then, the third 6th Order Dragonborn, who had been silent and hovering on the flanks, moved. It was a huge dragon with an icy blue body and a piercingly cold aura lingering around it. Its vertical pupil was like 10,000 years of cold ice, without the slightest emotion. It is named Frosty. The huge dragon wings unfolded. Field perpetual freeze. An icy and indifferent voice, as cold as his domain, resounded through this airspace. Buzz. Silent fluctuations suddenly spread out with frostbite at the center. In an instant, heaven and earth lost their colors. Extreme coldness was born out of thin air, as if even the soul was about to freeze. The ice blue colored light curtain visible to the naked eye was like an inverted giant bowl, instantly enveloping a space of thousands of meters in a radius. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianxing happened to be trapped right in the center of this icy blue field. The terrifying cold was pervasive, eroding their protective energy and freezing their limbs. Frost colored the faces of Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianxing. Damn it! Let's see where you're going to escape this time. The killing intent was revealed in the Black King's eyes as his huge body began to close in. Those 7-peak 5th Order Dragon descendants also took the opportunity to surround them, blocking off all possible paths of retreat. Meanwhile, Suemo, Zhang Ming, and Wang Gang were traveling through the dark forest. Suddenly, an extreme icy cold filled the air without warning, as if it was going to freeze this void. What's going on? How did the temperature suddenly drop so much? Wang Gang rubbed his arms, and the white breath he exhaled condensed into frost in the air. That's a weird temperature. Plunge. Could it be that we have mistakenly entered some extremely cold place? Zhang Ming's brows tightened as he looked around warily. Something's not right. This coldness came too suddenly, like it was caused by some kind of powerful ice ability. Suemo didn't say anything and just told the two to stop moving for the time being. With that, he took out the shadow avoidance compass to probe the surroundings. At the same time, perceive everything around you. His eyes snapped open and his pupils contracted suddenly. I feel the city lord's aura. What? Lord of the city? Wang Gang and Zhang Ming exclaimed in shock at the same time. Found it, finally found the city lord. Wang Gang was so excited that his voice changed tone a bit. Then what are you waiting for? Go. Zhang Ming also looked at Suemo and prepared to move. They knew what Suemo came in for, to find Lynshi. Now that the city lord was right in front of them, then it was very likely that Lynshi was with the city lord. Suemo, however, raised his hand to stop them, his face grave. Wait. It's not just the city lord sent. There are also several extremely powerful auras that are also in this area. Wang Gang subconsciously asked, there are others? Zhang Ming immediately pursued, is it Lynshi and the others? Suemo shook his head, his expression growing more serious, no, it's not them. These breaths are much stronger than Lynshi and the others. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming sucked in a breath of cool air as their hearts sank. Stronger than Lynshi and the others? What kind of concept is that? Lynshi was already an extremely powerful existence in the 5th rank. Could it be a 6th order existence? Zhang Ming asked with a hard voice. Sumo's gaze was cast in the direction where the chill was the strongest, and he slowly nodded, right. Quite possibly. And there's more than one. This judgment made Wang Gang and Zhang Ming's hearts instantly sink to the bottom. 6th order. And more than one 6th order? Are they friend or foe? Wang Gang asked with a last glimmer of hope. If it was a companion, naturally there was no problem. If the enemy. A hint of coldness flashed in Sumo's eyes and his tone was decisive, enemy. These words instantly made the only trace of fluke remaining in the hearts of the two men completely extinguished. These powerful auras are full of tyranny and killing intent. They're fighting the city lord. The two men's faces instantly turned white. Even Sumo's face became incredibly ugly. An enemy of the Sixth Order. Even he felt very tricky. So, what do we do? Should we go over to support the city lord? Wang Gang looked at the two men and opened his mouth to inquire. Chapter 67, Picking a Soft Tomato to Pinch. Back up? Zhang Ming glared at him. Wang Gang, is your brain frozen too? Support what? Using your little fourth order body to tickle people? Listen carefully. That's the Sixth Order. Sixth Order fighting. And there's more than one. With this cultivation level of ours, not to mention support, if we get a little closer, the aftermath of the battle alone can crush us into dregs. Are you tired of living? A battle of this magnitude was beyond their range of response. Wang Gang's face was scalded with a burst of red and white. He opened his mouth but was unable to retort. Indeed, the fourth rank was no different from a mole cricket in front of the sixth rank. We can't, there's still Sumer. Wang Gang shrunk his neck and muttered in a small voice. Zhang Ming also looked at Sumo. They knew that Sumo would definitely go for support. Because there's news of Lynshi there. The air around them grew colder and colder, as if even their breath carried ice ballast, inhaling it into their lungs and bringing a stinging pain. Sumer stayed silent. His senses had long since extended out, carefully distinguishing the several earth-shattering energy fluctuations in the distance. The Holy Lord's voice sounded in his mind, 3 Sixth Order Dragon Descendants, 7 Peak Fifth Order. 2 humans are trapped with serious injuries. Dragonborn? Sumo's heart shook. This place was still some distance away from the Dragon Bone Mountain range, so how could this kind of high dragon descent appear here? And in packs. The Lord of the city must be saved. And not just because he's a pillar of the city of Carlo. What's more, from him we can definitely know Lynshi's whereabouts. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming glanced at each other, both seeing gravity in the other's eyes. They knew what Sumer's decision meant. That's 3 Sixth Order Dragonborn. And 7 Peak Fifth Order. This kind of lineup makes one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming glanced at each other, both seeing worry in the other's eyes. But Zhang Ming was just about to open his mouth, but he was interrupted by Sumo. You guys stay here. Sumo's tone was calm, but carried a commanding tone. He paused and looked at the two. Your current strength has no meaning with the past, but will instead become a burden to me. That's a direct statement, but it's true. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming's faces turned a few shades whiter, but they couldn't refute it. Sumer raised his hand and waved, and hundreds of ghost shadow ninjas emerged from the shadows. The Ghost Shadow Corps will keep you safe. At the same time, Sumer's eyes burned as he looked at the two men. I need you to cooperate with the Ghost Shadow Corps to hunt the monsters in the neighborhood. What? Wang Gang's eyes widened. This is an emergency situation. Sumer quickly explained. The Holy Lord is already at the peak of the 4th rank, and as long as he acquires enough more experience value, he will be able to break through to the 5th rank. When the time comes to face a 6th Order enemy, we'll have room to maneuver. Zhang Ming immediately understood Sumo's plan. You want us to assist the Ghost Shadow Corps in brushing the monsters and help the Holy Lord gain experience? That's right. Sumer nodded. The monsters here aren't low level, so the efficiency will be high. But Wang Gang gulped, you go alone to support the city lord. Don't worry. The corners of Sumo's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile, I'm sure. Wang Gang tightened his fists and nodded heavily, good. Sumo, don't worry about going. We won't drag our feet. Zhang Ming also took a deep breath and looked at Sumo with complicated eyes, you yourself must be careful. Facing several strong enemies of the 6th rank, even if it was Sumo, it was bound to be a vicious battle of 9 deaths. Sumer said no more and just nodded. With a thought of his mind, the Holy Lord's massive body appeared out of thin air. Under the Rabbit Talisman's enchantment, the Holy Lord led Sumo to rush in the direction of the battlefield as a residual shadow. The speed was so fast that it seemed to tear through the cold air, leaving only a faint residual shadow. Remember. Sumer's voice came from far away and prioritize killing high-level monsters. Prioritize killing high-level monsters that. Not only could it quickly help the Holy Lord break through to the Fifth Order. Most importantly, he was still a little bit short of the kill value to redeem another talisman. The power of one more talisman. For the Holy Lord. Battle power will be a qualitative improvement. He would also have more certainty in dealing with those Dragonborn. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming looked at the direction Suemo disappeared in and remained speechless for a long time. Maybe he can actually do it. The piercingly cold wind whistled by, swirling ice crystals on the ground. Let's get started too. Zhang Ming withdrew his gaze, a hint of wariness igniting in his eyes. Boosting strength. We can't always let Suemo carry the load alone. Wang Gang nodded vigorously and gripped the weapon in his hand. They have to get stronger. The Holy Lord's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed out thousands of meters. As the distance drew closer, the chill in the air became heavier and heavier, and even breathing became difficult. Finally, Suemo saw a scene that shocked him. In the distant sky, a huge ice-blue field enveloped the entire area. Ice and snow raged within the domain, as if even time was frozen. Is this the power of the domain? Even though the field is still some distance away now, Suemo could still feel an extremely strong suppression. The operation of the power in the body was all quite sluggish. And that's just at the edge of the field. Sumo's face sank. One didn't dare to imagine to what extent one's strength would be suppressed if one was in the center of the domain. No wonder it was said that the Sixth Order was a huge watershed. Once the field is condensed, a qualitative change occurs. Below the sixth rank, all are mole crickets. This is really not a casual remark. He murmured, a hint of imperceptible gravity in his voice. Looks like I'll have to find another way. Originally, Suemo had planned to utilize the extreme speed of the rabbit charm and the invisibility of the snake charm. Let us see if we can find the right moment to lead Xiaozhan out of the battlefield. But from now on, the suppression of this domain alone made this plan of his lose its possibility. Trouble. Suemo frowned as his brain raced, trying to find a new breakthrough. How to get the best results with the least amount of effort. Ding detected that the host is facing a life and death crisis, triggering a special SS-ranked mission. Mission name, Desperate Strike. Mission level, SS. Quest content, successfully defeat or kill at least one Sixth-Order Dragonborn in a desperate situation surrounded by powerful enemies. Mission reward, a mystery prize. Penalty for mission failure, none but the host is likely to perish on the spot. Sumer's heartbeat steeply accelerated. Kill a Sixth-Order Dragon Descendant. It's a difficulty that just breaks the mold. However, the words mystery prize seemed to carry some kind of magic, making his originally sunken heart rise again. 3 Sixth-Order Dragon Descendants. Always have to pick a soft persimmon to pinch and see, right? Spell it out. Chapter 68, Yukalo City is so deep in calculation. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianxing were trapped within it, their bodies bathed in blood and their breath withered. And around them, 3 6th-ranked dragon descendants of various forms were eyeing them, and 7 peak 5th-ranked dragon descendants blocked off all retreating paths. Old Xiao, it looks like we're going to be accountable here today. Mo Tianxing laughed bitterly. Xiaozhan spat out a mouthful of blood foam and gripped his lance tightly. Even if I die, I'll pull a few cushions. The Black King laughed as he approached, dying. The ball of dark energy coalesced in his palm. Just in the nick of time. Dragon Blast. A blazing dragon flame suddenly descended from the sky, forcing him to retreat. What man? The Black King looked around furiously. Yet the battlefield was empty except for ice and snow. Stealth abilities? Frostbite's icy vertical pupils contracted slightly. Sculpting. He violently unfolded his domain, and the power of extreme cold swept across 1,000 meters in a radius. Countless ice crystals condensed in the air, outlining a vague dragon outline. Found you. Red Flame opened his mouth and spewed out fiery spit. The Holy Lord was forced to show his form, but dodged with incredible speed in the nick of time. The power of the rabbit talisman was pushed to the extreme, leaving a trail of residual shadows in the air. Red Flame's fiery spit fell short, leaving only a scorched trail in its place. The Holy Lord's figure appeared like a ghost tens of meters away. Red Yan's crimson vertical pupils stared at the Holy Lord in death, a hint of shock and uncertainty surfacing. His own attack was even dodged? Moreover, the one who stepped in to help the humans was a dragon race? How is that possible? For the first time, a look of shock appeared on Frostfall's ice-cold dragon face. Dragons! Why would they help humans? The Black King seemed to see through his doubts and said in a sardonic voice, "This is not a true homunculus. I can feel the power of the contract in him that belongs to human summoners." Summoner? Frostbite's voice instantly became shrill, filled with extreme anger and humiliation. The noble dragon race was summoned and driven by a mole-like human? It was a blasphemy against the entire dragon race. Unforgivable. The cold aura around Frostfall suddenly erupted, and the ice-blue field fluctuated violently. "I will tear it apart with my own hands. Use its dragon blood to wash away this shame." Frostfall's roar was like a substantial ice pick, piercing into the eardrums of every living being present. The cold air within the domain was even more bitter, almost freezing the space apart. As for Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing, who were trapped at the edge of the domain and under tremendous pressure. At the moment, they were wide-eyed, disbelief written all over their faces. What just happened? A dragon flame descended from the sky, forcing back the Black King who was ready to strike? Immediately after that, a figure that was so fast that it dodged red flame's spitting breath? That figure is clearly a dragon. A dragon that is making an enemy of 3 6th Order Dragonborn, trying to save them. Old Mo. I'm not dreaming, am I? Xiao Zhan swallowed his saliva with difficulty, his voice dry. Mo Tianqing was also at a loss, gasping violently as he tried to comprehend the scene in front of him that was beyond reason. A dragon is saving us? It simply shocked them more than the fact that they were about to be killed. The dragons, haven't they always regarded humans as ants? What's more, these three in front of him were genuine 6th-ranked dragon descendants. Kindred spirits fighting each other? Or summoner? When they heard Frostbite's shrill whistle that was filled with humiliation and anger, Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing glanced at each other violently and both saw the horror in the other's eyes. This powerful dragon that dared to take on 3 6th-ranked dragon descendants was actually a human summoner's summon? Who on earth possesses such terrifying strength and audacity? They racked their brains and couldn't think of a single powerful summoner in the Federation who used a dragon as a summon. Not to mention, an existence that could reach such heights. But no matter what, this sudden turn of events had rekindled a faint flame of hope in their hearts that were already desperate. Maybe really don't have to die today? Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving me. Xiao Zhan arched his hand with difficulty in the direction where the Holy Lord was, expressing his gratitude. Regardless of why this dragon had come to the rescue, the gift of saving a life was always appreciated. The city lord is polite. A slightly cold, yet with a hint of familiar teenage voice, came from the dragon's back. The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Xiao Zhan froze. Master of the city? Is it calling me? And the voice. Why does it feel so familiar? I think I've heard that somewhere. Xiao Zhan braced his tired body and slowly raised his head, wanting to see the true face of the mysterious dragon race. However, when his gaze, which crossed over the huge dragon's body, landed on top of the dragon's back, it instantly froze. What came into view was a slightly thin, but upright figure like a pine. The young man wore a slightly plain black power suit, his body was slender, his face was clear, and his eyebrows carried a hint of composure that did not match his age. At the moment, the teenager was looking down on him from above. That face. Xiao Zhan's eyes widened, his eyes almost bulging out, and his face was filled with a look of shock and disbelief. This. How is that possible? Sumar? His voice trembled, and with a hint of unbelievable shock, he blurted out. Xiao Zhan could never have imagined that this summoner, who had struck out, would be Mo. On the side, Mo Tianqing was puzzled. Who did Xiao Zhan see that he would be so excited? When the other party called out Sumar's name, the was also shocked hard. Sumar? Which Sumar? Sumar of Carlo. That Sumar who had awakened a god-ranked profession and ended up choosing a D-ranked summoner? The same Sumar who was abused all over the internet and became almost synonymous with cowardice? Mo Tianqing's eyes glazed over. He looked at the one on the dragon's back though he couldn't quite see it. However, the figure that was obviously very young, and then look at the head under his feet that was emitting a terrifying pressure. The tough dragons who hardened the Black King held off the red flame spit and made Frostbite furious. Then all that was left in his mind was a blank, and a few large words playing on a loop. Class D? The summoner is a dragon? What kind of international ING joke is this? He looked at Xiao Zhan and said, Old Xiao. You Carlo City can do it. Hiding so damn deep, making a monkey out of all of us. God-level career awakening. Deliberately choosing a D rank just to hide it? To prevent others from coveting it? Good calculation. What a good plan. The more Mo Tianqing thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. This group of olds in Carlo City must have known about Sumo's bottom line for a long time and deliberately released a smoke bomb. Holding such a genius with unlimited potential firmly in his hands. No wonder the federal executives were blocked by Carlo City when they tried to contact Sumo before, so they were waiting here. Fart. Xiao Zhan didn't take a breath and almost suffocated himself. He was now even more confused than Mo Tianqing. I feel that I have been wronged, and I am more wrong than Sinus. A couple days ago. Just a few days ago. This Sumer guy is still just a regular guy. If I knew he could summon this, I would have made him an ancestor. What's the point of being chased like a dog by these three scumbags? Xiao Zhan's spittle flew straight up. You say you don't know? Mo Tianqing narrowed his eyes. I believe you written all over his face. He's from your city of Carlo. You conducted the awakening ceremony. What did he summon that you would not know? Old Xiao, stop pretending, it's no fun. People are standing there and you're still acting with me? Xiao Zhan was simply going to be furious. He gripped Mo Tianqing's collar, and if it wasn't for the fact that he really didn't have the strength, he would have wanted to lift this old guy up and shake him awake. Act your ass off. I'm all that up in the head right now too. You ask me? Who the am I going to ask? If I lie to you, let me be slapped to death by the Black King right now. Xiao Zhan pointed to the sky and swore with a hideous and aggrieved expression. The suspicion in Mo Tianqing's eyes wavered slightly as he looked at Xiao Zhan's look of being on the verge of collapse. Could the old boy be telling the truth? The city of Carlo itself doesn't know? This is even more outrageous. Several days, from an ordinary person, summoning such a powerful dragon race? Godly professions can't be played like this. Mo Tianqing rubbed his swollen temples, feeling that his worldview had been shocked like never before. Hiss. Mo Tianqing sucked in a mouthful of cool air, suddenly thinking of an even more frightening possibility. Old Xiao, do you think? It could be that this kid is not AD level at all. Did something go wrong with the awakening ceremony? In the first place? Or, does he have some hidden means that we don't know about? Xiao Zhan did not answer Mo Tianqing, his mind was in a mess. Hidden means? Even if they did, they couldn't have gotten this strong in a few days, could they? And what was Sumer's purpose in hiding his profession? It's totally unnecessary. Forget about that for now. Mo Tianqing waved his hand. Regardless, we at least have a chance to catch our breath. He looked toward Xiao Zhan and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Old Xiao, the two of us, today, are considered to owe you Carlo City a huge favor. No, it's a heavenly favor owed to this Sumo kid. Xiao Zhan also had a complicated look on his face when he heard this. He looked at the familiar and unfamiliar figure on the dragon's back, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. All he wanted to do now was to grab Sumo by the collar and ask what was going on. However, right at this moment, Frostbite's roar resounded. All Dragonborn listen to the order. Kill the traitorous Dragonborn first. The seven-peak Fifth Order Dragon descendants immediately reversed their direction and surrounded towards the Holy Lord. A bloodthirsty light flashed in their eyes, and dragon breath coalesced in their mouths. Not good. Xiao Zhan's face suddenly changed. They're going to deal with Sumer first. Mo Tianqing gritted his teeth. We must help. The two men held back their injuries and were about to help. Even though the dragons summoned by Sumo were very strong, but they definitely wouldn't be able to do any good against the siege of so many dragons. However, he saw the Holy Lord suddenly open his dragon wings, and a terrifying dragon might suddenly erupted. Bastard, you deserve to be called a dragon? The Holy Lord's voice was like a thunderous explosion that shook the surrounding space. What a powerful dragon's might! This pressure caused Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan, who were originally prepared to make a move, to slightly slow down their movements. Aha! In terms of this dragon pressure alone, it feels even stronger than a demonic dragon. Xiao Zhan nodded his head. Unfortunately, because of this domain, it has caused my perception ability to plummet, unable to perceive the rank of this dragon race. If this dragon summoned by Su Mo had a 6th rank, then their lives are safe today. At the same time, the movements of those 7 5th-ranked dragon descendants stuttered, the suppression originating from their bloodline causing them to instinctively feel fear. This is pure-blooded dragon power. The Black King's eyes widened and... How is it possible? Frostbite also revealed a look of horror. How can a district summoner have such a pure dragon bloodline? Knowing that their bloodline had been purified many times, and had already reached heights that most dragons couldn't reach. They have always been proud of it, seeing it as their strong foundation and a symbol of their noble status. But now, a dragon race that came out of nowhere and was summoned by humans. Surprisingly, they had crushed them at the bloodline level? This bloodline. How come I feel it's even purer than Demon Dragon Lord? This thought made the dragon scales of all the dragon descendants stand up. How is that possible? After the shock, a trace of uncontrollable ecstasy nevertheless surged up from the bottom of his heart. They could clearly perceive that the bloodline purity of the dragon in front of them was frighteningly high though. Its own energy level, however, didn't seem to be too high, only 4th order at best. A traitor who possessed the bloodline of the most pure dragon race, but whose strength was only at the 4th rank. That's not a formidable opponent. It's a treasure trove. An immeasurable treasure trove. If you can devour it. If you can incorporate this pure dragon blood into yourself. Wouldn't they then be able to break through the shackles of their bloodline and reach unprecedented heights? It was not impossible to even surpass demonic dragon lord. This thought was like a crazy growing vine that instantly entangled their sanity. The original fear due to the suppression of the bloodline was quickly replaced by the desire for power. The gaze that looked at the Holy Lord was no longer pure anger and hostility, but was filled with naked greed and bloodlust. A moving treasure of supreme power. Kill it. Devour it. It was at this moment, the many dragon descendants, including Red Flame, Black King, and Frostbite. In this instant, greed completely overpowered reason and fear. Kill. Red Flame was the first to let out a deafening roar, and his huge dragon wings violently revived, bringing up a violent air current as he swooped towards the Holy Lord. What burned in his eyes was a desire even hotter than Long Yan's. The Black King and Frostbite followed close behind in a triangular position, blocking off all possible paths of retreat for the Sacred Lord. The 3 6th Order dragon descendants, at this moment, had a highly consistent goal to seize the most pure dragon bloodline. Those 7 peak 5th Order dragon descendants also recovered from the brief stiffness of their bloodline suppression, and the flames of greed blazed in their eyes. They no longer hesitated, and their dragon breath spewed out as if they didn't need any money, interweaving into a dense web of energy that covered the Holy Lord. Frost, flame, shadow. Energy of various colors surged and instantly drowned the Holy Lord's figure. Chapter 69, Sumer Must Live. Why are these dragons so crazy about it? The 10 great dragon descendants, 3 of the 6th rank and 7 of the peak 5th rank, have defiantly joined forces to surround. Xiaozhen sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Even just now chasing after them. It's not as crazy as this, either. This terrifying energy aggregation, even if an unusual 6th Order powerhouse were to fall into it, he would have to be seriously injured without dying. Mo Tianqing spoke in a grave tone, I'm afraid they're eyeing Su Mo, the dragon's bloodline. Bloodline? Xiao Zhan was first stunned and then reacted. They should have sensed it. A bloodline of this purity is of immeasurable value to them, the dragon descendants who are eager to evolve. If they are able to devour and absorb the power of this dragon's bloodline, I'm afraid that they will give birth to an existence like the demonic dragon. They should never be allowed to get what they want. Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan's faces were incredibly grave. But now it was too late for them to get there. Since Su Mo dared to come, his own strength must have already reached the 6th rank. With the concentration of that dragon's bloodline, coupled with a cultivation level of the 6th rank, it might be able to stand up to these attacks. It stands to reason that no lives will be lost. At that time, if the 3 of us join forces and are bent on escaping, the possibility is still very high. At the center of the energy torrent, the Holy Lord's figure was completely engulfed. Dragon's breath of various colors raged wildly, and space distorted with an unbearable groan. The eyes of the three dragons, Red Flame, Black King, and Frostbite, flashed with an imperative light. In their opinion, even if this dragon's bloodline was pure, it would never survive in the face of such a dense energy bombardment. How strong of a defense could a fourth-ranked summon have, even if it had a special bloodline? And it is. Although the Holy Lord's bloodline was astonishing, the gap brought about by the rank was difficult to compensate for. Facing the all-out siege of 10 dragon descendants who were at least at the peak of the 5th order, with 3 of them even at the 6th order, it was simply incapable of being able to defeat them. Sumo, who was at the center of the dragon's breath, looked grave. Hard blocks really can't be blocked. Sumer's eyes sharpened and... But who said it had to be a hard block? He had a thought. The Holy Lord's huge body abruptly disappeared in the middle of this space. Immediately thereafter, he met himself towards the dragon breathstorm. Just as he was about to be destroyed by the dragon's breath, Sumo looked calm. Damage transfer. Bang bang bang. At the same time, the edge of the battlefield and some hidden corners further out. A ghostly soldier, one after another, exploded violently. No earth-shattering sounds. Only a faint mass of shadow energy silently annihilated, dissipating into the purest energy particles in the air. And that energy aftermath that was originally enough to tear even a 6th-order powerhouse into pieces. As it washed over Sumo's body, it strangely became much milder. Most of the destructive force disappeared like a mud cow into the sea. The smoke and energy glow slowly dissipated. Sumo's figure reappeared, the corners of his clothes were a bit tattered and his hair was slightly disheveled, but his breath was smooth and unharmed. In order to withstand this strike, 1,087 ghost shadow soldiers instantly vaporized. Sumer smacked his lips, feeling slightly sorry for himself. However, it's worth it to survive even if we lose tens of thousands of ghost shadow soldiers. With the current power of the Saint Lord, he was able to summon 10,000 ghost shadow soldiers in one breath. 2 Saint Lords would be 20,000, plus his skill sharing. That's 30,000. 30,000 ghost shadow soldiers, so at a glance, more than 1,000 really wasn't a big loss. Enough for him to consume in this battle. The energy aftermath completely dissipated, revealing the scene in the air. Sumo stood in place, looking up at the 10 dumbfounded dragon descendants in the air, with even a hint of derision on his face? The 10 dragon descendants all froze in place. From their huge dragon eyes, a hint of surprise could actually be seen. In the center of the smoke, the tiny human figure stood silently. In addition to the corners of the clothes slightly damaged, hair slightly messy, actually cannot see the slightest traces of injury, even the breath has not been disordered in the slightest. And the target of their ambition. That dragon race with the most pure bloodline was nowhere to be seen. Dead silence that enveloped the battlefield. Where are the dragons? That dragon disappeared? What's going on? It was just there. Could it be that we've blown it to smithereens? Akian offered a guess, but immediately dismissed himself. No way. With that level of attack, even if you die, you should leave something behind. Bones? Scales? Even a drop of blood. Where's the blood? Where's the body? Where did it go? One after another, the sound of a dragon's roar rang out. Their huge bodies stirred slightly. They couldn't figure out how the other party could slip out from under their noses. What shocked them even more was this. That human. He's not dead. How could he not be dead? The red inferno dragon's pupil tightened and stared dead at Sumo below. The Black King's voice was low. Not only did he not die, he was even unharmed. The torrent of energy just now, he was right in the center. Frostbite's dragon breath gulped between his nostrils, his tone icy. There's something odd. That dragon's disappearance must have something to do with him. They are not little cuties. With the dragon gone and the humans safe and sound, the answer almost cries out to be understood, yet it is incomprehensible. What makes a 4th-ranked human summoner survive an attack like that? Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing in the distance were also dumbfounded. Sumer is still alive, but that dragon is gone? Mo Tianqing's voice carried a hint of shock. Could it be that dragon sacrificed itself to preserve Sumer? Xiao Zhan opened his mouth. Apart from this possibility, he simply couldn't find a reason why Sumo could be unharmed under that kind of attack. That's add up. Originally, with the power of the opponent's 6th-ranked dragon summoner, together with the two of us, there was still a great chance to break out of the siege, but now. Mo Tianqing was first stunned, then his face became even more ugly. Almost instantly he figured out the connection, and his heart sank to the bottom of the. In their current state, not only were they going to die, it was likely that they would even take Sumo's life. Whatever it is, grab this human one first. When the time comes, there are means to be able to make him give an account obediently. Red Flame roared as the dragon's might rolled. No matter what tactics the dragon used, take this human first. The Black King's voice was cold and murderous. Catch him and all will be revealed. Frostbite echoed, and the icy dragon's breath began to coalesce once more. As the 3 6th-ranked dragon descendants gave their orders, the energy around the remaining 7 peak 5th-order dragon descendants began to surge with killing intent. When Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing in the distance saw this, their faces suddenly changed. The two looked at each other, both seeing determination in the other's eyes. Old Mo, it looks like the two of us will have to explain ourselves here today. Xiao Zhan smiled miserably. Mo Tianqing took a deep breath, his eyes became incomparably determined. Death is death. But Sumer must live. Chapter 70, Sumer's 7th Order. Xiao Zhan nodded heavily and his tone was decisive. That's right. You and I have stopped at this point in our talents, and it's a fluke that we've made it to the 6th rank. But he's different. He has more than that in his future, by no means. Today, even if I put my old life on the line, I will kill a bloody path for him. Mo Tianqing's aura around him climbed steeply, and the pressure belonging to a 6th-order powerhouse was unreservedly released. Do it! The two of them no longer hesitated and transformed into two streams of light, actually taking the initiative to charge towards the dragon descent group. Their goal, instead of breaking out, was to draw as much fire as possible and create opportunities for Sumer. Even if, by a sliver of a chance. Seek death. Red Flame roared, and the dragon claw swung, about to slap at those two unsuspecting streams of light. Leave it to me, I'm going to crush Xiao Zhan. The Black King's dragon breath erupted. However, the moment all the dragon descendants' attention was attracted by Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing. On the ground, Su Mo, who had always been regarded as one of their favorites, had the corner of his mouth hooked into an icy arc. How naive, he whispered in his mind. You guys, it's too careless. The 7 peak 5th-order dragon descendants, with raging energy and boiling killing intent, were about to strike at the same time to completely crush this human. But just the next moment, the change is steep. The figure of the Holy Lord appeared behind the 6th-ranked dragon descendant, Frostbite, without warning. Roar! The saint advocated opening the hideous dragon's mouth, and without the slightest hesitation, the dragon flame that had condensed to the extreme destructive energy was instantly spat out. Dragon Blast! Nearby, the terrifying energy fluctuations caused the scales on Frostbite's entire body to instantly stand upside down. A sense of deadly crisis gripped his heart. What? Frostbite's huge dragon eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. When? This dragon, how did it appear behind me? He didn't even have time to think about it, his body's instincts had already driven him to frantically twist his body in an attempt to dodge the fatal blow. However, it was too late. The Holy Lord's sneak attack was too sudden and too close. Even though Frostbite tried his best to dodge, the destructive blast energy still ruthlessly bombarded the side and back of his huge body. Boom! Deafening explosions rang out. The pitch-black energy instantly exploded, and a violent shockwave raged. Long Yan met with the surrounding cold ice. Instantly a large ball of ice and fire energy light exploded. The moment the ice and fire energies exploded, the blinding light and the fog that filled the area caused the battlefield to briefly freeze. The dragon claw that Red Flame swung out froze in mid-air, and his ferocious gaze turned to the core of that energy eruption, filled with astonishment. The Black King's icy killing intent also gave way to disbelief as the dragon's eyes stared in disbelief at the chaotic area. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing, who were about to give up their lives to the onslaught, came to a hard stop. The two men stood frozen in place, bewilderment and incredulity written all over their faces. What's that? Dragon? Sumer's dragon? Didn't it disappear? How did it suddenly appear behind Frostbite? Moreover, looking at the power of that strike just now, it didn't seem to be weak? A final blow before death? What the hell is going on? Not only them, even the 7 peak 5th order dragon descendants that were preparing to surround Sumo all stopped moving. The killing intent in their eyes was replaced by suspicion, and they looked warily toward the ice and fire mist-filled land. A dragon's might, even deeper than frostbite's, was faintly emanating from that area, making them instinctively feel intimidated. The entire battlefield, because of this sudden change, fell into an eerie silence. All eyes, human and dragonborn alike, focused on the location where that explosion had occurred. It was as if the previous situation of certain death against Sumo was completely disrupted at this moment. A great sense of doubt and uncertainty clouded the minds of every being present. The mist of intertwined ice and fire energies slowly began to dissipate under the gaze of all eyes. I'd like to see what the hell is going on. The red inferno dragon eyes were locked in death. The rest of the group looked out in unison. The first thing that caught his eyes was the still standing pitch black dragon shadow. The Holy Lord's huge body was silently suspended in midair. The hideous dragon's head, with its icy vertical pupils, scanned everything around it. As the fog completely dispersed, the complete scene was presented to all existences. The pupils of all the beings watching this scene, be they humans or dragon descendants, contracted violently in an instant. Dull. Utterly dull. Red Flame's huge dragon mouth was slightly open, and the shock in his eyes was almost overflowing. The rest of them, whether it was Xiao Zhan, Mo Tianqing, or the Black King or also the other dragonflies, were all in a kind of stupor. Because. Holy Lord, unharmed. Yes, unharmed. Not to mention serious injuries, not even the deep scales on its body could be seen for a single moment. There wasn't even a hint of energy disorder. It was as if the terrifying explosion just now, which was enough to cause even the 6th-ranked dragon descendants to suffer heavy injuries, was merely an insignificant fireworks display. How is this possible? Exclamations of surprise came out of the crowd's mouths almost simultaneously. How terrifying was the power of the combined attack of those 10 dragon breaths. Even if one was of the same 6th rank, it was absolutely impossible to receive a blow like that hard and be so unharmed. Why? Why is that? What kind of monster is this human-summoned dragon race? An even deeper fear and disbelief enveloped the hearts of all the dragonborn. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing glanced at each other and both saw extreme bewilderment in the other's eyes. They had thought that Sumo's bottom card had been exhausted. It even relies on sacrificing its own summons in order to stay alive itself. But this scene in front of them completely overturned their perception. They were wrong. Very wrong. Sumer needs to survive by sacrificing his summons? No need. How on earth did Sumo manage to receive this strike without injury and instantly move behind frostbite? Xiao Zhan was very puzzled, and the knot in his throat involuntarily rolled up and down a bit. Teleportation? Mo Tianqing shook his head. The scene before them had been beyond their speculation for the time being. Perhaps we were wrong. Suddenly, Mo Tianqing opened his mouth. From the very beginning, I misjudged Sumer, or rather, misjudged the true strength of this summoned creature of his. Xiao Zhan's heart stirred as he fiercely looked at Mo Tianqing. You mean 6th order? A glint of near absurdity flashed in Mo Tianqing's eyes. Perhaps it's time for us to consider the possibility of 7th order. 7th order. Is that possible? Can't it be? Those who do so. What other explanation is there than the 7th order? If this dragon is really 7th order, what about Sumo? What rank should Sumo, who could summon and perfectly drive a 7th-ranked dragon, be? The two men's gazes unconsciously looked toward Sumo. This guy. What else is he hiding? Chapter 71, the battle plan is just one word: wait. If this fellow is really of the 7th rank, perhaps we can consider killing back. Xiao Zhan suddenly became agitated, his fists clenched tightly, and he looked excited. 7th order. Above the 6th order. With the power of Sumo, a pure-blooded dragon race, against the 6th rank of the same dragon race, he could easily manage to crush them. However, just as Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing's hearts were pounding because of the speculation of the 7th order, Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing's hearts were pounding because of the speculation of the 7th order. As the originator of all this, Sumo's expression was unusually calm. His gaze did not remain on the unharmed Holy Lord for long. Instead, he pierced through the gradually thinning energy fog and looked in another direction. There, where frostbite had been earlier. The plan is working well. A split second before the explosion completely swept through. He retrieved the Holy Lord and used damage transfer to resist that fatal blow. All of this was so fast that it was even concealed from the perception of all existences. This was what created the illusion that the Holy Lord had resisted the attack hard and was unharmed. What Suemo really cared about was the surprise attack articulated by the Holy Lord just now. That was the most important part of his plan. The close-range Dragon Flame, which contained the power of Dragon Blast, hit the defenseless Frostfall solidly. With the strength of a Holy Lord of the 4th rank, he crossed 2 ranks to make a sneak attack on a Frostbite of the 6th rank. Sumo's eyes were slightly condensed, and his heart was quickly calculating. Plus that instantaneous burst of power from Dragon Blast. I wonder how much damage can be inflicted on that 6th order dragon descendant. That was his main concern at the moment. What was the result of the battle that the Holy Lord just did? The energy aftermath and hot water vapor gradually dissipated, revealing the area where the frostfall had been earlier. A staggering figure slowly stepped out of the filling white mist, and it was none other than Frostbite. The scale armor on his back clearly had traces of scorched black breakage, and wisps of smoke were even rising from the edges. He raised his head, his scarlet dragon pupils deadlocked on the Holy Lord not far away. Those eyes were complex, with a mixture of rage at being sneak attacked, a hint of disbelief, and more than anything else, a morbid excitement and greed. Kid, you're pissing me off. But you turn me on even more. Can survive our spit and still appear behind me in an instant. I'd like to know how you managed to do all that in my field. A 4th-ranked Dragon Clan member was able to instantly move within his domain and still leave him unnoticed. This ability. It precisely proved the extraordinary nature of its bloodline, worthy of being a pure-blooded dragon race. Very well, your bloodline, your power. I'll laugh at it. Frostbite slammed his dragon's wings, bringing up a gust of wind. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing were first startled when they saw Frostfall appear. Then when they saw that he didn't seem to be fatally wounded, but instead his anger increased, they couldn't help but look at each other. Surprisingly, he wasn't fatally wounded, he shouldn't have been. A 7th-order pure-blooded dragon sneaks up on a 6th-order mixed-blooded dragonborn. Even if it's not well prepared. According to common sense, even if Frostbite didn't die, he should still be in a half-crippled state, losing most of his combat power. But why did Frostbite look like he was only slightly traumatized? Mo Tianqing frowned, his gaze sharply scanning the wound on Frostbite's back. Scorch marks do exist, and scales are chipped, but they are not extensive and the depth seems limited. Far from the lacerating trauma that was expected. This was by no means the effect that a 7th-rank powerhouse sneaking up on a 6th rank should cause. Something's not right. Mo Tianqing said in a deep voice. This injury is too light. The tide of excitement on Xiao Zhan's face receded. Could it be that? Xiao Zhan's voice lowered, that dragon isn't even of the 7th rank? If it wasn't 7th ranked, then how did it receive the combined dragon's breath unharmed before? And how does one instantly move through Frostbite's domain? But if it's not the 7th order, this state of Frostbite now seems reasonable again? Mo Tianqing's eyes also became complicated. Don't rush and look again. By the looks of it, even if it was a sneak attack, a 6th-ranked dragon descendant wouldn't fall that easily. But while it didn't do any serious damage, it was enough to make him feel bad. 4th order versus 6th order, to be able to achieve this level, the Holy Lord's ability, indeed, has its own unique features. Unlike Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan, Sumer was more than satisfied with the damage caused by this strike. It also gave him a rough idea of the strength of this 6th-ranked dragon race. With the Holy Lord's power, it was completely possible to injure the opponent. That would be enough. Fear is fear. Even if the Holy Lord put his best foot forward, he couldn't even break his opponent's defense. Then it's really just a matter of waiting for death. I will personally tear you apart and take everything from you. Greed almost overflowed from Frostbite's scarlet dragon pupils. He violently flapped his dragon wings, and his huge body transformed into a residual shadow, swirling up the wind and snow, and pouncing directly on the Holy Lord. That speed, far exceeding the previous one, was obviously completely enraged and moved to the real thing. The sharp claws tore through the air, bringing up a sharp whistling sound, aiming straight for the Holy Lord's head. Sumer remained calm. The battle plan had been finalized long ago. His thoughts had long been connected to the Holy Lord. Speed. Hide. Almost at the same moment that Frostbite moved, the Holy Lord's figure suddenly became blurred. An extreme speed that surpassed common sense exploded out. Not instantaneous, but better than instantaneous. The moment before Frostbite's dragon's claws were about to touch its scales and armor, the Holy Lord's figure shifted several meters sideways like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Boom! Frostbite's sharp claws fell short and smashed hard on the ground, splashing rubble and leaving several deep claw marks. What? Frostbite's blow fell short, and a trace of consternation flashed through the Scarlet Dragon's pupils. How fast was his attack, especially within his own domain, to be dodged by his opponent in such a way? This was by no means a speed that could be possessed by the 4th rank. Is it a natural skill? I'll take it. Before he could react, a sense of crisis, if any, came from behind himself. Snake Charmer! The Holy Lord's figure completely disappeared in the high-speed movement, blending into the air without a sound. Trying to sneak up on me? Frostbite sneered as his dragon wings snapped. With him as the center, a violent energy shockwave instantly spread in all directions. Undifferentiated ranged attack. He didn't believe that he couldn't force that slippery little thing out this way. The energy blast swept through, but did not touch any entities. Like a ghost, the Holy Lord utilized speed and stealth to weave through the raging energy turbulence, always maintaining a delicate distance from Frostbite. It wasn't in a hurry to attack, it was just circling, testing the waters. Sumo's orders were clear: use the power of the talisman to consume the opponent and find a break. Stall until Holy Lord advances to the 5th order. Stall until, once again, he gains the power of a rune. Speed. Stealth. Frost lowered his growl, the greed in his heart growing hotter. This bizarre and unpredictable ability strengthened his determination to seize the other party's bloodline and power. Chapter 72, Kill them, in the most painful way possible. The Holy Lord's figure transformed into an unfathomable residual shadow within Frostfall's domain. The extreme swiftness provided by the speed charm, combined with the perfect stealth granted by the snake charm. Let it be like a ghost in the ice and snow, teasing the furious 6th-ranked Dragonborn. Frostfall's attacks fell short time and time again, the furious dragon breath and energy blasts tore through the air in ice and vein, but they couldn't even touch the Holy Lord's scales. Each close dodge made Frostbite's anger and greed grow a little more intense. But he was never able to lock on to the slippery opponent. Time, in this seemingly one-sided chase and dodging, passed quietly. Another battlefield. The dark corners were filled with the faint odor of blood and the lingering scent of escaping energy. A huge, frost-giant spider-like, 5th rank, first-class monster fell to the ground, its body charred and frozen in many places, obviously having lost its life. Zhang Ming gasped and wiped the sweat from the corners of his forehead, and the ghost shadow soldiers beside him rearranged themselves and stood in a solemn manner. Wang Gang put away the weapon in his hand and looked at the fallen monster corpses with a hint of fatigue on his face. More than anything else, he was worried. Phew! Finally got rid of one. Wang Gang looked in the direction of the most intense energy fluctuations in the distance, where the battlefield between the Holy Lord and Frostbite was. I don't know what's going on with the City Lord and Sumo. Zhang Ming followed his gaze and frowned slightly. We did what we had to do. His voice was steady, with a hint of helplessness. The rest is up to them. On the top of the mountain in the distance, Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan's faces became more and more grave as time passed. Something seems off about the situation. Why does this dragon keep dodging? Xiao Zhan frowned. Mo Tianqing was equally perplexed. If it really had 7th order strength, it wouldn't need to maneuver around like this at all. The two looked at each other, both seeing the doubt in the other's eyes. A pure-blooded dragon race of the 7th rank could completely crush the opponent. Even if their guesses were wrong, this dragon had not reached the 7th rank. But even if it's a pure-blooded dragon race of the 6th rank, facing a dragon descendant of the same rank, even if the other party has a domain advantage, it's not so passive that they can't even make a decent counterattack, right? Xiao Zhan's eyes were also filled with doubt. This pure dodging and maneuvering is more like a sign of lack of strength? The speculation made both men's hearts sink. Could it be that their judgment of the Holy Lord's strength was wrong from the start? If the Holy Lord is not of the 6th order, and has not even really stepped on the threshold of the 6th order. But is that possible? That's not possible at all. If the Sacred Lord was not even at the 6th rank, then its previous behavior would be even more unbelievable. How could a less than 6th ranked dragon clan be unharmed by the combined attack of 10 dragon descendants? And how was it possible to come and go freely within the realm of a 6th order dragonborn? with such terrifying speed and stealth. This doesn't make sense. Mo Tianqing shook his head. Unless what? Xiao Zhan pursued. Mo Tianqing looked at Su Mo. This guy, he's up to something bigger. It's not just about hunting frostbite. This kid is so calculating? What does he want? Xiao Zhan thought along with his thoughts, and a thought so bold that it bordered on absurdity sprang out uncontrollably. To his own shock, his eyes glazed over and he blurted out. Damn! This kid can't be trying to slaughter this nest of dragon cubs. All right? As soon as the words left his mouth, even he thought the idea was too crazy. Couldn't help but grin, wanted to laugh but couldn't. Slaughtering a 6th-ranked dragonborn was already shocking enough, but you want to kill the remaining 9 in one fell swoop as well? What kind of monster is this Sumer? This holy lord? Xiao Zhan swallowed his saliva with difficulty, only to feel his throat dry. If that was the case, then the holy lord's current show of weakness made complete sense. It's not that it can't be beaten, but it's acting out. It's paralyzing frostbite, it's consuming frostbite, and it's biding its time. Waiting for a time when all the dragonborn could be eliminated in one go. The two men looked at each other again, both seeing unbelievable horror in each other's eyes. This bureau is too big. Inside the field of ice. Unable to attack for a long time, Frostbite's patience was exhausted, and the anger in his chest almost burned his sanity. He's a noble 6th-ranked dragonborn. Surprisingly, he had been teased for so long by a 4th rank. Hey! Frostbite! A voice with obvious mockery came from far away. It was another dragon descendant, Red Yen. Are you any good? After dawdling for half a day, you can't even catch a 4th-order one? Red Yan's voice was filled with impatience and contempt. If it doesn't work, then I'll do it instead. I'll catch him and have the good sense to share some of your flesh and blood. The words were like a hot iron, burning hard into Frostbite's pride. You shut up! To be taunted by his companion in such a public manner, especially when he had the absolute advantage. It's just a strange shame. It retracted its gaze and once again locked onto the constantly flickering residual shadows. The anger in his eyes almost turned into substance and spewed out. Shame. Greed. And the anger of being teased. The mix of emotions made Frostbite lose his patience completely. It's going to crush this slippery little bug. With the most furious force. The field. Blocked. Frostfall let out an earth-shattering roar, no longer trying to capture the Holy Lord with a single attack. It mobilizes the power of the entire Frost domain. In a flash, the wind and snow howled wildly. Endless cold air converged from all directions, and it was as if the air was frozen and solidified. Ice blue runes flashed madly at the boundary of the domain, and the pressure of the entire space suddenly increased. He would mobilize all the power within the domain and turn this space into a cage, completely restricting the damned speed and concealment. He was going to make this slippery rat have nowhere to run. And almost at the same time that Frostbite erupted, the Holy Lord, who had been maintaining high-speed movement and stealth, moved with a slight lurch. Prey? A little 4th-order thing? Catch it? A little flesh and blood? A violent rage originating from the depths of his soul instantly swept through the Holy Lord's consciousness. It's Great and Holy Lord. Master of the Flame. Ancient and noble dragons. A powerful demon mage who controls the power of the 12 runes. Surprisingly, they were treated as prey that could be taken and divided into blood and flesh at will by these lowly half-blood dragon descendants? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Had it not been for the incomplete power of my own. None of these damn stinkers had the right to speak in front of him. These lowly half-breeds deserve to die. Must die. The Holy Lord's scarlet vertical pupils were ablaze with cold and brutal flames. He must kill them. In the most painful way possible. Chapter 73, One Strike, Chopping the Dragon. Suemo sensed the Holy Lord's emotions, and a violence filled his heart as well. But he remained calm. He must wait, now. When the Holy Lord advances to the 5th order. Wait until the kill value is enough to redeem another charm. The icy blue light became more and more blazing, almost coloring the entire sky. The temperature within the domain plummeted to a terrifying level. Click. Click. Even the rocks froze right through and cracked. Frostfall's huge dragon pupils reflected a crazy light as it wanted to completely solidify this space, turning it into an unbreakable prison of cold ice. What a strong cold aura! Xiaozhan could not help but shiver. Even from such a distance, he could clearly feel the ice-cold power that froze through his soul. Hiss! This guy is getting real. That power, pure and furious. With the will to block everything and freeze everything. Apparently Frostbite had pushed the power of the core of the domain against all odds. Mo Tianqing also had a burning gaze as he stared at the land where the wind and snow were raging. Fully mobilizing the power of the domain to blockade. Seems to have been pushed. But just in time to see, in the face of this level of domain suppression, can that guy Sumo still hide? They weren't afraid of Frostbite going berserk, they were afraid Frostbite wasn't strong enough. They desperately wanted to know what kind of amazing undercard that Dragon Summon, and the Sumo behind it, were hiding. This full-force outburst of the 6th order domain should always be able to test something out, right? The gazes of the two men were filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, the two of them were also quickly recovering their strength so that they could contribute to Sumo's next scheme. Sumo's face grew more and more grave as he sensed this cold force. This power far surpassed any previous attack. Pure ice sealing power. Frostbite, this is a complete disregard for depletion and is going to be all over the place. The icy blue light spread like a tidal wave, and wherever it passed, the air froze and the earth was covered in frost. Field blockade. It wasn't just an increase in power, it was a suppression at the rule level. Speed, stealth, and effectiveness would be drastically diminished in this completely controlled and frozen space. Sumo took a deep breath, and the cold air pierced into his lungs, bringing a sharp pain. But his eyes remained sharp and he didn't flinch. The more dangerous it is, the calmer you have to be. The Holy Lord's original high-speed flickering figure was also clearly affected. The speed slowed down. Although he was still dodging, the space to vacate was extremely compressed, as if he was stuck in a sticky quagmire. Roar! Frostbite let out a triumphant roar, his dragon pupils filled with cruelty and pleasure. He felt it, the little bug's struggles becoming harder and harder. Die! Endless forces of cold and ice surged like a tidal wave towards the area where the Holy Lord might have last existed, to completely turn that space into an ice sculpture. Sumer's heart was in his throat. This was the true power of a 6th order domain erupting at full strength. Lockdown. Freeze. Crush. With pure power suppression, there was almost no possibility of trickery. Going to really hit it out of the park? Xiaozhan muttered with a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Mo Tianqing's brows tightened as he stared dead at the ice blue world. Worried and looking forward. The icy blue light eventually converged on a point. That was the area where the Holy Lord had last dodged. Ka chow chow chow. The space completely solidified, as if it had been transformed into a huge block of blue glaze. Frostfall's huge dragon pupils reflected the area that was completely frozen, filled with the coldness of ambition. The 4th order of the district. Even if he was able to dodge again, even if he was more bizarre, in the face of the domain blockade that he had urged with all his might at any cost, he would only end up frozen into an ice sculpture. Not only did he think so, but Red Yen and Black King, as well as the other dragon descendants, also thought so. The 6th order domain was blocked with full force, and the crushing of the rule level, not to mention a 4th order, even if it was an existence of the same order, it would be difficult to break free when caught off guard. Even if the other party is a pure-blooded dragon race. The result of an all-out strike under this level difference would have been without suspense. Being frozen in an instant is the only way to end it. The damned loach has finally been frozen into a specimen. Frostbite's heart rose with pleasure. The next step was to devour the other party's bloodline and strengthen themselves. Right at this moment, in Sumo's mind, the system's beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying a 5th order first-class monster, gaining a large amount of experience value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully raising his level to the 8th rank of the 4th order. It worked, Zhang Ming and the others made it. And still decapitated a 5th rank monster. Sumer's heart was certain. Finally, the moment has come. The Summoner Holy Master level has successfully broken through to the 5th order level 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 25 points of kill value and 1005 points of total kill value. The Holy Lord, finally, had also stepped into the threshold of the 5th rank. It's only one level, but it represents a qualitative leap. And his kill value came to 1005 points. The corners of Sumer's mouth curved upward a few imperceptible times. That's enough. The kill value was finally enough to redeem that long-prepared talisman. System, spend 1000 kill values to exchange for a cow charm. Ding, 1000 kill value deducted from the host, successfully exchanged for the bull charm. Holy Lord, using the cow charm. Sumo incorporated the cow charm into the holy body. Summoner, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS Plus can be advanced. Condition, defective missing 6 charms. Rank, 5th order, 1st level. Power, 63,000. Agility, 61,000. Intelligence, 60,000. Spirit, 60,500. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, it can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge amounts of fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage increases with level. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core, summons a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is related to the level, currently can summon 14,000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm, Snake Charm, Ox Charm Power. Special ability Earth Power, can control the power of the earth to a certain extent, triggering earthquakes, manipulating earth and rocks, and inflicting stuns and damage to enemies within range. Finally, the Holy Lord's 4-dimensional attributes have also reached the 6th rank level. Looking at the attribute panel that had skyrocketed by a large margin. Sumo's face, which was originally a bit stiff from the cold, finally revealed a hint of a smile. The timing was just right. The original gloomy look in his eyes quietly dispersed and was replaced by a cold and sharp edge. Looking at the huge ice blue blaze at the end of his vision, the Sumer touched the tyrant's eye, and his eyes even brought a little pity? Maybe, for this stupid dragon who's about to have fun. Next, one strike to determine the winner. Chopper. Chapter 74, 4th Order? The Holy Lord is only of the 4th Order? Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing's hearts missed a beat almost simultaneously when they saw the piece of ice blue blaze that had completely solidified. Shocker. Doubt. That dragon really was completely frozen? That was an all-out explosion of the 6th Order domain at any cost. Xiao Zhan subconsciously looked at Sumo in the distance. Sumer why haven't you counterattacked yet? Allowing Frostbite's field to fully explode? Even if he was confident in the strength of his summons, it was time for him to intervene in the face of this level of domain crushing, right? Allowing the power of the domain to completely explode into shape. Even if a Saint Lord was even stronger, being completely hit and completely blocked by a 6th-ranked powerhouse's domain that spared no expense would definitely not be pleasant. If one resisted this kind of attack hard, even if they didn't die, I was afraid that they would have to pay a heavy price. What the hell is Sumer waiting for? Xiao Zhan couldn't understand Sumo's operation at all. What the hell is he counting on? Whatever. Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth and forcefully suppressed the churning qi and blood in his body. The injuries on his body recovered a bit with the potion, and although he was far from healed, he at least had the strength to fight again. He gripped the lance in his hand tightly and spoke in a deep voice. We can't wait any longer, we must support. Mo Tianqing nodded as well, a faint starlight once again permeating his body, his eyes grave. Probe that ice and see what's going on. No matter what Sumo's plans were, they couldn't just stand by and watch the sacred lord be frozen there. Must find out. Even if it was a risk, he had to figure out what exactly Sumo's reliance was. Or confirm whether the Holy Lord has really. The two of them had burgeoning breaths and were preparing to charge at that piece of ice blue blaze regardless. However, just at the moment when Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing were about to move, two figures appeared in front of them like ghosts, blocking the way. A teasing light flickered in Red Yan's vertical pupils as he snorted. Why are you all in such a hurry? Your opponent, it's us. The Black King swept a glance at the huge ice blue blaze in the distance, his tone filled with greed and disdain. After we absorb the bloodline of that pure-blooded 4th-ranked dragon race, we will naturally come for your lives. Wait patiently for your deaths. The words of Red Yan and the Black King were like two thunderbolts that ruthlessly struck Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing in their hearts. A 4th-ranked dragon race? Xiao Zhan lost his voice and exclaimed, almost thinking that he had misheard. Mo Tianqing's pupils also shrunk, and he retorted offhandedly, impossible. How can that dragon only be of the 4th rank? The two of them glanced at each other, both seeing a strong sense of disbelief and absurdity in each other's eyes. That existence sealed in the ice blue glaze, that existence that shook the Sixth Order domain and forced Frostbite to explode at any cost. How can it be just the Fourth Order? It's a travesty of the world. However, the sure tone of Red Yen and the Black King, as well as the undisguised greed and malice on their faces, did not seem like they were lying. Did Xiao Zhan subconsciously gathered his senses once again to probe the Holy Lord's true condition? The same was true for Mo Tianxing. Previously, because Frostfall's domain had fully erupted, the terrifying power of the laws of ice filled the entire battlefield, greatly interfering with their perception. They could only vaguely sense the Holy Lord's aura, but were unable to accurately determine its exact rank. But now, in order to completely suppress the Holy Lord in the ice layer, Frostbite had focused the vast majority of the domain's power on that ice blue glaze. The domain suppression that was diffused outward was relatively weakened instead. This time, their senses finally penetrated the layers of obstruction. Then, the intensity of that breath. That cascade of power. Xiao Zhan's and Mo Tianxing's bodies violently froze. The pupils, in an instant, contracted to the extreme. The blood on his face, too, faded cleanly in a flash. Really? Only Fourth Order? The result of this probe was like the coldest of cold currents that instantly swept through their limbs and bones, making their hearts seem to be frozen. Unbelievable. Incomprehensible. Even felt a trace of absurdity and horror originating from the depths of the soul. The huge dragon body that was frozen in the glaze, the life breath and energy fluctuations it emitted. Really? Only the Fourth Order. Indeed, it was the aura of the peak of the 9th rank of the Fourth Order. Fourth Order. Xiao Zhan's voice was dry and incomparable, like a dream. How come? In an instant, both of them only felt that their worldviews had been violently impacted, and their brains went blank. They don't want to believe it, they can't even believe it. It was nothing like they had envisioned before. They thought about Holy Lords of the 6th, 5th, or even 7th Order. But just didn't dare to think above the 4th Order. Because it's just too anticlimactic. How could a 4th-ranked dragon clan be able to stand hard against the attack of 10 dragon descendants that were at least 5th-ranked and 9th-ranked? How was it possible to tease a 6th-ranked Frostbite like a monkey? Even forcing him to use the power of his domain to suppress it at all costs? This is completely out of character. It's a no-brainer. What kind of heaven-defying existence was this dragon that Su Mo had summoned? Is it a summon of divine grade? Incredible consternation was followed by a deep sigh. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianxing glanced at each other and both saw bitterness in the other's eyes. It turned out that from the very beginning, they had completely misjudged the situation. All the earlier implausibilities were strangely connected at the moment. Why did that dragon keep dodging and rarely take Frostbite's attacks head-on? Why did Su Mo hesitate to intervene and allow Frostfall's domain to take shape? Turns out, wasn't counting on some earth-shattering backhandedness. Nor was it the absolute crushing confidence in their summons. Rather, can't really beat it. Taking the body of a 4th-ranked person against the full-force outburst of a 6th-ranked domain powerhouse was an impossible gamble in itself. That seemingly fluid pulling and dodging of the opponent's attacks earlier. It's not teasing at all, it's stalling by doing everything in its power to maneuver around. Sumer is not plotting any big counterattack, he may just be toughing it out. Bitterness and helplessness instantly flooded Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianxing's hearts. Is Sumer strong? Strong. Is the dragon he summoned strong? Ridiculously strong. It was so powerful that it had caused such an outrageous lapse in judgment from them, all of them who were battle-hardened powerhouses. But even stronger, the gap between the ranks is like a rift valley, hard to overcome. Fourth Order, Mo Tianxing muttered. He had seen quite a few genius characters since he had been cultivating, but he had never seen such an outrageous existence. I've also seen a supreme celestial pride whose grade is at the divine level. No one had ever been able to fight a 6th Order battle with a 4th Order. This was no longer something that could be described as a genius, it was simply a demon, a monster. Alas! Xiao Zhan sighed deeply and tightened the lance in his hand. The shock in his eyes slowly faded, and was replaced by a broken determination. It seems that today is going to be a fight to the death after all. Chapter 75, A bite of dragon flame sprays you to death. Mo Tianxing also let out a bitter smile as the starlight around his body lit up once again. It was thought that Sumo had some amazing cards. Right now, it seemed that the biggest cards were the heaven-defying qualifications of that dragon itself, as well as Sumo's madness and boldness underneath that seeming calmness. But now, the undercard seems to be toppling over. They could no longer count on Sumo to save the day. The only person you can rely on is yourself. Spell it out. Xiao Zhan roared, the tip of his spear buzzed, and his battle intent boiled over. Mo Tianqing's body was radiant with starlight, and his aura climbed to the top, ready for a deadly battle. Red Yen and the Black King glanced at each other with teasing on their faces. Like a cat playing with a mouse, it was not in a hurry to make a move, and seemed to enjoy the struggles of its opponent before despairing. Xiao Zhan, don't panic, I will step on your corpse to get to the top today. The Black King smiled sinisterly. Just at this moment when swords were drawn and a great battle was imminent. A terrifying dragon might that far exceeded the previous one, like a sleeping volcano suddenly erupting, violently erupted out from that huge ice-blue blaze. Boom! The invisible pressure was like a substantial tide that instantly swept through the entire space. Ha! The snicker on Ridian's face froze violently. The Black King's low laughter also came to an abrupt end. Both of their gazes turned to that ice sculpture in horror at the same time, a hint of shock flashing through their scarlet and deep pupils. What's going on? Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing, who were about to make a move, stumbled violently as their movements froze in place. This breath is more than one level stronger than before. In the middle of the ice, that dragon advanced? That's right. This pressure had clearly reached the 5th rank. 5th order. A clinical breakthrough? Mo Tianqing's eyes rounded and his mind shook. Being frozen and suppressed by the power of a 6th order powerhouse's domain, not only did he not die, but he even broke through the equal rank in the midst of this desperate situation? What a horrible talent and resilience. Actually, broke through? The Black King's eyes were gloomy as he stared at the ice sculpture. Even if he breaks through to the 5th rank, so what? He forced down the shock in his heart and coldly grunted. 4th and 5th order, facing a 6th order's domain, the ending will not change. Xiao Zhan's and Mo Tianqing's hearts, which had just sparked a glimmer of hope, instantly sank again. Yeah. 5th order. Even if this dragon was even more heaven-defying and broke through from the peak of the 4th rank 9 to the 5th rank, what could it do? Between the 5th and 6th orders, there was likewise a heavenly rift called the domain. The gap in nature was not something that could be made up for with a mere increase in power. The power of Frostfall's domain still enveloped that space, and the power of the ice seal did not weaken in the slightest. The breakthrough just now, it seems, not to change the final end. What happened next, however, shocked them hard. Feeling the Holy Lord's aura skyrocket, Frostbite's pupils shrunk slightly as a hint of surprise swept through them. A breakthrough? Surprisingly, he really broke through in this desperate situation? But, so what? After the surprise, there was a deeper indifference and disdain. It's just dying. Frostbite snorted coldly, his tone carrying absolute confidence. Within this seat's domain, even if you break through to the 5th rank, you're still just an ice sculpture. The ending, it won't change anything. His words seemed to carry some sort of spell. Just as he had said, the 5th rank aura that had just risen to the sky was like a flash in the pan. After a brief outburst, it rapidly weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if the breakthrough had drained the last of its strength. Within the ice sculpture, the faint flame of life seemed to be extinguished at any moment. The ice was still solid, and the power of the realm didn't budge. Ha ha ha! Finally reached the limit? When Red Yen saw this, greed flashed in his eyes and he licked his lips. Looks like it's time to enjoy the feast. The remaining few dragon descendants also revealed bloodthirsty smiles. Devouring the bloodline of the 4th order. No, it is the bloodline of the 5th order pure blood dragon race. It's a heavenly opportunity. Despair. Complete and utter despair. The last trace of blood on Xiao Zhan's and Mo Tianqing's faces faded away, and their hearts were like ashes. The 5th order is ultimately unable to cross the gap of the domain. Everything, it's over. That amazingly talented dragon had to fall here after all. However, just when everyone thought that the big picture was settled, just when Frostbite was ready to completely annihilate the last shred of life in the ice sculpture, no one noticed. Sumo, who had been standing still, looked at Frostbite's smug expression, but the corner of his mouth quietly hooked up a faintly undetectable arc. There was a hint of mockery, a hint of ice in that arc. Laugh, you won't be laughing later. Next moment. His figure was like a water droplet that blended into the air, soundlessly, disappearing from the spot. Frostbite didn't notice Sumer's movement. His entire mind was focused on that huge ice sculpture. So what if a pure-blooded dragon race breaks through the 5th rank? Under absolute rank suppression, under the crushing power of the domain, all struggles are futile. Looking at the Holy Lord who was already a fish on the chopping block in the ice sculpture, Frostbite could no longer suppress the excitement in the deepest part of his bloodline. Take its dragon's blood, take its dragon's soul. This anticlimactic existence should have been his Frostbite sustenance to go further. Just waiting for him to seize the dragon's blood that contained endless potential, he would be able to become a demonic dragon lord, or even a more powerful existence than a demonic dragon lord. He slowly raised his hand, and ice-blue cold air coalesced at his fingertips. However, just as his power was about to touch that frozen core, the change is steep. Ka-ching! A slight but unmistakable cracking sound rang out abruptly. The sound, it was coming from inside that ice sculpture. Frostbite's movement snapped to a halt, his brow momentarily tightening. It's not right. Within that ice sculpture, the breath of life, which had originally been so weak as to be almost imperceptible, was actually surging crazily at an unbelievable speed. Click. Click, click, click. More cracks spread across the surface of the ice sculpture like a spider web. An indescribably terrifying force, as if a sleeping volcano, was rapidly awakening under the ice. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar, with unrivaled anger and power, violently erupted from within the ice sculpture. Boom! The impenetrable ice field creation instantly exploded. Countless fragments of ice crystals shot out in all directions, like the sharpest blades, cutting the air and emitting ear-piercing whistles. A blazing dark golden light rose to the sky. The dragon's claw, which was originally sealed in ice, glittered with a dark golden luster as it violently probed out with a terrifying speed that was completely inconsistent with its size. Frostbite's pupils plummeted, and warning signs chirped wildly in his heart. Unfortunately, it's late. Chapter 76, IP for you. Or rather, the strength and speed of the dragon claw that contained the power of the Ox Rune was beyond Frostbite's prediction. Boo! The ice crystal shield formed by the power of the domain was easily torn apart like papier-mâché in front of that dark gold dragon claw. In the next instant, the cold dragon claws had already clasped his arm in a deadly grip. You? Frostbite was shocked and furious, only to feel an irresistible and terrifyingly huge force tackle his arm and body. With his 6th order attributes he was actually unable to break free in the first place. No good. A strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped Frostbite's heart. He tried to struggle, tried to pull away. But the Holy Lord didn't give him any chance at all. Within the open dragon's mouth, blazing to the extreme crimson light frantically condensed. Dragon flame spurted out. The power of the dragon rune spell was perfectly integrated into the dragon flame. An extreme, furious, blasting energy that was enough to annihilate everything. Boom! Zero distance. Sticky face. The dragon flame that contained the divine might of the dragon rune spell blast was solidly blasted onto Frostbite's face. Reverse. Another stunning reversal. What is going on here? Just now, he had thought that the Holy Lord would surely die, but in the blink of an eye, the situation had undergone a shocking reversal. That's a 6th order powerhouse. Surprisingly, I was blasted by a dragon that had just broken through the 5th rank in such a rough way, sticking to my face. On the other side, the Black King's skeleton face, which had remained unchanged for 10,000 years, also showed a rare expression of dullness. 2 empty eye sockets stared deathly into the center of the battlefield. Counting? It's another ING wave of reckoning. From start to finish, that Sumo kid and this dragon were all acting. He looked to Xiao Zhan and Emotianqing, who were so excited next to him that they were about to jump up, and coldly poured a pot of cool water. Oof, even if the sneak attack succeeds, what can it do? 5th rank is 5th rank, even if the power is even more bizarre, could it still be possible to really re-injure a 6th rank domain powerhouse? Xiao Zhan and Emotianqing's excitement froze. Yeah. The Black King is right. They recalled the previous strike that the Sacred Lord had sneaked up on Frostbite when he was still at the peak of the 4th rank. It did cause some trouble, but it couldn't shake Frostbite to its roots at all. Now, even if the Holy Lord breaks through to the 5th order, But could the gulf between the 6th and 5th orders really be erased so easily? The hearts of the two, once again, hung in the air, their gazes locked onto the center of that energy storm. Is it, indeed, just a flash in the pan? And at the moment, the center of the storm. Meanwhile, the center of the battlefield. Miserable screams that were so harsh that they did not sound like human voices suddenly erupted from the furious, golden dragon flame that contained the blasting divine might. The light dispersed. The sight that was revealed caused the pupils of all those who saw this scene, including the Black King who had just been pouring cold water, to contract violently. Only to see that Frostbite, who was deadlocked by the Holy Lord's dragon claw, where was there any trace of the calmness and majesty of the previous 6th-ranked powerhouse? His body was scorched black, and his originally gorgeous ice-blue armor shattered inch by inch, revealing skin so bloody that one could even see the white bones. Especially his face. Blasted head-on by the dragon rune spell-enhanced dragon flame, half of his cheeks were almost completely vaporized. The eyes were hollow, and blood mixed with charred flesh dripped downward like a ghost. The rich, burnt odor permeated the room and was sickening. The intense pain and unprecedented sense of humiliation caused Frostbite to hiss like a wounded beast. Wisps of golden flames were like maggots on his tarsus, still burning on his wounds, continuously annihilating his vitality and energy. The ice energy in Frostbite's body surged wildly, trying to extinguish those damn golden flames and repair the injuries on his body. However, the blasting power contained in that flame was too overbearing. It was constantly destroying the energy he had gathered, making his recovery extremely difficult. The life force of a 6th-order powerhouse was tenacious though. However, after enduring a strike containing the divine might of a talisman at such a close distance, he definitely didn't feel good either. Injuries that are far more serious than they seem. The battlefield was deathly silent. All eyes were focused on the center, on that miserable and incomparable figure. Lord Frostbite. His face. Half the head is gone. Are you kidding me? The Black King grunted in a low voice, almost to himself, and... Is that really the kind of damage a 5th rank can do? He had previously asserted that the Holy Lord was merely at the end of his strength and dying. But this scene in front of him was simply slapping him hard in the most cruel way. How do I feel about that dragon flame? It's even stronger than mine. It seems to contain a power that I can't. Kian gurgled. As a 6th-ranked dragon descendant, his domain power was related to flames. But even so, he still felt an appalling energy from the Holy Lord's dragon flame. He had no doubt that if the Holy Lord advances to the 6th order, even if the rule power under control had nothing to do with flames, the power of the opponent's flame was definitely not weaker than his either, if not stronger. Is this the innate advantage of the pure-blooded dragon race? Jealousy, greed. Roar. Frostbite's hiss was filled with endless pain and rage. Strange shame. He was a 6th-ranked powerhouse, but he was actually injured like this by a mere 5th rank, using a sneak attack. It was worse than killing him. I'm going to break you into pieces. His eyes were crimson, the only remaining half of his face twisted beyond recognition, and his killing intent almost turned into substance. However, what responded to him was the sacred Lord's voice that was tinged with teasing and coldness. Oh? Yeah? The Holy Lord's tone was filled with disdain. Wasn't he arrogant just now? A 6th-order powerhouse? TSK, that's just tragic. The Holy Lord's huge dragon head lowered slightly. Moving closer to Frostbite's charred and twisted face, the dragon's whiskers even swept over his tattered armor. If you are willing to kneel down and wag your tail at me like a dog, I can consider sparing your life. Not only that, continued the Holy Lord, his tone growing more playful, maybe I can even be merciful and give you a little of my, dragon saliva to try. Maybe, by relying on my dragon saliva, your thin miscellaneous bloodline will undergo some unexpected evolution. Well, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Want to try it? Every word was like a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing at Frostbite's self-esteem that had long been riddled with holes. Humiliation. Naked humiliation. You seek death. Frostbite was completely enraged, and the remaining ice energy exploded recklessly, even if his injuries would be aggravated by it. He was going to kill the damned dragon. Immediately. See the situation. The Holy Lord's dragon eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. Okay. The mind loses its grip and falls for it. It's now. Chapter 77, Decapitating the Sixth Order, only one strike is needed. Just as Frosty was completely triggered, the moment he tried to break free from the dragon's claws in a counterattack by urging the remnants of his strength against all odds. A glimmer of a few imperceptible light flashed through the depths of the Holy Lord's enormous dragon eyes. Hooked. A figure that was almost one with the shadows appeared silently behind Frostbite. It was none other than Sumo, who had utilized the snake charm to minimize his breath and presence. At this point, Frostbite had already lost his mind in anger, his full attention on the Holy Lord in front of him, and was oblivious to it. In Sumo's hand, a worn jade pendant was emitting an introverted yet sharp and unrivaled aura. Kenshin Jade Pendant. The killing move that had been prepared for a long time had finally found the best time to release at this moment. It's now. There was nothing else in Sumo's eyes, only Frostbite's back, which was violently undulating due to his anger and power outburst, remained. His fingertips moved slightly, and the energy in his body was infused silently. Buzz. With a soft chirp that was barely audible, the sword Heartjade pendant suddenly lit up. It was not a blinding light, but a pure sword intent glow that was condensed to the extreme, as if it could cut through the soul. Go to hell. Sumo murmured in his heart. The killing machine is approaching. A chill originating from the depths of his soul exploded steeply. Danger. Extreme danger. An instinctive sense of wariness caused Frostbite to instantly explode. Years of experience in life and death combat were wildly alarming at this moment. It made him twist and dodge without even thinking, even if it was just an inch away from his vitals. The Sacred Lord faked his death to lure the enemy, Long Yan seriously injured his opponent, and his words provoked him to create an opportunity for him to attack. Sumo had held back and hibernated for this strike, calculating a lot, so how could he fail? The Holy Lord's dragon claws clamping down on him were like red-hot iron hoops, not moving at all. The terrifying power deadlocked Frostbite's body, making even the slightest struggle seem futile. What's more, once the sword Heartjade pendant was activated, it had long since locked up his chi, and there was no way to avoid it. Pust. The muffled sound of a sharp instrument penetrating flesh and blood was clearly audible. The condensed sword light, so fast that it surpassed vision, so accurate that it was not a hair's breadth away, ruthlessly and deeply penetrated into the back of Frostbite's heart. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a sharpness that annihilated everything. The location where the sword light didn't enter was exactly to the left of Frostbite's back center. The key to the core of energy and life essence that the All Souls illustration had long ago labeled the Dragon's Heart Essentials. Put. This sword light that rivaled the strike of a Sixth Order powerhouse. Without the slightest obstruction, it ruthlessly penetrated the remnants of Frostbite's already shattered armor, piercing deep into his undershirt. Frostbite's forward momentum was violently stalled, and his entire body's strength instantly began to collapse like a punctured balloon. His body stiffened violently, and his ice-blue eyes instantly widened, covered in incredulous blood. Keep your head down. Hardly, stiffly, he looked to his chest. There. A sword light with drenching blood and broken internal organs penetrated through his chest. The heart, completely penetrated. The energy carried in the sword intent was like the most furious volcano, erupting within his body. Ho, ho. Frostbite's throat made a sound like a broken bellows, and blood mixed with pieces of internal organs continued to gush out of his mouth and nose. He could clearly feel that the energy core in his body was being crazily torn apart and annihilated by that overbearing and overwhelming force. The life force was draining away as fast as a drowning flood. Those wounds that were originally scorched by the dragon flames were now even more like dry firewood that had been ignited, and the golden flames were crazily devouring everything about him from the inside out. Excruciating pain could no longer describe what he was feeling at the moment. It was more of a coldness and despair that tore at his soul. You guys? Frostbite made a ho-ho sound in his throat as blood mixed with pieces of internal organs continued to gush out of his mouth. He finally got it. It was a total trap from the beginning. One to get his attention and one to sneak up on him? Just why, a summoner? Why was he able to approach him without a sound? Why was it able to erupt into such a terrifying attack? Anger, humiliation, resentment, remorse. All sorts of emotions flooded his dying consciousness like a tidal wave. You. He tried to say something, but only spat out more bloody foam. A cruel and satisfied sardonic smile appeared on the Holy Lord's face. The claws even stirred slightly inside Frostbite, intensifying his pain. TSK, a sixth-ranked powerhouse is nothing more than that. The Holy Lord's voice was hoarse and malevolent, filled with the pleasure of having won. In the icy cold golden vertical pupils, there was not the slightest bit of pity, only indifference. I told you, you'll pay. The Holy Lord's voice was calm and unruffled, as if he was merely stating an established fact. No. It can't be. Frostbite's remaining consciousness let out a final murmur, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Pust. The Holy Lord violently drew out his dragon claws, bringing out a large, rolling, tainted blood laced with golden flames. Frostbite's body went limp, only to be still grasped in midair by the Holy Lord's dragon claws. The charred blackness on his body spread rapidly, and the golden flames were like maggots on his bones, completely incinerating the last remnants of his vitality. A sixth-ranked powerhouse of the first generation, the possessor of the Frost Dragon bloodline, Frostfall. Fallen. Death is not an option. There seemed to be a moment of silence between heaven and earth. The Holy Lord let go of the dragon's claws and allowed the charred and curled body to fall from midair. It hit the ground with a muffled thud, splattering a few embers. The air was thick with the smell of scorching blood, and a hint of burning heat left over from the dragon flames. It was only at this moment that the heartstrings, which had been taut to the extreme, suddenly loosened up. Sumer's figure swayed imperceptibly. An unspeakable feeling of exhaustion came like a tidal wave from all the limbs and bones, instantly sweeping through the whole body. It wasn't just the exertion brought about by prodding the jade pendant, but also the emptiness brought about by a high level of mental concentration and step-by-step calculations. He let out a long, silent breath. Finally. Slaughtered this sixth-order dragon descent. The voice was not high, with a hint of imperceptible huskiness. With the power of the fourth rank, counting on a sixth-rank Frost Dragon bloodline descendant, the ferocity of this was such that every step was stepped on the tip of a knife. From the Holy Lord faking death to lure the enemy, to Long Yan's heavy injury, to the words to disturb the mind, and finally by him to launch this sure kill strike. The slightest deviation in any of the links, and the ones lying on the ground at this moment would, I'm afraid, be him and the Holy Lord. The endless abyss is not a falsehood. Luckily, the bet won. He spread out his palm and his gaze fell on the sword heart jade pendant in his palm. The warm luster on the surface of the jade pendant dimmed considerably. On the originally pure jade, there was a clearly visible crack, as if it was a hideous scar. It's incredibly powerful and just as costly. It can only be energized a total of 3 times, and is used less than once. Had it not been for this object, even if all the previous calculations had been perfectly accomplished. In the end, he didn't have a full grasp on how to truly deal a fatal blow to a powerhouse like Frostbite. The life force of a 6th-ranked powerhouse was far from comparable to that of a lower rank. Chapter 78, Rewarding Earthquake's Demonic Chi, Power of Rules. Tisk. The Holy Lord had come to him at some point. The huge dragon's head hung low, looking at the frosty corpse on the ground, and letting out a sound of unknown significance. The injuries on its body weren't light either, several parts of its scale armor were rolled over, still seeping golden blood, and its breath was somewhat disordered. But the rewards are huge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the 6th-order Dragon Descent Frostbite, obtaining a large amount of experience value rewards, and congratulations to the host for leveling up to the 5th-order first level. A stream of warmth appeared out of nowhere, instantly surging through Sumo's limbs and bones. The energy that was originally nearly depleted from prodding the jade pendant was quickly filled and nourished. 5th Order. Sumo clenched his fist, feeling the very different sense of power within his body. Finally, the threshold was crossed. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Rank, 5th Order, 1st level. Power, 32,000. Agility, 30,000. Intelligence, 31,500. Spirit, 29,550. Note, percentage increase is added in full. Immediately afterward, another prompt came. The Holy Lord's level is raised to the 3rd degree of the 5th Order. Congratulations to the host for crossing over and killing the 6th Order Dragon Descendant, the kill value is doubled. Congratulations to the host for gaining a total of 120 points of kill value. 120 points. Sumo's heart jumped slightly. The rewards for crossing the ranks to kill were really generous. However, the real surprise was yet to come. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item reward, Divine Dragon Set. Divine Dragon Set, S-Grade Advanceable. Contains Dragon Armor, Dragon Helmet, Dragon Boots, Dragon Wrist Guard, Dragon Ring, Dragon Scepter, Dragon Ring. Sumer's breath stopped for a moment. Dragon suit? Sumo's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points. This wasn't just one piece of ordinary S-rank equipment, but a whole set. From armor to weapons and even jewelry, it covers the main parts of the body. At this stage, not to mention an S-ranked set, even an individual S-ranked equipment was enough to cause a stir. The value of a set is never simply 1 plus 1. The resonance of attributes between parts and potential set effect bonuses make its overall value far greater than a patchwork of loose parts of the same level. This S-ranked Divine Dragon set, in terms of actual usefulness and strategic value, had already exceeded certain single SS-ranked equipment. Even under certain circumstances, its role was enough to rival that of a normal SSS-ranked item. After all, comprehensive enhancements and powerful set effects are often more practical than the extreme stacking of a single attribute. What made his heart even hotter was the last 3 words, "can be advanced." What does that mean? This means that the potential of this kit doesn't stop at S rank. It possessed room for growth and might even reach a higher grade in the future. Change up. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Level, 5th order, 1st level. Power, 57,500. Agility, 56,000. Intelligence, 56,500. Spirit, 56,000. Note, percentage increase is added in full. It's amazing that the 4-dimensional attributes have directly doubled. Sumo's eyes widened and his mind shook. He was only at the 1st level of the 5th rank, and his 4-dimensional attributes were already infinitely close to the 6th rank. And that's just the basic increase in 4-dimensional attributes. What's even more outrageous is that each piece of this set has an active and passive skill. Divine Dragon Suit, S-grade advanceable. Really lives up to its name. This wave of made a fortune. Not only did the level soar, but it was also a bird's eye view of a sea change in strength. With this outfit, facing a 6th order enemy again, perhaps it wouldn't have to be so calculated. Even the common harvest is already so unbelievable. I wonder what reward the system will give me after completing the mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, and the quest rewards will now begin to be distributed. Here we go. Sumer's spirit was lifted, the big head was here. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 500-point kill value reward. 500 points. Sumer's eyes lit up. The cross-step kill just now gave 120 points, and now the quest reward gave another 500 points, adding up to a full 620 points of kill value. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Killing Roulette 30 consecutive draw reward. 30 in a row? Sumer raised an eyebrow. That killing wheel thing is purely in your face. If you're lucky, you'll be able to pull out a heavenly artifact, but if you're not, you'll probably just get a bunch of thanks for your patronage plus a few unused side items. 30 chances though, how can you fish for something good? It's just a shame that it can't be converted in reverse. If he had been able to exchange his chances for kill values, he would have been able to get an extra 300 points as well. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Grey Wolf Fragment 1. Okay. Another one. One step closer to summoning the Grey Wolf. He was looking forward to what it would be like after summoning the concept god. Congratulations to the host for winning the mysterious prize, Diki Magic Chi. Jikue's demonic aura, the power of Jikue, one of the 8 great demons. After the Holy Lord absorbs it, he can control the power of the Earth's rules. Diki demonic energy? Reigning in the power of Earth's rules? Sumer's breath hitched. The power of rules. He realized what that meant almost instantly. What is the sign of a 6th order powerhouse? It's the field. And the core of the domain was precisely the initial utilization and control of some kind of rule power. Now, the system had even rewarded the Holy Lord with an Earthquake demonic chi that could directly allow him to control the power of the Earth's rules? Then after the Holy Lord absorbs it, wouldn't that mean that with a cultivation level of the 5th rank, he was able to possess a domain ability of the 6th rank? And stronger than the average 6th order domain ability? The average 6th order powerhouse. When one first enters this realm, the use of the power of rules is still very shallow, and the domain formed is more of an influence and interference. But the description of this earthquake's magic energy is control. Direct control of the rules of the earth. The difference can't be measured in miles. Holy Lord, absorb the Earth K demonic chi. The Sacred Lord's gaze locked onto that mass of earthquake's demonic chi at the first moment. Even he had an imperceptible flash of longing and gravity in his eyes. This power, homogeneous and seductive, is part of the 8 demonic powers. Hurry up and absorb it and see the effect, he urged. The intention guided the earthquake's demonic chi to drift towards the Holy Lord. The saint claimed to open his hideous dragon's mouth, and the mass of earth-colored demonic chi slowly disappeared into his body as if summoned. A split second. Roar! The Holy Lord suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar, and his entire dragon body trembled violently. Sumo could clearly feel that the ground under his feet began to tremble unnaturally. The air around them became sticky and heavy, and earth elemental energies converged towards the Holy Lord with unprecedented activity. As if summoned by the call of the Supreme King, they scrambled to come and worship. Ding! The Holy Lord has successfully fused the Earth Kuei demonic chi and gained the ability to control the rules of the Earth. Chapter 79, Attribute Stacking, 7th Order. The system tone fell. The Holy Lord's roar also subsided. However, the thick, majestic aura emanating from him increased instead of decreasing, and even became more solid. An earthy yellow halo flowed between his scales and armor, as if he was one with the earth. In the depths of his scarlet dragon eyes, there was an extra touch of calm and mountain-like majesty. Buzz. With the Holy Lord as the center, the ground within a 100-meter radius wordlessly sank downwards by inches. Immediately afterward, countless fine sandstones slowly levitated up as if they possessed life, hovering and flying around the Holy Lord. It was not driven by a gale, but a pure mastery of power. Sumo even felt that the gravitational force under his feet seemed to be subtly disturbed, and his body couldn't help but become a touch heavier. This is the power of Earth rules. It's not simple manipulation, it's rules to navigate. Awesome. How does it feel? Sumo looked toward the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord slowly collected the sand and rocks hovering around him, and the suspended dragon's body fell back to the ground with a dull thud. His scarlet dragon eyes looked at Sumo, and his low voice carried a trace of undisguised excitement and majesty. This power is very strong. The earth, all under my control. He slightly raised a dragon claw. Rumble. The ground in the distance suddenly tumbled violently, and the dirt wriggled like a living thing, instantly rising up to form a thick wall of earth that was more than 10 meters high. Immediately afterward, the earthen wall collapsed again, turning into a sky of dust, and eventually merged into the earth silently, as if it had never existed. Lifting weights and maneuvering from the heart. Sumer looked hot. This is the power of rules. It was fundamentally different from mere elemental manipulation. Elemental manipulation is borrowing the elemental power of heaven and earth. And rule mastery is to make the rules of this heaven and earth. Within this realm, the Holy Lord is the Lord of the earth. With the earth rules given by this Earth Kuei demonic chi, how is your strength now? Sumo asked after him. The Holy Lord pondered for a moment, and a hint of arrogance flashed through his scarlet dragon eyes. That mixed blood loach from before, I could have slapped it to death with a single slap. Aha! Sumer nodded. With that, the Holy Master Attribute template is called up. Summoner, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS Plus can be advanced. Condition, defective missing 6 charms. Level, 5th order, 3rd level. Power, 88,000. Agility, 85,000. Intelligence, 83,500. Spirit, 86,400. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, it can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage increases with level. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is level dependent, and currently can summon 20,000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm, Snake Charm, Ox Charm Power. Rule Power, GQA Earth Rule Power. A whopping 80,000 plus attribute points, enough to be comparable to an existence around the 7th level of the 6th rank. Sumer nodded. The enhancement of the earthquake's demonic chi to the Holy Lord was immense. Sure. He who has property sharing. It was also able to perfectly control the demonic energy of the Earth K. And stronger than the Holy Lord. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Rank, 5th order, 1st level. Power, 57,500. Agility, 56,000. Intelligence, 56,500. Spirit, 56,000. Note, percentage increase is added in full. Skills, Universal Spirit Illustration God grade, 65% Attribute Sharing God grade, Damage Transfer S grade, Poisonous Touch C grade, Battle Spirit Boiling B grade. Summon, Holy Lord Dragon, SSS+, 5th Order. Special Ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning the Ghost Shadow Core, currently 13,000 summonable. Special Ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Snake Charm, Rabbit Charm, Ox Charm, Dragon Charm Power. Equipment, Divine Dragon Set, Grade S can be Advanced Divine Dragon Armor, Divine Dragon Helmet, Divine Dragon Boots, Divine Dragon Wrist Guard, Divine Dragon Ring, Divine Dragon Scepter, Divine Dragon Ring. Kill value, 625. Special items, Ruins Coordinates Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant, Shadow Avoidance Compass Grade A, Tyrant's Eye Grade S, Grey Wolf Fragment 2. With my current strength, an average early 7th rank is not my match at all. Even if I face a 3rd or 4th rank of the 7th rank, I have the power to fight. Even if I can't beat them, utilizing the invisibility of the Rabbit Charm and the Snake Charm, I shouldn't have much of a problem trying to leave. Attribute values for the 6th to 7th orders are between 60,100 and 50,000. Utilizing the power of the Tiger Charm. Plus 65% attribute sharing. That's 135% sharing the 4-dimensional attributes of the Holy Lord. Together with Sumo's own 4-dimensional attributes, at one point it was able to reach as much as 160,000. This was already the top level of the 7th rank 1st level. Together with the various talismans and the various god level skills, it was really able to fight hard against some existences of the first 2 levels of the 7th order. Sumo was happy in his heart. In this battle, he couldn't be described as having gained a lot. It's simply a huge step up in leaps and bounds. The biggest gain is the Diki demonic chi. One leap gave them a field-like ability. Feeling the surging power within his body, the corner of Sumo's mouth hooked into a confident arc. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the diffuse dust and landing on those figures in the distance that had once left him and the Holy Lord in a sorry state. The Black King. Chi Kan. There were also those 7 5th Order, 9th level dragon descendants with strong auras. Not long ago, in the face of this power, he and the Holy Lord could only flee in haste, like lost dogs. But now, Sumo's eyes became playful. The wind and the water are turning, and this is the time to do it. What was once the hunter has now become the hunted. And he, Sumo, and the Holy Lords under his command were the true masters of this battlefield. The Holy Lord seemed to have sensed Sumo's thoughts as well, and his huge dragon body slightly adjusted. In the Scarlet Dragon's eyes, killing intent was undisguisedly locked onto the Black King and the others. The power of the Earth's rules flowed vaguely around it, and an invisible pressure filled the air. The suffocation and anger from being hunted down earlier was now turned into an icy killing machine. These mixed-blooded scumbags, prepare for his incomparable wrath next. At this moment, whether it was Xiao Zhan, Emo Tianqing, or the Black King and Red Yen, they were all as if they were under a spell of immobilization at this moment. Their gazes, dead set on the corpse that had lost all vitality. Brain, blank. Thoughts, as if at a complete standstill. The mind is lost. Unbelievable horror was written on every single face. That's Frosty. Possessor of the Frost Dragon bloodline. A genuine 6th Order powerhouse. Just like that. Dead? Chapter 80 won't give you another chance. It's too fast. It's too hard. From the Holy Lord being suppressed, to using Dragonflame to sneak in and seriously injure him, to the fatal blow from behind. It all happened in a flash. Why? Frostbite just died? A dragon roar erupted from Red Yan's mouth. Everybody can't believe it. Frostbite was really killed. Even before, when the Holy Lord blew up and traumatized Frostbite with Dragonflame, they didn't feel that Frostbite would die. Because there was an insurmountable gap between the 5th and 6th orders. Theoretically, even if one stood still and let the 5th Order fight, it would be extremely difficult to be truly killed. Let alone by a summoner who admittedly lacked the ability to fight in close quarters. Granted. And they can see that. It wasn't that summoner's ability that caused Frostbite's death, that swordlight was a special prop. But what really puzzles them is that But how did that summoner avoid everyone? How did he avoid everyone, including Frostbite's own senses? God's unknowing presence at that juggernaut? When did he go over? Why don't they feel anything? Summoner, ha! It's a ing assassin, isn't it? The Black King's ragged gasps broke the dead silence. His copper bell-like dragon eyes stared down at the charred corpse below with a low growl in his throat. On the other side, Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing's hearts began to beat wildly and uncontrollably after the initial stagnation of their minds. They glanced at each other and both saw uncontrollable ecstasy and excitement in each other's eyes. Dead. That sixth-ranked powerhouse that brought them great pressure, Frostbite. Surprisingly, it was actually taken out. Heck. Xiao Zhan's face was unimaginable, and he was shocked beyond words. How the hell did this kid do that? Mo Tianqing's voice was dry, with a hint of dreamy trembling. Suamo, he really did it. Awesome. Awesome. Although they are equally unable to understand that. How did Sumer conceal his senses from everyone, especially Frostbite himself? The one who appears in that surefire position and delivers that fatal blow. But, does it matter? Not important. The important thing is that Frosty is dead. This greatest threat was removed. The originally precarious situation was instantly and shockingly reversed. They saw the light of victory. This kid is hiding really deep. Xiao Zhan could not help but feel emotion as he looked towards Sumo's figure with complicated eyes. Is that still a summoner? It's simply scarier than the best assassins. Most importantly, that terrible power of calculation. It's a ing surprise. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing took a deep breath almost simultaneously, forcing down the waves in their hearts while their eyes became incomparably sharp. While the process was shocking and difficult to understand, this result. Opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without Frostbite's domain to suppress it. Plus they got some of their power back. Even when faced with the pursuit of the two 6th ranks, Black King and Red Yen, as well as 7 5th rank 9th level dragon descendants. They are also not as passive as they were before. You can even try to fight back. The mood of the Black King and Red Yen instantly sank to the bottom. The situation in front of them changed so fast that they could barely react. A griffin summoner that they could crush with their hands and their eyes had become the key to turning the tide of battle. Shame. Unprecedented shame. 3 6th ranked powerhouses with 7 5th ranked 9th ranked elites were surprised to have a 5th ranked summoner and his dragon pet decapitate one of their companions in front of them. It's just a strange shame. The two 6th ranked dragons glanced at each other, both seeing uncontrollable rage and killing intent in the other's dragon eyes. A great situation is completely falling apart because of this damn summoner. What made them even more alarmed was that once Frostbite died, the ubiquitous domain suppression instantly disappeared. The auras on Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing clearly began to pick up. Although he had not yet recovered to his peak, he was no longer in the state where he was at their mercy before. Kill. The Black King's scarlet dragon's eyes revealed a ferocious light. He and Qi Yan instantly came to an understanding. It can't be put off any longer. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing must be completely snuffed out before they could fully recover. Otherwise, if you let the other side escape. As soon as this thought popped up, it was simultaneously snuffed out by the Black King and Red Flame. Thinking of the consequences after he didn't complete the task explained by the Demon Dragon Lord. Soul torn apart, consciousness sinks in eternal agony. The taste, just thinking about it. Just let their massive dragon bodies involuntarily tense up, a chill going straight from their spines to their heads. The two dragons acted at the same time, killing towards Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing. As for the creepy summoner and his equally creepy dragon pet. 7 of you. Kill him for me. Kill that summoner and that dragon of his. At all costs. The command is concise and direct. The 7 5th Order 9th level dragon descendants who were also originally in shock were instantly awakened. Receiving orders at this moment, there was no hesitation, and his huge body carried a destructive aura. Like 7 meteors, they cut through the sky and swooped down on Suemo and the Holy Lord below. Killing intent lingers. Yes, that summoner is creepy and scary. But he was only of the 5th rank after all. His dragon pet was also only of the 5th rank. As for them, there were a full 7 peaks of the 5th rank. Lord Frostbite has suffered the loss of his arrogance. They don't. The opponent would definitely be torn to pieces under their attack. Crushed to pieces. Kid, be careful. Xiao Zhan's heart tightened and he burst out in a stern voice. The long spear in his hand hummed, and the cold aura at the tip of the spear skyrocketed. Containing the momentum of a broken army, it was about to forcefully break free from the battle circle and gallop to Sumo's aid. But how could the Black King let him have his way? Its huge dragon claws were like dark clouds covering the sky, slapping down blatantly and precisely stopping before the long spear. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clanking was ear-piercing, causing Xiao Zhan's arm to go numb and his chi and blood to surge. The Black King's ice-cold dragon pupils locked onto him, his tone carrying undisguised mockery. Your opponent is me. Want to save him? Dream on. The berserk strength pressed in like a mountain, not giving Xiao Zhan the slightest chance to be distracted. On the other side, Mo Tianqing was similarly pestered to death by Red Yen. The two of them glanced at each other hastily, and both saw the gravity in the depths of the other's eyes. Sumo had just beheaded Frostbite in a truly shocking manner. It was simply unbelievable and could be called a miracle of miracles. But they knew in their hearts that it was built on countless calculations, surprise, and Frostbite's extreme carelessness, plus the credit of that mysterious prop. Now, the situation is completely different. 7 Fifth Order, 9th ranked dragon descendants. And it's with the bloody foregone conclusion of Frost. One by one, they hit the ground running. The 7 peak powerhouses who had made it clear that they wanted to focus all their power to completely crush Sumo with a thunderous force. They wouldn't give Sumer any more room to breathe or repeat his tricks. Chapter 81, now attacking and defending heterogeneously. That kid. Even if he is more demonic, the bottom card is more endless. What can be done in the face of this almost unreasonable siege of absolute power? Xiao Zhan even secretly smacked his lips and asked himself. If these 7 guys changed their targets to themselves, they were afraid that they would have to have their scalps numb enough to drink a pot of water. The 7 dragon descendants' eyes flashed ferociously, their killing intent almost condensing into substance. The shock that Frostbite's death had given them hadn't completely dissipated, and at this moment, it had been transformed into an extreme fear of Sumo and a determination to kill him. Their massive bodies adjusted slightly in the air. It vaguely formed an encircling and strangling situation that blocked all possible directions for Sumo to dodge and move. Dragon Stranglehold. 7 attacks powerful enough to tear apart mountains and rivers were brewing and taking shape at almost the same time. It blasted towards Sumo. They were incredibly sure that this time, there was absolutely no chance of missing. That damned summoner will surely be reduced to flying dust. However, just in the nick of time, the suffocating sense of oppression. The figure below that looked exceptionally small against the 7 huge figures. Yet it did not reveal the panic they expected, not even a hint of fear. Sumo just slightly raised his head and calmly looked at the 7 figures that were like meteorites smashing down with the power of destroying the sky and the earth. Ha! A soft laugh came out of Sumo's mouth. Xiao Zhan's and Mo Tianqing's hearts jumped as an absurd feeling came over them. This kid. Heck, at a time like this, he can still laugh? Does he really have a backhand? What flowed out of the Holy Lord's golden vertical pupils was an almost materialized contempt and disdain. Scum, how dare you make a move in front of your ancestors? The cold and arrogant voice was not big, but it clearly reached the ears of every strong person. Almost at the same moment the words fell. Buzz. Space seemed to distort slightly. The Holy Lord's figure suddenly became blurry, swaying like a reflection in the water. The power of the rabbit rune. Extreme speed. The next instant, the pupils of one of the inferno dragons who rushed at the very front contracted violently. A residual shadow that was so fast that it broke through the sound barrier. It even broke through the limits of its dynamic vision and instantly appeared in front of it. It's too fast. So fast that even the mind can't keep up. Inferno only had time to raise a thought of how can this be? What greeted it was a terrifying force so brutal as to be unreasonable. Cow charm. The power to move mountains and overturn oceans. The dragon claw that didn't seem to be extraordinarily thick. At this moment, it seemed to contain a great power that was enough to shatter the stars, ignoring the burning protective dragon flame on the surface of the Yanlong's body, and blatantly printed on its chest. Ka-ching! A toothsome bone cracking sound rang out. But that's just the beginning. Almost at the same instant that the power of the cow charm erupted. Boom! A more violent, fiery, destructive energy. From the point where the Holy Lord's dragon claw made contact with the Inferno dragon's chest, it exploded. Dragon charms. The power of the blast. The golden red flames of destructive light instantly engulfed the Yanlong's massive body. No screams, no struggles. Under that extreme power and blast, the powerful dragon descent of the 5th rank and 9th level was like a fragile porcelain that had been hit by a hammer. Boom! There was a terrifying thud. That inferno dragon's body, along with its dragon flame that was enough to burn mountains and boil the sea, was instantly blown into flying ashes in the sky. There wasn't even a slightly larger piece of broken bone left. Complete annihilation. Time, as if it stood still in this moment. Worthy of the Holy Lord. With his current 4-dimensional attributes, even without utilizing the power of rules. The power of the runes alone is enough to deal a devastating blow to these dragonborn. Sumo was not overly shocked when he saw this scene. This is the powerful force that the current Holy Lord was supposed to have. If you can't kill your opponent in 1 second, he's the one who's surprised. But other people think completely differently. The attacks of the other 6 dragon descendants came to a screeching halt, their huge bodies stiffening in midair, their eyes filled with extreme horror and disbelief. How? Inferno Dragon was seconded? They were at the peak of the 9th rank of the 5th order, while the other party had only just entered the 5th order. Even if being a pure-blooded dragon could greatly narrow the gap with them, it wouldn't be able to do a single strike to second an Inferno Dragon of the same rank as them. Their proud strength, their impenetrable defense. In front of that heaven-destroying strike just now, it seemed so ridiculous, so fragile. Fear, like a tidal wave, instantly submerged their sanity. Gulp. I don't know who swallowed hard, and the sound was extraordinarily clear on the silent battlefield. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianxing, as well as the Black King and Red Yen, who were engaged in a fierce battle with them, also stalled in their movements. Eyes staring blankly at the airspace where an explosion had just occurred, and now only the aftermath of escaping energy remained. A hit. Just one hit. A peak dragon descendant of the 5th order, 9th level, just gone? The form and the spirit are all gone. How is that possible? That's a 5th order, 9th order. It's not some cat or dog. How did his power skyrocket so much? This is completely illogical. After the Black King opened his mouth, Red Yen followed suit. Even Frostbite had fallen under that kid's layers of calculations and sneak attacks. But now what? Positive. Tough shake. One hit kills. The Black King frowned and said in a low tone. Even if he gained benefits from killing Frostfall, his strength shouldn't have skyrocketed to such a level. Akian took a deep breath. Could it be that this guy hid his strength before? Was his counting on Frostfall just a blindfold? How else can you explain him suddenly becoming so strong? They began to suspect that Sumo had been hiding his true strength all along, and that his previous show of weakness and calculations were all just to confuse them. Knowing that even they could not manage to kill a 5th rank 9th level dragon descent in seconds with such swiftness while utilizing the power of the rules. But the Holy Lord did it. This terrifying strength made them suspicious. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianxing glanced at each other and both saw the shocking waves in the other's eyes. They had anticipated that Sumo might have an undercard and might still be able to hold out for a moment. But they never dreamed that it would be such a shocking scene. Killing a peak of the same rank in one blow? It wasn't even an ordinary 5th order. Sumer. And his dragon pet. They're all ING perverts. The deathly silence was broken by a sudden maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianxing glanced at each other and saw the uncontrollable ecstasy and shock in each other's eyes. Depressing. It's too depressing. From the beginning of the battle, they were being chased by the other side. One could only barely hold on, holding an unspeakable fire in his heart. Sumo's strength, Sumo's perversion, completely ignited the hope in their hearts. That earth-shattering strike not only killed a peak 5th order 9th ranked dragon descent in seconds. More than that, it boosted their morale tremendously. The two of them turned their heads violently, their gazes like electricity, staring deathly at the Black King whose breath was obviously a little unstable, the corners of their mouths grinning in a warlike arc. Black King. Red Flame. The two men spoke in unison, their voices like thunder, resounding through this airspace that had just experienced a devastating explosion. Now. The offense is changing shape. Chapter 82, 5th Order? The Power of Rules. The other side of the Saint Lord who had decapitated the Inferno Dragon was in full bloom. Who else? He scanned the remaining Dragonborn with contempt. These guys have to die. The Holy Lord's provocation caused those dragon descendants to feel incomparably angry and fearful. They wanted to rush up and tear him to pieces, but they didn't dare to move easily. After all, they had seen with their own eyes what happened to Yanlong just now. For a while, the entire battlefield was caught in a bizarre stalemate. If you guys don't make a move, then I'm going to make a move. Before the Holy Lord's words fell, his figure had disappeared like a ghost. In the next instant, he appeared in front of a dragon descendant covered in thick rock armor. The pitch-black dragon's claws tore through the air with a sharp whistling sound and went straight for his head. Roar! That rock-armored dragon descendant is named Banzan. Seeing this, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped his heart. He roared, and the earth-colored light on his body surface instantly skyrocketed. An even thicker layer of rock armor quickly coalesced while his arms crossed to protect his body. Rocky Mountain Barrier. This was his strongest defense. Ka-ching! The crisp cracking sound rang clearly in Pan Shan's ears. That pitch-black dragon's claw, seemingly random, contained an unimaginably terrifying power. The moment it came into contact with the rocky giant shield, the impenetrable shield surface was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. No! Pan Shan let out a desperate hiss, his eyes filled with incredible fear. His strongest defense couldn't even stop the other party for an instant. Put! The dragon's claws pierced through the shattered rock shield without hindrance. Then it tore through his arms, which were crossed to protect his body, and finally pressed down with uncanny precision on top of his skull. The horror and despair on Banzan's face froze instantly. Next. Boo! Like a watermelon bursting. Banzan's head, along with his proud rock armor, exploded into a sky of debris. Another one. Another 5th order, 9th ranked dragon descendant. Fallen. And, still, seconds. If anything, Yanlong's death might have been laced with a sneak attack. Banzan's death, then, was a proof of complete and utter, crushing defense with absolute power. Granite Mountain's defenses are among the best of all Dragonborn, and are known for their sturdiness. Even he got his head crushed by a claw, what about them? The few remaining dragon descendants only felt a chill go straight from the soles of their feet to the sky, their bodies were cold, and even their souls were trembling. Together! The remaining 5 dragon descendants finally snapped out of their shock. The tragic deaths of Yanlong and Pan Shan made them realize that facing this terrifying existence alone would only lead to death. Frozen Miles. Frost dragon descendant named Winter. Opening his mouth, he spewed out an extreme cold stream, and wherever he passed, space seemed to be frozen. The target was aimed straight at the Holy Lord's path of movement, attempting to slow him down. Thunderbolt. The other thunder dragon descendant with purple arcs wrapped around its body was named Shocking Thunder. The wings shook violently, and countless thick lightning bolts intertwined into a net like a wild python, slashing at the Holy Lord. Wind Blade Split. A green-colored storm dragon descendant named Blast. Countless incomparably sharp wind blades coalesced out of thin air between the flapping of his wings. Like a dense rain of swords, it blocked off all possible directions for the Holy Lord to dodge. A blurry black shadow silently appeared behind the Holy Lord, a shadow dragon descendant who specialized in stealthy assassination, named Spectral Shadow. The dragon's claw transformed into a pitch-black dagger and wordlessly stabbed at the vitals of the Holy Lord's back heart. The poison swamp descends. The last of the highly poisonous dragon descendants that was covered in a dark green miasma was named Rotting Marsh. Opening his mouth, he spewed out a large swamp of highly poisonous poison, emitting a sickening, fishy stench. Contaminates the space around the Holy Lord, restricts his movement and applies a powerful poison. The 5 5th rank 9 peak dragon descendants, under the threat of death. Finally abandoning all hesitation and fear, he exploded into the strongest force. Ice, thunder, wind, darkness, poison. 5 very different kinds of dragon descent power intertwined together. A destructive energy storm was formed, instantly drowning the Holy Lord's figure completely. Suemo looked up at the terrifying combined attack. Ooh, that's a battle. That's a strong combined strike. Even an average 6th rank can't resist it hard. Although there was so much surprise in Sumo's eyebrows, there wasn't much concern. With the power of a Saint Lord, this level of attack would want to injure him? It's a joke. Not to mention the Holy Lord, who is blessed with the horse rune. The poison can all just be ignored. That's true. Standing in the center of the storm, the Holy Lord's face remained the same breezy expression, even with a hint of teasing. It was as if this heaven-destroying attack was nothing more than a child's playfulness in his eyes. Nice power. Unfortunately. The Holy Lord gently raised his hand. Useless to me. The words fell. A deep, heavy, as if from the depths of the earth. The majestic aura that carried the birth and destruction of all things suddenly spread out from within the holy body. Deeki magic aura. Deep within the Holy Lord's eyes, a hint of earthy yellow ethereal light flashed. The earth beneath his feet seemed to resonate with him at this moment, emitting a low humming sound. Buzz. There is no earth-shattering sound. There is also no need for elaborate movements. The Holy Lord simply raised that palm casually. In the center of his palm, an earth-colored light coalesced rapidly. It exuded a kind of rule power that controlled the earth and commanded the mountains and rivers. Buzz. The earth seemed to come alive in this moment. With the Holy Lord at the center, the ground trembled slightly. Immediately following, an incomparably thick and heavy earth-yellow light curtain, like the shadow of a divine mountain rising up from beneath the nine hells, instantly coalesced and took shape in front of him. This earth-colored light curtain looked unusual, but it exuded an untouchable, impregnable flavor. It was as if it was not energy condensing, but the true will of the earth manifesting here. The next instant. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The cold currents of ice miles, the grit of thunder fury, the rain of blades from wind blade cracker, the deadly stabs of phantom shadow, and the corrosive miasma of toxic swamp descent. 5 types of berserk power, like 5 different colored torrents of destruction, ruthlessly crashed on top of that earth-yellow light screen. The moment of impact, there was no shocking explosion as expected. There was also no intense annihilation of energy hedges. All attacks. The combined efforts of the 5 dragon descendants were enough to send out a devastating attack that would make an ordinary 6th-order powerhouse turn pale. Just like that, it was lightly and completely blocked by a seemingly plain, earth-colored light curtain. It was as if it wasn't bombarded on the energy shield, but literally bombarded on the boundless earth. All the power was taken by the thick, calm, all-encompassing power of the earth. Ruthlessly absorbing, dissolving, crushing. How? How is that possible? Rhindon lost his voice and exclaimed in disbelief, his ice-blue dragon pupils filled with disbelief. Our combined efforts struck. Surprisingly. Shocking Thunder's body was disorganized with arcs of electricity, and his voice was tinged with trembling. Blizzard, Phantom Shadow, and Rotting Swamp were similarly in a state of great shock. Their strongest blow, their fight for their lives. Surprisingly, he couldn't even shake the other party's defense in the slightest. It's no longer a matter of strength or weakness. It's intrinsically crushing. It's the absolute difference in power levels. This is the power of rules? Chapter 83, An Anomaly Appears. Rindong's words were like lighting a fuse, instantly detonating the despair in the hearts of the remaining few dragon descendants. The power of rules. This is definitely the power of rules. Thunder's voice carried a shudder of disbelief. He felt what was contained in that earth-colored light curtain, an essential power that far exceeded ordinary energy. That was a power that belonged to a higher level, a power that belonged to the 6th-ranked powerhouse that could only be initially touched and controlled. The blood faded from Gale's face, leaving only pallor. The Phantom's figure couldn't even maintain stability, fluctuating slightly in the shadows, showing the great impact inside. The dark green pupils of the Rotting Swamp contracted violently, and even the miasma on his body became a few points thinner. The power of rules. These 4 words, like 3 heavy mountains, pressed hard on their hearts. Although they were at the peak of the 9th rank of the 5th order and only 1 step away from the 6th order, this step was a world of difference. The biggest difference between the 5th order and the 6th order lay in the comprehension and utilization of the rules. It was a qualitative difference, a leap in the level of life. But now, an existence that was also of the 5th rank had lightly used the power of rules. And so pure and so thick. How is that possible? It completely turned their perceptions upside down. It's not just them. The Black King and Red Yen, who were fighting in the distance, similarly had their pupils quake, and shock was written all over their faces. Earth Rule. He actually mastered the power of Earth Rule? The Black King lost his voice and roared low. The darkness around him fluctuated erratically. Red Yen also had a grave expression on his face, staring tightly at the figure in the center of the battlefield, his voice dry. And looking at the condensation of this rule power, it's by no means as simple as a first glimpse. Being of the 6th rank, they were naturally no strangers to the power of rules. It could even be said that what they had been pursuing all their lives was a deeper level of understanding and control of the rules. It is precisely because of this understanding that the horror of this is better understood. Judging from the other party's proficiency in utilizing the power of this rule. That mellowness, that heft, that sense of control that seems innate. This guy. The Black King's voice tightened a little. I'm afraid that the understanding of the rules of the earth has been. He didn't go on, but the meaning was unmistakable. That was by no means a realm that could be reached by a strong person who had first entered the 6th rank. Even they all have definitely not reached that point. The 5th rank utilizes such pure rule power. The Black King muttered, his eyes filled with confusion and scorn. How did he do it? Hide his strength? Or is he simply not in existence that we understand? This speculation clouded the hearts of both 6th order powerhouses. It's the unknown that's scary. This holy lord in front of them gave them a feeling. It's like an abyss shrouded in fog, and you can't see the bottom at all. Breaking their perceptions over and over again. On the other side, Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing also looked at each other, seeing the same shock in each other's eyes. The 5th order. ING used the power of rules? Xiao Zhan felt that his worldview had been shocked. It was more of a confirmation of whether or not he was crazy than a question. He had lived for so many years and had seen countless geniuses and demons. But this scene in front of him completely overturned his perception of the power system. 5th order, that's still at the energy utilization level of existence. Rules? That was the exclusive domain of existences of the 6th order and above. The corners of Mo Tianqing's eyes twitched slightly, his gaze deadlocked on the calm, almost bizarre figure at the center of the battlefield. That earth-colored light curtain remained solid, as if it had existed for eternity. This dragon. His voice was low, and with a complexity that was hard to describe. I'm afraid it's not the 5th order as we perceive it. Isn't this nonsense? Xiao Zhan couldn't help but blank him. He paused, his tone tinged with a bit of self-deprecation. Cross-ranking battles, we've seen them, we've even done them. But mastering the power of rules beyond the rank. Or this level of earth rules. Old Mo, tell me, isn't it time to update the common sense of cultivation in our world? Mo Tianqing was silent for a moment, his eyes fluttering as if he was desperately trying to digest this shocking fact. Perhaps. He spat out 2 words slowly, with a heavy dose of uncertainty. What we think of as common sense simply doesn't apply when it comes to him. This is no longer a category that can be explained by genius. Genius is to be extreme within the rules. The one in front of me, on the other hand, is directly taking the rules themselves and playing with them in advance. Monsters. Xiao Zhan muttered, the word came out of his mouth, but it still felt insufficient to describe the impact brought about by the other party. No, a demon. A demon through and through. Mo Tianqing didn't retort, only his eyes became more and more gloomy. It seems that this battle, from the very beginning, was different from what we expected. This Sumer is hiding too deep. I seriously doubt his career level now. Class D? Heh, do you believe it? I don't believe it anyway. The creature summoned by a D-rank summoner was a dragon that could control rules and comprehend domains at the 5th rank? Whoever believes that is a fool. All of them were fooled by Mo. Are you saying that he's actually God-ranked? Xiao Zhan was startled. I don't know. Mo Tianqing shook his head, but added. Have you ever seen any god level that can do this? Perhaps. We really have encountered a being beyond common sense. An anomaly that cannot be understood with our current cognitive framework. Deeper than the bottom. That's what's most palpable. Anomalies. Xiao Zhan mumbled and repeated these 2 words as a complex glint flashed in his eyes. It was horror, confusion, and a vague excitement. Because this anomaly is their human race. Also out of his city of Carlo. The fight goes on. The Holy Lord slowly lowered his hand. The curtain of earth-colored light, too, dissipated. He swept his gaze over the 5 remaining dragon descendants, his eyes filled with a cat-and-mouse-like playfulness. I said. The power of you. It's useless to me. Despair. A despair even deeper than the one at Banzan's death instantly gripped the hearts of the 5 dragonborn. Even the courage to resist was crushed to pieces in front of this absolute gap in strength. The corner of the Holy Lord's mouth hooked into a cruel arc. Now, it's harvest time. He didn't even bother to use any more fancy moves. The figure suddenly blurred. The rabbit charm powers up. In the next instant, he had appeared dozens of meters away, straight at the closest dragonborn Rincon. Chapter 84, One Dragonborn in One Hit. Rinden's pupils snapped to the size of pinpoints. So fast. It wasn't just speed anymore, it was almost like instantaneous movement. Rindon's entire body's cold ice power erupted in an instant, transforming into a thick ice crystal shield in front of his body. He knew he couldn't block it. But he couldn't just sit back and wait. Even if there's only a slim chance, you have to fight for it. However, in the face of absolute power, all struggles pale in comparison. The figure of the Holy Lord appeared in front of the ice shield. The golden red dragon flame that spewed out of his mouth instantly impacted on top of Rinden's ice crystal shield. Ka-ching! The extreme cold collided with the extreme heat, making a piercing cracking sound. Rindon's ice shield was as fragile as thin paper in front of that terrifying dragon flame. It lasted just under half a second. The ice shield burst into pieces. Countless fragments of ice crystals instantly vaporized under the high temperature. The destructive dragon flame, without any hindrance, directly engulfed Rindon's figure. Miserable screams that were so harsh that they did not sound like human voices resounded through the battlefield. But it only lasted an instant. Then it came to an abrupt end. The dragon flames dispersed. In the original spot, only a scorched black trail remained, as well as a few wisps of green smoke that had yet to completely dissipate. Rincon, the 5th Order, 9th level cold dragon descendant, didn't even leave a trace of ashes behind. Complete annihilation. The 4 remaining dragonborn had their livers cracked. Escape. It was the only thought that came to their minds. What orders, what dignity, what vengeance, all become worthless in the face of the shadow of death. Electricity exploded on the surprising thunder, transforming into a piercing thunderbolt that shot toward the distant sky at an extreme speed. The air currents around the wind swirled wildly, and his figure became blurry and uncertain, like a ghost escaping in another direction. The dark green miasma all over the rotting swamp exploded violently, transforming into a dense poisonous cloud that enveloped the 4 directions, attempting to obstruct the line of sight. Instead, his main body sank into the shadows of the ground, trying to escape in the earth. The spectral shadows figure, on the other hand, was the most bizarre, as if it had blended into the surrounding light and shadow. The aura instantly became, if anything, drifting backward silently. 4 peak 5th Order powerhouses, at the same time, chose 4 different directions and used their strongest means of preserving their lives. However, the Holy Lord just stood indifferently. His gaze, first of all, locked onto the fastest thunderbolt, the shocking thunder. The rabbit charm was activated again. The Holy Lord's figure disappeared in place. In the next moment, he had appeared in front of Shocking Thunder's escape route, blocking his way. Shocking Thunder's soul, without thinking, his entire body's thunder power gathered in his claws, transforming into a violent thunder dragon devouring and biting at the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord's face was expressionless as he simply raised his hand and waved it. There was no use of the power of rules. Merely pure physical strength, wrapped in a faint golden red energy. Boo! The thunder dragon wailed and shattered inch by inch. The Holy Lord's fist, which was as powerful as a bamboo, directly imprinted on Shocking Thunder's chest. Click! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Shocking Thunder's body was like a kite with broken strings as it flew backwards, the vitality in its eyes rapidly dying out. In the meantime, the Holy Lord's figure blurred once again. He didn't even bother to look at Surprise's body. Target, blast! Blizzard's speed was indeed fast, but his speed was still not enough in front of the Holy Lord who possessed the rabbit talisman. Like a ghost, he appeared behind Gale. Hands up, claws down. Pust! Blizzard's head shot up into the sky, shock and disbelief still lingering on his face. The headless body rushed hundreds of meters further under inertia before falling helplessly. After resolving the blast wind, the Holy Lord's gaze went to the spreading poisonous cloud. He took a deep breath. Dragon charms! The fiery dragon's breath spewed out once again, but this time it wasn't a straight line impact, instead it turned into a sea of fire that instantly ignited the poisonous cloud. Zip zip zip! The poisonous cloud burned violently under the heat, making ear-piercing noises. The corrosive poison in it couldn't have any effect at all on the Holy Lord who possessed the horse talisman. Beneath the ground, a blurry figure surged out, and it was none other than the rotting swamp that was attempting to hide in the earth. His miasma shield was restrained by the dragon's breath, and his earth escape was forced out by the heat. What greeted him was a huge dragon claw covered in fine scales. Boom! The rotting marsh was slammed into the ground with a claw, leaving a deep, dragon-shaped crater and splatters of dark green blood and broken flesh. In an instant, 3 great dragon descent powerhouses fell. The Holy Lord's gaze swept across the battlefield and finally landed in the empty space. He frowned slightly. That phantom shadow, who was good at hiding, had disappeared. Not so fast that it escaped his perception. Instead, it was like a drop of water merging into the sea, completely concealing its form and breath. The Holy Lord closed his eyes and tried to perceive. No. Can't find it. That guy's stealth skills are truly unique. Run off one? Kind of. The Holy Lord shook off the slight amount of blood staining his claws, as if he had just casually crushed a few obtrusive bugs. As for the phantom shadow, Saint Lord didn't continue to go after him. Because his master, Sumer, made his move. The phantom shadow saw that the Holy Lord had stopped his pursuit, and those icy gazes did not lock onto himself. Instead, they turned elsewhere. Seizing this opportunity, he playfully activated his natural supernatural ability, his figure almost blending in with the light and shadows around him. Leaving not a trace in the air, the desperado ran for his life. Rocky Mountain, winter, thunder, blast, rotting marsh. 5 companions, 5 powerful peak 5th order dragonborn. In front of that terrifying existence, it was even slaughtered as easily as a dirt chicken or a dog. Their strength, their speed, in front of that absolute strength, seemed so ridiculous, so unbearable. As for himself, he had escaped from that certain death by virtue of his unique stealth skills. The ghostly shadow had already evaded an extremely long distance at this moment, his figure completely merging into the gap of light and shadow, his breath converging to the extreme, as if he had never existed. He could even feel that the Holy Lord's terrifying perception no longer fell on him. It's safe. It's safe for now. A hint of stolen joy from the aftermath relaxed his taut nerves a little. Sure enough, at critical moments, it was still the ability to save one's life that mattered most. What honor, what dignity, is worthless in the face of living? Phew. Finally got rid of that monster. Vanishing another dozens of miles, he confirmed that the terrifying sense of oppression had completely disappeared. Only then did the phantom shadow dare to slow down slightly, his taut nerves relaxing slightly. He couldn't help but look back. The battlefield had long since disappeared into the sky. But that tragic scene was still replaying in his mind. Fortunately, what I'm best at is not frontal combat, but this life-preserving art of concealing and hiding. However, just at the moment when his mind was slightly settled, an inexplicable and extremely subtle sense of voyeurism stalked silently like a hawk. Not from the direction of the Holy Lord in the rear. Rather, is ubiquitous. Chapter 85, sorry, stealth doesn't work on me. It was as if there were countless pairs of eyes, in higher, more distant dimensions, watching him indifferently. The phantom shadow's complacency instantly solidified, and a chill went straight from his spine to the sky. What's going on at? You think you got away? Suddenly, a calm voice rang out in front of him, causing the phantom shadow to break out in a sweat. The front is empty. Where is the sound coming from? Who? The phantom shadow snapped. He forcibly suppressed the urge to turn around and run, his gaze fixed dead center on the direction from which the voice came. Come out. The air fluctuated slightly, and a figure turned from virtual to real, slowly appearing not far in front of him. The person who came was none other than Sumo. Spectral Shadow's pupils suddenly shrunk, disbelief written all over his face. How could he be here? How could he have found himself? How could you? You have found out where I was? The phantom's voice was filled with wonder and disbelief. His formidable powers of concealment. Even a terrifying existence like the Holy Lord had given up tracking. How was it that this seemingly mediocre summoner in front of him was able to locate himself so precisely? It doesn't make sense. That's not possible. Sumer looked at him. He raised his hand, holding a strange eyeball-shaped trinket in his palm. The body was dark purple, as if there were swirls flowing in the center, emitting a secretive glow. Nothing is impossible. Sumo's voice remained calm and, I was here watching while you performed your disappearing act. He shook the trinket in his hand. Meet the Eye of the Tyrant. One of the Eye of the Tyrant effects. True vision can see through most illusions, disguises, and concealment effects. Hence, the art of concealment that the phantom shadow was so proud of and relied on to escape. In front of Sumer's face it was nothing. An unspeakable sense of absurdity and great fear caused the phantom shadow to subconsciously take half a step back. How is that possible? Even that powerful dragon failed to lock onto him completely and eventually chose to give up. But this person in front of me. This summoner. What is he based on? Was he scarier than the monster? No. Not right. The problem was the weird eyeball. A prop. Just a single prop had nullified his strongest talent. The biggest thing he relied on to survive and turn countless dangers around. This is simply the greatest mockery of him. In fear, the phantom shadow gave a sharp jolt, forcing down the appalling waves in his heart. He was not reckless, after the momentary loss of composure. The instinct to survive made him immediately scan his surroundings vigilantly while raising his own senses to the limit. No. Can't feel it. No. The Holy Lord. Did not follow. Only the summoner in front of me. Alone. This discovery. The fear in the phantom shadow's heart was instantly dispersed as quickly as an ebbing tide. In its place, there is a kind of ecstasy after the robbery and killing thoughts. The dragon wasn't there. Only this summoner. What could a summoner do, even if he possessed a treasure that could see through concealment? A summoner's most powerful will always be their summons. Deprived of the shelter of a powerful summon, the summoner proper is often vulnerable and unbeatable. The deaths of Banshan and Rindan and the others were certainly tragic, certainly horrifying to him. But that was against a monster like the Holy Lord. And the one in front of you is just the summoner himself. If you can't beat that dragon, can't you kill a summoner without his minions? A crazy thought wrapped around the phantom shadow's heart like a poisonous snake. What if I could be here and kill this summoner? The phantom shadow's breathing became steeply ragged, his heart thumping wildly. Not out of fear, but out of a twisted excitement. Just kill you. Just kill you, the summoner proper. According to the law of summoning, wouldn't that terrifying dragon just disappear on its own because it had lost its source of summoning? Or forced repatriation? Once this thought appeared, it was like a prairie wildfire that instantly burned through his entire body. When the time comes, not only will the crisis be lifted. 6 peers at the peak of the 5th rank fell, but he, Spectre Shadow, killed the culprit summoner in return. What kind of credit is that? Thinking of this, the spectral shadow's nerves, which were originally tightened by fear, completely loosened up. In its place was a supremely confident, if not a little cruel, pleasure. He slowly straightened up, his faucet raised slightly. The eyes that looked at Sumo were filled with undisguised killing intent and a kind of condescending scrutiny. As if sizing up a prey that has fallen into a trap. Ha! The phantom let out a low, imploring laugh, his voice a little husky and morose. Kid, I have to say, you're really lucky to have such a peculiar treasure. His tone held a hint of playfulness, as if he were teasing a cat with a mouse. Being able to see through my concealment does surprise me. But that's where ends. Do you have any idea what the worst thing you've ever done is? Sumer looked at the other party with interest. He could feel the other party's murderous intent towards him. It also figured out the other party's intentions in an instant. Think you and the other summoners themselves are weak and vulnerable? Kind of. Sumo's mouth smiled slightly. The spectral shadow's huge dragon body approached towards Sumo, carrying a powerful sense of oppression. You were wrong to face me alone. That big dog of yours, it's not here. Without that dog in power. You think that with you being a summoner hiding in the back, you're worthy of telling me what to do in front of me? The phantom shadow licked his somewhat dry and cracked lips, a ferocious glint in his eyes. Can't beat that dragon, I admit it. But slaughter you, summoner, take your treasure, and then watch the dragon disappear because it has lost its master. Gee, I'm cool with that. He moved his torso, his bones crackling. A cold and sharp aura locked onto Sumo. Kid, you're the one who seeks death, so you can't blame me. Now, give me death. The ghostly shadow only left a faint residual shadow in place, and the main body had already transformed into a black line that was hard to catch with the naked eye, pouncing straight at Sumo. Speed. It was his pride as a dragonborn assassin. Even if he lost his stealth, with this extreme speed alone, it was enough to tear apart the vast majority of the same rank. He had even been able to visualize it. In the next second, the fragile summoner's chest was pierced through and blood spurted out. The damn smile on his face solidified into a look of horror and pain. He was going to crush the summoner's heart with his own hands. Countless thoughts flashed through the phantom shadow's mind like lightning, and the excitement reached its peak. Too slow. A calm voice, as if it had pierced through the whistling gale, clearly reached the spectral shadow's ears. Slow? Who's slow? The phantom shadow's thoughts only had time to flicker with a flash of absurdity. In the next instant, his pupils suddenly contracted. Time, as if stopped for an instant. Suemo didn't even step back, and the rakish expression on his face remained unchanged. Just that pair of dark eyes, the depths seemed to have swept through a very faint mockery. But a slight, yet unmistakable, sound of blood and flesh being pierced rang out. It wasn't Sumer's head that exploded. It was the phantom's chest. Chapter 86, Suemo, this kid is awesome. The phantom shadow's movements came to a screeching halt, its massive dragon body stiffening in mid-air. The inertia of the forward lunge staggered him. He lowered his head incredulously. In the exact center of his chest, where his heart was, a huge hole had appeared at some point. The edge of the bowl hole was a bloody mess of broken scales mixed with hot dragon blood. It gushed out like a flood that broke the dike, instantly coloring the ground in front of him. The heart was straight up blown out of the water? Strength, like a punctured balloon, leaked out of him at a rapid pace. The sharp pain came as an afterthought, but more than that, it was a bone-deep coldness and bewilderment. How? Might. The phantom's mind seemed to freeze. He saw Sumer. The other party was still standing in the same place and hadn't even changed his posture. It was only a trace of energy fluctuation that was, if anything, pure to the extreme, that lingered on his fingertips. What just happened? What did he do? A finger? Just a finger? Why? How can a summoner? It's him? Did he do it? Available at. But how did he do it? No magic fluctuations, no summons appeared, not even a decent movement was visible. Just a light touch. A cold, piercing chill, more so than death itself, instantly swept through the phantom shadow's entire body. The speed he was so proud of was really too slow in front of that man? Great power was flowing out of his body like a tidal wave, and the breath of life was dissipating at a rapid pace. The excruciating pain had begun to numb, and his vision was blurring as darkness fell slowly like a curtain. Why? The phantom's throat made a ho-ho leaking sound as dragon's blood continued to gush out of his mouth. He lifted his head with difficulty, using his last ounce of strength. Looking to the summoner, who stood still and looked indifferent, You? A summoner? Can. Before the words were finished, the light in his eyes completely dimmed. The massive dragon's body fell to the ground with a loud splash of smoke. Those deathly vertical pupils still retained extreme shock, disbelief, and a hint of comical absurdity. Can't beat that dragon, not even the summoner himself. Sumer flicked his fingers as if they were covered in some invisible dust. He looked at the still warm dragon corpse on the ground, and the corner of his mouth curved into a faint arc. Who told you that? Summoners have to hide in the back? There are always stupid people who like to measure other people's worlds with their own ignorance. The air was thick with the smell of blood, but the surroundings were unusually quiet. Only Suemo was left alone, standing beside the massive dragon corpse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the 5th Order, 9th-ranked dragon descendant Phantom Shadow and obtaining a large amount of experience value rewards. Congratulations to the host for receiving 18 points of kill value reward and 2 chances to win the roulette wheel lottery. Congratulations to the host for successfully raising his level to the 5th Order and 7th level. A series of system beeps sounded in his head. Is it the 7th level of the 5th Order? Suemo nodded in satisfaction as he felt the power surging within his body. This feeling of steadily getting stronger is always pleasant. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Level, 5th Order, 7th level. Power, 73,500. Agility, 72,000. Intelligence, 71,500. Spirit, 71,000. Note, percentage increase is added in full. Skills, Universal Spirit Illustration Divine, 65% Attribute Sharing Divine, Damage Transfer S rank, Battle Spirit Boiling B rank. Summon, Holy Lord Dragon, SSS+, 5th Order. Special ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning the Ghost Shadow Core, currently 13,000 summonable. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Snake Charm, Rabbit Charm, Ox Charm, Dragon Charm Power. Equipment, Divine Dragon Set, Grade S can be Advanced Divine Dragon Armor, Divine Dragon Helmet, Divine Dragon Boots, Divine Dragon Wrist Guard, Divine Dragon Ring, Divine Dragon Scepter, Divine Dragon Ring. Kill value, 751. Special items, Ruins Coordinates Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant, Shadow Avoidance Compass Grade A, Tyrant's Eye Grade S, Grey Wolf Fragment 2. In addition to leveling up to the 5th order of 7. Sumo also gained 126 points of kill value, as well as 10 chances to draw from the kill roulette wheel. Together with the 30 previous chances. Now Sumo had a total of 40 chances to draw. At the same time, the Holy Lord's rank had also managed to be raised to the 5th rank 9, and was only one step away from the 6th rank. Summoner, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS Plus can be advanced. Condition, defective missing 6 charms. Level, 5th order, 9th grade. Power, 115,000. Agility, 110,000. Intelligence, 105,500. Spirit, 110,500. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge amounts of fire damage to enemies within its range, with the damage increasing with level. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is level dependent, and currently can summon 20,000. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm, Snake Charm, Ox Charm Power. Rule Power, Jikue Earth Rule Power. By beheading Red Flame and Black King, the Sacred Lord will definitely be able to advance to the 6th rank. Sumo's gaze went to the Red Flame and Black King who were fighting against Imotianqing in Xiao battle. On the other side, the battle between the 4 top powerhouses was astounding. Although Xiao Zhan and Imotianqing were strong, after all, they had experienced continuous chasing and killing before and were carrying injuries on their bodies. Gradually, he began to feel overwhelmed, more on defense than on offense. At this very moment when the battle is raging, the Black King and Red Flame's bodies shook at the same time, their hearts palpitated, and their movements couldn't help but stall. They sensed, with a jolt, the scent of the 7 Dragonborn sent to tackle that summoner. Surprisingly, one by one, they completely disappeared in a very short period of time. How is that possible? The 7 great dragon descendants actually all destroyed? Taken care of by that human summoner and his dragon pet? Unbelievable shock flashed through the eyes of Red Yen and Black King at the same time. Dead? Rindo and the others are all dead so soon? Even if the other party was a freak who had mastered the power of the rule domain at the 5th rank, he couldn't, in such a short period of time. Let's kill all 7 5th order, 9th ranked dragon descendants. Xiao Zhan and Imotianqing also keenly captured their opponent's momentary loss of concentration and the sudden disappearance of several powerful auras on the battlefield. They glanced at each other, first stunned, then their faces simultaneously erupted in ecstasy. This Sumer kid is really something. In such a short period of time, he had actually killed all 7 5th rank 9th level dragon descendants. That's something they couldn't do if they were in their place. Chapter 87, Beat the out of it, run away quickly. Ha ha ha. Ahem. Xiao Zhan forcibly suppressed the injuries that were tugged on by his laughter. The tip of the gun pointed remotely at the Black King, whose face was blue and obviously in a state of shock, and broke out into an earth-shattering maniacal laugh. What's wrong? Sensing it? Those 7 wasteful henchmen of yours, it seems. Like they were all slaughtered clean in one breath. Tisk, TSK, what a quick death. Imotianqing's figure flickered, avoiding Red Yan's subconscious counterattack, a cold smile on his lips. Looks like you can't count on your help. Now, it's your turn to go on your way, you two. In the face of Imotianqing and Xiao Zhan's 2 sneers, 2 streams of searing white smoke erupted from within the Black King's dragon nose. It forcibly suppressed the waves of shock and that ominous feeling of foreboding in its heart and said angrily, even if they're dead, you think that with your 2 heavily injured bodies, you can deal with us? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Zhan laughed even more freely, even with a few moments of pleasure. You stepped on a horse and chased me all the way. In the end your own people died instead. Black King, you're really lame. You. The Black King's enormous dragon head violently turned towards Xiao Zhan, and the searing hot airflow spewing out from his nostrils almost ignited the air, just when he was about to launch an attack against all odds. On the side, the huge wings of Akatsuki didn't move to block it. Red Yan's gaze swept sharply over the distant figure that emanated pure dragon might. He lowered his voice and delivered a message in the dragon language that only the two could hear. "Calm down, Black King. Go!" The Black King violently turned his head and angrily stared at Red Yan. "Go? Why should I leave? What about the task given by Lord Demon Dragon? Just let them go?" When he thought of the punishment he might face if he failed in his mission, a trace of imperceptible fear flashed in the Black King's eyes, and his voice was somewhat distorted. "Mission?" Red Yan snorted coldly. Although Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing are seriously injured, the trapped beasts are still fighting and their desperate counterattacks are not good bones to chew on. "Even if we could win, how long would it take? Didn't you see that guy over there?" Red Yan's chin nodded in the direction of the Holy Lord, his tone carrying an unprecedented gravity. He was able to silently slaughter Rindong and their 7th 5th order, 9th level dragon descendants in such a short period of time. "You think, with the two of us added to the mix, it's a sure win? Don't forget, that summoner himself is no slouch. If he could get that dragon pet to do it, would he not have a backhand himself? Before. That human summoner is just bizarrely close to frostbite. Then he was put to death with a prop. Who's to say? This guy doesn't have any other backhanders?" The Black King followed Red Yan's gesture and looked right into the Holy Lord's indifferent golden vertical pupils, and his heart skipped a beat. That look, as if looking at two corpses. He forcibly suppressed that chill, still unwilling. Damn it. Is it possible to just let it go? So what if it doesn't count? Akatsuki asked rhetorically. If we continue to fight, even if we can kill these two humans in the end, I'm afraid we'll still have to pay a heavy price. What's more, there's a pure-blooded dragon race with unfathomable strength watching from the side. Red Yan's words changed, and his voice took on a hint of seduction. And, just think, we brought back news of the existence of a pure-blooded dragon race. Does this credit not outweigh the fault of a failed mission? If Demon Dragon Lord knows about this, not only will he not punish us, he might even reward us heavily. The Black King gasped roughly, the fury in his dragon's eyes gradually being suppressed by gravity and a hint of undisguised greed. The bloodline of the pure-blood dragon race. This is an irresistible temptation for any dragon race. The weight of this news is indeed enough to offset the risk of mission failure and may even bring heavenly benefits. He glanced at Mo Tianqing, who was still sneering, and Xiao Zhan, who had crossed his arms and laughed indulgently, and the suffocation in his heart almost exploded. But reason told him that Akane was right. If they keep fighting, there are too many variables, and they might even plant themselves. He resisted the urge to tear the two humans in front of him apart along with the summoner before he squeezed a single word out of his teeth. Yes. Having decided to retreat, the Black King's dragon eyes that burned with rage swept over Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing in death. Finally, it was extremely somberly fixed on Su Mo and the Holy Lord in the distance. The undisguised killing intent almost turned into substance, as if it wanted to carve their appearance into the depths of their souls. Today, let you go for now. The Black King's voice was like muffled thunder rolling over they. But this account, we keep it. Just wait, soon. You'll all be dead. The words have not yet been spoken. The Black King's huge dragon wings violently vibrated, curling up a fierce wind, and his huge body did not hesitate to turn its direction, speeding toward the distant sky. Red Yan looked deeply at the Holy Lord. The eyes were complicated and difficult to understand. There was both scorn and a trace of undetectable excitement. Then he similarly unfolded his dragon wings and followed the Black King, turning into a crimson color as he flew towards the sky. Hey! That's a run? Xiao Zhan froze for a moment, then laughed even more indulgently, the sound shaking the wound and causing another throbbing pain. Ha ha ha! Goon! Weren't you so arrogant just now? Thought you guys had more balls. He leaned on his lance. Don't run away if you're capable. Come back and fight another 300 rounds. Grandpa, I haven't had my fun yet. Of course, this is gaslighting. In his current state, not to mention 300 rounds, even 30 rounds, I'm afraid that he would have to put his old life on the line. But who is he, Xiao Zhan? A loser does not lose. Coughing. Another violent cough, Xiao Zhan almost stood unsteadily. Mo Tianqing leaned against a charred rock and looked at Xiao Zhan's dead duck look. Couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth, wanted to laugh but pulled at his injury, could only helplessly shake his head. Come on, save your strength. Really call them back and you'll be the first one to lie down. He let out a long breath, his taut nerves finally loosening. I didn't really think we'd survive those two guys. He looked down at the bone-deep wounds on his body and smiled bitterly. Good luck, almost accounted for it. It started from being chased by the Black King and Red Yen with a large number of dragon descendants. They had already prepared for the worst, and were even prepared to burn their life essence to the death. Who would have thought that the peak would not only survive, but the enemy would run away in disgrace? Xiao Zhan grunted, his gaze cast in the direction where Suemo and the Sacred Lord were before, his tone much more serious. It all depends on that Suemo kid. Chapter 88, If you can't run away, then do it. Mo Tianqing nodded in agreement. Well, if he hadn't shown up in time, and that dragon. The two of us today, I'm afraid we're really in trouble. That kid, he's kind of fun. Xiao Zhan grinned, and there was solid appreciation in his eyes. Hiding deep enough, actually hiding such a hand. If we had known he'd be so fierce, we wouldn't have run for. That's right, how dare you lie to me for 3 years, I must talk to him. As he said that, Xiao Zhan's gaze once again swept over the surroundings, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. Hey! Where's Sumer? Xiao Zhan looked around at the summoner and his dragon pet that were standing over there just a moment ago. It was surprisingly missing at the moment. On the empty battlefield, only wretched traces and the pervasive smell of blood remained. Even the pure dragon might that made one's heart palpitate disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Mo Tianqing also froze. The two men glanced at each other, both seeing gravity and incomprehension in the other's eyes. What's he up to now? There, he chased after them in the direction where Red Flame and Black King left. Mo Tianqing pointed at the sky and Xiao Zhan sniffed and looked in the direction he pointed. The boy. High above, between the clouds. The gusty winds hunted and blew a man and a dragon. Suemo stood on the broad spine of the Holy Lord, his clothes fluttering. Toward the two black dots at the end of the sky that were rapidly shrinking, he pursued them blatantly. Escape? The corner of Sumo's mouth slightly hooked up an icy arc. It's too much to think about. The Holy Lord was now at the peak of the 5th order, and was only a foot short of the legendary 6th order. This is a step that requires a lot of experience. Compared to killing low-level monsters bit by bit to accumulate. Which was faster than directly decapitating 2 6th-ranked dragons. Not to mention. Sumo's gaze narrowed slightly as a hint of coldness swept through. Letting the tiger return to the mountain and indulging the enemy and returning to the nest had never been his style of action. Since we have already made a deadly enemy today. And how can we allow these two great threats to leave peacefully and make a comeback later? He saw clearly the Black King's resentful eyes and undisguised killing intent before he left. The phrase "you're all going to die" is not a false threat. With the pride and vindictive character of the dragon race, today's shame will be returned 1,000 times over. Next time, they bring it. I'm afraid that it wouldn't just be the Dragon Descent army, it might even be that so-called Demon Dragon Lord himself. At that point, the situation will be even trickier. Nipping the danger in the bud is the safest thing to do. Master, please also rest assured, these two mongrel blood dragons, I will definitely rip their heads off and kick them as balls today. The Holy Lord stared at the two figures in front of him. Two lingering old things, think they can escape? The rabbit charm powers up. The speed soared once again, like a golden lightning that tore through the sky. The air currents at high altitude were roughly expelled with a sharp whine. Suemo stood on the Holy Lord's back, his figure as steady as a rock, and the gusty wind couldn't even blow the corners of his clothes. The Black King and Red Flame obviously also noticed the pursuers behind them. Red Yen glanced back, and a trace of shock flashed through his dragon pupils. That summoner actually came after him? Seek death. The Black King roared, and his voice shook the clouds as he tumbled. Something that doesn't know the heights of heaven. How dare you chase after this king? He stopped violently, and his huge dragon body brought up a piercing wind-breaking sound in the air, actually really intending to turn around to meet the enemy. Since he sent himself to the door, let's slaughter him first. It's just the right thing to vent my heart's hatred. You calm down. Shi Yan hastily drank in. Go first. Go back and report to Lord Demonic Dragon before making a decision. What are you afraid of? The Black King raged. He's only one. As strong as that dragon is, it can still handle both of us at the same time? Although his mouth was strong, the Black King was a little frightened in his heart as he looked at the rapidly approaching golden lightning. That speed was simply too fast. Cut the crap. Go! Without any further ado, Red Flame flung his dragon's tail, forcibly wrapping up the reluctant Black King and accelerating to flee once again. There is no fear of being left without wood. This revenge must be avenged, but not now. However, it was because of this short stay of theirs. A golden shadow had torn through the clouds and suddenly appeared in front of them, cutting off the way. The Holy Lord's huge body hovered in the air. Escape? Where else do you two want to run to? Red Yan's heart skipped a beat, and his dragon pupil instantly contracted. When? How did the tiny point of light that was clearly at the end of the line of sight just a moment ago arrive in front of him in the blink of an eye? This guy's speed. At least twice as fast as them. Asshole. You seek death. The Black King roared, his dragon's breath surging in his throat, the blazing heat causing the clouds around him to begin to distort and evaporate. He took a sharp step forward, posturing himself for an attack, and... Do you really think that this king is afraid of you? Oh? The Holy Lord tilted his enormous head, his tone carrying a few hints of playfulness. Not afraid? Then what were you running for? Was that warming up? You! The Black King was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This dragon's mouth was too poisonous. Aren't you too arrogant to come up here alone to intercept us? Red Yen stared at the Holy Lord. When the Holy Lord heard this, his huge dragon head shook slightly, as if he had heard something extremely ridiculous. So what? To deal with you mongrels, this dragon alone is enough to dismantle both of you and hang you up in the sky to be dried as bacon. Black King, do it! At this moment, Red Yen did not hesitate to take the lead. With the speed displayed by the Holy Lord, continuing to flee would be nothing more than a chronic death, consuming physical strength in vain. Furthermore, he sensed that Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing had not yet arrived. In other words, now he and the Black King were in a 2-on-1 situation. With a sudden attack, there was a high probability of being able to seriously injure or decapitate this dragon. In either case, the pressure on them would plummet. By then, the initiative of whether to stay or go will be in their own hands. Roar! The Black King was already holding a bellyful of fire, and was ruffled by the Holy Lord's few words, causing his anger to flare up. Hearing Red Yan's command at this moment was simply just the right thing to do. The stifling escapades can finally come to an end. Just what I wanted. Kill this arrogant guy. The Black King growled, his voice filled with long-suppressed violence. Before the words fell, two very different but equally majestic and vast dragon mites exploded. Chapter 89, A Big Move at First Hand. Above the red inflamed dragon body, each of the crimson scales steeply lit up with a searing light, as if it were a red-hot branding iron. The space around them suddenly distorted, and the endless crimson instantly engulfed the land for miles around. Red flame field. Searing, furious, destructive. Within the realm, Red Flame was the sole master. His eyes burned with a blazing flame, and when he raised his hand, the energy of the entire domain converged crazily. Burning sky. A low roar resounded through the heavens and earth. At the core of the red flame domain, a round of solid as a glazed, yet furious and unparalleled, red-colored sun rose. It's not really the sun. Instead, it was a supreme strike that Red Yen had condensed with the power of his own rules and domain. Facing the Holy Lord, he came up with a kill shot. That crimson sun locked onto the Holy Lord below, burning everything and smashing down. What a terrifying blaze, it feels quite a bit hotter than even the current Saint Master Dragonflame. Standing above the body of the Holy Lord, Suemo felt the sizzling temperature and felt like the blood in his body was going to be vaporized. By his reckoning, before the Holy Lord was able to control his own fire demon's origin, his abilities above the flames would be suppressed by the other party by a head. How dare you show off in front of me? In the face of this stone-cold blow, the Holy Lord stood above the scorched earth. The body became one with this vast earth beneath his feet. The thick of it. Rumble. The earth shook violently. With the Holy Lord at the center, the earth-yellow halo spread rapidly, and the ground wriggled and rumbled like a living thing. Shasta. One side, two sides, three sides. Countless thick and incomparably thick earth-colored barriers rose up. Layers upon layers, like petals blooming, and like a giant dragon coiled. These barriers were not simple earth walls, but rather, the Holy Lord mobilized the rules of the earth and extracted the power of the endless earth veins to condense them. It contains the supreme defense law of carrying everything, immovable as a mountain. Next moment. The crimson sun wrapped in the might of the burning sky and ruthlessly crashed into the layers of earth and yellow barriers. Boom! The deafening roar seemed to tear people's eardrums, and the terrifying energy shockwave spread wildly in a circular pattern, crushing everything around it. The crimson and earth-yellow rays of light fiercely collided and annihilated, erupting billions of piercing millimeters of light, making it impossible for people to look directly at them. What a horrible collision! Let's hurry up and get there. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing's faces were both incomparably grave when they felt the overwhelmingly strong airwaves generated by these two collisions. They didn't expect that it would be a life-and-death showdown right off the bat. The red flame realm fluctuated violently, flames churning. And the earthy yellow barriers that the Holy Lord has coalesced. Though it was trembling violently, and fine cracks even appeared on the outermost layer. However, it still stood firm and stood up, resisting the might of the burning sky to the death. A steady stream of power from the depths of the earth poured into the barriers, repairing the damage and maintaining the defenses. Just as the power of red flame and the Holy Lord clashed fiercely, and everyone's attention was drawn to this amazing duel. Without warning, a wave of extreme, pure darkness that, like drops of ink in clear water, it spread silently. This darkness is not just an ordinary disappearance of light, but a deeper deprivation. The Black King's figure had appeared at the edge of the battlefield at an unknown time, his hands spread out. Field of darkness, eternal nightfall. Quite different from the raging scorching heat of the red flame domain, the Black King's domain was absolute silence and nothingness. The field spread incredibly fast. Almost the instant it appeared, it enveloped the Holy Lord who was maintaining the earth barrier at full strength. Ha! Sumo's heart fluttered as he clearly felt that everything around him disappeared. Even mental perception was completely shielded. What's even more alarming to him is that he vaguely sensed that the Holy Lord's control over the power of the earth's rules had become somewhat stagnant and obscure. The Black King's domain is not just as simple as shielding perception. It is still trying to isolate the Holy Lord's close connection with this vast earth. This dark realm was far more bizarre and overbearing than he had imagined. Damn it! Sumo's heart sank. Instantly, he understood the sinister intentions of these two old dragons. What a devious fit. Red Yen was responsible for the frontal strong attack, attracting all the attention. The Black King, on the other hand, took the opportunity to cast a domain, dragging the Sacred Lord into the most suitable environment for him to play in. Not only depriving the Holy Lord of his senses, but also cutting off the source of his power. Once the Holy Lord's control over the earth barrier is weakened, and the connection with the earth vein is cut off by the darkness, the defense will sooner or later be completely blown through by red flame's burning sky. When the time comes, being in this absolute darkness, wouldn't the Holy Lord, who had lost his senses and whose power supply had been blocked, become a fish on the Black King's chopping board, to be slaughtered by him? TCH, play tactics with a dirty heart. Sumo couldn't help but mutter in his heart, while his vigilance was raised to the highest level. This feeling of being put in a small dark room where you could get a black knife at any time was awful. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing who were rushing over in two streams of light. This is the Dark King's dark realm. Xiao Zhan's face instantly became incomparably ugly, and he lost his voice and exclaimed in shock. Oh no! The Holy Lord has been dragged in. Almost the instant the dark field took shape. It became blurred, if anything, in the perception of the two, as if it would be completely erased at any moment. The two looked at each other and both saw the anxiety in the other's eyes. These two dragons worked together surprisingly well and viciously, and when they struck, it was a kill. Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan no longer had the slightest reservation, and their speed was once again increased to the extreme. And in the depths of that absolute darkness, because the power is blocked by the dark realm, the Holy Lord's defense was rapidly dimming in its earthy yellow glow under Red Flame's fierce attack. It can't go on like this. I have to do something. Sumo's pupils shrunk, and the tyrant's eye blossomed into a demonic purple aura in his palm. True vision open. Dark purple halos flowed deep within the pupils, trying to penetrate the thick, ink-like darkness. However, what alarmed Han Shen was that the tyrant's eye was surprisingly unable to completely lock onto the Black King's figure that was within the dark realm. Next, The Black King's grim voice came from all directions. In my domain, I am the master. Now, accept my judgment. Put. A dark-clawed aura suddenly flashed from behind the Holy Lord, viciously tearing through his dragon scales. Dragon's blood spurted out. Roar! The Holy Lord let out a roar of pain as his massive dragon body shook violently. What was even more frightening was that the wound was entwined with a bizarre black mist that was constantly corroding the wound. Ha ha ha! Feel the despair? In the midst of this eternal night, this king is the only master. The Black King's voice drifted in and out of the darkness. The heart was fastidious. Before, he was oppressed by the Holy Lord. Now it felt that the other side wasn't that powerful. So what if it was an anomaly that comprehended the power of rules at the 5th rank? As long as they haven't reached the 6th rank. Within his dark realm, one still had to be abused. Chapter 90, I have countless pairs of eyes, what's the use of you being able to hide? This is a bone-eroding claw that contains a dark essence, even a pure-blooded dragon race. Quack! A low dragon roar rang out. Before the words fell, the Holy Lord suddenly opened his dragon pupil violently, and dazzling golden light burst out from between the gaps in his scales. That's all the tricks? The Holy Lord's voice resounded through the darkness with a hint of mockery. The power of the horse rune flowed throughout his body. The originally hideous and gruesome claw marks were rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant it was as good as new, as if it had never been wounded. The Black King's laughter came to an abrupt end, as if an invisible hand had strangled his throat. In the darkness, those gloomy vertical pupils suddenly contracted. How is this possible? Bone-eroding claw was a killing move condensed by his dark essence. The dark corrosive power attached to it, even if it was the same 6th-ranked dragon. Once hit, it was also never possible to recover so easily. That hawk-like dark energy was enough to keep the wound worsening, constantly sapping the opponent's life force. But now, that hideous wound just disappeared in the blink of an eye, right under his nose? Not even a trace? What a joke! The smugness from just now instantly dissipated, and the Black King even felt his dragon's face burn a little. That punch in the face came too soon. Humph. A falsehood. The Black King forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, and his voice turned morose and cold again. This king doesn't believe that there is no cost for this recovery ability. Let's see how long you last. Boom. No longer the stealthy sneak attack of before. This time, the Black King completely exploded. Dark thousand attacks. Shoo 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 shoo. In an instant, the darkness lit up with countless dimly lit cold auras. It was no longer a single claw strike, but hundreds and hundreds of dark energies condensed to the extreme, transforming into various forms. From all directions, without any dead ends, they shot towards the Holy Lord's huge dragon body. Humph. The Holy Lord let out a cold snort. The earth-colored light lit up again, and a huge, angular rock shield spun around his dragon's body at a rapid pace. Dang! Intense clashing sounds played wildly in the dark realm. The dark claws, spikes, and blades slammed hard against the spinning rock shield, erupting into blinding sparks of energy. Earth and rocks crumbled and dark energy splashed everywhere. The rock shields were depleting at a rapid pace, and there were constantly rock shields being shattered and dissipating into pieces in the darkness. But at the same time, new rock shields continued to coalesce and generate, supported by the power of the Holy Lord. However, the Black King's attacks were simply too dense and swift. Together with the fact that Red Flame had also increased his power output at the same time. 1 for 2, especially if the Dark Realm is restricted. The Holy Lord immediately looked a little stretched. From time to time, he was injured by attacks from both sides. However, it was good that with the horse talisman in his body, he was able to recover quickly from the injuries he received. It's useless. The Black King's voice carried a frantic undertone of. This king's attacks are endless. No matter how fast your recovery speed is, there will always be a time when your energy runs out. This guy. Suemo looked at his eyelids. The Black King was right. It was too suffocating to keep being passive like this, even with a horse charm. With this and that, the situation was indeed unfavorable for the Holy Lord. I have to find a way to locate the Black King. The current way to break this logjam is to lock down the Black King's location. But even the tyrants I couldn't pinpoint the opponent's location. What was to be done? Unless there can be countless pairs of eyes all over this darkness. It was as if a bolt of lightning had split through Sumo's brain. Eyes. He didn't have countless pairs of eyes, but he had countless units that could act as eyes. There. Sumo snapped his hand. Ghost soldiers. Buzz. Behind Sumo, space twisted slightly, and a blurry humanoid shadow quietly emerged. 10, 100, 1,000. In the blink of an eye, densely packed ghost shadow soldiers emerged like a tidal wave. As soon as these ghostly soldiers appeared, they instinctively diffused towards the surrounding darkness. They are themselves products of darkness, and are simply a fish out of water in this realm of darkness. Imagine if the entire realm of darkness was compared to a pitch-black room. Each ghostly soldier, then, was a miniature detector that Sumo had dropped into the room. A single detector may be of limited use, but when hundreds or thousands of detectors are operating at the same time, in every corner of the room, the situation is quite different. Sumo's consciousness seemed to instantly split into countless parts, establishing a subtle connection with each ghostly soldier. Filter. Filter. Locate. What the hell are these? Did that summoner make that? Oomph, playing God. A cold snort of disdain came from the Black King in the darkness. Apparently, he also sensed these sudden appearances. However, in his opinion, these mole crickets that were no more than 4th rank were not worth mentioning at all. Annihilate a large area at will. He didn't even bother to distract himself from it, still focusing all of his attention on the Holy Lord and pouring out dark energy like crazy. What he didn't notice, however, was this. Sumo's eyes were tightly closed at the moment, and his entire mind was immersed in the connection with the ghost shadow soldiers and the synergistic arithmetic of the tyrant's eye. Poof. 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 There were constantly ghostly soldiers who were annihilated in the aftermath of the Black King's indiscriminate attacks, or were churned up by the energy turbulence he brought up as he moved at high speed. But the disappearance of each ghostly soldier was like lighting a beacon in Sumo's mind. 30 degrees left front, energy fluctuation anomaly, 3 units disappeared instantly. Rear, near rim area, signs of high-speed movement, 5 units in path lose connection. Above, the concentration of dark energy increases steeply and 10 units are being erased simultaneously. Countless streams of information poured into Sumo's consciousness like a tidal wave. The information provided by a single ghostly soldier may be insignificant or even full of distractions. But when hundreds or thousands of such points of information came together, and then locked in through the general orientation of the tyrant's eye, a map of the Black King's movement trajectory quickly surfaced in Sumo's brain. The range is narrowing, Sumo's breath was slightly shortened and his spirit was highly concentrated. The Black King seemed to have sensed a hint of something wrong as well. Those bugs are fragile, but they're so widespread. And there was a steady stream of them, as if they were endless. The feeling of being stared at by these things annoyed him inexplicably. Darkness rampage. The Black King let out a low growl. Even more violent dark energy swept in all directions with him at the center, attempting to clear out these annoying bugs at once. However, this played right into Sumo's hands. The wider and more violent energy fluctuations revealed more information. That's it. Under the interweaving of the tyrant's eye and the feedback from the countless ghost shadow soldiers, the map in Sumo's mind was instantly fixed. All the lines, all the energy flows, point to the same coordinate point in the depths of darkness. There, the outline of an extremely obscure figure flickered in the tyrant's eye's vision. It was still blurry, but the location was dead on. That's him. The Black King. Chapter 91, Sumo's old silver coin now. Found you. Almost at the same time, Sumo unleashed the extreme speed power of the rabbit talisman. Almost instantaneously, he rushed to the Black King's body. How can it be? How did you come to me? The moment he saw Sumo's figure, the Black King's pupils suddenly shrunk, almost unable to believe his eyes. This human summoner. How did it pinpoint his location and come to him almost instantaneously? With a sharp turn of thoughts, the Black King instantly understood. It's those annoying guys. A flicker of shock swept over him, but was then replaced by a deeper contempt and cruelty. So it is. The Black King's low chuckle echoed through the darkness. Relying on those bugs to find me? Kind of interesting. But what will you do if you find me? Rushing to your death. Killing you would be a lot easier than killing that dragon. The Black King let out a fierce laugh, the dragon's claws were entwined with dense dark energy, and grabbed fiercely towards Sumo, who was close at hand. There was a cruel gleam in his eyes, wanting to tear this human who didn't know any better to be torn to pieces. What was the use of a brittle summoner with a bit of tact and calculation? If you dare to rush to him, you are looking for death. However, bang! With a muffled sound, the Black King's dragon claw was steadily blocked. Sumo put one hand against the dragon's claw that was even more massive than his entire body, and his figure did not move at all. What? The Black King's pupils suddenly shrunk as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. A summoner who had used his physical body to harden the full force of his 6th Order Dragon Clan strike? How is that possible? Crunchy summoner? The corner of Sumo's mouth hooked up into a cold smile, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Who told you that summoners are necessarily brittle? Before the words left his mouth, he clenched his other hand violently into a fist, and the power of the couch arm rushed through his body. Boom! The air exploded as a punch was thrown. The Black King only felt an unrivaled huge force coming at him, the scales on his chest instantly crumbled, and the dragon's blood sprayed wildly. But the Black King's huge dragon body was blown backwards by this punch. Ahem! He coughed out a large mouthful of dragon blood, his chest sunken, his dragon scales shattered, and his eyes filled with horror. How could a summoner have such a terrifying power? This is completely counterintuitive. Shoo! The sound of breaking air was sharp and piercing. The Black King, who was still rolling around in midair coughing up blood, didn't even have time to stabilize his body. Sumo had already approached again. He didn't give the Black King any respite at all. You seek death. The Black King was shocked and angry, suppressing the churning blood in his chest and the pain of his shattered bones. He fiercely raised his head, and bloodlight exploded from his pitch-black dragon pupils. The dark energy surrounding his body instantly boiled and contracted, as if it was a black hole that was constantly collapsing. Shadow Dragon Devour. In an instant, the boiling and contracting dark energy in front of the Black King erupted violently. It transformed into a hideous black dragon silhouette, opening its huge mouth of the abyss and devouring towards Sumo. This strike was not to say that it burned mountains and boiled the sea, but it was enough to heavily injure any 6th Order existence. The 5th rank would never be able to survive this strike. Feeling the might of this move, instead of having any fear in Sumo's eyes, he revealed a kind of madness. The enormous power of the bull rune and the blasting power of the dragon rune surged madly within his body, eventually converging on his right fist. At the same time, in the palm of his left hand, the sword jade was once again activated by him. The bright and sharp sword light erupted with a piercing light in the middle of this dark realm. Immediately afterward, Sumo did not retreat but advanced, charging straight toward the black dragon shadow. Crazy? The Black King froze, his dragon face filled with confusion. Soon after, he laughed out maniacally, "This guy is looking for death? Good thing too, saves me the trouble. A mere 5th ranked summoner dared to harden his shadow dragon devourer? It's simply self-defeating." The giant dragon silhouette condensed by the dark energy was enough to tear him into pieces in an instant. Boom! The hideous black dragon silhouette formed by Shadow Dragon devouring collided blatantly with Sumo's figure. The dark, ink-like energy instantly swallowed Sumo's figure completely. There was dead silence in the realm. The Black King froze, his huge dragon head slightly deflected, and a trace of dismay remained in his scarlet vertical pupils. Where was the human summoner who had just shattered his scales with a single punch and sent him flying backwards coughing up blood? Is this the end of? The human summoner who had decimated Frostfall, the one who had forced him to retreat first, had died so easily under his Shadow Dragon Devourer? But that's too soon, isn't it? Too clean? Not even a little decent resistance? Is like swatting a fly? A fantastic sense of unreality came over me. It went too well. It was so smooth it made his heart flutter. He had originally thought that even if Shadow Dragon Devourer could seriously injure his opponent, he would inevitably experience a fierce confrontation. It was even possible that the other party had some kind of life-preserving card that would require him to go through some more trouble. But now, a move? With just one move, the guy who made even him feel tricky disappeared from this world completely? The Black King was silent for a moment, his dragon face clouded over. Meh. A hint of laughter spilled out from the depths of the Black King's throat. Perhaps. Is overthinking itself? Maybe the guy's power was just some sort of brief burst? Or is it some special prop that is so costly that it's gone after one use? Yeah, that must be it. Summoners, after all, are just summoners. Even if he had mastered some side means, how could he truly rival his noble dragon body? That punch just now might have been his limit. In the face of his own shadow dragon devouring that had erupted with all its might, his little minuscule trick was simply unbeatable. He rushed up, not bravely, but foolishly. It's true self-seeking. Thinking of this, the trace of doubt and uneasiness in the Black King's heart was quickly replaced by a renewed surge of arrogance and cruelty. Right. That's it. Ha ha ha. The Black King finally couldn't help himself, and his low laughter echoed through the dark realm. It was a little overwhelming at first, but soon became unbridled. Dead. 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 Stupid. Utterly stupid. Thought you had some marvelous means, but it turns out you're just an idiot who doesn't know what's good for him. The Black King laughed wildly up to the sky, his dragon body trembling and driving the injuries in his chest, causing him to cough up a few more mouthfuls of dragon blood. However, this point of hurt had been completely covered by the ecstasy in his heart at the moment. Without this human summoner, the rest of the dragon is still at his mercy? Dead? Sumer's dead? How is that possible? Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianxing, who were rushing over, both changed their faces when they heard the Black King's open-hearted laughter. With Sumer's strength, how could he die? This guy isn't counting on something again. Mo Tianxing said. Although he had only been in contact with Su Mo for a very short period of time, he knew some of the other party's style of behavior. Definitely an old silver coin. Chapter 92, A Fist and a Sword, it's over. Whether it is or not, let's hurry up and help, we can't go wrong. Those ghostly soldiers that were originally scattered all over the field. One by one, they actually exploded and dissipated into black mist. The Black King's laughter came to an abrupt end, and a trace of consternation flashed through his dragon pupils. But then, the expression on his face became even more hideous and excited. Ah, these bugs are disappearing. Sure enough, that summoner is really dead. The Black King was so excited that his scales trembled, and his dragon claws clenched in excitement. Summons dissipate with the death of the summoner. Summoning the laws won't fool the dragons. The trace of lingering uneasiness and doubt just now was completely crushed at this moment when he witnessed the ghost shadow soldiers collapsing. What a load of unreality. What's smooth as hair? It's all about scaring yourself. That human is a total douche. After you run out of explosive means, all that's left is to die. He violently turned his gigantic head, and his gaze was directed towards the distance, towards the Holy Lord who was fiercely entangled with red flame. Eyes complex. If he could, he truly didn't want the Holy Lord to disappear. As an extremely rare pure-blooded dragon race, the other party's pure bloodline was an irresistible temptation to him. It was the key to enabling him to break through the existing shackles and become even stronger. What a shame. Such a perfect bloodline, it would be a waste if it were to completely disappear along with that fool. No way. A hint of determination flashed in the Black King's eyes. Must squeeze as much power out of that dragon as possible before he disappears. Even just a few drops of essence blood would be enough to benefit him greatly. Just as the Black King was about to continue his sneak attack on the Holy Lord. The change is steep. Thumbs up. A brilliant to the extreme sword light suddenly erupted. What? The scales all over the Black King's body instantly stood upside down. A cold and piercing chill went straight from the tailbone to the sky. Danger. Extreme danger. His dragon pupil suddenly contracted to the size of a pinpoint, reflecting the sword light that was getting closer and brighter. He tried to dodge, but he was simply too late to make any effective evasive maneuvers. Arrogance, gullibility, and a brief vacuum of power. In this moment, it became his deadliest break. Put. A sound so clear it was numbing, the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh and blood rang out. Time, as if frozen in this moment. The Black King he slowly lowered his massive head and looked to his chest. There, the wound had originally been blown out by Sumo's previous punch. A lightsaber was being inserted at the moment. The body of the sword already had completely missed the Black King's chest. The precision pierced through the gap in his scale armor, even injuring the dragon's heart. Severe pain. Indescribably severe pain instantly flooded the Black King's consciousness like a tidal wave. It was 10 or 100 times stronger than when he was hit by Sumo's fist before. A mournful and agonizing dragon's roar finally broke through the constraints of his throat and resounded throughout the entire dark realm. How is that possible? Isn't he dead? Didn't all those ghostly soldiers disappear? It is an iron law that when a summoner dies, the summon dissipates. Why? Why does he still show up? And to launch such a powerful attack? Just as the Black King was horrified and his mind was thrown into chaos, a figure slowly walked out from it. The black clothes were still immaculate. The face was calm, the eyes indifferent. It's none other than Sumer. Not only is he alive, but he looks unharmed? This scene once again caused the Black King to vomit blood in shock. Why is nothing happening to you at all? You? What kind of monster are you? He stared at Sumo dead on, his dragon pupils shrinking into dangerous vertical lines from pain and shock. His big moves were enough to annihilate mountains and vaporize rivers. Even if the other party had some kind of life-preserving card, it would be impossible for them to not even mess up the corners of their clothes as they did now. And he thought again that before. The human summoner in front of him was facing their combined dragon's breath when also this, unharmed. Why? What exactly does the other side have up their sleeve? He couldn't figure it out. But he knows. He's being lied to. Thoroughly fooled by that vile human summoner. What stupid charge after exhaustion? What ungodly little trick? It's all camouflage. It's all a trap. The opponent had counted on him being gullible from the start. Calculated that he would have a weakness period after releasing his move. Even the dissipation of the ghostly soldiers could be part of the plan. This asshole. This insidious, devious reptile. He thought he was in control of the whole situation and saw the other party as a plaything in the palm of his hand, but he didn't realize it. He himself was the little cutie who was being played from start to finish. The Black King only felt a burning dragon blood rush straight to his head, and his huge dragon body trembled violently due to the intense pain and fury. Bringing the long sword to his chest triggered even more heart-rending pain. Throughout the dark realm, the atmosphere was steeply reversed. Sumo quickly approached the painfully struggling Black King, his eyes calm and waveless. Above the right arm, the power of the ox and dragon runes had completely coalesced. Go to hell. The words were not yet spoken. Sumo's figure surged forward. Right fist clenched. A fist that condensed the power of the dual runes of the ox and the dragon. With an aura that tears everything apart. Tough. A punch was thrown at the Black King's already bloody chest wound. Terrifying power instantly erupted. Kao charm. Infinitely huge. Ka ching. Ka chick 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 chick. The dragon scales on the Black King's chest crumbled and blew up inch by inch like fragile tiles. Large swaths of flesh and blood tissues were directly shaken into splattering blood mist in the sky. But that's just the beginning. Followed by an even more deadly force of destruction. Dragon charms. The power of the blast. If anything, the power of the bull rune is devastatingly crushing. The power of the dragon charm, then, is destruction that is pervasive and detonated from within. The crimson blasting energy raged, rushed, and swelled wildly inside the dragon's heart. No. No. The Black King let out a desperate wail. He could clearly feel that. A destructive force that was raging within himself, madly destroying everything in him. The dragon's scales were crumbling. Flesh and blood were tearing apart. Bones are shaking. And what terrified him the most was the power that was striking his heart in a frenzy. The dragon's heart, the source of the dragon's power and the core of their life. Once the dragon's heart was destroyed, it meant complete death. Ka-ching. There was a crisp cracking sound. It was the sound of a dragon's heart breaking. But the Black King violently sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and among the blood, there were even fragments of broken internal organs mixed in. His dragon pupil instantly lost all its luster and became dull. Vitality, like the tide, fades quickly. Chapter 93, Killing You Like a Chicken. Why is this? With the last of his strength, the Black King let out a weak murmur. He couldn't figure it out, really couldn't. Why did you lose so completely? Why was he being toyed with by a mere human summoner? He's not happy about it. He's not convinced. He doesn't believe it. He himself, the king of the Black Dragon clan, would die at the hands of a humble human. The Black King's body twitched violently a few times. Then all movement was completely lost. The huge dragon body, like a huge mountain that had lost its support, collapsed. It slammed heavily on the ground with an earth-shattering thud. Dust billows and debris rolls down. The Black King, dead. The once unrivaled, arrogant and domineering Black Dragon Lord, just like that, died in the dark realm he himself created. With the fall of the Black King, the dark realm began to tremble and twist violently. The entire realm of darkness is collapsing. Sumo stood quietly beside the Black King's corpse, feeling the dissipation of the dark power around him. Phew! Sumo exhaled a long, cloudy breath. The taut nerves finally relaxed a little. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the 6th-ranked Dragon Descent Black King, earning a large amount of experience rewards and 25 points of kill value rewards. Congratulations to the host for raising his level to 5th Order 9, and the level of the Summoned Holy Lord to 6th Order 1. As the system's beep sounded, Sumo felt a majestic power surge into his body. His bones made a crisp popping sound, and every inch of his skin glowed with amazing vitality. 9 of the 5th Order. And what surprised him even more was that the Holy Lord had finally broken through that all-important threshold. 6th Order. Summoner, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS Plus can be advanced. Condition, defective missing 6 charms. Rank, 6th Order, 1st Class. Power, 150,000. Agility, 145,000. Intelligence, 140,500. Spirit, 145,500. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, it can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage is enhanced with leveling up. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for it. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is related to the level, currently can summon 30,000 of them. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm, Snake Charm, Ox Charm Power. Rule Power, Jikue Earth Rule Power. The Holy Lord's various attributes skyrocketed, and the number of Ghost Shadow Core was raised to a staggering 30,000. At the same time, the Dark Realm completely collapsed. The light from the outside world sprinkled back down, reflecting Sumo's upright figure, as well as the huge black dragon corpse on the ground. The Black King is dead? In the distance, Red Yen, who was in the midst of a fierce battle with the Holy Lord, felt the disappearance of his companion's aura, and a trace of unbelievable shock flashed through his dragon pupil. He jerked his head around just in time to see the scene where the dark field dissipated and Sumo stood unharmed next to the Black King's corpse. How can it be? Akian's voice changed tone. That's the Black King. The best of the Dragonborn, the master of the Dark Realm. How can you just die? It was such an abrupt death. So silent. Akian's mind went blank. How did he die? What the hell happened? Just a moment ago. The Black King even teamed up with him to suppress this dragon in front of him. He also heard a confident growl from his opponent. How did everything change in the blink of an eye? That powerful companion, that master of darkness, turned into a cold corpse? And the human, whom he regarded as an ant, stood there peacefully? Unless. A thought that terrified him even more bubbled up uncontrollably. Did this human kill the Black King? It doesn't make sense. That's never going to happen. Red Yen stared at Sumo's figure as if he wanted to see through him. He couldn't comprehend what was happening in front of him. He couldn't be more clear about the Black King's power. Even if the human in front of him had some powerful undercard. But the essence of being a summoner has not changed. The Black King is in his own realm of darkness. Even if they were undefeated, they wouldn't fall so quickly. He wanted to leave, the other side couldn't stop him. What the hell is going on here? Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing stood in the distance, dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Xiao Zhan's mouth opened wide and his jaw almost fell to the ground. That Black King guy. Dead? His voice trembled with an absurd sense of unreality. Mo Tianqing rubbed his eyes, his voice shaking a little. Am I blind? That old black dragon, just gone? The two of them looked at each other, both seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Zhan erupted into an earth-shattering maniacal laughter without any warning. The laughter carried a kind of madness that was completely released after a long time of repression. Good death. Good death. The damn bastard has finally gotten what's coming to him. The heavens have eyes. He laughed maniacally while slapping his thighs uncontrollably. Snap. Pop. A crisp clang accompanied his grimacing cry of pain. Ouch. Hurts me. The sharp pain from the wound made his body twitch, and cold sweat instantly soaked his forehead hair. But the smirk on his face intensified. But what a relief. It's a relief. The corner of Mo Tianqing's mouth could not help but rise slightly even as he looked at Xiao Zhan, who was acting like a madman. He understood Xiao Zhan's feelings at this moment all too well. For several years, the Black King had led a wave of monsters to launch an unknown number of attacks on the city of Cairo. Every attack means the sacrifice of countless soldiers and the breaking up of countless families. What Xiao Zhan was carrying on his shoulders as the city lord of Cairo City was the safety and security of the entire city and the lives of countless citizens. It was already unknown how many people had fallen in front of him. Now, this heartbreaker. This source of endless fear and disaster had finally turned into a cold corpse. How could Xiao Zhan not be ecstatic? How could he not lose his temper? This pressure and hatred that had been pent up for too long was given the most complete vent at this moment. However, after the brief moment of euphoria, Mo Tianqing's brows tightened violently. But soon Mo Tianqing frowned again. Wait, who killed him? Xiao Zhan's laughter came to an abrupt end. Yeah. The Black King is dead. But how did he die? Killed by who? The gazes of the two men, unanimously, slowly cast into the distance. Throw yourself next to the massive black dragon corpse. Casting a glance at the young man who stood quietly, his figure pulling out long shadows in the sunlight shimmer. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. It shouldn't be. That can't be right. A human summoner? Alone? In the dark realm of the Black King? Killed a 6th-ranked Black Dragon Kingmaker? This sounds like a pipe dream. And Akatsuki gave voice to the questioning in his mind. Humans! What have you done? Chapter 94. Sorry, I'm a person who doesn't like to leave things to chance. Suemo slowly raised his head, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into an icy arc. Nothing, just sending him where he needs to go. These words were like a thunderbolt that struck the hearts of everyone present. Is it really him who killed? Xiao Zhan sucked in a mouthful of cool air and... This kid. Just how many more cards is he hiding? Mo Tianqing looked at Suemo with a complicated gaze. Were we underestimating him? Suemo really refreshed their perceptions time and time again. Red flame scales stood up all over his body, and for the first time, real fear showed in his dragon pupils. He stared at Suemo dead in the face, and his voice changed tone a little. You? What in the world are you? It's a human being? A human who could easily obliterate a 6th-ranked Dragon King? No way. Absolutely not. The inherent perceptions in Akatsuki Yan's mind were collapsing. No. This being in front of him was by no means a mere human. What was hidden under those calm eyes was darker than the abyss, no, more like the devil. It's God. An unnameable, terrifying presence that walks the earth. Suemo didn't answer, just gently raised his hand. The Holy Lord immediately understood, and his huge dragon body slowly moved to form a pincer attack with Suemo. Now, it's your turn. The Holy Lord's low voice came, interrupting Red Yan's shock. Akane snapped her head back. One could only see the Holy Lord exuding an even more terrifying pressure than before, and an icy light flickered in his golden vertical pupils. You broke through? Red Yan sucked in a breath of cool air, and his muscles under his dragon scales tensed involuntarily. He could clearly feel. The mighty pressure on the Holy Lord had already surpassed the boundaries of the 5th rank, steadily stepping into another completely new realm. 6th Order. This dragon actually broke through in the middle of the battle. Originally, with just a peak 5th Order Saint Lord, he already felt tricky and needed to go all out. There was not even absolute certainty that it could be defeated. Now, the other party stepped into the 6th Order. The strength of a pure-blooded dragon race of the 6th rank was a world of difference compared to the 5th rank. Escape! Without the slightest hesitation, Red Yan turned around and fled. There was no time to think, the instinct to survive overrode everything. What a joke! A creepy summoner who can single-handedly kill the Black King. A pure-blooded dragon race that had just broken through to the 6th rank and its strength had skyrocketed. With these two existences joining forces, he could only die if he stayed. The Black King's downfall was a foregone conclusion. Want to go? The Holy Lord's icy voice rang out with undisguised sarcasm. The power of the rabbit charm was instantly unleashed. Off! Red Flame roared, his dragon tail sweeping across the room in an attempt to force the Holy Lord back. However, in the face of this strike, which was enough to crack mountains and rocks, the Holy Lord did not dodge or evade. The power of the bull runes opens. The dragon's claws directly grabbed Red Flame's tail. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Red Flame's huge body trembled violently, and an uncontrollable hiss of pain erupted from the depths of his throat. Burning sky! Red Yen forced himself to endure the severe pain and once again executed his strongest killing move. The air was sharply distorted, and terrifyingly high temperatures converged. A round of crimson sun that seemed to burn through the sky quickly coalesced and took shape in the void in front of him. The energy fluctuations emanating from that red-colored sun caused both Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianxing in the distance to feel a palpitation. Red Yen poured all of his remaining strength into the strike, blasting fiercely towards the Saint Lord who was close at hand. It was his last comeback and his only hope. Sculpture. What flowed out of the Holy Lord's golden vertical pupils, however, was only thick disdain. The power of the dragon rune spell exploded within him. Boom! An even larger, hotter, and more furious golden dragon's breath erupted from the Holy Lord's huge mouth. That might completely crushed the red-colored sun that Red Flame had condensed. The golden dragon's breath instantly crashed into the crimson sun. No earth-shattering explosions, only devastating annihilation. The burning sky, which Red Yen cast with all his might. In front of that golden dragon's breath, it couldn't even resist for a split second before it was completely washed away and devoured. Dissolve into nothingness. The remaining momentum of the golden dragon's breath continued to gallop forward. Seeing this, Suemo smiled. After the Holy Lord broke through to the 6th rank, his strength changed drastically. Although, he had yet to fully control and condense the power of the domain that belonged to his demon origin of fire. But just the power of its own dragon flame, after the increase of the dragon rune spell, had already taken a qualitative leap. This power, in terms of pure flame destructive power, was already completely no less than Red Flame's domain of fire. The remaining power of the dragon's breath directly hit Red Yan's chest and blasted him out. Boom! A dull thud accompanied by the unusual sound of bones breaking spread out. A pungent, charred odor permeated the smoke. But Red Yen sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. At his chest, the originally impenetrable red dragon scale had been completely shattered, exposing the charred and rolled up flesh and blood underneath. You could even see the white bones. The devastating force almost ran his entire chest through. In the dragon's pupil, the once ferociousness and condescension was gone, leaving only the most primitive, purest fear. He looked at the Holy Lord as if he had seen death coming. No! Don't kill me! Akian struggled to get to his feet. I can submit to you. I know a lot of dragon secrets. Very important secrets. I can help you deal with Lord Demon Dragon. Oh? Suemo walked slowly and looked at Red Yen with a smile. Lord Demon Dragon? Is that the master behind you? Yes, yes. Shi Yan nodded his head hurriedly, as if he had grabbed the last straw to save his life. Demon Dragon Lord is a peak 7th ranked powerhouse, ruling over the entire Dragon Descent clan. I can take you to him. I know his weakness. I can be the inside man. In order to stay alive, he betrayed his master without hesitation. Peak of the 7th order? Sumer raised an eyebrow, his fingertips gently rubbing his chin. This strength was indeed far beyond his current range of response. Even for a Saint Lord who had broken through to the 6th rank, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have much of a chance of winning against an existence at the peak of the 7th rank. Sounds good. Sumer nodded. Finding the demon dragon was similar to the purpose of his trip. But now that he had found Xiao Zhan and the others, then Lynshi's whereabouts were also available. Having heard what was said, a hint of joy flashed in Cheyenne's eyes. However, the next second. Unfortunately, I don't need to. Sumo's voice was cold and unfeeling. What? Akian froze. Just in the moment of his shock and disorientation. The Holy Lord's icy golden vertical pupils locked onto it. The massive dragon's claws probed out like lightning. The 4. Why? Red Yen lowered his head with difficulty and looked at the dragon claw that had penetrated his chest and crushed the core of his life. He was wide-eyed and dead. I'm sorry, but I, for one, don't like to leave things to chance. Suemo said faintly. Red Flame's huge pupils completely lost their luster, and his huge body collapsed without another sound. Chapter 95, Your Luck, We're Wastes. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 6th Order Dragon Descent Red Flame, earning a large amount of experience rewards and 25 points of kill value rewards. Congratulations to the host, the level of the summoned Holy Lord has been raised to the 2nd level of the 6th Order. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special prop of the Dragon Race, Dragon Source Crystals Grade S. The system's beep echoed in Sumo's mind. A diamond-shaped crystal emitting a bright golden light appeared in his hand out of nowhere. It was as if a strand of a throbbing dragon's soul was sealed inside the crystal, exuding a palpitating energy fluctuation. This is... Suemo carefully felt the power contained in the crystals and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Dragon Source Crystals Grade S, coalesced from the death of a dragon of the 6th rank or higher, containing its life's essence. Permanently boosts the full attributes of dragon summoners by 10% after use. Good stuff. Sumer's eyes lit up. S-Class Special Props. If he were to follow his past habits and directly throw it to the system to redeem the kill value, he would definitely be able to exchange it for a staggering amount. A couple hundred points? No, maybe even thousands of kill points. This kill value was enough to allow him to immediately exchange a new talisman and grow in strength once again. But Sumer's thoughts only stayed in his mind for an instant. This prop would be a loss if it was exchanged with the system for kill value. He immediately dismissed the idea. It's too much of a loss. It's a stupid waste. The kill value is important, and the runes are really powerful. But there is always a way to access them. However, a treasure that could permanently increase the full attributes of a dragon summoner, if you missed it this time, you didn't know when you would have to wait for the next time. And it's a full 10% increase in all attributes. It meant that the Holy Lord's strength, speed, defense, dragonflame might, and so on, would all be enhanced across the board. This enhancement is permanent. In comparison, trading this S-rank crystal for the kill value was a bit unworthy. Follow. Han Shen threw the Dragon Source crystals at the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord did not hesitate to open his huge mouth. Swallow it in one gulp. The Dragon Source crystals melted in the mouth and transformed into a torrent of pure energy. In an instant, it was as if the dragon bloodline within the holy body was completely ignited. Dazzling golden light erupted from between the cracks of its scales all over its body. The golden light was becoming more and more prevalent. It was like a rising sun. The huge body was hidden in the light, like a god descending. Suemo squinted his eyes and felt this powerful power fluctuation. He could clearly sense that the Holy Lord was undergoing a sea change. It's more than just a leveling up. It is more the evolution of the nature of life. The Holy Lord let out a high-pitched dragon roar. Ding! The Holy Lord has successfully absorbed the dragon soul crystals, increasing all attributes by 10%. Summoner, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS Plus can be advanced. Condition, mutilated missing 6 charms. Rank, 6th Order, 2nd Class. Power, 157000 plus 15700. Agility, 152000 plus 15200. Intelligence, 146500 plus 14650. Spirit, 151500 plus 15150. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, it can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage is enhanced with leveling up. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is related to the level, currently can summon 33,000 of them. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm, Snake Charm, Ox Charm Power. Rule Power, Jikue Earth Rule Power. Thank you, Master. The Holy Lord looked down at Suemo. Incredibly awe-inspiring. Nice. Sumer nodded in satisfaction. This windfall brought the Holy Lord to another level of strength. Ding, detected that the host summoner is in control of the earth rules and meets the criteria for advancement itself. Congratulations to the host for successfully raising his level to the first level of the 6th order, and his attribute sharing skill has been raised to 80%. Another series of system beeps sounded. Suemo nodded in satisfaction as he felt the surging power in his body. 6th order. This threshold that countless transmigrators had dreamed of, he had finally stepped over. Host, Suemo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Rank, 6th order, 1st class. Power, 125,500. Agility, 120,000. Intelligence, 117,000. Spirit, 115,000. Note, percentage increase is added in full. Skills, Universal Spirit Illustration Divine, 80% Attribute Sharing Divine, Damage Transfer S rank, Battle Spirit Boiling B rank. Summoner, Holy Lord Dragon, SSS+, 6th order. Special ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning Ghost Shadow Core, currently summonable number 26,400. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Snake Charm, Rabbit Charm, Ox Charm, Dragon Charm Power. Equipment, Divine Dragon Set, Grade S can be Advanced Divine Dragon Armor, Divine Dragon Helmet, Divine Dragon Boots, Divine Dragon Wrist Guard, Divine Dragon Ring, Divine Dragon Scepter, Divine Dragon Ring. Kill value, 851. Special items, Ruins Coordinates Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant, Shadow Avoidance Compass Grade A, Tyrant's Eye Grade S, Grey Wolf Fragment 2. He shook his fist in satisfaction. Feel the explosive power coming from your fingertips. The basic attributes alone had already reached an appalling level. It was at least around the 6th rank, 6th or 7th level. Not to mention, there was the Holy Lord's terrifying 80% attribute sharing bonus. Now him. Facing the 6th rank 9, not to say crushing, the other party would definitely not be his opponent. Sumer. In the distance, Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianxing finally arrived. The two looked at the two massive dragon corpses on the ground. Shock. Unparalleled shock. You killed them all? Xiao Zhan swallowed his saliva and his voice was a little dry. The facts at hand are too much of a shock. That's 2 6th order dragon descendants. They were going to come over and back it up. I didn't expect Suemo to slaughter the other party so quickly by himself. Aha! Sumer nodded and didn't say anything more. You boy. The muscles on Mo Tianxing's face twitched. It eventually dissolved into a complicated, bitter laugh. Shake your head. We were in a hurry to get here earlier, afraid something would happen to you. As a result, your good, one person, silently, slaughtered all of the 2 6th order dragon descendants. That's easy to say. But the shock and disbelief of it was clear only to them. Just lucky. Suemo smiled faintly, revealing a few moments of humility. Luck? Xiao Zhan looked like he had heard a big joke and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He pointed at the dragon corpse on the ground and then pointed at Suemo. If this is ing luck, what are we? A loser who's not even lucky? Chapter 96, what a great layout. Xiao Zhan went up and down, carefully sizing up Suemo. That look was as if he was looking at a prehistoric beast in human skin. You kid. Honestly explain, in the end, how many bottom cards are still hidden? Even the 6th ranked dragon descent, it's like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable, killing it just when you say so? It's no longer a matter of being strong or not. This is outrageous. Mo Tianxing, on the other hand, walked over to Red Yan's corpse with a complicated expression. He knelt down and reached out to touch the cold scales. There was a flash of fear in his eyes, followed by a deep sense of gratitude. This time, it's really thanks to you. If you hadn't appeared in time and still possessed such terrifying strength, I'm afraid that our two old fellows would really have to give an account here today. Thinking back to the wretchedness and despair of being chased by Red Flame, Black King, and the others. And then look at the incredible battle in front of you. Mo Tianxing had mixed feelings in his heart. They were being chased by a whole 10 Dragonborn. They even included 3 6th order. Even when Suemo appeared, a glimmer of hope lit up in their hearts. But also never dared to hope that it would be possible to kill back. Even more so, he didn't dare to imagine that all 10 of these powerful dragon descendants would end up falling. And it was still death at the hands of Suemo, a summoner who not long ago was only of the 4th rank. It's a no-brainer. It's a miracle that's enough to turn their perceptions upside down. Wait. Mo Tianqing raised his head violently, his eyesight sharply locking onto Su Mo. How keen his senses were. Finally, he noticed the fluctuation of the breath that was very different from before. It was a qualitative metamorphosis. It's a leap in the hierarchy of life. Your breath. You broke through to the 6th rank? An exclamation of surprise came out of his mouth. With a strong sense of incredulity. Xiao Zhan was also shaken when he heard this. His eyes widened and he looked at Su Mo like he had seen a ghost. Under careful sensing, it was discovered that the aura permeating Su Mo's body had steadily stepped into the category of the 6th rank. Moreover, the breath was majestic, the foundation was solid, and it was by no means the vapid state of a fresh breakthrough. Xiao Zhan could not help but burst out. How many hours has it been? From the 4th rank, directly soaring to the 6th rank? This rocketing rate of improvement. They've never even heard of it, let alone seen it. Simply appalling. To know. Thinking back then, which one of them was not the pride of heaven? But it also took several years, or even longer, to raise from the 4th to the 6th rank. During this period, how many bitter cultivations, how many trials and tribulations, how many bottlenecks were experienced? There were even countless transmigrators who spent their entire lives trapped at the peak of the 5th rank, unable to peer into the mysteries of the 6th rank. Inch by inch. But Sumer here. On second thought, however, it doesn't seem completely incomprehensible. Su Mo used his own strength to kill 7 5th order, 9th level dragon descendants. The follow-up was to face and kill 3 6th order dragonborn alone. The experience value that could be provided by such a glorious battle was absolutely astronomical. It seemed reasonable to pile him up from the 4th rank to the 6th rank in a hard way. What really boggles their mind, and even makes them a little jealous, is this. Sumo's breakthrough to the 6th rank was surprisingly as if he hadn't encountered any bottlenecks. The power of that rule. The sign of the 6th order. Other people exhausted their entire lives and expended countless hours of effort before they could possibly comprehend a hint of the rules of the realm. In his case, it was as simple as eating and drinking. It was mastered in a matter of moments. Take a look at the looming fluctuation of the earth rules on the Holy Lord's body. Feeling Sumo's own solid 6th rank aura again. The two looked at each other and both saw the shock and helplessness in the other's eyes. People are more angry than people. You boy. Xiao Zhan pointed at Su Mo and was half speechless. In the end it could only be reduced to a sigh. But it's keeping us in the dark. Mo Tianqing also looked at Su Mo and asked suspiciously. You're clearly in control of the power of a god-level profession. Why did you choose to hide it for these 3 whole years? Letting all that gossip get to you? Judging from the amazing battle that Su Mo had just finished. The strength of the summons he had displayed, his fighting skills, and the unimaginable speed of his promotion. All of this was far beyond the realm of ordinary professionals. 100% reached the legendary god level. Even in Mo Tianqing's perception, even a true god-level professional might not be able to be as outrageous as Su Mo. This is so sick. He just couldn't understand it. Since Su Mo possessed this terrifying power that was enough to sweep away everything. Why is it that for the past 3 years, he has preferred to carry the name of coward and deserter? Rather than endure countless blank stares and taunts. Nor are they willing to show the slightest bit of it. It doesn't make sense. Isn't this pure masochism? Having heard what was said, Su Mo had a helpless look on his face. What the? Do you guys think the old man himself wants to be pointed at by the globe for a full 3 years? If it weren't for the system as a profession, that harsh awakening requirement. Does he need to suffer from this nonsense for 3 years? Of course these words, Su Mo naturally could not tell Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing. He could only spread his hands, his expression looking extraordinarily innocent. I will say that I really didn't hide it on purpose. It was only a few days ago that I, too, just awakened the true abilities belonging to my profession. This can't be right. Xiao Zhan almost roared out. His reaction was even more intense than Mo Tianqing's. Eyes as wide as brass bells. A few days? From an ordinary transmuter with almost no combat power, he directly soared to a strong person who can now kill a 6th-ranked dragonborn in seconds? Are you kidding me? Not to mention a god-level profession, even if a true deity descended and personally imbued, they would never be able to do such a thing. You boy. Xiao Zhan's words, halfway through, were violently stuck. the voice came to an abrupt halt. A thought struck into his mind like lightning. He snapped to attention. Just a few hours ago, Sumo's breath was still only at the 4th stage in front of them. But now what? After killing 7 peak 5th order and 3 6th order dragon descendants, Sumo's breath had steadily stepped into the 6th rank. And the roots are so majestic it's scary. It didn't look at all like a first-time 6th order. From the 4th to the 6th order, it only took a few hours. This fact is even more absurd than woke up a few days ago. More subversion of perception. But it's happening right now. This guy. Xiao Zhan's eyes changed. It went from initial skepticism to deep shock mixed with incredulous bewilderment. Is what you say true? You literally just. A couple days ago. He could barely speak the words that followed. Because the possibility, it's just crazy. The two looked at each other and both saw the shock in the other's eyes. This was beyond the realm of genius, it was simply a monster that had subverted the entire transmuter system. Cough cough. Sumo was a bit uncomfortable being looked at by the two. Sumo's expression became serious. Seniors, have you seen Lynshi? On this trip, his main purpose was to find Lynshi. Having heard what was said, the faces of both Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan instantly became grave. Lynshi, she's, most likely, trapped in the remnant god ruins. Remnants of the crippled god? What's that? Sumer was startled. Immediately afterward, Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing explained to Sumo roughly the general situation of this trip to their secret realm. After hearing this, Sumo's entire body fell into silence. I didn't expect this trip to the secret realm to have such a great layout. Chapter 97, The Broken Mystery Realm. This secret realm opening is far from ordinary. Its reach is unimaginable. It covers large and small, at least dozens of areas. I'm afraid there are hundreds of cities involved. Xiao Zhan added from the side, his tone equally solemn. And that's just the tip of the iceberg of what we know so far. There are rumors that even that legendary Ninth Order existence seems to have cast its gaze, and may even have gotten involved. Ninth Order. These two words were like an invisible mountain that pressed on Sumo's heart. That was already the pinnacle that mortals could look up to. Mo Tianqing continued, and this area we're in now, when all is said and done, can only be considered as a zone that is on the fringe of the entire secret realm map. The layers of power here, they're relatively low. Judging from our encounters, the most powerful existence is probably around the 7th rank. It's also the case that the demonic dragon has reached the 8th or 9th level of the 7th rank. Sumo's brows furrowed slightly, his heart was full of doubts. If the fringe area is already so dangerous, what should the core area be like? More importantly, what kind of secret realm could attract the covetousness of so many powerful people, with even Ninth Order existences glancing at it? This secret realm, what exactly is it? Sumo asked in a deep voice. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing looked at each other with complex expressions. This secret place is a great concern. Mo Tianqing slowly spat out 4 words. It's called Remnants of the Crippled God. Remnants of the Crippled God. The name reeked of antiquity, bleakness, and even a hint of ominousness. It is said. Xiao Zhan took over the words and lowered his voice a few points. The secret of becoming a god lurks inside. The secret of becoming a god. Sparing Sumo's calmness of mind, when he heard these 4 words, his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. No wonder. No wonder it can cause such a storm. Becoming a god, this was the ultimate dream of all professionals, as well as monsters. It's an unattainable legend. Any hint of a relevant clue was enough to make countless powerful people go crazy. Before, we fought with that shadow demon dragon in order to snatch a secret treasure that flowed out of this place. Mo Tianqing explained the cause of the conflict. That secret treasure, it seems to be related to the depths of the relic. Although we combined our efforts to injure the demonic dragon, and for that reason, we also fell several 7th Order existences. The remaining people were also chased by it all the way to a narrow death. A trace of fear flashed across Xiao Zhan's face. Apparently that chase was extremely grueling. Final. Mo Tianqing's voice paused, and the look in his eyes toward Sumo carried a trace of unspeakable emotion. It's Lynshi. She fought with all her might and finally captured that secret treasure. But his words turned with deep concern. In order to get rid of the demonic dragon's eventual pursuit, and in order to preserve that secret treasure, she chose to enter into the remnant god ruins. Sumer's heart sank. The air around them seemed to freeze. He listened to the whole thing and every word hit him like a hammer. Lynshi had entered the unknown and dangerous place that was coveted by even ninth-ranked existences, where the secret of becoming a god was hidden, but which was also known as the remnant god relics. Sumo's entire body fell into silence. After a long time, he raised his head, and there was no longer a ripple in his eyes, only an unquestionable firmness. "I'm going in." His voice was low, but decisive. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing did not have the slightest surprise on their faces regarding Sumo's decision. They exchanged a look, as if they had expected this outcome. With that amazing power that Sumo had just displayed, and how much he cared about Lynshi, he couldn't have made a more normal choice. "We'll walk you back." Xiao Zhan's and Mo Tianqing's voices sounded at the same time. They were not reckless people and might not dive headfirst into the treacherous and unpredictable remnants of the remnant god. But this vast secret land itself is full of opportunities. These resources might just be the key opportunity for them to seek a breakthrough in their years of stagnant cultivation. Deeper down, they had a vague premonition in their hearts. Or an expectation. It was highly likely that Sumo would face off with that terrifying peak 7th ranked demonic dragon on this trip. Witness the fall of that demon dragon with your own eyes. For them, it's comforting. Aha! Sumer nodded slightly and accepted their counterparts. His voice was smooth as his gaze swept over the two men. "We'll have to wait a bit first, though. Wait for Zhang Ming and Wang Gang." This statement was made. The solemnity that had just coalesced on Xiao Zhan's face was instantly replaced by astonishment. Zhang Ming? Wang Gang? He almost thought he'd misheard. And those two boys followed? That's the backbone of his stay in Carlo City. It was two of the top fighting forces in the city today. A wave of worry instantly seized Xiao Zhan's heart. They came in too? What about the Carlo City side? Don't worry, City Lord. Sumer opened his mouth. Before moving on, I've already cleared out several large monster nests around the city of Carlo, all of them. In the short term, there will be no major threat to the city of Carlo. It's still you, kid. Xiao Zhan was first stunned when he heard this, and then incredible excitement welled up on his face. He even subconsciously gave Sumo a thumbs up. It took me more than a decade to solve the trouble completely. I can't believe you were terminated by yourself? Xiao Zhan's voice carried a hint of astringency and a heartfelt admiration. Down to the little monsters and up to the Black King. All were solved by Sumer alone. It's really Yangtze River waves pushing forward. He shook his head with a touch of self-deprecation. I'm ashamed of myself. This is not my doing alone. Sumo gently shook his head, interrupting Xiao Zhan's sentiments. It's all the people of Carlo, who have stood firm and sacrificed for decades for this. I just did the last step. The other side. Zhang Ming and Wang Gang were leading a large group of ghost shadow soldiers, moving quickly in Sumo's direction. A cold and powerful aura permeated the surroundings. These auras originated precisely from those ghostly shadow soldiers around them. An expression of having seen a ghost always hung on the faces of the two. Because they clearly perceive it. These ghostly soldiers around them, the energy fluctuations they gave off, were climbing at a terrifying speed. Initially it was only a third-order breath. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the boundaries and reached the 4th rank. But it's far from stopping there. Almost moments later, that energy fluctuation raged again, pulling up violently. 5th order. The aura of all the ghost shadow soldiers soared to the 5th rank in unison. Chapter 98, You're the Real Six. It's the 5th order. Zhang Ming and Wang Gang glanced at each other and both saw the horror in each other's eyes. Hundreds of 5th-ranked powerhouses were clustered around them in such a silent manner. This power was enough to sweep through many medium-sized gathering places. They've lived so long. Experienced countless life and death battles. But the sight in front of me was too much to even dream about. Hundreds of 5th-order powerhouses appeared at once. Moreover, these powerful people are still summons. Sumer. What the hell did he do? How did the levels of these summons suddenly spike so much? Wang Gang's voice was a little dry. He struggled to make sense of what was happening in front of him, only to realize that his perceptions were completely inadequate. In his tone, in addition to shock, there was also a hint of envy that was hard to hide. And a deep sense of powerlessness. One must know that he, Wang Gang, had fought for half of his life and was still stuck at the 9th level of the 4th rank even now. One step away from the 5th order. But now, Sumo's summons, any of them, had already reached the 5th rank. Wang Gang subconsciously glanced at the ghost shadow soldiers around him whose breath was stabilized at the 5th rank. An extremely absurd, yet extremely real feeling of powerlessness came over me. He sadly realized a fact. In the past, he felt that Sumo was powerful, but with a little effort, he might still be able to see the back. Later, he felt that Sumo's Holy Lord was powerful and that he might not be able to defeat Sumo's main summoner. Now, he looked at the expressionless ghost shadow soldiers that emitted the aura of a 5th-ranked powerhouse, and a hint of bitterness spread across the corners of his mouth. Engaged in half a day. Himself now not only may not be able to beat Sumo himself, even the small soldiers he summoned, cannot beat? Where is this going to go? People are more angry than people. No, it's not human anymore, it's a monster. The super monster of monsters. I don't know. Zhang Ming shook his head. His face was equally shocked. But compared to Wang Gang's shock and envy, his eyes were more thoughtful. He deduced the situation on Sumo's side from this amazing change. But I feel, with Sumo's current power, he should have already saved the city lord and gotten rid of those monsters. His voice held a hint of imperceptible relief. Soon. Meeting of the parties. Zhang Ming was relieved when he saw that Xiao Zhan was indeed safe and sound. It's just as one would have guessed. See the city lord. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan's gaze swept over the two men and immediately detected a difference. A flash of surprise appeared on his face. Wang Gang, your breath is about to touch the threshold of the 5th rank? The line of sight then turned to Zhang Ming, and that surprise instantly turned into consternation. HM? Zhang Ming, you've broken through to the 5th rank? He, thanks for the compliment, city lord. Wang Gang grinned with a bit of naivety and scratched his head. It's all thanks to Brother Sumer's help. He turned his head toward Sumo and arched his hand at him, his tone filled with sincere gratitude and admiration. You boys are really good. We were worried when we came over, but we didn't expect you to really be able to bring the city lord and the others to escape from those monsters. These words fell into Xiao Zhan's ears. He froze, then lost his voice in laughter. Escape? Run away from what? He reached out and patted Sumer's shoulder heavily. Sumo alone slaughtered all 10 of those dragon descendants who were chasing us. What? The smile on Wang Gang's face instantly stiffened. Zhang Ming, who had always been calm and collected, had his pupils shrink to the size of a pinpoint at this moment. Xiao Zhan's last 3 words. Each word was like a heavy bomb that exploded in Zhang Ming and Wang Gang's minds. The air froze. Zhang Ming and Wang Gang, 2 people, with 4 eyes, stared straight at Sumo, as if they were recognizing this person for the first time. Aside from those 2 words, their minds went blank and they completely lost the ability to think. 10 Dragonborn. They had only sensed that terrifying pressure from afar before, and they were already so frightened that they almost suffocated. City Lord Xiao Zhan and Senior Mo Tianqing, 2 long-established 6th-ranked powerhouses, were both chased down to the point where they were in dire straits and narrowly escaped death. Results. Sumo slaughtered them. All by himself? This ing. What kind of international joke is that? Wang Gang's mouth unconsciously opened and closed a few times. He remembered his earlier thoughts worrying that Sumo would not be able to escape with the city lord and the others. Escape? What the, need to run away? People just straight up backstabbed the chasers. And it's regimented. Dragonborn. And it's 10. The lowest cultivation level was at the 9th level of the 5th order. This is no longer a simple over-the-top challenge, this is simply a myth. So the point of this guy having them decapitate powerful monsters before was to not flee? Gulp. Wang Gang swallowed his saliva with difficulty, and the way he looked at Sumo completely changed. Admiration and gratitude were mingled with deep awe and even a touch of fear. Zhang Ming was slightly calmer compared to Wang Gang, but his inner shock did not diminish at all. 10 Dragonborn. He repeated in a low voice, looking to Sumer, No wonder. No wonder the rank of these ghostly shadow soldiers will be raised to the 5th rank. He instantly figured out the trick. Sumo killed those 10 powerful dragon descendants and gained a large amount of experience value, leveling up quickly. The level of these ghost shadow soldiers summoned by Sumo would naturally increase as Sumo's level increased. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming's eyes were filled with complexity as he looked at Sumo. He always thought he was a good judge of character, and he also thought he was gifted. But Sumo's appearance refreshed his perception and subverted his common sense time and time again. This young man was growing at a rate that was completely beyond logic and understanding. Ahem. Xiao Zhan looked at the soulful appearance of the two men and cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Come on, don't look like you've seen a ghost. Xiao Zhan waved his hand. Granted, he had that same look on his face a while ago. The more he looked at Sumo now, the better he looked at him. Simply the unicorn of the city of Caro, no, the savior of all of Blue Star and the human race. Brother Sumo, Wang Gang spoke, I didn't expect you. He wanted to say so fierce, but felt that this word was too superficial to describe Sumo's perversion. Sumer, how many levels are you now? Zhang Ming asked. Sumo said, 6th rank. 6. Zhang Ming and Wang Gang's later words were stifled in their throats. From the 4th to the 6th order in a few hours. You're the real 6. Chapter 99, that's enough, you guys should stop arguing. City Lord, Elder Mo, what's next for us? Zhang Ming fixed his mind and pulled his attention back to business. Go to the Remnant God Ruins. Sumo replied succinctly. Hearing the words Remnant God Ruins, the atmosphere, which had just eased down, abruptly became a few points heavier again. Although Zhang Ming and Wang Gang didn't know the full inside story, it was tied to the word God. Definitely not ordinary. Lynshi. She in there? Zhang Ming looked at Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing and guessed roughly, combining the previous information. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing nodded with complex expressions. Let's go back to the previous area first. Xiao Zhan said. That area is relatively safer and rich in resources, just the right place to take a break and for you to acclimatize yourselves to the environment. He looked at Zhang Ming and Wang Gang, you guys just came in and are still unfamiliar with this place, so you should take this opportunity to improve your strength. Wang Gang, strive to break through to the 5th rank in one go. Yes, City Lord. Wang Gang immediately answered, fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. Although he had been hit by Sumo, he, Wang Gang, was not someone who gave up easily. 5th rank, he had to reach it as soon as possible. Zhang Ming also nodded, he had just broken through the 5th rank and his realm was still not stable, he really needed time to consolidate and adapt. Sumer didn't object. Because of the way. Good, then it's settled. Xiao Zhan clapped his hands. Let's go. Without any further delay, the group returned towards the direction they were previously heading with the Shadow Demon Dragon under the leadership of Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing. Zhang Ming and Wang Gang walked in the middle of the group, feeling the aura of these big brothers around them. They felt as if they were not here for a secret adventure. Rather, following a bunch of bigots who came to sightsee and do odd jobs? This world, it's just getting more and more unreadable. The other side. Sun Yaoyao and the others from Tianyuan City also managed to meet up with the leader of their squad in a relatively hidden stone forest. Captain. Sun Yaoyao saw Lu Jiuxuan's figure and quickly greeted him. He was not in good shape at the moment. The sleeve of his arm was torn by some kind of sharp object. Dark red blood soaked large swaths of the fabric. Captain, are you hurt? She asked eagerly. Next to them, Sun Xiaoxiao, Zhao Hu and Shixian also gathered around, their gazes fixed on Lu Jiuxuan. With concern. No harm done. Lu Jiuxuan gently spoke. Signal everyone to calm down. What's the situation? Where are Vice City Lord and Elder Mo and the others? Sun Yaoyao asked after him, an ominous premonition welling up in her heart. Lu Jiuxuan's face suddenly darkened, his lips moved, his voice low and hard. Deputy City Manager. He paused, seeming to have trouble speaking. During the battle with the demon dragon, he unfortunately fell. These words were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Elder Mo was also chased by the other dragons and scattered to break out, now. A trace of pain swept through Lu Jiuxuan's eyes. Most likely also. 10 deaths. What? Sun Yaoyao's body shook slightly, and her face instantly turned white. Sun Xiaoxiao, Zhao and Shi Xian were even more struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. Unbelievable. The deputy city lord has even fallen? Even Elder Mo. Zhao clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, his voice carrying a hint of trembling. Is that demon dragon really that powerful? How could it cause a 7th-ranked powerhouse like the Vice City Lord to fall? Lu Jiuxuan nodded heavily, his heart palpitating as he recalled the horrific battle scene. Very strong. His voice carried undisguised scorn. That shadow demon dragon, it's almost hard to find an enemy among the 7th rank. If not, the Vice City Lord would not. He didn't say more, but the meaning was clear. It is fortunate that you were told to retreat in time. Lu Jiuxuan looked at them, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. The 4 men were silent. If they hadn't retreated earlier, definitely 10 deaths. And Sun Yaoyao unconsciously had the figures of Sumo's trio appear in her mind. Even strong people like the Vice City Lord and Elder Mo had fallen. Sumo 3 people that the cultivation of the 4th order insist on going to the Dragon Bone Mountain range is not sure to die? Next to him, Shi Xian seemed to have guessed what Sun Yaoyao was thinking in her mind, and the corner of her mouth hooked up with a sneer as she said in a cold voice. Yo-yo, don't think about it. Those guys, they're definitely not going to survive. A mere 4th rank and you dare to go to the Dragon Bone Mountain range, it's simply asking for death. He added, with a tone of obvious disdain. What a waste to give them that shadow avoidance compass. A treasure wasted for nothing. Zhao Hu, who was on the side, also immediately picked up the story and said gruffly. Told you, those guys don't give a damn. A 4th order cultivation dares to go to a place like that to spread wildness, and now there are no bones left, right? Oomph, deserved. There. Sun Yaoyao's eyebrows frowned slightly as her cool gaze swept over the 2. It's better to have some virtue in your mouths. After all. She didn't finish her sentence, but the defense was obvious. Shi Xian and Zhao Hu glanced at each other, skimmed their mouths, and didn't continue. What are you talking about? Lu Jiuxuan sensed the difference over here and cast his gaze over with an inquiry. Sun Xiaoxiao hurriedly explained. Captain, it's like this. We met 3 unsuspecting guys earlier. She briefly described what happened when she met Sumo's trio and the other party's insistence on going to the Dragon Bone Mountain range, and finally Sun Yaoyao handed over the shadow avoidance compass to the other party. Lu Jiuxuan listened quietly, his brows slightly furrowed. Soon, he knew roughly what had happened from Sun Xiaoxiao's narration. His eyes twitched slightly when he heard that the other party was from Carlo City. City of Carlo. He repeated the name in a low voice, as if remembering something. The name seems familiar. A moment later, a trace of realization flashed in Lu Jiufan's eyes. I remember. His tone was tinged with a bit of urgency. It seems that when Elder Mo broke out of the siege at the last minute, he seemed to have broken through and fled together with the city lord of Carlo City. There would be a 6th-ranked powerhouse in a trashy little town like Carlo City? Sun Xiaoxiao opened her mouth with great disdain. Dawn. Sun Yaoyao frowned, her voice carrying a hint of seriousness. Don't use that tone of voice. Never underestimate anyone, anywhere, lightly at any time. The price of being gullible is often a painful one, and we've just learned our lesson. Shi Xian snorted coldly and interjected. Yao, this time I think Xiao is not wrong. He glanced at Sun Xiaoxiao with approval. What real character can come out of a small place with few resources and narrow eyes? Lu Jiuxuan's brows tightened as he interrupted their argument with a stern voice. Enough. This is not the time to discuss such irrelevant matters. This is not a place to stay. Lu Jiuxuan's voice was low. It's not safe here, we must leave immediately. His words hadn't even left his mouth. The ground underneath his feet suddenly sent out a slight vibration. It is as if something heavy and incomparable is awakening in the depths of the earth, or is approaching at a high rate of speed. Chapter 100, The Figure That Fell from the Sky. No good. Lu Jiuxuan's face suddenly changed drastically, and his pupils contracted violently. He turned his head expansively, staring dead on in the direction from which the vibration had come, the deeper shadows of the stone forest. His perception was extremely sharp, and he immediately judged the strength of the visitor. It's a 5th-order monster. At least level 8. What? These two words were like thunder, exploding in the ears of Sun Yaoyao's several people. 5th order? It's still in 8th grade. A terrifying existence of this level was simply a nightmare that could not be fought against for them who had lost the shelter of the Vice City Lord and Elder Mo. It was absolute power that was enough to easily tear them all to pieces. Run! Lu Jubyuan almost growled out this word. His reflexes were as fast as they could be. Spread out and break out. It's the only way to live. However, it was already too late. Just the moment his voice fell, a deafening roar, as if it could tear the soul, violently erupted from the depths of the stone forest. Rumble! With a snarl, a huge, suffocatingly huge black shadow, with an unrivaled frenzy, smashed through countless stone pillars in its way, and brazenly rushed out from that shadow. That speed was beyond imagination, and the huge body closed in on them in an instant. It's a shadow gargoyle. Sun Xiaozhao's voice carried an uncontrollable tremor. Not only does it have crushing physical power, it can manipulate shadows at will. It is almost invincible in this rocky, shadowed stone forest. Formation. Lu Jiushuan's teeth clenched as he violently drew the long sword at his waist. A strong aura exploded from within him. 4th of the 5th order. That was as far as he could go at the moment. He knew very well that in the face of a monster of this level and characteristics, running away was just an extravagant hope. The shadow gargoyle's speed, especially in the Shadowlands, far exceeded theirs. The only option is to fight to the death. Before the words fell, the shadow giant lizard had already pounced in front of him like a ghost. A huge tail that swept across. It was so fast that it only left a blurry residual shadow. A few huge stone pillars that stood in the way were as fragile as rotten wood in front of this blow. Click! The stone pillars snapped with a sound, and the debris crumbled and splashed in all directions. Bang! There was a dull thud. Lu Jubyuan crossed his sword to block, and the moment the sword collided with the giant tail, a huge force that was overwhelming surged in. He only felt a sharp shock in his arms, and his tiger's mouth instantly disintegrated. The entire person was like a kite with broken strings, and was viciously shocked to fly backwards. The body drew a wretched arc in mid-air and crashed heavily into a stone pillar before barely stopping. Put! A mouthful of blood couldn't be restrained from spilling out from the corner of his mouth, staining the lapel of his coat red. His face instantly paled like paper. Captain! Sun Yaoyao's anxious voice rang out. The difference is too great. Sun Yaoyao's heart sank to the bottom. 5th rank 4, facing 5th rank 8, this was an almost insurmountable rift. At all, there is no chance of winning. Shixian roared, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He and Zhao Hu exchanged glances and charged up from both sides at the same time. The long spear in Shixian's hand was like a dragon, stabbing at the giant lizard's flank. Zhao Hu then swung his giant axe and slashed at the giant lizard's legs with the force of 1,000 pounds. Their attacks poured out their full strength, carrying the sound of breaking wind. However, dang! Dang! Two crunching sounds like the clash of gold and iron. The tip of Shixian's lance merely rubbed a sliver of sparks on the pitch-black scale armor, failing to leave even a white mark. Zhao Wu's huge axe, moreover, was slid away by an invisible force of shadows, heavily splitting in the empty space, shocking his arm to numbness. Couldn't even pierce the scales. The faces of the two instantly became incredibly ugly. Roar! It seemed to be completely enraged by this mole-like provocation. The shadow gargoyle let out a deafening roar. It violently opened its bloody mouth covered with fangs. A mass of energy as black as ink and as viscous as liquid coalesced in its mouth at an astonishing speed. All the light around it was sucked in, creating a sphere of absolute darkness. Its shadow spit. Lu Jiushuan's pupils contracted to the extreme, and with all his strength, he shouted hoarsely. Get out of the way! His voice changed pitch with fear and urgency. But it was too late. That cohesive dark energy had reached a critical point. There was no warning. A thick column of energy light made purely of darkness was violently ejected from the giant lizard's mouth. Soundless. But it carried a terrifying might that annihilated everything. Black waves of energy swept out. Wherever they passed, whether it was hard rocks or thick stone pillars, it was as if they were instantly erased by an invisible force. It silently dissolved into the tiniest of fragments and dissipated into the air. That destructive power was rushing towards all of them, rushing towards them. It's over. Sun Yaoyao looked at the darkness that swallowed everything, and the last luster in her eyes was completely extinguished. Despair, like a cold tide, instantly flooded her consciousness. She subconsciously closed her eyes. Just in the nick of time. A golden barrier surged out. Boom! Shadow spit crashed into a golden barrier, stirring up smoke and dust. When the smoke cleared, everyone froze. Only a man shrouded in golden light stood silently, one hand stretched forward, easily blocking the fatal blow. Sumar? Sun Yaoyao's voice was as thin as a mosquito, carrying an unbelievable tremor. She even wondered if she was hallucinating from the fear of near death. What? How could it be him? Xian froze in place, the bones of his fingers holding the lance turning white. Zhao Hu stared roundly. Sun Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with intense shock. That impenetrable golden barrier just now, that figure bathed in golden light, like a god, easily blocked the shadow gargoyle lizard's destructive strike. It's Sumer? The fourth-ranked summoner that they thought was dead. How is that possible? How could a fourth-ranked summoner block the full force of a fifth-ranked, eighth-ranked shadow gargoyle? It completely turned their perceptions upside down. It's a pipe dream. Several people's minds went blank. Hard to understand. Unacceptable. Then they noticed behind Sumer, standing in a line of people that. It was Mo Tianqing and the others. Elder Mo, is it really you? Lu Jiuxuan's voice trembled with excitement. You are alive. He had thought that Mo Tianqing had died in the pursuit of the Devil Dragon's minions. They didn't expect Mo Tianqing to reappear and save their lives. Aha! Mo Tianqing's gaze was calm as he nodded slightly towards Lu Jiuxuan. They were originally heading towards the Dragon Bone Mountain range. Through the perception ability of the Earth rules, Su Mo was always probing all the fluctuations within the vast area around him. It was also this powerful perception that captured the battle over here. The direction that Sun Yaoyao and the others were advancing in was the same general direction, although there were some deviations from the route of Su Mo Tianqing, and the others. It's all about searching for, and picking up, people who might be coming out of the Dragon Bone Mountains. The distance isn't too far. Su Mo sensed the intense energy collision, and even more so, he sensed the fatal crisis that Sun Yaoyao and the others were in. After confirming the situation, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately adjusted his direction and brought Mo Tianqing and the others over at full speed. That's what led to that close call rescue earlier. With Mo Tianqing's appearance and Lu Jiubuan's surprise-filled confirmation, Xian, Zhao Hu, and Sun Xiaoxiao also snapped back from their shock. They looked towards Mo Tianqing, who was standing behind Su Mo, and a look of sudden realization instantly surged on their faces. So it was Elder Mo who stepped in and saved us. Chapter 101, The Fifth Order of the District. Xian's grip on his lance loosened, his tone carrying a sense of celebration after the robbery. As well as a hint of imperceptible contempt, his gaze swept over Su Mo in front of him. I told you, how can a small fourth-ranked summoner possibly block the fifth-ranked, eighth-ranked shadow gargoyle's shadow spit? Zhao Hu answered in a jarring voice, looking at Su Mo with disdain in his eyes. He was acting so much like that just now. Sun Xiaoxiao gently patted her chest, her heart palpitating. It was clearly Elder Mo who saved the people, but he stood at the front, bathing in golden light, making it seem as if he was the one who saved the day. He's not trying to make us grateful, is he? Xian snorted coldly. Ugh. Shame on you. Zhao Hu spat. Fourth-ranked summoner? Blocking the full force of a fifth-order, eighth-ranked powerhouse? Sure enough, they were overthinking it. Everything, it was just because Elder Mo arrived in time. And Sumer was lucky, too. I met Elder Mo. Otherwise, I'm afraid that with their strength, they would have been eaten by the monsters on the road. Doing the math. The other side has to thank them. Sun Yaoyao, however, frowned. She clearly remembered that Elder Mo was clearly still standing several meters away when that golden barrier appeared. And the power fluctuation of that barrier was very different from Elder Mo's usual magical attributes. But before she could open her mouth to inquire. Roar! The shadow gargoyle suddenly let out a hiss of pain. Everyone's attention was instantly pulled back to the battlefield. Elder Mo is counting on you for the next battle. Lu Jiuxuan let out a long breath, his taut heartstrings finally loosening up. There was Elder Mo, a genuine sixth-ranked powerhouse, in attendance. That 5th order, 8th level shadow gargoyle that had previously caused them to feel despair seemed to have become less terrifying at this moment. The scales of victory have been tipped in their favor. A bland smile appeared on Mo Tianqing's face. He shook his head gently. Just leave it to Sumer. What? Him? Lu Zhouyuan was violently stunned, his eyes involuntarily cast to the figure in front of him that was bathed in the afterglow of golden light. Sumer? He remembered very clearly what Sun Xiaoxiao and the others had said before. This guy, he's just a 4th-ranked summoner. A district 4th order. Elder Mo had actually asked him to face a terrifying monster of the 5th rank and 8th grade alone? Isn't this a joke? What's the difference between that and sending him to his death? Striking a stone with an egg doesn't even begin to describe the disparity. Lu Zhouyuan's brain was a bit down. Countless questions instantly stuffed his thoughts. Why did Elder Mo make such an arrangement? Could it be that? Could it be that the golden light barrier was really released by Sumo? As soon as the thought popped up, he subconsciously dismissed it. Never. How could a 4th-ranked summoner possess such a powerful force? But doubt after doubt, Lu Zhouyuan finally swallowed back the words that surged to his lips. He didn't dare to question Mo Tianqing's decision. Mo Tianqing held absolute authority in his heart. Just. Sun Xiaoxiao, who was on the side, didn't have so many scruples. She has always been a straight talker, and she can't hide what she has to say. Almost subconsciously, she blurted it out. Elder, that guy is only at the 4th rank or a summoner, isn't letting him deal with the shadow gargoyle sending him to his death? Sun Xiaoxiao's voice was particularly harsh in the stone forest. Zhao Hu and Shi Xian both frowned as well. But it wasn't worry, instead it was dripping with sarcasm. Let a 4th-ranked summoner deal with a 5th-ranked, 8th-ranked monster. Elder Mo wants him dead? Good thing, too. Dead. The A-grade prop that Sun Yaoyao had previously given to the other party, the Shadow Avoidance Compass, would be able to be retrieved. Mo Tianqing frowned slightly, just about to open his mouth to explain. Roar! The Shadow Gargoyle suddenly rose up and attacked. It seemed to have sensed the contempt that the group of humans had for it and roared angrily, its huge body leaping up and lunging towards Sumo. Be careful! Sun Yaoyao subconsciously exclaimed. However, the next scene made everyone's eyes widen. Only to see that Sumo, who was in the center of the attack, didn't even return his head. Just casually raising his right hand. Bang! A muffled sound. The body of the shadow gargoyle lizard that weighs several tons, even less than half a meter in front of Sumo, bizarrely and incomparably stagnant. It was as if he had hit an impenetrable, yet completely transparent wall. The tremendous inertia of the forward lunge caused its muscles to twist violently and its bones to groan with an unbearable weight. But it just couldn't advance any further. How is this possible? Shi Xian froze. Zhao Hu blinked hard. Lu Zhoushuan's pupils even shrunk, and his brain went blank. What did he see? That was a 5th order, 8th level shadow gargoyle pouncing with all its might. Surprisingly, it was so breezily blocked? Not even a flutter of a coat? Just as the crowd was silently shocked. Sumer slowly turned around. His movements remained unhurried, with a subdued composure. Indifferent eyes fell calmly on the head of the giant lizard, which was close at hand and had a hideous face. There was no fear, no gravity, not even a ripple in those eyes. There was only a deep calm. As if looking at an insignificant bug. Then he spoke. The voice was soft, like a breeze. But in the dead silence of the stone forest, it clearly reached everyone's ears. District 5th Order. District 5th Degree? The expressions on the faces of Sun Xiaoxiao, Shi Xian, Zhao Hu, Lu Zhoushuan, and even Sun Yaoyao's. From shock, to consternation, to a sense of unbelievable absurdity. That 4th-ranked summoner they thought was a fluke, a dip, a pretender. To use such a light tone to comment on a 5th-ranked, 8th-ranked terrifying magical beast that was enough to wipe out their regiment? Holy Lord! Howl! The heaven-shaking dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. Along with the dragon's roar, an unspeakably terrifying pressure suddenly descended like a heavenly tilt. 6th Order. This was a terrifying pressure that uniquely belonged to a 6th-ranked powerhouse. It was even more furious, more pure, and more palpable than Elder Mo Tianqing's deliberately restrained aura. Under this pressure, the massive body of the 5th Order, 8th level shadow gargoyle, which had previously been ferociously flaming, instantly went limp as if all of its bones had been drained away. Its huge head was dead against the ground, the muscles under its scale armor trembled violently, and its golden vertical pupils were filled with the most primal fear. Shivering. Not even the slightest thought of resistance dared to rise. This is the most primal suppression deep within the bloodline. Chapter 102, Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger is fun, right? It's. The people of Tianyuan City looked up at the behemoth that had suddenly appeared, all of them dumbfounded. In sight, a behemoth slowly descended, blotting out the remaining rays of the sun and casting a huge shadow. It was a real dragon. Simply hovering there, the dragon's might emanating from it was enough to make the air stagnate. Why does this dragon race give me a feeling that it's even more noble than that demon dragon? Lu Jiuxuan gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Dragons. Dragons? Sun Xiaoxiao's legs went soft and she directly sat down on her knees. What made their brains go down and almost stop thinking was the next scene. The terrifying dragon that exuded a heaven-destroying aura with a hint of respect? Yes, respectfully. It slowly landed beside the young man. Beside that 4th-ranked summoner that they had always despised. Master, to kill? The Holy Lord's low voice was like thunder. Master? This 6th-ranked dragon race actually called Suemo Master? A 4th-ranked summoner was able to summon a 6th-ranked dragon? Lu Jubuan felt like his worldview was collapsing. Sun Yaoyao's beautiful eyes opened roundly as she looked at Suemo in disbelief. Suemo, the young man she thought needed her shelter and even gifted a class props to save his life. His summon, surprisingly, was a 6th-ranked dragon? How is this possible? This completely overturned their perception of the summoner system. It subverted their understanding of power levels. Facing the Holy Lord's inquiry, Suemo only nodded his head gently. The golden vertical pupils were filled with killing intent. The next moment, the dragon flames spewed out. That 5th Order, 8th grade giant lizard that had put the Tianyuan City squad in a desperate situation was burned to ashes without even being able to utter a scream. Quiet. Deadly silence. You can hear a pin drop. In the stone forest, only the rustling sound of the breeze blowing on the gravel remained, as well as the rough but deliberately suppressed breathing of the crowd. Sun Yaoyao, Lu Jiuyuan, Sun Xiaoxiao, Shi Xian, Zhao, all the people of Tianyuan City were frozen in place as if they had been cast with a stasis. Sun Xiaoxiao and the others had their mouths wide open, completely unable to comprehend what was happening in front of them. The brain went blank. Thoughts come to a complete standstill. The 4th-ranked rookie that they had despised, mocked, and even secretly wished for his death. That summoner that they thought was just lucky and tainted by Elder Mo's light. Surprisingly, with a wave of his hand, he killed a 5th Order, 8th level shadow gargoyle that was enough to wipe out their group. This is more ridiculous than pie in the sky. This guy is the 4th Order that Sun Xiaoxiao and the others are talking about? No, this guy is definitely a 6th Order summoner. Lu Jiuxuan instantly understood everything. One is preoccupied by the claims of Sun Xiaoxiao and others. This guy is a real 6th-ranked summoner. It was still an extremely terrifying 6th-ranked dragon summoner. All of them are definitely considered first tier in the summoner. Then it was only right for him to easily defeat a 5th-rank 8 monster. Sun Xiaoxiao's head shook like a rattle. She had previously questioned Elder Mo's arrangement out loud, believing that allowing Suemo to deal with the giant lizard was a death sentence. Now it seemed that it wasn't Suemo who was sent to his death, but that poor giant lizard. No, it's not even a death sentence. It was simply a one-sided crush, a massacre. Everyone figured out that Suemo was not a 4th Order, but a 6th Order summoner. The blood color on Shi Xian and Zhao, whose faces had long since faded, leaving only pallor. Their previous ridicule and gloating, in retrospect, looked like 2 jumping clowns amusing themselves. Especially when you think that they also coveted the great props that Sun Yaoyao gave to Suemo. A chill went from the soles of his feet straight to the sky. What kind of existence were they just mocking? Sun Yaoyao looked at Sumo's back, her eyes complex to the extreme. Shock, dismay, disbelief, and a hint of emotions she couldn't quite put her finger on herself. Turns out, he didn't need to worry about himself at all. It turned out that he had been hiding such a terrifying strength. That golden light barrier. Is it made of the other side's rule power? Was it really this guy who saved himself? Only Mo Tianqing still wore that bland smile on his face. The look he gave Su Mo carried a hint of undetectable appreciation. Hey, if you have a cultivation of the 6th rank, why did you lie to us before that you were only at the 4th rank? Sun Xiaoxiao puffed up and stepped forward, questioning out. This questioning voice also spoke to Zhao Hu and Shi Xian's hearts. The two men stood still and didn't move, but in their eyes that looked at Su Mo, in addition to awe, there was clearly an additional hint of complex dissatisfaction. Yeah, why? If they had known that Su Mo was a 6th-ranked powerhouse with such a terrifying dragon summon, how could they have dared to taunt like that? That sense of humiliation brought about by the back-and-forth comparison made their faces burn. Why would a hallowed 6th-order big shot disguise himself as an insignificant 4th order? Is it just to see them perform like clowns? Just to enjoy this pretending to be a pig in a poke, revealing their identities at the last minute and seeing them shocked and confused? The more Zhao Hu and Shi Xian thought about it, the uglier their faces became, and the little bit of dissatisfaction in their hearts quickly festered. What, we still have to tell you what rank we are? Dog-eyed thing. See the situation. Wang Gang grabbed a moment to taunt back. Before. These people learned that they were from small towns. Learning that they only had 4th order strength. That condescending, snarky attitude. Wang Gang could remember it clearly. It was as if they, the people of Tianyuan City, were inherently superior. Now the wind and water are turning. Finally raising an eyebrow. Take all the taunts and blank stares you've gotten before. Paid it back with interest. It's a great feeling, it's a great feeling. Wang Gang was secretly happy in his heart. I can't wait to shout 3 times to the sky. To express the pain of the moment. The corners of Zhang Ming's mouth also rose. Granted, he didn't show it on the surface. But before, what Sun Xiaoxiao and the others had done had also made him extremely unhappy. You. Sun Xiaoxiao's chest was clogged by Wang Gang's words. A pretty face turned red. Shame and anger. She tried to retort. Only to realize that there were no words to be found to refute it. The facts are in front of us. They are indeed dog-eared. That embarrassment of being exposed to your face. It made her want to find a crack in the ground. Zhao Hu and Shi Xian were even more colorful. Each of Wang Gang's words was like a resounding slap in the face. Smack them hard in the face. The fire hurts. Mo Tianqing was keenly aware of the atmosphere of saber rattling between the two sides. The line of sight was at the hard-faced Sun Xiaoxiao, Zhao Hu, and Shi Xian. There was also a sweep between Wang Gang, who had a pained, unabashedly mocking face. A slight frown creased his brow. The air seemed to freeze for a few moments. He sank down. The tone of his voice carried an undeniable majesty. Chastised. What's going on? Speak up, what's going on? Chapter 103, It's normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Mo Tianqing's voice was not loud, but with an invisible pressure. It made Sun Xiaoxiao, who originally wanted to argue a few sentences, instantly shut her mouth. Zhao Hu and Shi Xian even lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Under Mo Tianqing's questioning, plus Wang Gang's nonchalant additions, the ins and outs of the matter were soon clearly presented to Mo Tianqing. Listen to the cause and effect. Mo Tianqing's face completely sank. Eyes sharp as knives. Sweeping over Sun Xiaoxiao, Zhao Hu, and Shi Xian. The anger was almost impossible to contain. He didn't expect members of his city. The elite of Tianyuan City. It's amazing that they would do something so profiling and narrow-minded and rude. It's not just their own face that's being disgraced. It was more the face of the entire Tianyuan City. Especially after seeing Su Mo's unfathomable strength. This behavior is just plain stupid. Nonsense. Mo Tianqing shouted angrily. The sound echoed through the silent stone forest. It shook a few people to their core. Judging a man by his appearance is narrow-minded. Is this what our Tianyuan City has taught you? Now. He pointed at Su Mo, Wang Gang, and Zhang Ming. The tone was decisive. With an irrefutable command. Make amends and apologize to little friend Su and the others. Sun Yaoyao was the first to react. She walked up to Sumer and bowed deeply, 90 degrees. Many thanks to Elder Su for saving my life. I apologize for the offense before. Xian and Zhao, who stood in place, their faces changing. Extremely reluctant. But under Mo Tianqing's stern gaze, they finally arched their hands towards Sumo reluctantly. The movements were stiff and perfunctory, a salute of sorts. Only Sun Xiao. She clasped her hands to her chest and rolled her head in exasperation. Look away. Defiance was written all over the little face, stubbornly refusing to bow down. Sumer's gaze. It didn't even linger on Xian or Zhao Hu for a moment. Not to mention looking at the indignant Sun Xiao. His sight. It only fell on Sun Yaoyao in front of him. He reached out his hand and gently helped Sun Yaoyao, who was bowing deeply, up. Move naturally. There is not the slightest hint of transgression. Sun Yaoyao's pretty face, for a moment, flushed slightly. Somewhat embarrassed, he avoided Sumer's gaze. Immediately after, Sumer flipped his wrist. The delicate shadow avoidance compass appeared in his palm. He handed it to Sun Yaoyao. Thanks to Ms. Sun for her prop help. Now I can't use it anymore. Returning things to their rightful owners. Sun Yaoyao looked at the compass with somewhat complicated eyes. She hesitated for a moment. Eventually, he reached out his slender fingers and gently took the compass. This scene fell into the eyes of Mo Tianqing, who was not far away. He couldn't control the corners of his mouth, they rose slightly. Eyes darted between Sumo and Sun Yaoyao. A certain thought began to come alive in his mind. If we can get Yaoyao and this Sumo with infinite potential together, then wouldn't the future of their Tianyuan city be? What a beautiful thing to think about. An ill-timed voice rang out. Xiao Zhan came over at some point. A glance saw through Mo Tianqing's little mind. He skimmed his lips and unceremoniously broke Mo Tianqing's fantasy. I'll tell you what. It's a thing. No, can, Xiao Zhan aggravated his tone and emphasized. Sumer is from our city of Carlo. It's that girl Lynshi's. Don't even think about it. Bah! Mo Tianqing spat. A look of disbelief crossed his face. Sumer is a hero of the human race. What you guys in Carlo? He raised an eyebrow. The tone was a little flirtatious, a little taken for granted. Again. Men are capable. Isn't it normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Didn't you yourself back in the day? Shoo. Mo Tianqing hadn't finished speaking. Xiao Zhan's face changed. Hastily, he took an arrow step forward and reached out to cover Mo Tianqing's mouth. Old Mo, shut up. What's the point of bringing up an old story? Xiao Zhan lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of panic. Mo Tianqing could only make a whimpering sound. Asha's mouth was covered. Instead, his eyes glared at Xiao Zhan with a hint of a triumphant smile. And this scene directly made the crowd look dumbfounded. What are these 2 big men doing? Ahem. Mo Tianqing broke away from Xiao Zhan's hand and coughed dryly, quickly regaining his usual majesty. At this moment, Mo Tianqing looked at Lu Jiushuan and the rest of the group and said, later we're going to the demon dragon's lair. Do you choose to travel with us, or do you intend to stay here and make your way through the secret realm on your own? Having heard what was said, Lu Jiushuan's face changed as he said, Elder, with our strength, heading to the demonic dragon's lair. I'm afraid, extremely dangerous. He was going to say certain death. But the words were ultimately euphemistic. The gruesome scene from before couldn't help but come to mind. Those powerful 7th Order seniors. How it was under the claws and teeth of that horrible demon dragon. Being torn apart easily. That scene, like a nightmare, was deeply imprinted in his heart. Mo Tianqing seemed to have seen through his fear. Subconsciously, he glanced at Sumo, who was not far away, from the corner of his eye. Don't worry. We have found someone who can match the demon dragon. What? You found someone who can rival the demon dragon? Lu Jiushuan looked up sharply. There was shock and disbelief in his eyes. To rival the demon dragon? That was an existence that even several 7th-ranked powerhouses had joined forces to drink. How is that possible? Who is it? Could it be? His gaze, involuntarily, also followed Mo Tianqing's line of sight and landed on that young man who was always calm and indifferent, Sumo. It's him? As soon as this thought rose, it was subconsciously suppressed by Lu Jiubuan. Impossible, how can a 6th rank be a match for a peak 7th rank demonic dragon? Could it be that there are top powerhouses arriving from other great regions? Just as Lu Jubuan's mind was shaken with great doubts. Sun Xiaoxiao, who was on the side, said cheerfully. I'm going. I haven't seen it yet, what that demon dragon looks like. Is it really as powerful as the legends say? She gabbled. Eyes sparkling. As if that wasn't a treacherous place to die in 9. Instead, it's a new and interesting playground. Looking at Sun Xiaoxiao's unknowing appearance. Next to her, Sun Yaoyao could only shake her head helplessly. A soft sigh. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. My sister's nature is still this jumpy. Not the slightest bit of reverence. Sooner or later, you're going to get a big loss. On the side, Shi Xian and Zhao Hu also spoke up, Captain, let's go take a look as well. There must be countless treasures in the demonic dragon's lair. Rich and famous. Their ideas are straightforward. The dangers are terrifying, but the opportunities are just as tantalizing. A nest guarded by a demonic dragon, its value could be imagined. If one could get a piece of the pie, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Chapter 104, You Can't Even Beat the Ghost Shadow Soldiers. For a moment. Except for the palpitating Lu Zhou Yuan. Most of the eyes in the group were filled with anticipation. Lu Zhou Yuan felt the burning gazes of his teammates. There was an internal struggle. Reason told him. The devil dragon's lair is treacherous. The previous fiasco was a bloody lesson. In Elder Mo Tianxing's words, someone who can rival the demon dragon. He remained deeply skeptical. After all, which of those fallen 7th-ranked powerhouses was not a long-established expert? Which one of them didn't go forward to the challenge with confidence? And the result? Still not ending up dead. But he looked around at his teammates. Even if they refused themselves, they were afraid they would still go. If he leaves alone. In the midst of this secret realm of crisis. And how safe can it be? Following the army is the only option at the moment. Lu Jiuxuan took a deep breath. He solemnly arched his hand in the direction of Mo Tianxing, Xiao Battle, and Su Mo. In that case. Then I would like to thank the Elder, City Lord, and Brother Su for taking the trouble. We are willing to go along. After trekking, Su Mo and his group finally arrived at the deepest part of the Dragon Bone Mountain range. The sight before them took everyone's breath away. A towering black mountain stood before the crowd. The entire mountain peak showed a bizarre dragon-shaped silhouette, as if a sleeping dragon was perched on top of the earth. The surface of the mountain was covered with dark, scaly rock that glowed metallic in the dim light. This is the legendary demonic dragon's lair? Sun Xiaoxiao subconsciously opened her mouth wide and tilted her small face. Her eyes reflected the majestic dragon-shaped peak, written with unspeakable shock. Mo Tianxing nodded with a grave expression. According to the information we have received, this dragon bone peak itself is the result of a fallen true dragon from the ancient times. That shadow demon dragon chose this place as its lair, and I'm afraid that it was precisely to draw on the diluted dragon essence remaining in the mountain. His voice was low, with a hint of imperceptible scorn. As the crowd approached, a suffocating pressure emanated from within the mountain. The air was heavy with the smell of sulfur, and occasionally you could hear the low keening of a dragon from deep within the belly of the mountain. Something's not right. Mo Tianxing suddenly frowned, his gaze gravely scanning the surroundings. According to reason, the aura of the demonic dragon should envelop the entire mountain range. Why can't we perceive its presence now? Xiao Zhan's lanky body also instantly tightened. He also noticed the bizarre anomaly. In a deep voice, he said, could it be that head has already left the nest? Entered the remnant god ruins? Mo Tianxing took over the conversation and his face became extremely ugly. The crowd was in an uproar. And Sumer's face changed slightly. If the demonic dragon really entered the relic, then Linshi's situation would be even more dangerous. But he seemed unusually calm at the moment, no panic. He raised his right hand, palm down, and whispered, Ghost Shadow Core. In a flash, countless black shadows poured out from the shadows beneath his feet, transforming into hundreds of heavily armed ghostly shadow soldiers. Go, explore the entire nest, don't spare any corners. Su Mo ordered. The ghostly soldiers saluted silently. It then transformed into a black shadow and dispersed at an astonishing speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye in all parts of the cave. Can these things probe for messages inside? Don't get regimented by the other side before you even get close. Sun Xiaoxiao's tone carried obvious distrust and even a bit of contempt. Very much looking down on these ghostly soldiers. If you die, none of these ghostly soldiers will die. Wang Gang mocked without mercy. You fart. Sun Xiaoxiao immediately exploded, her almond eyes glaring roundly. This girl is about to reach the 5th rank, how can these things compare to me? TSK. A snort came out of Wang Gang's mouth. He even mimicked Sun Xiaoxiao's tone just now, dragging out the tone. I will soon be 5th rank. Immediately afterward, the mockery on his face instantly tightened, and his gaze sharpened as he looked at Sun Xiaoxiao and said in a single word. Then you know that these ghostly soldiers you despise. Each and every one of them, they are already standing firmly at the 5th rank. No way. You're bolting me. At those words, Sun Xiaoxiao immediately jumped up and retorted. The fingers pointing at Wang Gang were trembling. It's not just her. Zhao Hu, Shi Xian, and even Sun Yaoyao and Lu Jiuxuan, their entire bodies froze at the words. Is the 5th order that easy to reach? If all those ghostly soldiers were of the 5th rank, wouldn't that mean that with a wave of his hand, Suemo would be able to summon an army of hundreds of 5th-ranked powerhouses? What kind of concept is that? A chill rose from the bottom of the crowd's hearts. Even if it was a normal medium-sized region, how many 5th-ranked powerhouses could be put together with all their efforts? A few dozen, or at best, 100 or so. But now, Suemo merely waved his hand casually. Summoned these seemingly insignificant ghostly soldiers. Surprisingly, every single one of them stood firmly at the 5th rank level. This simply turned their perceptions upside down. Wouldn't that mean Sumer alone? It was equivalent to having a terrifying army that was strong enough to sweep through an ordinary medium-sized region. Where the hell is this guy's ceiling? Hey, is this guy telling the truth? Sun Xiaoxiao pointed at Suemo and questioned out. Suemo didn't reply, he just closed his eyes and concentrated, sensing the information coming from the ghost shadow soldiers through the spiritual link. You. When Sun Xiaoxiao saw Suemo completely ignoring herself, her pretty face instantly turned red. A wave of shame at being belittled went straight to his head. And you're loaded? Seeing that Suemo did not answer, Sun Xiaoxiao quickly rushed towards Suemo. Look at that stance, it's a big deal. The next second, however, a dark shadow suddenly flashed. Without warning, he appeared in front of Sun Xiaoxiao. It was a ghostly soldier. The face was hidden under the shadows, revealing only a pair of cold and merciless eyes. The ghostly soldiers didn't make any noise or make any extra movements. He just raised his arms, waving his palms clenched into fists. Toward the near Sun Xiaoxiao, it blasted straight at her. At the same time, a powerful and hidden aura. Like a volcano erupting, it was suddenly released from the ghost shadow soldier's body. That aura belonged to the aura of a 5th order powerhouse. 5th rank, they're actually really 5th rank. Sun Xiaoxiao's face, which was still wearing an angry expression, instantly stiffened. In its place was a wave of shock and horror. Her eyes widened. Incredulously, he looked at the ghostly soldiers close at hand. Feeling that real and unadulterated 5th rank aura. The previous skepticism and contempt instantly dissipated. In its place was a deep sense of shock and fear. Lu Jiuxuan and the others were all completely dumbfounded at this moment. Hundreds of 5th order powerhouses. What a terrifying power this is. Suemo actually did possess such a terrifying undercard. They looked at Sumer in their gazes. Beyond shock, there's also a touch more awe and scorn. This man. Far more unfathomable than they thought. Chapter 105, Pouring Out the Nest. And that's when the ghost shadow soldier's attack was already about to land on Sun Xiaoxiao. The wind of the fist whistled straight to Sun Xiaoxiao's face. The icy killing intent mixed with pure power made her blood almost freeze. Help! Sun Xiaoxiao panicked and her body trembled. As a mage, if she was hit by this blow, she would definitely be hurt badly. What Wang Gang had said was true, she actually really couldn't even defeat one of Sumo's summons. Sun Yaoyao, Lu Jiuxuan, and the others were simply too late to rescue them. Mo Tianxing, who had the ability to rescue, chose to stand by and watch. In his opinion, Sun Xiaoxiao was used to being arrogant on weekdays, and it was good to suffer a little and be taught a lesson. In the end, The ghost shadow soldier's fist still hadn't landed on Sun Xiaoxiao. Last minute. The ghostly soldier suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke and silently dissipated. The remaining strong wind brushed Sun Xiaoxiao's stiff cheeks. Her entire body was still in the position of backing away in shock, gasping for air, cold sweat instantly soaking her back. His legs were weak and he could barely stand. Suemo opened his eyes, swept his eyes at the terrified Sun Xiaoxiao, and then spoke. I used shadow soldiers to probe almost the entire lair of the demon dragon, and the demon dragon is indeed not in the lair. Sure enough, it's not. Looks like he really did enter the remnant god ruins. Mo Tianqing nodded his head. So what do we do now? Entering the remnant god's ruins? Xiao Zhan looked at Suemo and inquired. Since the demonic dragon wasn't here, there was no need for them to continue lingering here. Wait, something's up. What's wrong? Mo Tianqing inquired. Suemo frowned. It's true that the demonic dragon isn't here, but there's still a 6th-ranked dragon descendant guarding the depths of the lair. It just killed one of the ghost shadow soldiers I sent to scout the deep area. 6th Order Dragonborn. This word caused Lu Jiufen and the others to change their faces slightly. However, after looking at Mo Tianqing, Xiao Battle, and Suemo, he immediately dropped his heart. So what if it's a 6th Order dragon descendant? They could have 3 6th Order powerhouses. No fear. And a trace of doubt flashed in Sumo's eyes. I vaguely feel that underneath the aura of that 6th-ranked dragon descendant, there seems to be another aura lurking that is even more subtle and elusive. The aura was iffy, as if it would dissipate at any time, yet it was real. Not waiting for the crowd to ask detailed questions. Just then. Roar. A deafening roar violently erupted from the entrance of the deep demonic dragon's lair ahead. That roar was full of tyranny and anger, like thunder rolling, instantly spreading throughout the entire valley. Immediately afterward, a furious voice followed, carrying undisguised killing intent. What kind of petty generation dares to covet my lord's land? Seek death. In an instant, the ground of the entire valley began to tremble violently. Immediately following, black shadows were blocking, like a tidal wave erupting from the depths of the cavern. That's the monster. Countless monsters. As far as the eye could see, it was hideous. At a cursory glance, the number was feared to be in the thousands. This sudden and horrible sight of it made Zhao Hu, Shi Xian, and the others, who had only just slightly recovered from the shock of the ghost shadow soldiers, pale for a moment. My goodness, Zhao Hu's face instantly turned white. This is too much? With so many monsters, even if they stood around and let them chop, they would have to chop until their hands went limp, right? Not to mention, many of them again had a powerful aura, and at a glance, it was not something they could deal with. Sun Yaoyao and Lu Jiuxuan also looked grave and unconsciously moved a few points closer to Mo Tianqing and Sumo's direction. An army of monsters of this scale was beyond the realm of what they usually dealt with. Sun Xiaoxiao was even more frightened. He had just been shocked by the 5th Order aura of the ghost shadow soldiers, and now he was facing such a terrifying army of monsters. She subconsciously hid behind her sister Sun Yaoyao, only daring to poke out half of her head, looking ahead in terror, not daring to take a breath. The previous arrogance had long since vanished. You were pretty tough just now, weren't you? Now you know you're scared? But then again. He looked at the tide of monsters in front of him, and his expression was also very grave. Compared to the nervousness and fear of the others, Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan appeared much calmer. As 6th Order powerhouses, this kind of scene, though vast, was not enough to move them. Not to mention Sumer. It was also at this moment that a huge and athletic figure finally took a step out from the shadow of that deep cave entrance, exposing itself to the sight of everyone. Is that a near humanoid dragon descendant? It stood over a dozen meters tall, walked upright, and was covered in dark golden, fine scales. The head retains its hideous dragon-like features, with 2 thick, curved horns pointing straight up to the sky. A pair of vertical pupils that burned with a lava-like luster, and a long tail covered in bone spikes trailing behind them. Most notably, in its hand, it held a huge, hideous war halberd that seemed to be polished from obsidian, with a faint black aura draped around the blade. 6th Order. This was definitely the aura of the 6th rank. Moreover, it seemed to be even more furious and aggressive than the unusual 6th rank. Race, Dragon subspecies Berserker Dragonborn. Rank, 6th Order, 9th level. Domain, Berserk battle, all attributes improved, pain sense weakened, recovery enhanced. Weakness, psychic attacks. Sumo instantly read all the data of this dragon descendant through the All Souls illustration. The scarlet vertical pupils of the mad dragon slowly swept over the crowd below. The eyes swept over Zhao Hu, Shixian, and the others in just a single glance, carrying undisguised contempt. It eventually rested on the three people, Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhaosu Mo. Humble humans. The berserk dragon's low voice was like muffled thunder as it pointed its war halberd at the crowd. How dare you trespass on demonic dragon lord's territory? Today I will use your blood and flesh to quell my anger. It violently raised the obsidian war halberd in its hand, pointing at the crowd from afar, its icy killing intent like a cold stream crossing the border. Die. The last word, death, was like the detonation of a barrel of dynamite. Roar. Kill. Tens of thousands of dragon descent monsters let out sky-shaking roars in unison, the sound waves almost toppling the entire valley. The next moment, the black tide moved. A devastating charge was launched towards where Sumo and the others were. The earth wails and the air burns. Zhang Ming, Wang Gang, Zhao Hu, Sun Yayao, Lu Jiushuan, and the others all mobilized their power. Take up a fighting stance. Even Sun Xiaoxiao is the same. At that moment, Sumo violently raised his right hand. Ghost Shadow Core, all out. Accompanying his words, a pitch-black crack appeared out of nowhere, densely packed and spread throughout the entire valley. In the crack, there was a surge of rich shadow power, as if it was connected to another world. Chapter 106, Crushing of the Ghostly Shadow Legion. In the next moment, countless ghostly soldiers fishtailed out of the cracks. They were clad in black battle armor and wielded a variety of shadow weapons. The face was hidden under the shadows, revealing only a pair of cold and merciless scarlet eyes. Each one of them exuded the aura of a fifth-ranked powerhouse, forming a tight battle formation to meet the monster army. Hundreds? No. This time, the number of ghost shadow soldiers that appeared was far greater than before. It was so dense that you couldn't see the edge of it. They lined up silently and neatly. If the ghostly soldiers that appeared before were just streams, then now, it was a true ocean. This. Lu Jiushuan's eyes rounded. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Thousands of them, no, far more, all of them of the fifth rank. He swallowed hard, his voice dry and hoarse. In front of them were densely packed fifth-order ghost shadow soldiers. Icy killing intent, morose battle formation. His mind went blank as he looked at the sight that nearly covered his field of vision. Shixian, Zhang Ming, Wang Gang, and the others likewise turned pale and their breathing stopped. Their bodies stiffened. A legion of thousands of fifth-order powerhouses. What a terrifying power this is. Even Sun Xiaoxiao, who was trembling in fear before, completely changed her gaze towards Sumo at this moment. The terror was still there, but it was replaced by awe. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she just silently lowered her head, not daring to look directly at that seemingly ordinary youth again. The commotion this kid makes is really surprising every time. Mo Tianqing stared at the endless legions of ghostly shadows with a hint of marvel in his tone. Even he couldn't calm his heart when he saw a fifth-order legion of such size. Xiao Zhan stood at his side and slowly nodded. Sweeping over the soldiers that looked like a torrent of black steel. The tone of his voice was tinged with a few unspeakable emotions, even a bit of self-deprecation. Indeed. With these ghostly soldiers? It feels like we, the people, are here to make up the numbers. I'm afraid that this Sumo kid alone can sweep the vast majority of this Dragon Bone Mountain range. Without waiting for the crowd to fully regain their senses from the shock, Sumo's raised right hand had already swung down. Kill. Cold, stern, without a trace of emotion. Roar. Deafening roars erupted like a tsunami. Thousands of ghost shadow soldiers, their scarlet eyes lit up at the same time. The next second, a black torrent. No trial and error, no fancy tactics, just a straight frontal charge. Thousands of fifth-ranked powerhouses charging at the same time, what kind of concept was that? The earth trembled. The dull footsteps converged into a thunderous roar, like 1,000 horses galloping, shaking the hearts and minds of the people. On the contrary, the monster army on the opposite side was huge and imposing though. But they were far less ranked than the Ghost Shadow Legion. Victory or defeat, almost before the collision, was already predetermined. Boom! The two black torrents ruthlessly collided together. The Ghost Shadow soldiers, like the sharpest blades, instantly tore through the defense line of the monster army. The dull sound of sharp blades entering flesh, the sound of bones breaking, and the wailing of monsters instantly intertwined into a bloody symphony. Blood splattered and limbs and broken arms flew across the room. In just a moment of contact, the monster army was like being run over by a meat grinder, instantly collapsing a large swath. How is that possible? The originally hideous face of the berserk dragon descent instantly stiffened. Its lava-like vertical pupils contracted violently as it stared deathly at the sight of the battlefield. Eyes wide open. What did it see? The monster army that he was so proud of was as unbearable as papier-mâché in front of the other party's group of black soldiers. Those monsters, although not high in level, were numerous and fierce, and in the past, they swept through everything and were invincible. But now, they have met their true nemesis. They weren't afraid to die, but those shadow creatures on the other side were even less afraid. In just one photo, it was slaughtered by the other side? No. No way. The berserk dragon descendant was unable to accept the facts in front of it as it let out a furious roar. The huge obsidian war halberd in its hand swung violently, pointing at the ghost shadow core from afar. Kill them for me. Kill them all for me. However, what responded to it was an even more disastrous rout. The ghost shadow core was far more powerful than it could have imagined. It's not just the rank that holds the absolute advantage. And humongous and unaware of injuries. It is a true fighting division. They are like sophisticated war machines, efficient, cold and ruthless. The attacks of the monster army that fell on them were like mud cows entering the sea, unable to shake their battle formation at all. The counterattacks of the ghost shadow soldiers, on the other hand, were like scythes that could harvest a large swath of monsters with each swing. Above the battlefield, the scene of one-sided slaughter was completely presented. Wherever the ghost shadow core passed, monsters fell in pieces like cut wheat, blood stained the ground, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Run away! Run away, we're no match for them at all. The originally raging army of monsters was now like ants being doused, instantly collapsing and scattering in all directions. However, the ghost shadow core didn't give them a chance to escape at all. The battle formation followed like a shadow, in hot pursuit, like a maggot on a hawk, biting the monster army to death and continuously expanding the battle results. My God! Shocked cries continued to emanate from Shi Xian and the others. Where's the bitterness in that? This was clearly a one-sided crushing. In the center of the battlefield, the face of the berserk dragon descendant had become incomparably ugly. It never expected that it would encounter such a tricky enemy. The opponent had summoned such a terrifying legion. It was a nightmare. Damn humans! The berserk dragon descent let out an angry roar as it violently swung the obsidian war halberd in its hand, pointing at Sumo. I'll kill you! It could no longer care about anything else and violently rushed in Sumo's direction. Only by taking out this summoner could they win. Howl! Right at the moment when the berserk battle dragon descent rushed towards Sumo with a destructive aura. An even more majestic and vast dragon's roar, like thunder from the nine heavens, suddenly exploded. The sound waves rolled and shook the clouds. The sky seemed to darken for a moment. The Holy Lord's huge, mountain-like body carried an unrivaled sense of oppression as it descended from the sky. The berserk battle dragon descent, who bore the brunt of the attack, had its forward momentum violently stalled. The berserker dragonborn snapped his head up and those lava vertical pupils, which were originally filled with tyranny and killing intent, were now violently contracted and needle-sharp. In the depths of his pupils, the Holy Lord's majestic and sacred massive dragon body was clearly reflected. The air, it seemed, froze. Its gaze was deadlocked on the Holy Lord, sweeping from head to tail, inch by inch. Pure-blooded dragons? The voice carried a hint of imperceptible trembling. Chapter 107, One Man Becomes an Army, Abusing 10,000 Races. Next. That shock faded quickly. In its place, there was a searing heat that bordered on madness. The color of greed, like a prairie wildfire, instantly ignited its pupils. Such a pure dragon bloodline. Just devour you. I'll be able to break through the 7th rank. Ecstasy and greed are intertwined. He had now reached the 9th rank of the 6th order, and was only one step away from the 7th order. But it was this one step that stopped him dead in his tracks, and he was not allowed to advance an inch for decades. Holy Lord, you are like that great tonic, a monster that wants to devour your bloodline. Sumer snickered. Then kill them all. When the Holy Lord heard his own master's snickering voice, his dragon eyes turned to the berserk dragon, cold and full of killing intent. Sights collided in the air. Invisible air pressure suddenly filled the room. The air seems to have become sticky. The confrontation between the two behemoths made the space around them seem to freeze. Shi Xian and the others in the distance didn't dare to breathe. Elder Mo, City Lord Xiao. Sun Yaoyao's voice carried obvious concern. Her gaze was locked onto Su Mo, and she looked uneasily at the two confronting dragons. Elder Su, can he deal with that dragon descendant alone? Do you want us to go over and help? That dragon was as high as 6th order 9th rank, while the Holy Lord was only 6th order 2nd rank. The gap in between, it's too big. Ha, you little ninny, you worry too much. Mo Tianqing's bright laughter broke the tension. He stroked his beard with absolute trust in his eyes. Don't say it's just a 6th order, 9th ranked miscellaneous blood dragon descendant. Even if there are a few more of the same level, little friend Su Mo will be able to handle them. What? Xiao Zhan also picked up the conversation at this moment. We were chased before. This guy Su Mo single-handedly killed 10 dragon descendants and saved us. It also includes 3 dragon descendants of 6th order existences. These words were like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly smashed into the hearts of the people of Tianyuan City. The air was instantly and horribly quiet. A pin drop can be heard. Kill, 10 dragonborn? Single shot? 3 6th order? Every word felt so foreign to them. So it was Su Mo who saved Elder Mo. Lu Jiuxuan was far more shocked inside than Shi Xian and the others. He had previously thought that it was Elder Mo and City Lord Xiao, who had fought in blood into the death before killing their way out. Never thought. The hero who saved the day turned out to be the seemingly calm young man. Wait. A thought was like lightning that suddenly crossed Lu Jiubuan's mind. What Elder Mo mentioned before, that mysterious powerhouse who was able to resist the demonic dragon. Could it be? Could he be Sumer? Once the idea popped up, it grew wildly like a weed and could no longer be contained. But isn't he only at the 6th rank? Lu Jiuxuan's heart skipped a beat. How could a 6th order cultivator be a match for that heaven-destroying demonic dragon? That was an existence that had even beheaded the Vice City Lord. Unless. And even bolder, one might even say absurd, speculation surfaced uncontrollably in his mind. Could it be that he's been hiding his strength? This thought made Lu Jiubuan's breath catch. His true cultivation level, has he already broken through that boundary? He is already a 7th ranked powerhouse? Lu Jiuxuan looked at Su Mo. Ridiculous as that idea of his is. But judging by Su Mo's character and previous behavior, it was likely that the other party was really hiding. This guy, what a deep city. Just as Lu Jiubuan was thinking, the situation on the battlefield had already changed. A mere mongrel blood dares to covet the power of a pure-blooded dragon race? The Holy Lord's voice was like muffled thunder rolling, and the golden light in the dragon's eyes was great. Today, I'll let you see what the true majesty of the dragon clan is. The berserk battle dragon descendant on the opposite side of the battlefield faced this pure dragon power suppression, and instead of being fearful, he became even more excited. Greed and madness intertwined and burned in its lava like vertical pupils. Cut the crap. Your bloodline, I'll take it. Berserker field open. Boom. With the Berserker dragon descent as the center, a circle of dark red ripples suddenly spread out. It wasn't light, and it wasn't fog. It's more like a materialized mad will. The air was colored an ominous dark red, becoming sticky and hot, and inhaling it into his lungs felt as if a sharp blade had scraped through it. The Berserk dragon, who was within his own Berserk battle realm, saw his aura steeply rise. The dark red ripples surrounding its body became even more solid, like boiling plasma. All aspects of attributes, in this instant, received a terrifying increase. This guy is afraid that he's infinitely close to the 7th rank with the domain's enhancement. Xiao Zhan's face was grave and his voice was low. He could clearly feel that leap of power, a critical sense of qualitative change. That was no longer a mere 6th rank 9, but an existence that had truly touched the threshold of a higher level. At this moment, even Mo Tianqing, the experienced veteran powerhouse, had his brows locked tightly. He similarly sensed the palpitating oppressive force that far exceeded the unusual 6th rank 9th rank. The two of them have yet to do so. Not to mention the far less powerful Lu Jiufen and the others. They only felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain over their heads, and breathing became difficult. It was as if they were in a hot furnace, and even their souls were trembling. As for Sun Xiaoxiao, who had the weakest cultivation, her face had long been as pale as paper. Legs trembled uncontrollably, almost falling to his knees. Sister. She trembled as she grabbed Sun Yaoyao's sleeve, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Sun Yaoyao hurriedly supported her sister, but her own face was equally pale. She raised her head to look towards the center of the battlefield, her eyes filled with worry. Elder Su, Is there really no problem? In the center of the battlefield, Suemo faced the berserk battle dragon descendant whose aura had skyrocketed, yet he remained absolutely calm. Even though this mad dragon has cast a domain, his four-dimensional attributes are still no match for the Holy Lord. There is no suspense in this battle. Suemo was confident beyond measure. But his brow stayed furrowed and did not stretch. He always felt that there was a very subtle power within the demonic dragon's lair. This power was at least more powerful than the mad dragon in front of him. Above the battlefield. In the face of this terrifying Kleiman aura, the Holy Lord, however, merely flung his dragon tail in contempt. That's it? Two simple words were like igniting a powder keg. The berserk dragon descent instantly became furious. Seek death. It swung its huge claws, which had been completely obsidianized, violently. That giant claw was immense, covering a small half of the sky. The tips of the claws flashed with a devastating ebony light. The target was aimed straight at the Holy Lord's head. The Holy Lord did not avoid it either. The Ox rune spell, moving mountain giant power erupted. Chapter 108, True Dragon Reverse Scale. Boom! The two giant claws collided in mid-air with a loud bang. A deafening roar erupted. The golden light of the cow's rune, the ebony light of the obsidian intertwined. A storm of energy visible to the naked eye swept wildly in all directions. Click, click. A shocking scene emerges. The obsidian giant claws of the berserk dragon descent, which were claimed to be indestructible, even surfaced fine cracks during the collision. No way! The berserker dragonborn stared with wide eyes. Excruciating pain and disbelief flooded the mind at the same time. It had felt the other party's aura, and it was clearly only a 6th order second level. As for himself, under the blessing of the berserker battle domain, his strength, speed, and defense had all received an extreme increase, and he was already infinitely approaching the 7th rank. There's a gap of heavenly proportions between them. How can you lose in power? Why are you so powerful when you're only a 6th rank second level? The Holy Lord sneered. The golden light on the dragon's claws suddenly skyrocketed. A mere mongrel blood is worthy of competing with a pure-blooded dragon race in terms of power? Bang! Another swift and unrivaled heavy strike solidly smashed on top of the already cracked giant claws of the berserk dragon descent. The obsidian giant claws of the berserk dragon descendant shattered in response. Dark shards mixed with dark red flesh and blood splattered in all directions. Ah! It let out a howl of pain. The body stumbled backward. The loss of a claw caused its originally furious aura to instantly wither for the most part. The Holy Lord did not pause for a moment. Write it out. The body vibrated. A huge body, approaching in an instant. Rabbit charm. The Holy Lord's figure suddenly became blurry. Speed was raised to an unimaginable extreme at this moment. Only a faint golden residue was left in the air. Quick! It's too fast. So fast that even the field-enhanced perception of the berserker dragon descendant couldn't fully capture it. Almost simultaneously. Dragon charm. Blazing, furious energy that contained a destructive aura began to coalesce rapidly in the Holy Lord's mouth. No good. Berserker Dragonborn tries to defend against it in his haste. However, it was discovered that it was impossible to even lock on to the exact location of the Holy Lord. One could only watch the golden lightning bolt, which instantly broke through the barrier of space and appeared in front of him. Boom! There was a loud sound as dull as a beating drum. Without the slightest bit of fancy, the Holy Lord's golden dragon fist, which condensed the enormous power of the bull rune, ruthlessly smashed into the small abdomen of the berserk dragon descendant. There, the same hard, thick obsidian scale armor covered it. But in front of absolute power, this layer of defense was as fragile as paper mache. The scale armor instantly dented, chipped, and shattered. The golden-colored dragon fist was as powerful as a bamboo, directly penetrating its abdomen. Blood and fragments of internal organs, mixed with the force of the impact, burst out of its back. Put! The berserk dragon descent violently sprayed out a large mouthful of blood mixed with broken pieces of internal organs. Its massive body trembled violently, its eyes glaring round. In that lava-like vertical pupil, the previous madness and greed had long since faded away, leaving only a fear and despair that was too thick to melt. The force was crushed. Speed is crushed. Defense was crushed. An all-around debacle. It finally realized what kind of terrifying existence it was facing. It's not even a 6th order second level. This was definitely a terrifying power that surpassed the 6th rank. No. It can't be, how could you? How come it's so strong? The two people who were watching the battle, Xiaozhan and Mo Tianxing, watching the incredibly fast pace of the battle, his face stared. Is this Mad Dragon going to be killed? Both of them knew clearly in their hearts that with the Holy Lord's strength, decapitating this berserker dragon descent was not a difficult task. However, the scene in front of them was still far beyond the limits of their imagination. It's too fast. It's not even a fight, it's a massacre. A photo op. It was just a photo op. Surprisingly, he had already fallen into such a miserable situation. Couldn't even put up the slightest resistance. Being completely crushed. Dying. Dragon blast. The Holy Lord didn't give it a chance to speak. The dragon's breath, which contained blasting energy, was aimed at its head and blasted out. The shadow of death, as heavy as substance, weighted down, almost suffocating it. Just in the nick of time. The last of the madness erupted from Berserker's eyes. It let out a hiss that was mournful to the extreme, the sound tearing through the air. Dragon blood reverse scale. The hiss did not fall. Only its thick neck near the heart was visible. A scale that was very different from the obsidian scale armor around it suddenly lit up. It was a dark golden scale. It was covered with arcane and ancient patterns. It was not generated after birth, but was innate, containing a thin but pure trace of the power of the true dragon's bloodline. At this moment, this reverse scale violently exploded. Not crushed. Instead, it transformed into the most radiant and dazzling golden light. The light instantly coalesced. In front of its head, an impenetrable circular barrier was formed. Above the barrier, a vast, pale, pure and incomparable dragon race aura spread out with a bang. This aura even caused the Saint Lord in the distance to feel an extremely subtle throbbing of his bloodline. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the destructive dragon's breath spewed out by the Holy Lord fiercely impacted on top of that golden barrier. The deafening popping sound was more terrifying than any of the previous collisions. It was as if two stars had collided and annihilated here. A piercing light exploded out. The fiery energy of the dragon's breath and the barrier's ancient dragon power frantically hedged and annihilated. The energy turbulence swept in all directions like a tsunami. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianxing did not expect that this berserk battle dragon descendant would be able to burst out with such an astonishing defense when he was on the verge of death. Buzz! A wave of energy burst out from their bodies, turning into a shield that enveloped Zhang Ming, Sun Xiaoxiao, and the others. Otherwise, an impact of this magnitude would be enough to seriously injure them. Sumer contracted abruptly. He clearly felt the pure dragon power coming from that barrier. Can't go wrong. True dragon reverse scale? Sumo's voice carried a hint of imperceptible surprise. This dragon descendant, to think that he is still hiding this kind of life-preserving item. The true dragon reverse scale is a dragon with a pure bloodline. The scales containing the power of the origin that had coalesced in the vitals of the heart over the course of a long life were precious beyond compare, and their defense was astounding. This berserk battle dragon descent's bloodline was refuted, and to be able to coalesce a piece of it was already a heavenly chance. But, alas, it still won't be a match for the Holy Lord. The golden barrier flickered with light, ultimately blocking the deadly dragon's breath. The barrier dissipated. The figure of the berserker dragonborn reappeared. The price is steep. All over its body, the obsidian scale armor that was originally glittering with metallic luster has now become dull, like a dusty stubborn stone. The breath was even more withered to the extreme, as if it was a candle in the wind that could go out at any time. The wound at the broken claw and the penetrating wound in his abdomen were gurgling dark red blood. In the eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and all 7 orifices, dark red blood slowly flowed out. Obviously, urging this true dragon reverse scale had placed a huge burden on it. Ahem, ahem. The berserker dragonborn coughed violently. Each cough was accompanied by a large gulp of blood as well as a spray of broken pieces of internal organs. It lifted its head with difficulty. That pair of lava-like vertical pupils, at this moment, only bone-deep resentment and afterthought remained. Deadpan stared at the Holy Lord. N didn't realize. Surprisingly, forcing me to use my last card. This account. I'll take notes. Every word, as if squeezed out from between his teeth, was filled with endless hatred. The words were not yet spoken. It violently mobilized the last ounce of power left in its body. Quickly flee the scene. Chapter 109, 1 move, 1 second. The speed of the Berserk Dragon Descendant was boosted to the extreme as he burned his life. However, all of this, in the eyes of the Holy Lord, was nothing more than a futile struggle before dying. Can you escape? Earth Cage. The Holy Lord casually raised a palm and clasped it in the air. Shasta. The power of the Earth's rules was completely invoked. Rumble. The ground below the Berserk Dragon, as well as the space in front of its escape route, violently trembled. The dirt tumbled. The rocks are crumbling. Countless huge, shimmering earth-colored haloed rocks and thick earth broke out from the depths of the earth. They converged, stacked, and merged in a hurry. Only in the blink of an eye. An immense and incomparable earth and stone cage rose up from the ground. Trapped the Berserker Dragonborn dead in the center. Up and down, no more gaps. No good. The Berserk Dragon Descent's face changed wildly. Above this earth and stone cage, the terrifying power of the laws of the earth contained. Once it's completely blocked. Wait for it. Definitely the more furious attack of the Holy Lord. Until then, it will be completely desperate. The power mixed with the life essence was madly infused into the still intact front paw. Using all his strength, he fiercely blasted on top of the thick earth and stone barrier in front of him. Rumble. The ear-shattering roar caused the entire earth cage to tremble violently. The impenetrable earth and stone barriers crumbled apart the next moment. The figure of the Berserker Dragonborn was once again revisited. It's huge. Bursting out of the crumbling cage of earth and stone. There's no time to celebrate yet. An even more terrifying aura had descended. The mad dragon snapped his head up. What came into view was a long brewing dragon blast. It's over. The dragon blast, wrapped in the energy of destroying everything, hit the head of the Berserker Dragonborn with precision. Terrifying blasting energy, like a condensed sun, exploded on the head of the Berserker Dragon Descent. The golden light that blazed to the extreme instantly engulfed its huge and hideous face. The destructive force tore through the hardened scale armor, annihilated bones, and vaporized flesh and blood. No! A mournful, desperate, yet abrupt scream became the last trace it left in this world. The voice breaks off. The golden light receded like a tidal wave. In the original spot, only a huge dragon corpse that had lost its head remained. Boom! Losing its life support, that huge body was like a mountain pushed down, heavily smashing into the cracked earth. The ground shook violently. It stirred up the dust in the sky, mixed with the smell of blood, and filled the air. Everyone's gazes, deadpan, were fixed on the headless dragon corpse that was steaming. The brain went blank. The heart seemed to stop beating. That was a Berserk Battle Dragon Descendant of the 6th Order and 9th level, who even possessed such a heaven-defying undercurrent as the True Dragon's reverse scale. In the twinkling of an eye, the head was so crisply blown to pieces. There are no bones left. This. The end, the end? Sun Xiaoxiao stammered and asked, her voice shaking. That was a 6th Order, 9th-ranked dragon descendant that possessed a True Dragon's reverse scale. Almost invincible in their eyes. Surprisingly, he was killed in seconds in almost a single shot. Didn't even manage to put up a decent fight. Sun Yaoyao's pupils similarly tightened, her heart beating wildly. Elder Su, he... She swallowed hard, her voice dry. Just what level of powerhouse is this? Sure enough, this Suemo is definitely a 7th-rank powerhouse. In the depths of Lu Jiufan's eyes, a brilliant light flashed. There are only 7 steps. Only then could he so easily obliterate a 6th Order, 9th-ranked Berserker Dragon Descendant that possessed a True Dragon's reverse scale. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 6th Order, 9th Order Dragon Descendant and gaining a large amount of experience. Congratulations to the host for raising his level to 6th Order, 3rd Order. 18 points of kill value gained. The system interface then unfolds. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Rank, 6th order, 3rd level. Power, 145,000. Agility, 140,000. Intelligence, 137,000. Spirit, 135,000. Note, percentage increase is added in full. Number of draws, 40. Skills, Universal Spirit Illustration Divine, 80% Attribute Sharing Divine, Damage Transfer S rank, Battle Spirit Boiling B rank. Summoner, Holy Lord Dragon, SSS+, 6th order. Special ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning Ghost Shadow Core, currently summonable number 26,400. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Snake Charm, Rabbit Charm, Ox Charm, Dragon Charm Power. Equipment, Divine Dragon Set, Grade S can be Advanced Divine Dragon Armor, Divine Dragon Helmet, Divine Dragon Boots, Divine Dragon Wrist Guard, Divine Dragon Ring, Divine Dragon Scepter, Divine Dragon Ring. Kill value, 867. Special items, Ruins Coordinates Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant 1 time, Tyrant's Eye Grade S, Grey Wolf Fragment 2. At the same time the Holy Lord's attribute panel was updated again. Summoner, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS Plus can be advanced. Condition, defective missing 6 charms. Rank, 6th order, 4th level. Power, 185,000. Agility, 183,000. Intelligence, 182,700. Spirit, 183,200. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, it can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage is enhanced with leveling up. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him, the number of Ghost Shadow Core is related to the level, currently can summon 33,000 of them. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm, Snake Charm, Ox Charm Power. Rule Power, GQA Earth Rule Power. Close the system interface. Han Shen's gaze fell on the massive headless dragon corpse not far away. He stepped forward. Between the blur of blood and broken bones, the true dragon reverse scale lay there silently. Sumer bent down and reached out. The fingertips touched a cool, slippery touch, mixed with a hint of energy residue if any. He picked the scale up from the filth and held it in his palm. The scales had lost that intimidating luster from before, and only a faint hint of golden lines remained on the edges. The energy fluctuations on it had almost completely disappeared. However, a deeper and more ancient aura that did not belong to the berserker dragon descent faintly permeated out and lingered. This piece of reverse scale. Sumer whispered. The touch, the scent, it was all out of place with that dragonborn. Surely it's not what it is. Chapter 110, A Bunch of Owls. Just then, the massive dragon's shadow wordlessly approached. The Holy Lord lowered his equally hideous but at the moment seemingly respectful head and approached the scales in Sumo's hand. The dark golden vertical pupils contracted slightly. His nostrils flared and he sniffed carefully at the scent that remained on the scale. Master, the aura on this reverse scale. Very old. Sumer nodded thoughtfully. It seems that this demonic dragon's lair is even weirder than we thought. Whether it's this true dragon reverse scale or that iffy aura from before. Both cautioned him. System, is it possible to incorporate this true dragon reverse scale into the divine dragon set to enhance its quality? Suemo silently asked in his mind. Ding. Special material detected, true dragon reverse scale broken. This material contains dilute true dragon origin and immortal characteristics, and can be used to strengthen specified dragon attribute equipment. Detected the host possessing the equipment, Divine Dragon Set Grade S, Fit, extremely high. Sure enough. Han Shen smiled. Previously, I have been suffering from the lack of suitable materials for upgrading, but I did not expect that someone would give me a pillow when I dozed off. Using True Dragon reverse scales to upgrade the Divine Dragon set is a perfect match. System tip, this True Dragon reverse scale is crippled, only one piece of equipment can be selected for upgrading. Can you only upgrade one piece? Han Shen swept his equipment bar. Ultimately, it was decided that the Divine Dragon armor would be upgraded first. Does it consume True Dragon reverse scale broken to upgrade Divine Dragon armor S grade to SS grade? Note, this boost requires the consumption of 10 points of kill value as auxiliary energy. Yes. Confirmed consumption of True Dragon Reverse Scale broken x1, kill value x10. Dragon armor reinforcement begins. As the system tone fell, the piece of dark golden reverse scale in Sumo's hand suddenly bloomed with a flash of radiant light that far exceeded the previous one. Buzz! As if a sleeping dragon had awakened, a majestic and vast dragon's might, centered on the reverse scale, spread out with a bang. This was only a trace of the pressure remaining in the broken reverse scale. If it was a complete True Dragon reverse scale, how terrifying would it be? The piece of reverse scale slowly floated up in Sumo's palm, the dark golden light flowed erratically, and the dragon pattern on the surface was as if it had come to life, meandering around. Immediately after that, a set of mighty and extraordinary golden armor appeared out of thin air in front of Sumo's chest. It was the divine dragon armor. As soon as the armor appeared, it had some sort of subtle resonance with the suspended reverse scales. The reverse scale turned into a stream of light, and without the slightest obstruction, it directly merged into the chest position of the divine dragon armor. Boom! An even more dazzling golden light exploded out, enveloping Sumo's entire body. The divine dragon armor, which was already gorgeous and majestic, was as if it had been injected with a soul at this moment. A scaled-down version of a golden divine dragon was coiled on it in a lifelike manner. The location of the dragon's head happened to be right at the heart of the chest, overlapping with the location where the reverse scales were fused. An even more powerful and introverted, yet with a hint of immortality, dragon might emanated from the brand new divine dragon armor. Ding! Strengthening successful. Congratulations to the host, the quality of the divine dragon armor has been upgraded to SS grade. Dragon armor. Type, armor. Quality, SS. Effect 1, substantially increases physical defense and energy defense. Effect 2, Dragon Might, has a suppressive effect on dragons and sub-dragon creatures, exempt from some Dragon Might effects. Effect 3, Reverse Scale Guardian Passive, the core of the chest possesses the guardian power of the True Dragon's reverse scale, which greatly improves defense against deadly attacks, and can withstand one certain death attack per day except for those exceeding the defense limit. Characteristics, advanceable. Next advancement requires higher level dragon materials. Remarks, fused with the powerful armor of the True Dragon's reverse scale, it will be your most solid barrier. The golden light dispersed. The brand new divine dragon armor was silently worn on Sumo's body. Hiss. What kind of tactic is this? Can equipment still be upgraded live like this? Sumo ignored the complex expressions of the crowd and patted the chest armor with satisfaction. SS grade divine dragon armor, just that, reverse scale guardian, passive effect alone was a divine skill. Host, Sumo. Profession, Summoner D rank. Rank, 6th order, 3rd level. Power, 155,000. Agility, 145,000. Intelligence, 140,000. Spirit, 142,000. Note, percentage increase is added in full. Number of draws, 40. Skills, Universal Spirit Illustration Divine, 80% Attribute Sharing Divine, Damage Transfer S rank, Battle Spirit Boiling B rank. Summon, Holy Lord Dragon, SSS+, 6th order. Special ability, Dragon's Breath Power. Summoning Ghost Shadow Core, currently summonable number 26,400. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Snake Charm, Rabbit Charm, Ox Charm, Dragon Charm Power. Equipment, Divine Dragon Set, SS Grade, Divine Dragon Armor, S Grade can be advanced Divine Dragon Helmet, Divine Dragon Boots, Divine Dragon Wrist Guard, Divine Dragon Ring, Divine Dragon Scepter, Divine Dragon Ring. Kill value, 857. Special items, Ruins Coordinates Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant 1 time, Tyrant's Eye Grade S, Grey Wolf Fragment 2. Well, don't freeze. Sumo put away his external armor and swept his gaze across the battlefield. As far as the eye could see, the killing was heavenly. Originally, the Demon Dragon army was no match for his Ghost Shadow Legion. Now that the Berserker Dragon Descendant, who was the commander-in-chief, had fallen, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the morale of the remnant Demon Dragon army. Run! The chief is dead. We can't beat these damn things. Run away! The remaining demonic dragon army completely collapsed, scattering in all directions like headless flies. The Ghost Shadow soldiers, however, were like the most sophisticated killing machines, methodically harvesting the fleeing enemies. It's a good time to kill monsters and upgrade. Wangang, aren't you still a little short of the 5th rank? When are you going to wait until if you don't do it yet? This inquiry was like a flat thunderstorm, causing Wang Gang and the others to snap back to their senses. Yeah. He himself was only one step away from the 5th rank. If we don't take advantage of these routed monster armies to brush up our experience and improve our strength now, when else would we have to wait? Wang Gang's eyes instantly lit up with a blazing fire, and the previous shock and stagnation was swept away. I'm coming, little master. An explosive cry filled with wariness rang out. Wang Gang carried the large axe, which was a few points wider than his body, and charged straight in. And me. Sun Xiaoxiao's crisp voice followed. There was the same gleam of excitement in her eyes. She was also just a little bit short of experience to advance. And us. Zhao Hu and Shi Xian looked at each other and immediately rushed out as well. Although they had already reached the 5th rank, this army of monsters that were routing all over the place was simply experience value delivered to their mouths. Such an excellent opportunity for advancement could not be spared. Lu Zhouyuan and Zhang Ming likewise did not hesitate. Their thoughts were not unlike those of Zhao Hu Shi Xian. The 5th order is not the end. In this world of crisis, any little increase in strength is invaluable. The routed monster army in front of them was just the sustenance they needed to continue getting stronger. The two of them followed Zhao Hu Shi Xian, each choosing a direction to kill the enemy. Chapter 111, The Corrupted Dragon's Nest. Above the battlefield, the wailing and hissing gradually thinned out. The number of the routed monster army was plummeting at a rate visible to the naked eye under the relentless and efficient pursuit of the Ghost Shadow Corps. Kill! 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 Wang Gang was in a state of madness. His huge battle axe, every time he swung it, set off a bloody storm. He could clearly feel that the barrier of promotion within his body was trembling violently and could be broken through at any time. Break me! Accompanied by a shocking roar, Wang Gang swept his battle axe out horizontally, and the violent force directly cut off the 3 monsters in front of him that were trying to escape. Buzz! It was also at this moment that a breath far more powerful than before violently erupted from Wang Gang's body. Ha ha ha! 5th rank! Old me is finally 5th rank! Feeling the rushing and raging power in his body, as well as the all-around metamorphosis brought about by the leveling up, Wang Gang couldn't help but raise his voice to the sky, his voice filled with ineffable euphoria. He also broke through the 4th rank. Congratulations! Zhang Ming was also happy for Wang Gang. On the other side, Sun Xiaoxiao's body similarly lit up with the light of advancement. Phew, I'm also 5th ranked. Sun Xiaoxiao took a long breath and a happy smile appeared on her face. Up to this point, the level of everyone in their squad had been raised to the 5th rank. Su Mo stood in place and did not directly participate in the battle. Holy Lord! Su Mo called out in his heart. Master, what are your orders? The Sacred Lord's slightly majestic voice sounded in Su Mo's mind. Do you feel it? There seems to be something in the depths of this nest. Su Mo asked. The appearance of that true dragon reverse scale earlier, as well as that ancient aura if there was one, all made him wary. The Holy Lord was silent for a moment, seemingly sensing carefully. Back to Master, there is indeed a very obscure, but extremely powerful aura in the depths. Of the same origin as me, but it seems more ancient and more chaotic. The Holy Lord's voice carried a hint of gravity. Moreover, I can feel a will of decay intertwined with unwillingness. Decay and unwillingness? Su Mo frowned slightly. This description was a bit strange. Yes, like the silent roar of a dying dragon in its last moments of life. The Holy Lord explained that. This will is full of violence and the desire to destroy, but at its core, there is a trace of the condescension that belongs to a true dragon remaining. Sumer nodded. It seemed that the core area of this demonic dragon's lair was far more complicated than he had imagined. That so-called 7th-ranked demonic dragon might not be the deepest secret of the entire Dragon Bone Mountain range. Perhaps it had something to do with the origin of that true dragon reverse scale? Time passes slowly. The shouts and killings on the battlefield finally subsided completely. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, the broken limbs were everywhere, and the entire battlefield was like the Shura hell. The Ghost Shadow Corps stood silent and solemn. Wang Gang's face still retained the flush of excitement as he patted his chest and laughed heatedly. Cool. It was awesome. 5th order. It feels like it's all over the place. Zhao Hu, Shi Xian, Lu Zhouyuan, Zhang Ming, and Sun Yaoyao also raised a level or two. Everyone had a satisfied smile on their face. This wave of experience was worth at least a few years of their usual practice of killing monsters. The blush on Sun Xiaoxiao's face from her promotion had not yet completely faded. The smile was still wide. She looked to Sumer and, after hesitating for that split second, she walked up to Sumo. Standing still, he tightened his smile and became extraordinarily solemn. She bowed slightly. Sorry. The voice was crisp and sincere. I was too reckless before, and I was wrong. Zhao Hu and Xian exchanged a look from the side. Without words, each understood the other's thoughts. The two of them then also took a step forward and came in front of Sumo. Their demeanor was more obviously reverent than when they first met. Brother Sumo, we were offended by our previous words. Zhao Hu was the first to speak, his tone calm. Please bear with me. Xian followed closely to add, similarly clasping his fists. Sumo's gaze swept over them and finally landed on Xiaozhan next to him. Xiaozhan looked at these few youngsters with a bright smile on his face. Ha ha! He laughed loudly, breaking the slightly serious mood. Young people, it's good to be a little sharp. He reached out and patted Zhao Hu's arm with no small amount of force. People are not frivolous. As the words changed, Xiaozhan's eyes became a few degrees deeper. But it's more important to be in awe when you've been through the storm. Remember, whenever and wherever you are, no matter how strong you are, always harbor a humble heart at all times. Mo Tianqing also opened his mouth and said, if you know it's wrong, you have to change it in the future. Wang Gang, who was on the side, also pretended to reprimand, seeing as you guys are sincere in admitting your mistakes, I will not bother with you. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Cut. Sumo nodded and swept his gaze across the crowd, all adjust your state, we're ready to enter the real demonic dragon's lair. Hearing these words, the smiles on the faces of the crowd slightly tightened and their expressions became serious. The previous battle was fierce, but it was more like an outpost. Although it was likely that the demonic dragon had already entered the remnant god ruins. But as the other side's lair, there must be great danger inside. Sumer, could there be more powerful guys in there? Wang Gang couldn't help but ask. Unclear. Sumer's eyes fell on the dark entrance deep in the lair. He remembered the Holy Lord's description. Decay and resignation, the roar of a dying dragon. What secrets are hidden in the depths of this lair? All cheer up. Xiaozhan said in a deep voice. The situation inside is unknown, so be careful with everything. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Sumo said no more and waved his hand. Ghost Shadow Corps, open up ahead. With his order, the Ghost Shadow soldiers immediately moved into action, forming a tight formation. Noiselessly, he surged into the entrance of the deep, dark lair. Sumo and Wang Gang and the others followed closely behind and stepped into this unknown area. As soon as he stepped into the entrance of the cave, a cold and damp air mixed with a strong smell of sulfur and rotting stench hit his face, causing people to frown. The passageway winds its way downward. The rock walls were covered with claw marks and some sort of viscous liquid as it dried. System alert, you have entered the area of the heart of the corrupted dragon's nest. Warning, the area is filled with chaotic dragon grudges, prolonged stay may result in mental erosion. Warning, powerful unknown creatures exist in this area, please explore with caution. The system's prompt confirmed his suspicions. The corrupted heart of the dragon's nest, the chaotic dragon's resentment. Sumo mumbled these keywords in his mind. It seems that something unknown once happened here. Chapter 112, Blood Pool. Inside the passage, it was dark, cramped, and the air was filled with a sickening odor. This hellhole, it's no place for a human being. Be careful, don't be careless. The Ghost Shadow Corps was extremely efficient as they opened up the road ahead. Some of the low-ranked monsters that appeared sporadically were unable to pose any threat to them at all, and were instantly torn into pieces. I thought the lair of the demon dragon would have some powerful stuff, just this? Zhao Hu kicked away the corpse of a monster with a hint of disdain in his tone. That's just it, I thought I was going to have a nasty fight. Xian echoed. Even Sun Xiaoxiao had an easy smile on her face. It seems like that 7th-ranked demonic dragon really isn't here anymore. Without the big guys sitting around, these little minions can't make any waves. Xiao, have you forgotten what City Lord Xiao just said? Be humble and careful. Sun Yaoyao shook her head. This sister of hers has changed a bit though. But the bones need to be corrected slowly. Sumo walked in the middle of the group, but his brows remained locked. Although the monsters encountered within the passageway were not strong. But for some reason, there was always an uneasy feeling in his heart. Holy Lord, have you found anything? Sumo asked in his mind. Master, deep within this lair, something seems to be calling me. A feeling that is both familiar and strange. Calling out to you? Sumer froze. Yes, Master. The feeling is faint, but real. The Holy Lord replied, and, the deeper you go, the stronger this feeling becomes. Could it be the call of a true dragon? Sumer stopped and looked around. The passageway still meandered and seemed to have no end. Everyone be careful. Sumo said in a deep voice. I feel that in here, I'm afraid it's not as simple as we think. Upon hearing Sumo's words, the relaxed expressions on the faces of the crowd instantly disappeared. Sumo, have you discovered something? Xiaozhan asked. I can't say, it's just a feeling. Sumo shook his head. Anyway, it's always right to be vigilant. The crowd moved on. As it went deeper and deeper, the passage became wider and wider, and the smell of sulfur in the air became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a low growl came from up ahead. There is a situation. Wang Gang immediately raised his battle axe and took a fighting stance. The Ghost Shadow Corps also quickly assembled and formed a defensive formation. Sumo narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Only a huge cave appeared at the end of the passage. In the center of the cave, there was a huge pool of blood. It bubbled with a pungent odor. And around the pool of blood, a group of monsters in various forms roamed. These monsters, they're not like normal monsters. It looks very hideous and scary. It was as if an undirected mutation had taken place. Holy, what is all this? Wang Gang couldn't help but burst out. The aura of these monsters is much stronger than the ones we encountered before. Lu Jubuan said in a deep voice. Sumo carefully observed these monsters and realized that they all had a kind of madness and violence in their eyes. These monsters, it seems that they have been affected by some kind of power and have become abnormally berserk. Sumo said. So what do we do now? Zhao Hu asked. Kill. Sumo said without hesitation, not a single one will be left behind. With Sumo's order, the Ghost Shadow Corps immediately charged. A fierce battle instantly erupted. Monsters, here I come again. Wang Gang wielded his battle axe and rushed into the group of monsters. Wherever the battle axe passed, blood and flesh flew. Zhao Hu and Shi Xian followed suit, each casting their own skills and engaging in a fierce battle with the monsters. Sun Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, stood at the back, constantly releasing spells to support her teammates. Xiaozhan and Mo Tianxing were responsible for protecting the safety of the crowd and preventing any monsters from sneaking up on them. Sumo didn't directly participate in the battle, but stood on the side, observing the battle. Although these monsters are powerful, they seem to move very slowly. It feels like there seems to be some kind of restriction. Holy Lord, do you know what's going on here? Master, these monsters, they are controlled by the power in the blood pool. The Holy Lord replied. The blood pool contains a powerful dragon grievance that can control the consciousness of these monsters, making them berserk and bloodthirsty. Dragon clan resentment? Sumo frowned slightly. Could it be that these bloods contain the resentment of that so-called true dragon? I think so. The Holy Lord continued, Master, the power in this blood pool is very attractive to me. If I can absorb this power, my strength, perhaps, can be enhanced. However, the power in this blood pool is full of chaos and violence. If I forcefully absorb it, it might have some effects on me. What impact? Sumer asked. It might make me more murderous and brutal. The Holy Lord said. But don't worry, Master, I will try my best to control my consciousness and not be affected by these forces. Sumo was silent for a moment and said, Okay, you let it go. I will help you suppress those negative emotions. As a dragon race, the Holy Lord must be able to enhance his power by absorbing the power of the dragon race's bloodline. Thank you, Master. The Holy Lord said gratefully. With Sumo's permission, the Holy Lord immediately began to absorb the power in the blood pool. Only the blood water in the blood pool began to violently tumble, forming a huge whirlpool. At the center of the vortex, a black hollow appeared, drawing a steady stream of blood and water into it. As the blood and water continued to dwindle, the movements of those monsters became slower and slower. Eventually all of them fell to the ground and lost their breath of life. The Holy Lord's aura, on the other hand, became stronger and stronger. Sumo stood on the side, closely monitoring the Holy Lord's state. Although the Holy Lord's aura had become powerful, in his eyes, there was also a hint of blood red. Is this the chaos and violence that the Holy Lord speaks of? Sacred Lord, how are you? Sumo asked. Master, I'm fine. The Holy Lord replied. It's just that the power in this blood pool is much stronger than I thought, and I need more time before I can fully absorb it. Then take your time. Sumo did not urge. Don't rush, and be careful to control your consciousness. I know, Master. There was a hint of pain in the Holy Lord's voice, and it was clear that he was engaged in a fierce confrontation with the violent will in the blood pool. Just then, a violent vibration suddenly came from the bottom of the blood pool. What's going on? The blood water in the blood pool exploded violently. The fishy odor was several times steeper, almost suffocating. A twisted black shadow was breaking free from the bottom of the pool and slowly rising. Chapter 113, Twisted Monsters. Get back! A cold light flashed in Sumo's eyes and he snapped. Clatter! The viscous blood was stirred by a great force. Something is breaking the surface of the water. Splash! A figure was completely exposed in front of everyone's eyes, bringing about an unspeakable visual impact. The figure was vaguely recognizable as the outline of a human being. But the surface of the body was covered with dense pustules of various sizes, like countless eyes wriggling. Some of the pustules had ruptured and were dripping yellow-green, foul-smelling pus, mixed with dark red blood, which fell to the ground in drips. What was even more sickening was that many parts of its body underwent unfathomably bizarre mutations that were completely beyond the pale. An arm twisted into a grotesque spiral, ending in sharp, protruding bone spikes that glinted with an eerie light. On the other shoulder, an additional small fang-covered head seemed to have sprouted, and was mindlessly opening and closing its mucus-covered mouth. Greenish-gray armor sporadically covered its torso. This thing is, quite simply, a nightmare creation that forces the ugliest, most twisted parts of countless creatures to be sewn together. Vomit! The moment I saw the creature. A strong stench and a visual extreme. Instantly, the two of them, Sun Xiaoxiao and Sun Yaoyao, had their pretty faces turn white. No longer able to hold back, he bent over and dry-heaved violently. Zhao Hu, Lu Jiuxuan, and the others' faces also paled for an instant. Even Sumo felt a strong physical discomfort, his stomach turned over and he almost threw up what he had eaten before. What kind of monster is this? What's even more alarming to Sumer is that he sensed a very powerful aura from the creature. This guy is at least of the 7th rank. The All Souls illustration opens. Race, human carriers and various monsters spawned by the Dragon Clan's resentment and bloodline. Level, 7th order, 3rd class. Characteristics, extremely twisted flesh, fused with a variety of biological characteristics, possessing strong regenerative ability and contamination. Sure enough, it's the 7th order. And it's still a monster fused with the dragon's grudge. Just in the moment when Sumo was quickly analyzing the information, the monster violently raised the part of its head that was barely recognizable as a head. The pus-covered face cracked open with an irregular slit and let out a harsh, shrill growl. Jie! The monster then let out a shrill whistle that did not resemble a human's, a sound as harsh as fingernails scraping glass. Watch out! It's going to attack! Mo Tianqing shouted sternly, reminding the crowd. Almost at the same time the roar sounded, Mo Tianqing had already made a move. Without hesitation, he slammed his large hand forward. A surge of magic power instantly surged. A blue-colored magic shield appeared out of nowhere and blocked in front of the crowd. The shield just took shape. Only to see the monster's arms, twisted like twists and turns, violating the laws of physics as they violently elongated at an astonishingly fast speed. The sharp bone spikes at the end of his arms shot viciously at the crowd protected by the shield. Boo! A dull thud exploded. The tip of the bone spike slammed hard into the center of the azure-colored magic shield. The impact ripples visible to the naked eye spread wildly with the point of collision as the core. The attack of the hybrid monster was blocked hard. However, the surface of that azure-colored shield was also instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Ka-ching! A crisp cracking sound rang out. The shield shattered in response, turning into countless fine blue points of light that dissipated into the air. The escaping energy fluctuations were like wild winds, blowing the clothes of the crowd. This guy's power is too strong. Mo Tianqing's arm tingled slightly as he forced himself to stabilize his stance. He could clearly feel the terrifying explosive power contained in that strike just now. Just a tentative strike easily shattered his defense. I have a feeling that it's at least a 6th ranked, 8th ranked, or even 9th ranked existence as well. Mo Tianqing stared at the twisted monster with an unprecedentedly serious expression. No. A calm but clear voice rang out. It's a 7th order, 3rd order monster. What? Mo Tianqing violently turned his head to look at Su Mo, his eyes filled with disbelief. The rest of them, the gravity on their faces was instantly replaced by horror of shock and fear. 6th order 8 or 9 they had no fear. But the 7th order? That's a whole other level of existence. It was absolute power enough to crush them all. Is this monster that strong? Sumer, you didn't see it wrong, did you? Sun Xiaoxiao turned pale. Although Sun Yaoyao didn't say anything, her equally ghastly pale face and rapid breathing exposed the fear in her heart. Be good. 7th order. Wang Gang's throat knots rolled violently. How did a monster of this level pop up in this hellhole? Lu Jiuxuan's brows twisted into a Chuan character, and the blood color on his face faded cleanly. He stared intently at the writhing mass of nightmare creation. Elder, isn't it confirmed that the demonic dragon has left? Why would there be a 7th ranked monster lurking inside this lair? Mo Tianqing's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. His eyes were locked dead on the creature. In the last battle, we've confirmed that the only 7th ranked existence in this demon dragon's lair is the demon dragon. As for this 7th order monster, Mo Tianqing slowly shook his head. I don't know where it came from. He thought back to the last fight. They had almost turned this demon dragon lair upside down. Every corner, every inch of land, had been swept by powerful energies. Not to mention such a behemoth, even a slightly stronger demonic creature would not be able to escape their probing. How is it possible for a 7th rank to appear out of nowhere? This is completely out of character. It's weird. A low voice broke the silence. It's Xiao Zhan. He had been watching the monster in silence, his eyes sharp as a falcon at the moment. All attention was focused on the monstrous silhouette. I sense a familiar aura from this chaotic monster. It's like someone we know. When these words came out, Mo Tianqing was violently stunned. Subconsciously, he examined the creature again. Being reminded of this by Xiao Zhan, the sense of violation in his heart, if any, seemed to have found its source. According to you. Mo Tianqing's frown deepened. I seem to. Also. He searched hard in his memory, trying to capture that little bit of vague familiarity. Who is it? Whose shadow remains in this monster? Not waiting for the crowd to fully regain their senses from the shock of the 7th rank monsters, the fusion monster had already launched another attack. Shoo shoo shoo. Sharp cracking sounds rang out again, denser than the previous bone spikes. Only those disgusting yellow-green pustules on its body exploded. Fishy, pungent pus splashed in all directions. He had transformed into a poisonous arrow that shimmered with an ethereal green luster. The number was so high that it almost formed a dark green rain of death arrows. Chapter 114, Swallowing the Golden Dragon in One Bite. Again! Mo Tianqing let out a stern cry, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand again, and pounds of magic power surged out like it didn't need money. An azure blue shield that was even thicker and had a deeper glow than just now coalesced once again. This time, the shield molded faster, almost instantaneously. However, just moments after the shield had stabilized. Zip zip zip. The densely packed poison arrows had landed on top of the shield. No earth-shattering crashes. In its place was the numbing sound of corrosion. The moment the poison arrow touched the shield, it turned into a puddle of intensely corrosive yellow-green liquid, firmly absorbed onto the azure-colored light screen. On the surface of the shield, the azure light quickly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wisps of white smoke rose from the places covered by the venom, emitting an extremely pungent stench. How horribly corrosive! Mo Tianqing's face suddenly changed. He could clearly feel the energy of the shield being depleted and contaminated at a rapid rate. The erosive power of this toxin was far beyond his imagination. Click! Cracks spread violently from the shield. In the next instant, the entire shield burst into pieces. Countless azure-colored points of light scattered and streaked in all directions, spiraling into oblivion in the air. Shoo shoo shoo. The breaking sound steeply became sharp and piercing. Once the shield was broken, there was no more obstruction. The rain of dark green death arrows condensed from venom lost its last barrier and poured down towards the faceless crowd. No good. Mo Tianqing's pupils suddenly shrunk. The rest of them were even more cold-hearted. If these poisonous rain arrows landed on them, even if they just grazed a little bit, the terrifying corrosive poison would surely erode the flesh and blood instantly. The consequences are unimaginable. Just in the nick of time. Ghost soldiers, stop! A low voice rang out. Sumer gave a big wave of his hand. The shadow squirmed, and dozens of ghostly soldiers appeared out of thin air, blocking the crowd. Zigzag. That rain of poison arrows splashed over the ghost shadow soldiers. At the moment of contact, a violent corrosive sound resounded. Their bodies twisted and deformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, it quickly dissolved with a snort. It turned into a few wisps of black smoke, which drifted away and annihilated. Not even a trace was left behind. Gulp! A clear gulp sounded from the crowd. Looking at the ghostly soldiers that were instantly corrupted, all of them couldn't help but feel chills in their hearts. Zhao Hu, Shi Xian, and the others' faces turned pale, their eyes filled with fear. These ghost shadow soldiers, they were solid fifth-order existences. They are equally fifth order. This rain of poisonous arrows could actually instantly corrode a fifth-order energy body. That is to say, if they themselves are hard to resist. The result, it will be the same as those ghostly shadow soldiers in general. This rain of dark green arrows was enough to instantly corrode most of them into a puddle of pus. The crowd only felt a chill from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads, chilling their bodies. Luckily, we have Elder Su fending us off for a moment or two. Sun Yaoyao was in shock. And that's when Xiao Zhan's figure moved. As the crowd was stunned, he struck out brazenly. One step forward. The ground seemed to shake slightly. The dark lance in his hand was no longer silent at this moment. The gun emitted a low hum. An aura that was sharp to the core rose up to the sky. The long spear steeply erupted with a piercing golden aura. That light, sharp as a sword, seemed to tear apart everything in front of him. The dragon battles in the wild. Xiao Zhan rushed in front of the hybrid monster and his arm violently pushed forward. The lance seemed to have come to life. A golden spear aura that was condensed to the extreme detached from the tip of the spear. It instantly transformed into a mighty and domineering golden dragon shadow. Dragon Shadow growled. The scales and armor were clearly visible, and the golden light shone brightly. Towards the huge and ugly hybrid monster in front of him, he devoured it with fury. What a strong attack! City Lord Zhao's attack may really be able to. Lu Zhouyuan, Zhao Hu, Shi Xian, and the others were also excited. They stared intently at the golden dragon and held their breath. Only Suemo frowned tightly and did not show the slightest bit of relief. His gaze was not completely focused on the dazzling golden dragon spear aura. Instead, it was deadlocked on the fusion monster itself. Fizzle. Just at the moment when that golden dragon shadow was about to blast on the main body of the fusion monster. The change is steep. On the shoulder of that hybrid monster was a relatively small, ugly head that kept its eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, eyes opened and mouths cracked. Instead of a mouth, it was a sudden, bottomless chasm. An unspeakable suction force surged out crazily from that fissure. Then, that huge and solid golden dragon shadow was actually pulled uncontrollably and changed direction. Its massive body twisted in mid-air. The entire golden dragon that was condensed from Xiao Zhan's strongest attacks was thus opened up by that inconspicuous little head's open fissure. Swallowed that straight up. The whole thing, incredibly fast. There was nothing more than the slight fluctuation of energy that instantly vaporized. What? An incredulous exclamation broke the silence. It's Lu Zhouyuan, Zhao Hu, Shi Xian, and others. Looking at the small head that slowly closed its mouth again after devouring the golden dragon and once again resumed its low-slung posture. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Even Suemo, at this moment, his brows were locked tighter. He stared dead at the small head that had reclosed its eyes with scorn in his eyes. Xiao Zhan he maintained the posture of thrusting his lance forward, the muscles on his face twitching uncontrollably. The dragon wars in the wild. It was his crushing a-class battle technique. It was the strongest strike that he had exerted all his strength and gathered all his sharpness and power. This shot was enough to open mountains and crack rocks. Enough to instantly kill someone of the same rank. He had originally thought that even if he couldn't seriously injure this fusion monster, he would at least be able to inflict damage on it. Open up the situation for the subsequent siege. However, reality slapped him in the face. His most powerful attack. Surprisingly, a small, insignificant head on that monster. So glibly swallowed in one bite? The gap between the 6th and 7th orders was truly insurmountable. Everyone's gazes, after a brief moment of disorientation and fear, coincidentally focused on Sumo. Among the people present, the only one who could possibly fight against a 7th order existence was Sumo. Although they didn't know Sumo's specific rank, Sumo had shown various means before. Especially his incomparably powerful summons, which could easily suppress even peak 6th ranked demons. Perhaps a fight with the 7th ranked monster? Chapter 115, The Holy Lord of Good and Evil. Sumer felt these heavy gazes. He didn't say anything, just a slight frown. 7th order, 3rd level, was indeed beyond his expectations. This monster's aura was more powerful and evil than any enemy he had encountered before. Roar! The sound came from the center of the blood pool vortex, from the Holy Lord who was fully absorbing the power of the blood pool. The crowd jerked their heads around to look, only to see the blood pool vortex spinning even more frantically. The Holy Lord's massive body loomed in the blood-colored vortex, and the scales on his body surface flickered with an unstable light, sometimes blood-red, sometimes dim. His massive dragon's head raised in agony, letting out a low, suppressed roar. Those originally majestic dragon eyes were now covered in blood, filled with confusion and struggle. Obviously, the Holy Lord was at a critical moment of metamorphosis and had no time to care. This harsh reality drenched the crowd like a tub of ice water, from head to toe. Done. The muscles on Zhao Hu's face twitched as despair surged like a tidal wave. Brother Sumer. Holy Lord it. No need for Zhao Hu to finish, everyone understood. Sumo was a summoner, and his strongest battle power came from his summons. But now, his strongest summoner, the Holy Lord, was undergoing a critical metamorphosis and was unable to protect himself. Not to mention coming out to deal with this terrifying 7th order monster in front of him. Then Woon. They just wait for death? The atmosphere dropped to freezing point in an instant. Jie. Just as the crowd's hearts and minds were shaken into despair, the twisted humanoid monster once again let out an ear-piercing shrill whistle. It seemed to sense the fear of its prey. The pus-covered facial cracks grinned wider, as if in a silent mockery. Immediately afterward, an even more sickening change occurred. A dark green viscous liquid began to ooze out of those greenish-gray cracks in the armor on the monster's torso, emitting an even stronger fishy stench. At the same time, some of those writhing pustules on its body began to expand rapidly. Then it exploded with a poof. Instead of pus, what splashed out of the burst pustule was a fist-sized, eyeball-like mass of flesh. These chunks of flesh were covered in thin strands of blood and had an ever-shrinking black pupil in the center. As soon as they were detached from the monster's body, they were as if they possessed life, dragging long filaments of mucus and shooting towards the crowd. It was extremely fast and numerous and spread out. Watch out. It's a pollution attack. Sumo's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he immediately voiced a reminder. The All Souls illustration shows. These chunks of eyeball flesh are strongly contaminated, once stained. Not only does it cause physical damage, but it also erodes the target's spirit, triggering confusion and madness. It may even be assimilated. Sumo instantly understood that these strange creatures were probably normal creatures before as well. Mo Tianqing reacted extremely quickly. He swung his staff again. Ice barrier. An even thicker wall of ice that emanated a morose cold aura instantly coalesced and took shape in front of the crowd. Intense crashing sounds rang out. Those eyeballs and chunks of flesh smashed onto the cold ice barrier like rain, emitting toothsome muffled sounds. Each impact exploded a cloud of fishy yellow-green slime on the surface of the ice wall and left a shallow crater. The ice wall trembled violently, and the ice crystals on its surface continued to peel off, obviously under tremendous pressure. No way. There's too many. Can't hold it for long. Mo Tianqing gritted his teeth, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Maintaining a defense spell of such strength was a huge drain on him. Also, those eyeball chunks of flesh are extremely contaminating. With each impact, a trace of black-green aura tried to penetrate the ice wall, and the rune light on the surface of the ice wall was dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fight it! Wang Gang's eyes were crimson, and he raised the weapon in his hand with a stance of rushing out to fight for his life. Don't be impulsive. Lu Zhubyuan pulled him back. We're just sending ourselves to death by rushing up there. Even the attacks of a 6th-ranked powerhouse like Xiao Zhan could be easily neutralized. Their attacks couldn't even get close to each other. Stand back and leave it to me. For simple words, but they seemed to carry a strange magic. It caused the originally panicked crowd to subconsciously quiet down, their gazes once again focusing on Su Mo. Yes. Although Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan did not know what means Su Mo had to turn the tables. But they trusted Sumer 100% now. More than trusting yourself. Sis. Elder Su, without the Sacred Lord, can he still summon a more powerful summon? Sun Yaoyao's brows were tightly locked, and her eyes were likewise firmly locked on Su Mo without moving away for a second. Unclear. Her voice was low. There were a few more cracks in the ice wall, and the cold had significantly weakened. It was reasonable to say that a summoner's life's work was basically poured into a main battle insta-summon. That's routine. Losing one's native summons would greatly reduce one's battle power and even drop one's rank. But Sumer. Sun Yaoyao's eyes became complicated, mixed with astonishment, worry, and a hint of expectation that almost dared not exist. He was a man who could never be judged by common sense. Just like now, when it was clear that the Holy Lord was unable to fight, he still stood out, and that calmness didn't seem to be a forgery. That in itself is the greatest anomaly. Tiger Rune Spell, Separation of Yin and Yang. Sumer let out a low gulp. Directly unleash the power of the Tiger Rune Spell within the sacred body. Roar! The Holy Lord in the blood pool let out an earth-shattering roar, and his huge dragon body trembled violently. To the horror of the crowd, one could only see the Holy Lord's body gradually separating in the black and white light, eventually transforming into 2 giant dragons. 2 Holy Lords? What's going on? No one can answer. Everyone's gazes were deadlocked on those 2 majestic black and white dragons, their brains in a state of confusion. And what shocked them even more was Su Mo's means. This is the true strength of Elder Su? There's still a Holy Lord, looks like we're saved. Originally, they thought that Su Mo's battle power would inevitably be greatly reduced with the loss of the Holy Lord. I didn't expect Su Mo to summon a Holy Lord. Everyone's hearts began to beat violently. The gaze that looked at Su Mo had changed from the trust that he had before to almost blind worship and awe. How many more cards does this man have hidden? Where exactly are his limits? No one knows the answer. But it was clear to everyone that the situation was, perhaps, about to be reversed. Holy Lord! Tear it up! The order was concise and cold. The black giant dragon, that represents the Holy Lord's detachment of pure evil thoughts, sniffed and let out a low and evil dragon roar. The dragon's head slightly drooped, and its scarlet vertical pupils looked at Su Mo. A bloodthirsty frenzy churned inside. There was a touch of eerie, unmistakable obedience in it. Yes, my lord. I will make it experience the most extreme pain. Every piece of its flesh and blood, every nerve in it, will wail and shatter under my claws and teeth. In the evil Saint Lord's dragon eyes, the evilness that penetrated into his bones was almost turning into substance and overflowing. An unspeakably terrifying aura suddenly erupted with the evil Saint Lord at the center. The breath was grim. Tyranny. Filled with the desire to destroy everything. This pure evil thought overshadowed even the foul aura emanating from those eyeballs and chunks of flesh. Why do I feel that the Holy Lord Sumer summoned this time is so evil? Chapter 116, The Attack was transformed. The kind of aura that emanated from within the body of the evil saint. It was different from the pure power pressure of the Holy Lord before. It was also different from the chaotic and filthy contamination of the hybrid monster in front of him. It's a pure malice. The sense of oppression brought about by this aura even exceeded that of when he had just faced that terrifying eyeball of flesh. It was a fear that stemmed from life's instincts. Sun Xiaoxiao and the others had no doubt. If there was no Sumer standing here, this black dragon that emanated an infinite evil aura would definitely turn around without hesitation. Tear them all to the most primitive pieces. Wouldn't even leave a chance to wail. As the words fell, the evil Saint Lord's massive black dragon body moved. It was not like the previous Holy Lord, who carried a hallowed might. It moved, silently, yet as fast as it could. 1 second he was whispering in front of Sumer. Next, dragon flame erupted from his mouth. Zigzag. The places swept by the dragon flames, whether it was eyeballs or flesh and blood. All were annihilating and disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they had never existed. In the scarlet vertical pupils of the evil Saint Lord, there was only an even more blazing tyranny and enjoyment. What a delightful wail! The evil Saint Lord's low voice carried a morbid sense of satisfaction. Hiss. So strong. The sound of pouring cool air rose and fell behind the wall of ice. It's only a dragon's breath. It then solved the monster that had left Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing, both of the sixth order, at their wits' end. Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan glanced at each other and both saw the shock and a hint of chill in each other's eyes. Old Mo, you said. Brother Suemohi, how does he usually discipline this guy? Xiao Zhan's voice was a little dry. The power of this black dragon was ridiculously strong. But what was more palpable was the sheer evilness of it. It's as if it was made for destruction and sadism. This man, once again, refreshed their perception of what was powerful. Lost your original summon? Battle power greatly reduced? No. He just came out with a more vicious one. The corner of Mo Tianqing's mouth twitched and he lowered his voice. How would I know? They were energized by the terrifying strength displayed by the evil Saint Lord. On the other hand, the evil aura emanating from this black dragon instinctively made them feel fearful and uneasy. Is this really friendly fire? Did Suhi create a demon or unleash an even more terrifying demon? Suemo remained calmly standing in place, gazing indifferently at the battlefield. He was naturally aware of the characteristics of each of the two sides of good and evil separated by the tiger rune spell. The evil Saint Lord, who inherited all the negative emotions and powers of the Saint Lord, was pure evil by nature. Against a collection of chaos and filth like the one in front of him, the evil Saint Lord was undoubtedly the better choice. And it was most appropriate for the good Saint Lord to use to absorb the power of the bloodline in the blood pool. After getting the eyeball chunks of flesh out of the way, the evil Saint Lord appeared in front of the mixed monster almost instantaneously. Break it in two for me. The pitch-black dragon's tail was like a steel whip, carrying the 10,000-pound force of the bull rune as it swept out. This strike was as fast as lightning. This strike was as powerful as running thunder. Facing this sudden attack on the hybrid monster, it simply couldn't react. A dull-to-the-core crash exploded. The blackened dragon's tail lashed solidly into the middle of the hybrid monster's torso. The monster's flesh and blood tissue dented like fragile tofu. Even exploded equipment. Some of the limbs that had been pieced together were blown right out of the air. Win. Sun Xiaoxiao couldn't help but lose her voice in shock as she watched the remnants of the monster being sent flying. 7th rank monsters are not that simple. Mo Tianqing drank in a deep voice. His face was stony, staring intently at the center of the battlefield. Don't dare relax in the slightest. Sure enough. Only to see that the monster that was blown away quickly stood up. It was as if the Saint Lord's powerful strike just now hadn't caused any damage to it. Jia jia jia. The hybrid monster let out a creepy laugh. Boom. Its spiraling arms suddenly skyrocketed several times, and the bone spikes at the end flashed with a ghostly green poisonous light, stabbing the evil Saint Lord's dragon eye straight at a bizarre angle. The evil Saint Lord's dragon pupil shrunk and violently inclined his head to dodge, but the bone spikes still scratched through the dragon's scales, bringing up a trail of pitch-black sparks. The scales that had been scratched actually rotted at a speed visible to the naked eye, emitting a pungent, fishy odor. The Holy Lord is contaminated. Xiao Zhan's and Mo Tianqing's heart sank as the rotting scales emitted a sickening stench. Even such a powerful evil Saint Lord would be eroded by that monster's attack. No panic. Sumo's voice was as calm as water. Only an invisible force fluctuated on the evil Saint Lord's pitch-black dragon body. That's the healing power of the horse rune. The rapidly rotting dragon scales, their spreading trend came to an abrupt end. The new smooth dragon scales reappeared. It was only a breath of time before and after. The contamination of the party, which was deadly enough, disappeared without a trace. The pungent, fishy odor in the air had faded considerably. The knot in Xiao Zhan's throat rolled. What a terrifying recovery ability. Imo Tianqing whispered to himself, the shock in his eyes knew no bounds. This was beyond mere recovery, bordering on immortality. You seek death. The evil Saint Lord was completely furious. Being injured by a mole-like monster and contaminated by its bizarre ability was an intolerable humiliation for it. The scarlet vertical pupils burned with flames of destruction. The dragon's mouth snapped open. The air seemed to be drained and compressed at that moment. A black inflammation dragon's breath that was concentrated to the extreme was no longer the previous sweep, but instead coalesced into a destructive beam that shot straight out. The hybrid monster faced this destructive strike, and surprisingly, it still had no intention of dodging. On its huge body, near the shoulder area, a small, inconspicuous head violently began to expand. Put! There was a dull and stomach-churning pop. That head exploded. Blood mist gushed out from the sky, the fishy stench pungent, instantly enveloping the space in front of the monster. The blood mist was so thick that it almost obscured vision. Something weird is happening right now. The black inflammation dragon breath, which was enough to annihilate everything, plunged headlong into the blood mist. Zira. Like boiling oil thrown into cold water. It's more like something pure being thrown into a mire of filth. The moment the black inferno dragon's breath touched the blood mist, its pure black color, surprisingly, began to be infiltrated. A trace of eerie ghostly green color spread through the black flames. Just a blink of an eye. The color of the entire dragon's breath completely changed from the pure black of destruction to the ominous green of poison. The nature of the flames seemed to be completely distorted and contaminated. Immediately afterward, an even more frightening change occurred. The tainted green dragon's breath, surprisingly, violently reversed its direction. Toward the evil Saint Lord who released it, it recoiled. What? Behind the wall of ice, the cries of alarm could no longer be contained. Attacks bouncing off the walls? No, it's more like it's been completely seized and transformed by the enemy. Chapter 117, Bugs. Rabbit Charms, Extreme Speed. The evil Saint Lord had obviously not expected this turn of events either. In the nick of time, the power of the rabbit charm exploded. Its figure instantly blurred, leaving a residual shadow in place. The green, malevolent-smelling dragon's breath practically grazed its stump as it flew by, blasting into the ground in the distance. A deep pit of nuisance and toxic smoke was left behind. The evil Saint Lord had just stabilized himself in the distance before he could counterattack again. There was a sudden, toothsome ripping sound coming from the hybrid monster's body. Click. 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 Its huge, bloated body surface cracked open dozens of huge slits without warning. Each fissure was deep to the bone, tumbling with disgusting bloody tissue. Even scarier. Within each fissure, a slimy tentacle covered in sharp teeth violently poked out. These tentacles danced wildly. And at the tip of each tentacle, surprisingly, a miniature, twisted dragon head grew. In unison, they opened their small fawn-covered mouths, letting out a shrill whistle that was piercing to the extreme, as if it could tear the soul. Swoosh! The next instant, hundreds of fishy and sticky blood arrows sprayed out from the mouths of those miniature dragon heads like a torrential downpour. The target was pointed directly at the evil Saint Lord in mid-air. These blood arrows unexpectedly changed again as they flew at high speeds through the air. Each blood arrow exploded violently, splitting into hundreds of even finer blood needles. For a time, thousands, countless thousands of bloody needles. It covered the sky. It formed a huge and incomparable scarlet storm that emanated a strong aura of death. All the space for the evil Saint Lord to dodge was completely sealed off. The power of the earth. At the critical moment, the evil Saint Lord unfolded his domain and the power of the earth was mobilized by its. And the evil Saint Lord had absolutely no intention of trying to defend himself. The earth in the entire blood pool area trembled violently. Countless dark and hideous ground thorns rose up like a forest of death. The surface of each of the ground thorns was draped with a rich destructive black flames, exuding a high temperature that burned the soul. They met the storm of blood needles that covered the sky with a gesture that tore through the atmosphere. Head-on collision. Snort snort. The piercing sound that was so dense that it caused one's scalp to go numb instantly resounded throughout the entire space. The fishy stench that filled the air was scorched by the black flames, emitting an even more pungent, burnt stench. The blood needles flying in the sky burst under the penetration of the ground thorns, exploding into a thicker mist of foul-smelling blood. The black flames intertwined with the blood mist, and destruction and filth collided, emitting a nuisance corrosive sound. Just as the ground thorns and the storm of blood needles clashed fiercely. The power of the earth around the evil Saint Lord surged once again. The power of the earth, called a stone. Directly above the hybrid monster's head, space warped without warning. Immediately afterward, a piece of shadow that was so huge as to be unimaginable coalesced and took shape out of thin air. It was a huge rock with a diameter of over 100 feet, its surface rough and covered with jagged angles. It headed towards the hybrid monster and slammed down. The wind whistled and the air currents were completely exhausted with a dull roar. The boulder descended so fast that it barely left any time for the hybrid monster to react. The fissures in the hybrid monster's body, the ones that had just finished spraying blood needles, wriggled again. Several pairs of huge monstrous hands of different shapes and covered in slime violently poked out of the rift. Some of these monstrous hands looked like the jointed limbs of insects, some like the tentacles of an octopus, and some were covered with rough scales. They stretch upward in a manner that defies the laws of physics, assuming a bracketed posture. Attempting to harden the giant rock of destruction that fell from the sky. However, the evil Saint Lord's attack was much more than that. Groundhog! An icy and merciless voice rang out. Just at the moment when the hybrid monster stretched out its monstrous hand, preparing to harden the boulder. The originally solid blood-colored earth beneath its feet violently collapsed downward. No warning, huge range. A huge pit, too deep to see the bottom, suddenly appeared. The huge, bloated body of the hybrid monster lost its support and immediately fell downwards. Those strange hands that were holding upwards also lost their target because of this sudden change. The boulders were still slamming down at high speed. The hybrid monster's body, on the other hand, was plummeting. Fusion. The voice of the evil Saint Lord resounded once again, carrying an indifference that controlled everything. Just when half of the hybrid monster's huge body had already plunged into that huge pit that had suddenly appeared. The evil Saint Lord once again invoked the majestic power of the earth. The edges of that collapsing giant pit violently closed inward. The speed is as fast as it can be. The hard rock and dirt were instantly squeezed and fused with irresistible force. Ka-chow! The toothsome sound of cracking bones came faintly. The lower half of the hybrid monster, along with those monstrous hands that had just poked out, was dead set and sealed into the reclusing earth. Can't move. It was as if it had been part of the earth from which it had grown from the beginning. Boom! A deafening roar erupted violently. 100 feet of giant rock finally smashed down hard. Impartially, it hit the huge, bloated, and now immobile upper body of the hybrid monster squarely. Terrifying and overwhelming power poured down through the giant rock without reservation. Click! Crack! A toothsome crunching sound was heard. It was the sound of rocks hitting the monster's armor and bones. Those twisted limbs and sticky, slippery tentacles on the upper half of the hybrid monster's body instantly morphed and crumbled under this unrivaled force. Fishy blood burst out like a fountain. Minced meat remnants were scattered and splattered in all directions. It was more of a heavy groan from the earth that could not withstand the impact. The ground where the hybrid monster was, centered on the point of impact, plummeted downwards. An even more shockingly large and deep crater was formed. The entire blood-colored area trembled violently and frantically. The earth is roaring. Space is shaking. Smoke and dust filled the air and debris erupted. What a powerful attack, it feels like an earthquake. Sun Yaoyao, who was watching the battle from afar, had a slightly white face and was looking at the destructive scene with palpitations. She could clearly feel the ground beneath her feet trembling, as if the entire world was shaking under this terrifying blow. The giant rock remained dead center on the upper half of the hybrid monster. Roar! In the scarlet vertical pupils of the evil Saint Lord, the color of tyranny was thick to the extreme. The power of the dragon talisman was completely invoked. It's over, bug. The dragon flames that contained the blasting power of the dragon rune spell were sprayed out. Blasted violently at the massive rock that held down the hybrid monster. Boom! Another violent explosion resounded through the heavens and earth. It was even more furious than the previous rock crash. Even more deafening. The golden red flames instantly engulfed the 100-foot giant rock. The terrifying heat scorched the surface of the rock red. It's even starting to melt. Debris flies. Countless burning stones shot out in all directions like a shower of meteors and fire, smashing the ground into a small crater of black smoke. The shockwave of the explosion swept out, rolling up smoke and dust in the sky. A wave of air was formed that was visible to the naked eye. The evil Saint Lord's figure stood firm amidst the waves of air, his scarlet eyes piercing through the smoke and gazing at the center of the destruction. Now that's add up. Chapter 118, Giving Him a Hard Time. Sun Xiaoxiao stared tightly at the area that was completely engulfed by dragon flame. The air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur and char. Mo Tianqing didn't say anything. Intuition told him that things might not be that simple. The evil Saint Lord's attack was truly earth-shattering, and I'm afraid that any other opponent would have been reduced to flying dust. But that hybrid monster, after all, was a powerful opponent of the 7th rank. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, the aftermath of the golden red dragon flame was still raging. The heat distorts the light. The 100-foot giant rock that had originally suppressed the monster had completely disintegrated at this moment. Smoke rolls in. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. The suit is gradually thinning. As the smoke cleared completely. Shasta. It was as if a large, invisible hand had gripped everyone's heart. Xiao Zhan's eyes widened violently. Mo Tianqing's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his expression that had been tightly tensed finally completely disintegrated, turning into horror. No. No way. That's... More people see it. Then there was dead silence. Immediately afterward, there were cries of shock and clamor that erupted like a tidal wave. Vice City Lord? A mournful cry cut through the frozen air. One could only see the deep pit, the place that was originally suppressed by the giant rock and burned by the dragon flames. The disgusting things on top of the original body of the hybrid monster had fallen off, revealing its original appearance. It was clearly the Vice Lord of Tianyuan City, Zhao Yuanji. This scene completely shattered the psychological defenses of all the people of Tianyuan City. Their deputy city lord, that middle-aged man who was usually quite kind and powerful. Surprisingly, it's the true face of this horrible monster? Or rather, devoured and fused by this monster? A great sense of absurdity and fear swept over everyone in an instant. Why? Why would it be the Vice City Lord? Lu Jiushuan, Sun Xiaoxiao, Sun Yayao, Zhao Hu, Shi Shen, and the others, their gazes unconsciously looked toward Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan. Their minds went blank. Didn't they say that the Vice City Lord had fallen in the battle with the demonic dragon? Why, it's here. And in such a bizarre manner. This realization was like a bolt from the blue, shaking them upside the head. Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan, both of them, also stumbled in their footsteps. The shock in their hearts was far greater than that of Lu Jiufen and the others. After all, they had witnessed Zhao Yuanji's fall. On that day, Zhou Wengil resolutely chose to die in order to cover their retreat. The flames of the demonic dragon engulfed his body. But now, how can this scene in front of us be explained? At this moment, they also finally understood where the lingering sense of familiarity in their hearts had originated from. It's Zhou Wengil's scent. Despite the fact that the hybrid monster's appearance has completely changed. However, the trace of soul fluctuation that belonged to Zhao Yuanji was always present. Just how they couldn't believe it. That usually amiable Vice City Lord. I can't believe it turned out like this. Although the two people on the side, Wang Gang and Zhang Ming, had never met Zhao Yuanji, they were able to tell a thing or two from the crowd's expressions. This monster is actually the Vice City Lord of Tianyuan City? How did he come to look like this? Wang Gang looked sideways at Zhang Ming beside him, seeking an answer. Zhang Ming had a look of "how would I know if you ask me?" He was not familiar with the personnel of Tianyuan City. Surprisingly, it really is the Vice City Lord of Tianyuan City. There was a hint of confirmation in Sumer's tone, and the surprise was minimal. It wasn't exactly a shocking secret to him. After all, he had known for a long time that at the heart of this hybrid monster was a human. I just didn't expect that it happened to be the Vice Lord of Tianyuan City. His calm gaze swept over the still slightly twitching body of the monster, and then swept over the disoriented people of Tianyuan City in the distance. The pulse of the matter was clear in his mind. After Zhao Yuanji was killed by the demonic dragon, his body, thrown into a pool of blood, utilized the trace of true dragon bloodline power contained in that blood pool, and then fusing all sorts of messed up monster powers. Finally, the undissolved resentment of a true dragon's death is used as the binder and driving core. The hardening of a corpse, transforming it into what it is now. Sumer's explanation was calm and almost cruel. After hearing Sumo's explanation, the crowd's eyes widened. Scarlet blood instantly crawled over his eyes. An uncontrollable rage and grief, like a volcanic eruption, exploded in his chest. That damned demon dragon. Even the bodies are not spared. It's not just killing. It's blasphemy. Devil. The crowd erupted in roars and cries. They remembered Zhao Yuanji's usual gentle smile. After death, it's amazing that you can't even have peace. His body, transformed by the enemy in such an evil, such a foul way, into a monster that slaughters its own people. A great sense of grief and powerlessness weighed heavily on everyone's heart, almost suffocating them. I must slaughter the demonic dragon to avenge the Vice City Lord. Sun Xiaozhao's knuckles pinched white as tears rolled down her face. Yeah, right. Kill him. He must be killed. Avenge the Vice City Lord. Sun Xiaozhao's words were like a fire that completely ignited the grief and anger that had long been pent up in the hearts of the crowd. It's not just about Zhou Wengil's death. Even more so for this inhuman desecration he suffered after his death. That respect and closeness that was once there had all turned into the deepest and most violent killing intent towards the demonic dragon at this moment. Sumer remained calm. His gaze swept over the grief-stricken people and eventually fell back into the deep pit. The creature's convulsions seemed to have gotten a little less intense. However, the face that belonged to Zhao Yuanji still had a residue of pain and distortion. The thing, it's not over yet. Mo Tianqing's gaze was dead set on the twisted figure in the deep pit. What used to be a gentle smile was now nothing but endless pain and grimace. He took a deep breath and slowly turned around to look at the always calm Sumo. There was an unspeakable sinking pain in his eyes. Please also ask little friend Su. Give brother Zhao a hard time. This statement is more of a relief than a request. For the once beloved Vice City Lord, and for them, the living who witnessed the tragedy and had their hearts in their mouths. There was instant silence around them. The previous cries and angry curses eerily stopped at this moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on Sumo. Sumo remained as calm as a pool of deep water. He didn't look at Mo Tianqing, his gaze just faintly swept over the fading convulsions in the deep pit. As if confirming something. Then, imperceptibly, he gave a slight nod. Holy Lord, give him a hard time. Chapter 119, Farewell to City Lord Zhao. The evil Saint Lord slowly landed on the edge of the deep pit and looked down at the mangled body. The pitch-black dragon claws slowly raised, the blasting energy of the dragon rune spell coalescing at the tips of the claws. Farewell. The dragon's claws gently fell and touched Zhao Yuanji's forehead. A split second. A silent but terrifying blast of power spread violently from that tiny point of contact. The first thing to collapse in Zhao Yuanji's huge and tattered body were the twisted and mutated parts that had been forcibly fused on and belonged to various other monsters. Sharp claws, bone spurs, scales. They dissolve into the purest black particles of light. This was followed by the filthy flesh and blood that had been contaminated by pools of blood and saturated with the power of evil. And they disintegrated and dissipated as if they had never existed. One layer peeled off. Stripped of everything that doesn't belong to Zhou Wenji. Stripped of all pain and distortion. Stripped of all imposed sin and blasphemy. Finally, at the center of that destructive force, the outline of a relatively intact humanoid briefly emerged. The face, no longer grim, no longer pained, no longer twisted. It's Zhao Yuanji's original appearance. Tranquility. Calm. The corners of his mouth even curved up in an extremely faint arc, as if 1,000 pounds of burden had been lifted, with relief, with a relieved smile. Thanks. A faint, inaudible sound of air, as light as a hallucination, and as if it were the last sigh of the soul, sounded quietly and drifted away in the deadly silence of the deep pit. Immediately afterward, this last manifestation of a serene face was transformed into a bit of soft white light. The last bit of light particles, like a remnant star, flickered fondly for a moment, finally dissipating completely into the cold air. At the bottom of the deep pit, it was empty. Only some slowly dissipating energy fluctuations remained, as well as a shallow mark on the ground, proving what had just happened. Zhao Yuanji, the once highly respected vice-lord of Tianyuan City, had his belated and final peace in this manner. A solemn atmosphere filled the crowd. Mo Tianqing's fists clenched and his knuckles turned white. In the corner of the eye of this iron-blooded tough guy, a tear actually slipped silently. Old Zhao. His hoarse voice was like sandpaper rubbing end. You're finally relieved. Greetings, City Lord Zhao. Lu Zhou knelt down on one knee and performed a most solemn farewell salute. Behind him, Sun Yaoyao and the others followed suit. Greetings, City Lord Zhao. The sound waves echoed in the empty cave for a long time. Although Wan Gang and Zhang Ming did not know each other, they stood in silence. The air was filled with an unmistakable pathos. Ka Ching. A crisp crack abruptly broke the solemn morning. The sound did not come from the battlefield, but originated from the blood pool. Everyone turned their heads violently, and their gazes turned in unison to the churning color of blood. Only to see that the original madly rotating blood pool vortex, the flow rate suddenly slowed down at this moment. What was even more amazing was that in the center of the blood pool, the good Saint Lord that had been quietly absorbing power. The surface of the body was covered with a thin, alabaster-like condensation. The crunching sound just now was precisely a crack in this jade shell. Buzz. As if it was some sort of signal, with the appearance of the first crack, the surge of energy in the blood pool steeply accelerated. It was no longer the slow absorption from before, but like 100 rivers returning to the sea, it turned into a stream of flesh-colored energy that could be seen by the naked eye, madly surging towards the good Saint Lord. The jade shell on the good Saint Lord's body, cracks spread rapidly, emitting a dense sound of clicks. Through those cracks, one could see the blazing light brewing and expanding inside. That light was pure and warm, very different from the cold and evil aura of the evil Saint Lord. This is the completion of the metamorphosis? Xiao Zhan muttered, his eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. Zhao Hu, Shi Xian, and the others even held their breath, not daring to take a breath. Even the evil Saint Lord, who had always kept a cold face, slightly sidestepped his dragon head at this moment, his scarlet vertical pupil looking in the direction of the blood pool, seemingly interested in this power fluctuation that was born from the same source. Only Su Mo remained calm. He knew that the good Saint Lord had absorbed the essence of the true dragon bloodline remaining in the blood pool, as well as countless life energies, and this was the crucial moment to break the cocoon into a butterfly. Boom! The blood pool shook violently. The last remnants of the blood-colored energy were inhaled by the good Saint Lord like a whale. The entire blood pool, at a speed visible to the naked eye, became clear, revealing the bottom of the pool below that was pitted and pockmarked with remnants of bones. As for the good Saint Lord in the center of the pool, the jade shell of his body was already covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The light inside blazed to the extreme, as if a small sun was about to be born in it. Roar! A dragon roar resounded through the cave. Along with the dragon's roar, the jade shell on the good Saint Lord's body exploded. The fragments scattered and splashed in all directions, but in mid-air they transformed into bits of pure light debris and merged into the air. 10,000 feet of light suddenly erupted. Everyone subconsciously narrowed their eyes. In the center of the light, a brand new giant dragon figure slowly appeared. Its size was a few points more massive than the previous Holy Lord, and its scale seemed to be composed of the purest energy crystals. The dragon's horn was even more lofty, with smooth and graceful lines, and a faint golden halo seemed to flow from the tip. The most striking thing about it is its eyes. It was no longer the scarlet, bloodthirsty vertical pupil of the evil Saint Lord, but a pair of golden dragon eyes as clear as sapphires and containing endless wisdom and majesty. Sumo's mind moved slightly. In front of his eyes, a light blue light screen quietly surfaced, clearly displaying the detailed data of the newborn Saint Lord. Summoner, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Grade, SSS Plus can be advanced. Condition, mutilated missing 6 charms. Rank, 6th order, 4th level. Power, 205,000. Agility, 203,000. Intelligence, 202,700. Spirit, 203,200. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, it can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage is enhanced with level. Special ability, Dragon's Rage, inspires the power of a true dragon, doubling your combat power in an instant. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is related to the level, currently can summon 33,000 of them. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm, Snake Charm, Ox Charm Power. Rule Power, Jikue Earth Rule Power. Sumo's gaze swept over the lines of data, his heart rippling slightly. This metamorphosis, the Holy Lord had gained far more than expected. Having absorbed a trace of the true dragon's bloodline power, all 4-dimensional attributes have skyrocketed by 20,000 points. And also gained a special ability, Dragon's Wrath. Combat power is instantly doubled. Simple and brutal, yet incredibly practical. This is definitely a bottom-level killing move. Just the moment the good Saint Lord's aura reached its peak. Roar! An even more violent and ferocious dragon roar exploded violently. This voice came from the evil Saint Lord. Chapter 120, Staying Long Enough to Go Crazy. Only to see the evil Saint Lord, who was originally just watching all of this indifferently, his huge body trembled violently. An aura that was even colder, more tyrannical, and more filled with the desire to destroy than before, like a volcanic eruption, surged out crazily from within the evil saint's main body. What's going on? Shi Xian lost his voice and exclaimed. Everyone's gazes, horrified, shifted from the good Saint Lord to the evil Saint Lord whose aura had steeply skyrocketed. The scarlet vertical pupil of the evil Saint Lord was so red at the moment that it seemed as if it was about to drip blood. There was endless power that was growing and expanding within its body. Its power is getting stronger too? How is that possible? The good Saint Lord's metamorphosis was complete and his power increased, so why did the evil Saint Lord, too, follow suit? Sumo's face remained unchanged. It was something he expected. The Holy Lord of good and evil, one and the same. One glory for all, one loss for all. Two very different, yet equally powerful and suffocating energy fluctuations fiercely collided and intertwined within the cave. One was a warm, vast, vibrant, pure white light. One was a cold, tyrannical, inky darkness that devoured everything. They originate from the same body, but at the moment they form the starkest of opposites. Boy! This is too. Wang Gang opened his mouth wide and didn't close it for half a day. He took a look at the black dragon beside him, which was emitting an aura of I'm not to be messed with, and then looked at the white dragon in front of him, which was emitting holy light, and felt that his brain was a bit insufficient. Indeed, extraordinary. Mo Tianqing also nodded and glanced at Su Mo with complicated eyes. One thought to become a devil, one thought to become a saint? No, this means of Su Mo was simply summoning both the devil and the saint directly. Come back. The enemy had been eliminated, and there was no longer any need for the evil Saint Lord to continue to exist. With a wave of Sumo's big hand, the evil Saint Lord disappeared. As the evil Saint Lord disappeared, the suffocatingly evil aura dispersed. Only then did the crowd feel their taut nerves loosen up, and many of them even directly paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. The pressure of facing the evil Saint Lord just now was too terrifying. Little friend Su, this summoning object of yours, is also too. Mo Tianqing couldn't find the right words to describe it for a moment. Fierce. Xiao Zhan was succinct. Ha! Sumer smiled. The look became serious. The tragedy of Cho Won-gil has come to an end. The metamorphosis of the good Saint Lord has also been completed. So next, it's time to go to the culprit in all this and settle the score. Go. This is not over. Sumer's voice was not loud. But it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. It's not over yet? What do you mean? Sumer's words. The crowd was stunned. Everyone thought that with Cho Won-gil dead, with the successful metamorphosis of the good Saint Lord, it's time for the dust to settle. But now it seems. This does not seem to be the case. Wang Gang scratched his head with a puzzled expression. No way, brother Mo, this isn't over yet? Shi Xian also frowned, looking at Su Mo with a question in his gaze. Although Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan did not speak, their eyes carried the same question. They don't understand. It's not over, as Sumer put it. What exactly is being referred to? Did. Except for Cho Won-gil. There are other enemies? Think about it. The crowd could not help but feel a sense of awe in their hearts. If that's true. That hidden enemy. How powerful should it be? Seeing the confusion of the crowd, the Sumer explained. This blood pool is only the core of the demonic dragon's lair, not the entire Dragon Bone Mountain range. What? The words came out. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. What the hell? Wang Gang's eyes glazed over. Shi Xian frowned. Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan also had puzzled faces. Wang Gang rubbed his temples vigorously. It felt like my brain was buzzing. No, Mare. That's what you said. Why am I getting more and more confused? He pointed to the pool of blood. Another comparison of the surroundings. The entire Dragon Bone Mountain range, the most central place, isn't it this demonic dragon's lair? And then in this lair, isn't the most crucial thing the pool of blood in front of us? How did it come to you that another real core came out? Wang Gang was truly confused. Sumer, can you be more clear? This brain of mine, it's running low. Suemo looked at the bewildered expressions of the crowd and didn't explain too much. Sometimes actions speak louder than words. You guys just come with me. The words fell. The Holy Lord's huge, mountain-like body moved. As the crowd watched in disbelief, the Holy Lord slowly extended a huge dragon claw towards the bottom of the blood pool. Immediately after, the change is steep. Buzz. An indescribably surging light of blood chi violently rose up from the depths of the blood pool. The light was not purely blood-colored, but carried an ancient, pale aura so dense that it almost turned into substance. This light of blood chi instantly enveloped the Holy Lord's dragon claw that was probing into the pool. Then it spreads quickly. In the blink of an eye, it completely wrapped the Saint Lord's massive body. The light flowed. The power of the bloodline belonging to the true dragon, which was latent within the sacred body, seemed to be strongly triggered by something at this moment. It began to boil violently. A resonance originating from the deepest part of the bloodline was established between the Holy Lord and this ancient blood pool. The energy fluctuations permeating the air suddenly became furious. Next. Boom! The entire bottom of the blood pool violently exploded without warning. The center of the rolling waves of blood. The originally hardened ground at the bottom of the pool was now in tatters. A deep, dark, as if it could swallow all the light, the entrance of a passageway appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The interior of the passage was pitch black, emitting an even more ancient and haunting aura than the blood pool. And the passage? There's even a path hidden down here? Mo Tianqing exchanged a look with Xiao Zhan. They had thought that this blood pool was the deepest secret of the Dragon Bone Mountain range. Who would have thought that under the bottom of the pool, there was something else going on? Elder Su, how did you know that there are still passages in here? Sun Yaoyao's clear voice rang out with a strong curiosity. The rest of them also immediately focused their eyes on Suemo, waiting for an answer. When the Holy Lord absorbed the true dragon bloodline within this blood pool, he got a message from it. Sumer calmly explained. His gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on the darkened entrance of the passage. Go! Let's go inside. Entering the passageway, all of them felt an invisible mental pressure, with chaotic and violent images flashing through their minds from time to time. The resentment here is many times stronger than outside. Hiss, this damn place, it's going to be crazy if we stay here for long. The passage was deep and winding, as if it had no end. Wang Gang shook his head, trying to dispel the feeling of discomfort. He said this with a joke, but it spoke to the crowd. Only the Holy Lord who walked at the very front seemed to be completely immune to this spiritual impact. The pace was steady, and the dragon's pupils were flickering with an ethereal light, discerning the direction, sensing something. Chapter 121, Magic Dragon Treasure Trove. The grievances here originate from the countless beings who have fallen here, and there are many powerful dragons among them. Their residual thoughts combine with the remaining years of the true dragon to form this unique spiritual field. Just keep your heart. His words were few, but they were like a tranquilizer that settled the crowd a little. As you go deeper into the passage, the surroundings change dramatically. The rock walls on both sides gradually became smooth and even took on a strange crystalline texture. Through the translucent walls, it was vaguely visible that a variety of items were sealed inside. Arms. Armor. Strange ore. Antique scrolls. Shimmering jewelry. There were so many of them that they were inlaid almost all over the two walls of the passage. My God! Look both ways. This is... We found it! Found the magic dragon's treasure trove. A cry of shock that could not be suppressed came out violently from Sun Xiaoxiao's mouth. Her eyes glazed over and she pressed herself against one side of the crystal wall, trying to see more clearly. The exclamation was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly igniting everyone's emotions. Harry! This is really Harry! Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan glanced at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Lu Zhouyuan also stopped, his eyes deeply attracted by what was behind those crystal walls. Shadow Demon Dragon. That was a solid 7th order powerhouse. The value of his treasure trove is simply incalculable. Thoughts tumbled through the minds of the crowd. If one could get one or two powerful equipment that suited one's needs here, or rare heavenly materials, the increase in one's own strength would be absolutely unimaginable. Even if you can't use them, take these out with you. It was also definitely a huge fortune that was enough to make any power's eyes redden and heartbeat. For a while, the passageway was filled with the sound of rapid breathing and burning eyes. The crowd's pace involuntarily quickened, But when they are full of expectations, really close and carefully observe those crystal walls behind the treasures. The scene presented in front of him was like a basin of ice water, poured down from the head. It made the ecstasy on their faces quickly solidify, then turn to dismay, and finally turn into deep disappointment. This is the Dawnbreaker? Xiao Zhan's footsteps stopped in front of a huge piece of dragon crystal. His brow furrowed as his eyes locked onto an ornately shaped longsword sealed within the crystal. The sword's body was wide, with intricate golden patterns vaguely visible, emitting a faint glow. However, nope. Xiao Zhan's voice carried a hint of doubt. The tip part of the sword, it's completely gone. Only this half of the sword remains, and the break is still irregular. That once divine weapon was now just a remnant. The other side. Mo Tianqing was carefully inspecting a set of dark golden armor sealed within the crystal wall. The armor style is ancient and majestic, full of power, with hideous carvings of animal heads at the shoulder armor. The paladin's armor of glory. He recognized the armor's origin, and there was regret in his tone. Pity. The breastplate portion was completely corroded through by some force, leaving a huge ragged hole. Other components are damaged to varying degrees, and the energy core is dull. The powerful battle armor that had once allowed paladins to cross the battlefield had now lost its proper glory. Sun Xiaoxiao was originally excitedly holding an extremely delicate-looking white jade box. The jade box was carved with lifelike patterns of spirit grasses. She carefully tried to sense the scent inside through the crystal wall. After a moment, she dropped her hand in disappointment, her little face crumpling. The spirit medicines inside have all completely withered. Can't sense any medicinal properties, I'm afraid there's only a pile of useless dregs left. Wang Gang was even more direct. He walked over to a couple of weapons that looked to be in good shape and kicked their counterparts through the crystal wall. What the hell? These weapons are either missing their sharp blades or have broken their sturdy grips. The blade of this battle axe is curled. The gem at the top of this staff is gone too. After half a day's search, there's not even a single complete dick thing. His tone was full of displeasure. Shixian also moved his attention away from a rock wall, from a dark red gemstone the size of a human head. He shook his head. AB class flame crystal core. The quality is good. Unfortunately, the energy has been lost for the most part, and the internal structure is cracked, so it's almost worthless. The crowd continued on. The further you go, the colder your heart gets. The items sealed within the crystal walls on both sides of the passageway were indeed piled high. All kinds of equipment, materials, scrolls, everything. But without exception. Either that or it's in disrepair and missing core components. Either that or there is a severe loss of energy and a total loss of spirituality. Either that or the grade itself was not high and it was just some low-grade goods. This was a far cry from what they had imagined, the Dragon Clan's treasure that was piled high with divine weapons and exotic treasures. The atmosphere quickly cooled down from the previous blazing heat. It's so weird. Sun Yaoyao frowned her eyebrows, her voice filled with puzzlement. There's so much stuff in this passage, but why is it all broken? What is Shadow Demon Dragon doing collecting these remnants? Does he have some special fetish? Her question was the same question that was on everyone's mind. All of these should be the trophies of that demonic dragon. Suemo picked up a shattered crystal on the ground, weighed it, and spoke in a calm tone. He raised his hand and pointed forward into the deeper darkness of the passage. There seemed to be a faint light coming from there. The real treasure, I think, is still further in. Hearing this, the crowd's spirits lifted slightly. Maybe this is really just a trophy room and the real good stuff is yet to come. The group no longer lingered on the crystal walls on either side, and quickened their pace towards the depths of the passage. Sure enough. Moved forward about a few hundred meters more. The passage opened up and a rather spacious circular cavern appeared at the end. This cave was larger than anything we had passed before. The floor in the center of the cave was not empty. Instead, dozens of treasure chests of various sizes and shapes were stacked. Most of the surfaces were carved with intricate magical runes that shimmered with a faint light, making them look extremely extraordinary. Seeing these treasure chests, the hearts of the crowd, which had just cooled down, once again became fiery. Treasure chest. So many treasure chests. This time it should always be real. However, as they approached with the last glimmer of anticipation, they approached quickly, wanting to check out these treasure chests. Reality has once again dealt them a heavy blow. Most of the dozens of exquisite treasure chests stacked in the center of the cave had already been opened. And inside the treasure chest, it was empty. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. How come it's empty? Could it be that someone got there first? Chapter 122, True Dragon Wreckage, God. Mo Tianqing didn't say anything. He walked over to one of the largest dark purple wooden crates and crouched down, scrutinizing the lid. After a moment, he stood up and shook his head. No. It should be the demon dragon itself that took the contents. Suemo nodded, confirming Mo Tianqing's judgment. He swept his gaze over the empty treasure chests and spoke calmly. I reckon it's the shadow demon dragon that had a premonition before entering the remnant mysteries. So it took all the treasures in this treasure cave that it thought were valuable, or could be of use, ahead of time. All that's left are these empty crates and the trophies in the passageway outside that it can't see. Wang Gang was undeterred. He walked over to a black bone box with a half-open lid and reached down to lift the lid completely. It was really empty inside. Zhao Hu looked around at the empty crates that littered the ground, and his tone carried a kind of self-deprecation that was crying and laughing. So, after all that work, what we found was actually a garbage dump discarded by a dragon? What the hell? Sun Xiao stomped her feet in exasperation and crossed her arms. To make me happy for nothing. What dragon treasure? I think it's just a rag pile. The feeling of great expectations falling through is really depressing. Master, that feeling is just ahead. At that moment, the Holy Lord's voice came with a hint of imperceptible excitement. Go! Repeat for a few hundred meters. Another cavern of immense proportions appeared. Throughout the cave, there towered an altar made of countless huge dragon bones piled up. The altar took on an eerie spiral shape, cascading down to the darkness above. Countless thick, dark red glowing chains extended out from the rock walls in all directions, wrapping themselves dead center above the dragon bone altar. The chains were covered in even more complex and difficult to understand runes. These runes exuded a powerful sealing power. But even so, a terrifying and overwhelming aura could still be felt seeping out from the depths of the altar. That aura was exactly what the Holy Lord had described earlier. Ancient, chaotic and decaying, yet with a hint of resignation and condescension. It was more powerful and palpable than any aura sensed before. My God! Wang Gang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. What the hell is this? Everyone else was also too shocked to speak by the sight before them. This is not a magic dragon's lair. It was clearly a huge, sealed place. Master! The Holy Lord's voice rang out sharply in Sumo's mind. This is it. The source of that power is under that bone altar. Very powerful, very chaotic, and it seems to be alive. Buzz. As if in response to the Holy Lord's words, the entire gigantic dragon bone altar shook violently. Those dark red chains wrapped around it instantly tensed up, emitting groans of being overwhelmed, and the runic light on the surface of the chains flickered madly, brightly, and indeterminately. An indescribably terrifying pressure like a substantial tsunami erupted from the depths of the altar and swept through the entire cavern. Poof! Poof! Except for a few people such as Suemo and Xiaozhan. The slightly weaker members of the team, such as Zhang Ming and Sun Yaoyao. Under this pressure, his legs actually softened and he directly fell to his knees. His face instantly turned pale, and his eyes were filled with horror. This pressure definitely surpassed the 7th rank. It might even be higher. Roar! A roar filled with endless pain, anger, resignation, and madness. As if spanning 10,000 years, it resounded from the deepest part of the dragon bone altar. The tremor caused the entire cavern to tremble violently, and countless fragments of skeletons were sent flying. It wasn't the roar of a magic dragon. It was the mournful cry of a true dragon. The final roar of an imprisoned, corrupted, dying yet unwilling to fall, an ancient true dragon. Suemo, what the hell is that? Xiao Zhan's voice trembled a little as he tightened his grip on his spear. As a sixth-order powerhouse, he should have been calm and collected. But that inhuman hiss just now made him feel a cold, small fear from the deepest part of his soul. Suemo didn't answer immediately, but instead stared dead-on at the trembling dragon bone altar. Through the All Souls illustration, he saw an amazing piece of information. Ancient dragon corrupted wreckage. Rank, living god. Status, eroded by the power of the abyss, soul about to dissipate. The rank is actually God? Seeing this line, Sumo's pupils suddenly tightened to the size of pinpoints. God? The thing sealed under this altar, the rank in life, turned out to be the unattainable god of legend? How can this exist? Divine. Sumer's voice was soft. But like a thunderbolt, it exploded in the ears of the crowd. Emo Tianqing turned his head violently, the muscles on his face twitching uncontrollably. Little friend Su, what did you say? His voice carried a tremor, as if in disbelief. Sealed under this altar are the remains of a god-level true dragon. Sumer repeated word for word. The voice was as heavy as iron, not to be questioned. The entire cavern instantly fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to freeze and everyone held their breath. God. God level? Sun Xiaoxiao's voice trembled so much that it was barely audible. Isn't that the realm of legend? Her eyes were filled with fear, as if she had seen something unimaginable. Lu Jiushuan stared dead-on at the trembling altar. There was disbelief in his eyes. It's impossible. How can there still be god-level existences in this world? Haven't they been for a long time? How did the legendary god appear here? Wang Gang's legs went limp and he directly sat on the ground. Are you kidding? We're actually standing on the grave of a god? His face was pale and his eyes were hollow. If what is sealed down here is really that legendary existence, then we are now. His voice trembled and he couldn't speak. But everyone understood what he meant. They, a group of explorers who were no more than 6th or 7th rank at the highest, had broken into a place where god-ranked creatures were sealed. It's no longer audacious. This is performing a fancy death act in front of Hades. Xiao Zhan, the Iron Blood City Lord, was as pale as paper at the moment. God. He repeated, his tone hard. No wonder. No wonder that roar just now could make me feel so small. As a peak 6th order powerhouse, he had faced countless powerful enemies. Even facing a peak 7th order powerhouse head-on. But there was no time that could compare to the soul throbbing that came from that mournful cry just now. It was a sense of distance as if an ant was looking up at a star. Emo Tianqing was silent and asked. Little friend Su, are you sure you didn't perceive it wrong? Chapter 123, Go Rouge, don't forget each other. The news was appalling. God, that is a word that exists only in the oldest legends and forbidden texts. Representing a supreme power beyond the comprehension and reach of mortals. Sumo's tone was certain. I can't be wrong about my abilities. Holy. Wang Gang let out a strange cry and subconsciously took half a step back, almost bumping into Xiaohu behind him. Really? We can't afford to mess with a living god, but this remains of a god that has been dead for an unknown number of years, we can afford to mess with it? He blanched and his lips quivered. If this thing hiccups, do we have to go straight to hell? Don't. Stop talking. Sun Xiaoxiao's voice was shaking with a sobbing tone. Let's get out of here. It's horrible here. Zhao Hu let out a bitter laugh. He pointed in the direction he came from, and then pointed at the dragon bone altar that emitted a terrifying aura. Going now? Where to go? Do you think? What's down here will let us leave easily? In and out. That's the most desperate situation. There will be a great change in this world. A heavy sigh was slowly spat out from Xiao Zhan's mouth. After the initial shock, he slowly came back to his senses. His gaze swept over the still slightly trembling dragon bone altar. Associated with the recent events, the heart felt something. At that time, I only felt that the mountains were raining and it seemed that something big was about to happen. But who would have thought? Now, here they actually really face a god level remains. Broken god. True god. All of this is no accident. There seems to be a thread that connects these amazing events. It's an omen. A horrific omen signaling the fall of the old age and the coming of a new one. This world is going to have a big change. The whisper, however, was like a boulder thrown into a deep pool of dead silence, stirring up waves in the lake of everyone's heart. God-level existences had all appeared in the world, and even if it was just the remains, it was enough to subvert all their past perceptions. This world, it's really going to change. Mo Tianqing slowly nodded his head and took over Xiao Zhan's words. What City Lord Xiao said is not wrong. Today is perhaps the time of the greatest change since the beginning of time. Legendary existences have appeared one after another, and the old order and balance, I'm afraid, will be completely broken. This may be the most glorious of times. Someone can become a god. Becoming God. These two words seem to carry an infinite amount of magic. It instantly seized the hearts and minds of all. In its place was an unspeakable burning. The heart was beating wildly in his chest, beating like a drum. Becoming God. Completely shedding the mortal coil. Achieve that legendary immortality. Achieve that legendary supreme being. The thought was insane. And yet it seemed so tantalizing at the moment. Silence. Deadly silence followed. It was a ragged gasp. Immediately. Swish. 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 A single gaze, burning, complex, with awe and anticipation, all coincidentally landed on Sumo. They know very well in their own hearts how much weight they have. After exhausting one's life, one might be lucky enough to touch the threshold of the 8th rank, and that would already be smoke from one's ancestors' graves. God? That was a height they couldn't even dream of. Don't even think about it. But Sumer was different. Since its appearance, it had refreshed their perceptions time and time again. He, perhaps, does have that possibility. Sumo met the gazes of the crowd with a calm expression. He certainly understood the meaning of those glances. Becoming a god. The weight of these two words was heavier than that dragon bone altar. How many people in the world can become gods? But there must be a place for him, Sumer. Ahem. Wang Gang gave a dry cough. He rubbed his hands together and squeezed a smile worse than tears on his face as he took a half-step closer. That? Sumer. No, Master Su. You see. This if there is really a chance to become a god. You later developed, can have to pull a brother ah. Zhang Ming slapped Wang Gang on the back of his head. Say what the? Is this the time to be thinking about this? We don't even know if we'll make it out alive. Wang Gang covered his head, aggrieved, I am not investing in advance. What if Master Su really becomes that god? Are we counted among the earliest? Believers? Believe you. Zhang Ming glared at him without any good humor. But there was also a faint hint of dissension hidden in the depths of his eyes. Sun Xiaoxiao sniffled, in a small voice, with a thick nasal sound. Big brother Su. Let's just think of a way to get out of here first. I'm scared. Her fear was real and most immediate. Becoming a god, that was something too distant and ethereal. The immediate crisis, the unknown terrifying presence under that altar, was the sharp sword hanging over his head. Mo Tianqing took a deep breath, his gaze shifted away from Sumo and fell back to the altar that emitted an ominous aura. Dawn is right. The path to becoming a god is illusory, and even though the times have changed, it's not something that happens overnight. Right now, our biggest crisis is how to deal with this divine skeleton and what it guards or suppresses. His voice was steady, pulling the crowd back from that illusory vision to the harsh reality. You stay where you are. Sumer opened his mouth. With the Holy Lord, one in front of the other, they walked towards the dragon bone altar that emitted an ominous aura. The closer the distance, the stronger the mental oppression. That chaotic realization made Sumo feel like he had a headache. Mo Tianqing, Xiao Battle, and the others held their breath and stood in place, not even daring to take a breath. Just when Sumo and the Holy Lord were less than 10 feet away from the altar, a sudden change occurred. Boom! It's that altar. The morose white altar, piled up by countless skeletons, was beginning to vibrate with a frequency visible to the naked eye. Sharp rays of light burst out from the gaps of those countless bones. Especially the dragon skull that was located at the top of the altar and was the most massive. 2 points of scarlet light abruptly lit up in its 2 empty eye sockets. Like 2 blood-colored lanterns, they suddenly lit up. That light is full of violence, resentment, and endless majesty. It was as if a ferocious thing that had been sleeping for 10,000 years had awakened at this moment. Roar! An earth-shattering roar violently emanated from the depths of the altar. With that soul-shattering roar, an illusory and majestic shadow violently rose up from the center of the altar. That's a dragon. An unimaginably huge dragon shadow. It had a translucent grayish-white color throughout its body, as if it were made from the intertwining of moonlight and the breath of death, and was draped in an unsettling black mist. The dragon's body snaked and coiled, almost touching the dome of this underground space. Although it was only a shadow, it carried an unrivaled majesty and violence. The dragon's head was high, and those scarlet eyes swept downwards, like a god looking down on ants. An indescribably terrifying dragon might instantly sweep through the entire space. Chapter 124, Inhumanity. Click. Click. The surrounding rock walls unexpectedly began to show fine cracks under this pressure. Wang Gang and Sun Xiaoxiao, who were slightly weaker, directly stifled a grunt, blood spilling out from the corners of their mouths, their faces as white as paper. Even Emotianqing and Xiao Zhan felt a surge of qi and blood, and had to utilize their entire body to resist this terrifying sound wave impact. They were enough to dominate a party when placed in the outside world. But in front of this dragon's shadow, it was like a small boat in a raging storm that could capsize at any time. Right in the middle of this almost frozen atmosphere, Sumo and the Holy Lord, who were closest to the altar, appeared unusually calm. Not that they are unaffected. That terrifying dragon might likewise acted on them like 1 billion pounds of weight. The holy light surrounding the Holy Lord's body had obviously dimmed a lot. As for Sumo, he stood still, not moving at all. The sleeves of his clothes hunted under the invisible pressure, and his black hair danced wildly. Kind of. In an instant, the pressure exerted on Sumo suddenly increased by several times. Click. The ground under Sumo's feet couldn't even withstand the pressure, cracking open inch by inch. But he still stood straight, like a spear piercing the sky. After sleeping for an unknown number of years, the little bit of wool that remains dares to act recklessly in front of my lord? The Holy Lord let out a growl and opening his mouth was a dragon flame, which was suddenly spat out at the dragon's shadow. The scene came out of nowhere. Not only were Emotianqing and the others so shocked that their eyes fell out, even the huge dragon's shadow seemed to pause for a moment. The Holy Lord made a direct move? Crazy. It must be madness. That's a god-level existence. Even if it was just a shadow of will that had remained for an unknown number of years. The intimidating pressure it exuded had already caused those of them to hover on the edge of life and death. The Holy Lord actually initiated the attack? This is no longer a description of audacity. This was a declaration of war against a sleeping ancient god. The blazing dragon flames accurately bombarded on top of that grayish-white illusory dragon body. However, it silently pierced through the dragon's shadow and disappeared into the void behind it. It was as if the majestic dragon's shadow didn't exist in this dimension at all. Or perhaps the Holy Lord's attack was completely ineffective against it. Time, in this moment, seemed to freeze. The shock on the faces of Emotianqing, Xiao Battle, and the others had not yet faded away before it was replaced by deeper dismay. How is this possible? They empathized with the might of that all-out strike of the Holy Lord. It was absolutely devastating. But in front of that dragon's shadow, it couldn't even make it shake a little? Wouldn't it mean that they didn't have any means at all to be able to sanction this dragon's shadow? At this moment, the huge head of the dragon's shadow lowered slightly. No anger. There was no offended outrage. Immediately after, a low and ancient laughter came out from the mouth of that dragon's shadow, echoing throughout the underground space. That laugh wasn't loud, but it carried a heaviness that pierced through the years and the vicissitudes of life. May. Ha. Ha 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 ha. The laughter grew louder and louder, shaking the entire space with a buzzing sound, more penetrating than the previous roar, going straight to the depths of the soul. However, this time, there were a few less points of pure violence in the pressure, and a few more complex and difficult to understand emotions. Ha ha ha. Worthy of being a pure-blooded descendant of my divine dragon clan. Sure has guts. In the face of the residual will of this father, not only were you not scared out of your wits, but you dared to take the lead. Good. Very good. Ha. This sudden change of events caused Xiao Zhan and the rest of his party to be puzzled. No. Instead of actively taking a shot at you, you're still happy about it. This abnormal behavior made Suemo also slightly so surprised. He raised his steps forward and opened his mouth to ask, "Your Excellency has summoned us here, I wonder what you have to teach us?" Suemo had roughly outlined things in his mind. From the very beginning, this Dragon Shadow's target was the Holy Lord. That intermittent, seductive call was no accident. There must be something to it. Hearing Sumo's question, the huge head of the Dragon Shadow was slightly deflected. Scarlet gazes, like two huge blood-colored lanterns, moved slowly. The scarlet gaze crossed over the Holy Lord and landed on Suemo behind him. The Dragon Shadow's voice became a bit strange, with a hint of probing. A human. On you. Surprisingly, it has an aura that even the residual will of this father feels a hint of hidden scorn. There seemed to be countless runes flowing in the depths of those scarlet eyes, trying to see through Sumo's essence. But in the end, it was still a haze. Interesting. Dang funny. Suemo did not pay attention to the other party's probing. He remained standing there, his expression unchanged. I would also like to ask Senior to tell me the reason for his visit. His tone remained calm. There was no groveling because of who the other person was. Nor did he show the slightest difference because of the other's probing. It was as if what he was facing was not an ancient dragon soul will that could change the color of heaven and earth with the wave of a hand. And simply an object that needs to be communicated with. Equality. Nature. This attitude, while falling in the eyes of Mo Tianqing, Xiao Battle, and the others in the distance, caused their hearts to almost jump out of their throats. My goodness! What is Mr. So doing? Talking to an ancient god like that? Do you think he'll live too long? Even if the other party didn't seem so violent now, who knew if he would flip out next? That's an existence that can't even nullify a Holy Lord's attack. They held their breath, not even daring to take a breath for fear of disturbing the terrifying Dragon Shadow. Dragon Shadow didn't seem to care about Sumo's attitude. Or rather, it cared more about Sumer as a person himself. And the scent of him that made it feel strange. A moment of silence followed. The ancient voice of the Dragon Shadow echoed once again. It's not a big deal. Its voice carried an indifference that looked down on the world. The Dragon Shadow's gaze swept over the Holy Lord with a hint of elder-like scrutiny. Just want to give you a heavenly chance. It added after a pause. A copy of. Enough to make you. The chance to become a god. The last four words were like thunder, exploding in the depths of everyone's soul. The chance to become a god. Anum. For heavy things falling down. Xiao Zhan and the others couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. God? What kind of concept is that? A legendary being? Overlooking all beings and ruling the laws of heaven and earth? They were just saying. If Suemo becomes a god, don't forget them. Thought it was a joke, now it's coming true. Suemo, however, was still the calmest one in the field. It's a little eerie how calm it is. He just had his eyes slightly downcast and seemed to be thinking about something. Oh my Mr. Su. This is becoming a god. How can you act so flat? This mindset is simply inhuman. Chapter 125, Bestowing the Divine Position. Xiao Zhan and the others marveled. How could they know that Sumo's heart was not without waves? It was just that his focus was never on how tantalizing the opportunity itself was, but on the logic and cost behind it. Pies don't fall from the sky. Especially not a pie as big as becoming a god. This Dragon Shadow had gone to great lengths to lure them here, and it was definitely not for charity. The Dragon Shadow seemed to be quite interested in Sumo's reaction, and the huge head nodded slightly, as if praising his calmness. A moment later, Sumer raised his eyes. His gaze was as clear as a wash, without any greed or fervor. He once again looked at the immense Dragon Shadow. Speak calmly. What does it take to become a god? It's not very loud. Yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Including the huge Dragon Shadow suspended in the air. The price? Xiao Zhan and the others' hearts skipped a beat. Yeah. Becoming god. Such a counterintuitive chance. How can there be no cost? They were just a little bit dazed by the huge impact of the word becoming a god. Almost ignoring this most basic and crucial issue. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Not to mention the ultimate temptation of becoming a god, which is enough to subvert cognition. The hidden price behind it, I'm afraid, is equally astounding. One moment. The heart that had just been a little agitated because of the chance of becoming a god quickly cooled down. The gaze that looked at the dragon's shadow also had a few more points of caution and prudence. Sumo asked the same question that had risen in their hearts but had not had the time to ask. A great opportunity like becoming a god was bound to be accompanied by unimaginable risks. Or, rather, there is a price to pay that regular people cannot afford. Sumo's calmness once again caused Xiaozhan and the others to feel admiration and even sweat a little. In the face of such temptation, it is possible to remain true to your heart and go straight to the core. This heart is far beyond them. Sumer didn't pause. His gaze was sharp, as if it could penetrate the void and look straight into the essence. He moved his eyes slowly. Eventually, Sumo's gaze landed on the ancient, mysterious altar that emitted an immortal aura. That altar, it was the very core where the dragon's shadows were coiled. It is also the source of all power. It is more. The source of bondage. Cost? Sumer's voice carried a hint of realization. Is it to help you unseal this altar? Will you? Released completely? All gazes were focused on that huge dragon shadow, waiting for its answer. Ha! Cost? Unseal me? Free me? Young man, your ideas are interesting. But there is no price. No cost? Xiaozhan almost took a breath and suffocated himself. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the dragon shadow and then at Sumo, wondering if he had heard wrong. Mo Tianqing and the others were also confused. This doesn't follow the rules. What about the promised shocking conspiracy? What about the promised horrific cost? How come? Is gone? For nothing? How can something like becoming a god be a free gift? What fell from the sky is not a pie, but a mountain of gold. And it's still the kind with a purity of 99.999%. For a while, the crowd's brains were a bit spinning. Could this ancient god really be a helpful living lightning rod? Or is its brain sealed for too long and it's a little out of whack? Sumo's expression, however, did not relax in any way. He remained calmly standing there. No price? This alerted him more than if there was a price to pay. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Sumo slowly raised his head, his gaze once again falling on the dragon's shadow with a hint of searching in his eyes. No cost. Means nothing at all for us? His tone remained calm, but those familiar with him could hear a hint of imperceptible gravity. Nice. The dragon shadow's voice affirmed Sumo's question. Why? What's in it for you to give us this chance? He didn't believe in pure, unmerited gifts, especially on such a level involving God. This dragon shadow was by no means good, and all of its previous actions pointed to a carefully planned layout. Now suddenly said to give a big gift for free, this transformation is too abrupt and suspicious. The dragon shadow sniffed and seemed to smile again. That laughter echoed in the empty space with an ineffable ancient flavor. Benefits? The dragon shadow's huge lava-like eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling something distant. Hard to say. Xiaozhan and the others' hearts were once again hanging in the air. Here we go. Sure enough, there are still conditions. Sort of an atonement for self. Dragon Shadow said slowly. Atonement? Sumo was stunned. The others even looked at each other in disbelief, completely unable to understand. Give them the benefit of the doubt. It turned out to be this ancient god himself atoning for his sins? That logic doesn't make any sense at all. Sumer's brow furrowed imperceptibly. What kind of past does this ancient dragon shadow carry? Just as the crowd's minds were divided, the dragon shadow's huge head turned slightly. The lava-like gaze crossed over Sumo and landed on the Holy Lord. I can't let the legacy of our clan be cut off in my hands. Passed on? Severed? Sumer's gaze flickered. He looked to the Holy Lord and then to the massive dragon shadow, as if he had captured something. You want the Holy Lord to pass on the power of your divine dragon clan? Eventually achieve godhood? Sumo's voice rang out clearly, breaking the brief silence. He tried to make sense of the logic. However, To everyone's surprise. SE. But unexpectedly, the dragon shadow shook his head. Negated Sumer's speculation. No. There is no need for him to achieve the godhead. Dragon Shadow's reply once again subverted the crowd's perception. No need for achievements? What does that mean? Is it possible that the godhead can still be sent directly? I can bring the supreme honor of our divine dragon clan. The dragon Shadow's voice carried an indescribable majesty and antiquity. That unique. The dragon god godhead. Inherited directly to him. All he needs is... Dragon Shadow's gaze focused on the Holy Lord once again. Strength to that threshold. Naturally. Then you can ascend to the divine realm and reign as the dragon god. One step to heaven. A direct lineage to the godhead? How is this possible? Having heard what was said, Mo Tianqing and the others' heads exploded. Even though they have not experienced the path to godhood. But even reaching the ninth order requires stepping through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It needs to go through endless tribulations. The road to becoming a god will only become more difficult. Now, this dragon shadow was actually saying that a ready-made divine position could be given directly to the Holy Lord? Is it envy? Is it jealousy? Or some other emotion? What would Sumer choose? Chapter 126, I want to create my own god position. Sumer will say yes, won't he? The godhead. Who can top this? Not to mention them, even those old monsters who had lived for countless years and whose hearts had long been as solid as a rock were afraid that they would not be able to resist such a temptation. That was an existence that was above all beings, holding the power of heaven and earth, and was nearly immortal. That was the ultimate goal that countless living beings, who had spent 10,000 years and years, and who had stepped through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, might not even be able to reach. And now, a complete and supreme dragon god divine position was just placed in front of Sumo, within reach. Shasta. All gazes, dragon shadow and dragon pupils, focused on Sumo in unison. Everyone's heart was in their throat, waiting for Sumo's decision. Though, in their minds, it doesn't even need to be decided. Promise. It must be promised. Cootie. No way. The crowd was so excited that their faces turned a little red. Hate to shout that word for Sumer. To them, it was simply a giveaway question. As long as Sumo nodded his head, the Holy Lord would be able to obtain the dragon god's inheritance, and his future achievement of godhood would almost be a foregone conclusion. And as partners of the Holy Lord, they could naturally follow suit with endless benefits. This is simply one person's success, chickens and dogs. Bah, it is the brothers who soar together. The dragon shadow hovered silently, those huge dragon pupils gazing calmly at Sumo, not in a hurry to rush him. It is certain that no one can refuse such a gift. In its long life, it had never seen a being that could resist the temptation of becoming a god. Not to mention a one-step shortcut to heaven like directly inheriting the divine throne. However, out of everyone's expectation, including that ancient dragon shadow, he didn't immediately agree, or even show the slightest hint of excitement or ecstasy. His expression remained calm, so calm that it was a little scary. He could sense that this dragon shadow was telling the truth. But not exactly words. He was hiding something after all. As for what he's hiding, it might be important. Xiao Zhan and the others were so nervous that their palms began to sweat. They didn't understand what Sumer was hesitating for. Is that even a consideration? Say yes. Just say yes. There's no place like this after this village. Finally. At a time when the crowd could barely hold it in, Sumer slowly raised his head. His gaze, once again, met those lava-like dragon pupils. There was no excitement, no ecstasy, only the usual calm and prudence. It does sound like... is tempting. Sumo opened his mouth, his voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The crowd's spirits were lifted, here we go. Going to say yes? A look of ecstasy had appeared on his face. However, Sumo's next words were like a pot of ice water that poured down from the head, causing everyone's enthusiasm to instantly cool down. But... Sumo's tone paused, and his eyes became even sharper, as if he wanted to pierce through the dragon shadow's massive body and look straight into the depths of his soul. I don't need to. For simple words. But like thunder, it once again exploded in the ears of the crowd. What? No need? The smiles on the faces of the crowd instantly froze, and the entire crowd was dumbfounded, looking at Suemo in disbelief. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? What's not to like about that? The ancient god has spoken his mind. It's a god's seat for nothing. This is unbelievable. Young people. Dragon Shadow's voice rang out with a hint of surprise? Or rather, confusion. For the first time, its ancient eyes showed some fluctuations. How could anyone really resist the lure of the godhead? Are you questioning my sincerity at? Sincerity? Suemo gently repeated, the corner of his mouth hooking up into a curve if anything. Maybe. Instead of answering directly, he turned his words around and his gaze once again landed on top of that ancient and mysterious altar. His Excellency said it was for atonement. It's to keep the inheritance of the divine dragon clan from being cut off. It sounds so righteous and touching. Sumo's voice was calm, but it carried a power of insight. Perhaps every word you say is true. Perhaps the Holy Lord's succession to this divine throne really doesn't require any additional cost and has no hidden dangers. Even so, I, for one, will still choose to refuse. Chopped. Without the slightest hesitation. Why? The confusion was thicker in the Dragon Shadow's voice. It was a kind of bewilderment that stemmed from ancient perceptions being completely overturned. Yeah, why? Xiaozhan, Emotianxing, and the others also stared at Suemo with a deadpan expression, their hearts almost jumping out of their throats. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out at all. There's no price to pay. It's a god's seat for nothing. Do we need a reason for that? Rejection itself is the most incomprehensible thing of all. Suemo slowly raised his eyelids and his gaze once again met those giant lava pupils. For once, his eyes were no longer merely calm and judicious. Inside that, it burned with a light like no other. A kind of will called ambition, called self-confidence, called looking out of the world. Because I'm going to create my own godhood. Sumer's voice is not high. But it reveals an unprecedented confidence and bravado. With these words, Stonebreaker. The crowd was appalled. What did they hear? Sumer is going to create a god position out of himself? This is no longer hubris. This is crazy. Inheriting a ready-made, complete, and supreme dragon god godhead was already the ultimate dream that hundreds of millions of living beings could not even think of. And Suemo even want to give up this thoroughfare to heaven to go to a desperate road that no one has ever walked and may not even exist at all? They felt that their worldview was completely turned upside down by Suemo at this moment, and then rubbed and reshaped. What a mouthful. Young man, do you realize what you are saying? Dragon Shadow's voice lowered and the divine position is clocked by the rules of heaven and earth, condensed by the order of the great Tao, and cannot be created by human hands. Throughout the ages, how many amazingly talented people have exhausted their entire lives, only to move forward on the already existing divine path and peek at a hint of the mysteries of that supreme realm? Inheriting the divine throne is already an act against the heavens, an unattainable end for countless living beings. And you, to presume to create your own? The Dragon Shadow's voice was like a loud bell, vibrating the entire space and striking at everyone's heart. Yeah. Xiaozhan and the others snapped back to their senses. Yeah. Sumer, you wake up. People's ancient gods have said that this thing can't be created just because they want to. That is the rule of heaven and earth, the order of the great Tao. No matter how powerful you are, can you be more powerful than heaven and earth, more powerful than the great Tao? Suemo. Xiaozhan finally couldn't help himself and snatched a step forward, saying eagerly, This is the dragon god divine position. The supreme existence, inherited, the future will certainly be able to ascend to the top, overlooking the world. Why bother? Why go down a road that doesn't even exist? He didn't dare to say the latter words, but the meaning was already obvious. Chapter 127, Following Our Lord. Yes, Brother Su. Mo Tianqing hastily chimed in as well. This kind of heavenly opportunity is once in a lifetime and rare in all ages. If you miss it, I'm afraid I'm going to regret it in my gut. Suemo raised his hand and gently pressed downward, signaling them to be at ease. His gaze, once again, was directed towards the gigantic dragon shadow, a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. I know it's hard. Sumo's voice was calm but strong. Even, in everyone's opinion, it's impossible. But, just because it's impossible, doesn't mean it can't be done. Just because those who came before couldn't do it doesn't mean those who come after can't reach it. Aren't rules meant to be broken? He paused, and his eyes sharpened, as if there were flames burning in them. Taking someone else's path, even if it is a straight path through the heavens, will ultimately be limited by those who have gone before. Inherited power, even if it's powerful, may not be able to fit perfectly with itself and exert 100%, or even beyond 100%, of its power. What I want is uniqueness and absolute control. What I want is my way, my own godhood. A statement that is strong and powerful. The out-of-this-world confidence and unrelenting determination made Xiao Zhan, Emo Tianqing, and the others open their mouths and slowly close them again. They looked at Sumo, looked at the unquestionable light in his eyes, and suddenly felt that perhaps they really couldn't understand Sumo's realm and pursuit. Are you crazy? Maybe. But in Sumer, this madness, again, seemed to carry an inexplicable, compelling power. They remembered all the deeds Sumo had done along the way. Which one of them wasn't breaking the mold and creating miracles? Maybe this time he can too. No sooner had the thought risen than they extinguished it themselves. No, this is outrageous. Creating your own god position, this isn't even on the same level as the previous miracle, okay? The hearts of all the people were in a heavenly battle, their expressions changing in a wonderful way. Dragon's shadow was silent. This time, the silence was longer. Its huge dragon pupils seemed to penetrate the barrier of time and space, scrutinizing the depths of Sumo's soul. It had seen too many living beings, from humble ants to once powerful overlords. They may be brave, they may be wise, they may be strong. But in the face of the temptation of God, all, without exception, chose the most direct and secure path. Like Sumo, in the face of the supreme god position within reach, not only refused, but also threatened to take a desperate path that no one has ever taken before. It was the first time in its long life that it had encountered it. Is it stupidity? Is it arrogance? Or is it a kind of Taoism that even it can't understand? For a long time. Ha! A low chuckle sounded from the depths of the dragon shadow's throat, echoing through space with an ancient, vicissitude-like flavor. This laughter caused Xiao Zhan and the others to thump in their hearts. It's over, the ancient god is pissed off and laughing? Is this a precursor to an outburst? However, to their surprise, the dragon shadow's voice didn't seem to have much anger in it. What are rules are meant to be broken? What if my way, my own godhead? The voice of the dragon shadow sounded again, this time, a few points less majestic, a few more indescribable meanings. Young man, your ambition is beyond my imagination. Create your own god position. Perhaps, endless years ago, there was also a person as amazing and talented as you who had the same crazy idea. But they all failed. The road, not difficult, but simply doesn't exist. Dragon Shadow's words were like a pot of cold water trying to douse Sumo's unrealistic flame. But Sumer just smiled faintly. The road is made by people. Just because it didn't exist before doesn't mean it won't exist again. Dragon Shadow was silent again. It realized that using common sense and past experience, it seemed impossible to convince the young man in front of it. He had a will that was frighteningly firm. The dragon shadow seemed to have given up on persuasion, and its massive head lowered slightly. Since you insist on taking a desperate path of your own, I will no longer force it. He turned to the Holy Lord and said, if you are willing, I can help you break your chains with others and help you become a god. With these words, everyone is shocked. The shock on the faces of Xiao Zhan and Emo Tianqing instantly turned into horror. Their eyes snapped open and their breath caught in their throat. Cutting off the summoning contract? Help the Holy Lord become a god? Even Sumo, who had always been calm and collected, had a trace of clearly visible movement on his face. Dragon Shadow's meaning couldn't be more obvious. It's going to dig in. And it was using the irresistible temptation of becoming a god to turn on his most powerful summoning partner. To forcibly sever the soul contract relationship between him and the Holy Lord. The connection between the summoner and the summoned object. Once established, it is virtually unbreakable, let alone forced to be lifted by an outside force. But, the other party was an ancient god. It was an existence that had survived for endless years and had ruled over heaven and earth. Perhaps it really does possess such unthinkable means. For a moment, all eyes were focused on the Holy Lord. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing were even so nervous that their palms were sweating. This is becoming a god. One step up, get rid of the status of a summoner and become a supreme being. Will the Holy Lord say yes? In the face of such temptation, could it hold fast to its contract with Sumer? Poof. A cold grunt broke the dead silence. This cold snort was full of disdain and arrogance, as if he had heard some heavenly joke. The sacred lord slowly raised his head and looked straight at the gigantic dragon shadow, his eyes icy cold. The district is just a god position. And worthy to move me? I don't care. These 4 simple words were permeated with a contempt that came from the marrow of the bones. It was as if the divine position that caused countless living beings to frantically chase after it was nothing more than a stone on the side of the road in its eyes. It paused, and its gaze turned to Sumo beside it, and that icy gaze instantly softened a bit. Since my lord has the desire to create an unprecedented way, he wishes to establish himself as a god. And will I, then, be content to inherit the place of another's charity? I naturally have my own pursuits. To follow my lord and create splendor together, this is my way. Chapter 128, Breath of the Dragon God. The Holy Lord's response was like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. Except for Sumo, it split the people present in the room, and their souls flew out of the sky. They subconsciously looked at Sumo with eyes that were too complicated to describe. Monster! These 2 people, no, these 2 existences, were simply a pair of utter monsters. A man who dared to reject the ready-made godhood to forge an unprecedented path on his own. The other, letting go of a godly position that was within reach, willingly followed? This ing. Xiao Zhan swallowed his saliva with difficulty, feeling his throat dry up terribly. He quietly touched Mo Tianqing next to him and asked in an airy voice, "Old Mo, am I still awake?" Mo Tianqing's face was expressionless and his eyes were dull. Sumo, on the contrary, appeared calm, and even the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He glanced sideways at the sacred lord, and a flash of approval passed through his eyes. Dragon Shadow was also silent. The huge dragon pupil seemed to flash with bewilderment. With its experience and insight, it had never encountered such an outrageous scene either. A reject is enough to surprise it. Now, even the object of that curation has rejected the olive branch it threw out in an almost humiliating gesture. How could this make it, a former ancient god, embarrassed? Ha! Another low laugh. Good. Good. Yes. The dragon shadow said 3 good words in a row, and his voice echoed in the space, shaking people's hearts. One wants to create his own godhood, the other wants to follow the common cause. You guys are great. The word good sounds like a bit of gnashing of teeth. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing thumped in their hearts and said that it was not good. This ancient god couldn't be mad with anger, could he? In a fit of rage, they're going to just go ahead and exterminate them? However, Dragon Shadow's next words once again surprised everyone. Since you have all made your choices, I, for one, respect them. Godhead inheritance, since you don't take it, I can't force it. Hearing these words, Xiao Zhan's and the others' hearts sank violently. Done. It's completely over. The duck in the hand, no, the dragon in the hand, just flew away. Sumer, you're confused. They pounded their chests in pain. However, Dragon Shadow's next words made their moods as if they were on a roller coaster, once again making a 180-degree turn. But the Dragon Shadow's words changed. I exist to atone for my sins and for the continuation of the divine dragon clan. He looks to the Holy Lord. Though you have rejected the divine position, the dragon bloodline flows through you. I cannot give you the complete dragon godhead, nor can I assist you in creating your own godhead that is beyond the scope of my abilities and goes against the supreme principles of heaven and earth. But I can give you some help. Help? Xiao Zhan and the others' eyes instantly lit up. Although the god position was gone, but to be able to glean some help from the hands of this ancient dragon soul, it was definitely a chance against the heavens. This altar, one of the core hubs of the ancient dragon court, contains a portion of the origin power of the divine dragon clan. The dragon shadow said slowly, his voice echoing in space. Among them, there is a dragon god's breath. Although it's not enough to help you condense the divine position, it can greatly quench your dragon bloodline, strengthen your body and divine soul, and even let you feel a hint of a deity's power in advance. This, perhaps, will be of some benefit to the path you will take in the future. Breath of the dragon god? Quenching the bloodline? Strengthening the body and soul? Feeling the might of the gods in advance? Sumer's breath caught. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as directly inheriting the divine throne, the value of this dragon god's breath was definitely an incalculable treasure. The eyes of the crowd looking at Sumo were once again filled with anticipation. This time, it's time to accept it, isn't it? This dragon god's breath sounds too powerful to be true. Sumo looked at the ancient altar and felt the vast and pure dragon power faintly coming from it, his eyes moving slightly. Looking to the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord nodded toward him. He could feel that if he absorbed the breath, the Holy Lord's strength, especially the abilities related to the dragon bloodline, would receive a qualitative leap. Moreover, feeling the power of the gods in advance is undoubtedly an important reference value for his future goal of creating his own god position. How? Dragon Shadow asked, seemingly certain that Sumo would not refuse again this time. Sumer pondered for a moment and nodded. Good. In one word, dry. Seeing Sumo finally agree, Xiaozhan and the others let out a long sigh of relief, and a relieved smile appeared on their faces. That's great. Didn't come for nothing. The dragon shadow seemed to be satisfied as well, and a hint of relief flowed out from the huge dragon pupil. Very good. Then, be baptized. As the words fell, the ancient altar fiercely glowed. Instantly, the entire space was illuminated as if it were day. On the surface of the altar, countless complicated and ancient runes lit up one by one, like sleeping stars being awakened and intertwined into a brilliant star map. The dragon might that filled the air was thick to the extreme at this moment. Xiaozhan and Emotianqing and the others involuntarily took a few steps back, all written all over their faces. In front of this power, they felt as small as dust. Sumo stared tightly at the center of the altar, his soul was closely connected to the Holy Lord, and he was able to clearly feel the convergence of that power. At the center of the light, the energy began to distort and compress, eventually condensing into a golden stream about the thickness of an arm. This airstream, its color was pure to the extreme, as if it was poured from the most innate gold, with fine, dragon scale-like patterns of light flowing on its surface. It silently hovered above the altar, with no earth-shaking sound, but exuding a terrifying aura that was enough to change the color of heaven and earth. Breath of the Dragon God. Merely looking at it gave one the urge to worship it, as if seeing the supreme majesty of the divine dragon clan. Go! Dragon Shadow's low voice rang out with a hint of relief. The golden dragon god's breath, as if it had been instructed, transformed into a stream of light and, without the slightest bit of stagnation, shot straight towards the Holy Lord in front of the altar. The speed was so fast that it even left a faint golden residue in the air. The Holy Lord had long been waiting with his head held high. In the face of this origin aura that contained some of a deity's might, a blazing flame rarely burned in its ice-cold vertical pupils. No dodging, no resistance. The golden stream of light accurately failed to enter the Holy Lord's brow. Howl! A dragon roar that was suppressed to the extreme, yet filled with endless pain, violently erupted out of the Holy Lord's mouth. Its body trembled violently, and the originally impenetrable scales on the surface of its massive body. At this moment, it seems to be torn and melted by an invisible force, emitting a zizi sound, rising wisps of smoke. Golden light surged out madly from within it, attempting to burst it completely. That was the overbearing power contained in the dragon god's breath, which was quenching its bloodline and reshaping its body in the roughest way possible. This process, which is tantamount to shedding one's bones, is far more painful than normal people can imagine. Chapter 129, Holy Lord's Terrifying Elevation. Holy Lord! Sumo's heart clenched violently. Through the soul contract, he could clearly feel the pain the Holy Lord was enduring at the moment. It was a sharp pain as if his soul had been crushed and his bones melted. Even he, himself, felt a palpitation and tingling. But he did not intervene hastily. He knew that this was the metamorphosis that the Holy Lord had to go through. Xiaozhan and Emotianqing and the others watched in shock. This is too scary to look at, isn't it? Xiaozhan smacked his lips and the muscles on his face twitched, which is receiving baptism, this is simply torture. Emotianqing's brows tightened as he said in a deep voice, the power of a deity, is it not so easy to withstand? How can one gain extreme power without experiencing extreme pain? This is the price and the test. Easy for you to say, Xiaozhan muttered in a small voice, in your place you try? Emotianqing glanced at him and ignored him. In front of the altar, the Holy Lord's struggles became more and more intense. Its huge body curled up and stretched out at times, and its hard dragon claws cut a deep furrow in the ground. The scales are in a constant cycle between shattering and rebirth. With each rebirth, the newborn scales were tougher than before, and the luster was deeper, faintly glowing with a hint of a light golden halo. Its breath, too, climbed upward in this agonizing ordeal. The dragon bloodline that had originally reached a certain bottleneck was like being injected with a catalyst and began to purify and sublimate at an astonishing speed. Sumo could feel as if a sleeping volcano was awakening within the sacred body. An older, more powerful force is breaking out of its cocoon. Roar! There was another dragon roar, but this time, it was no longer a hiss of pain, but a catharsis full of power. The Holy Lord raised his head violently, and his originally violently trembling body gradually stabilized. It didn't seem to have changed significantly in size, but it gave off a very different vibe. If the previous Holy Lord was a sheathed, overwhelmingly ferocious weapon with a sharp edge, the current one, then, was like a mountain of ancient gods that contained divine treasures within, thick and majestic. If you don't move, it's a stone's throw away. The most striking thing about it is its eyes. Those icy vertical pupils, at the moment, deep down, seem to have 2 points of golden flames burning, majestic and mysterious. Merely being looked at by it made the heart and mind shake, almost to the point of falling to its knees. It was a hint of the might of the gods. Although extremely weak, in essence, it had already transcended the boundaries of mundanity. Phew! The Holy Lord exhaled a long breath of dragon breath with a faint golden aura, and the air seemed to ignite with a slight popping sound. It felt the power rushing and raging within its body, the joy coming from the depths of its bloodline, and the marvelous sublimation at the soul level, and slowly turned around to look at Sumo. It turned towards Sumo and lowered its condescending head. Silent, yet worth 1,000 words. Sumer laughed. He could clearly feel that the Holy Lord's strength had increased by at least 30%. This was only on the surface. The deeper bloodline metamorphosis and the perception of a deity's might was even more immeasurable in value. Sumo's mind moved slightly. The Holy Lord's attribute panel was clearly displayed in his consciousness. Summoner, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Grade, Divine First Level. Condition, defective, missing 6 charms. Sigil, Dragon God Sigil mutilated. Rank, 6th Order, 7th Level. Power, 450,000. Agility, 450,000. Intelligence, 450,000. Spirit, 450,000. Special attribute Dragon's Breath, it can spew out high-temperature flames, inflicting huge fire damage to enemies within its range, and the damage is enhanced with leveling up. Special ability, Dragon's Rage, inspires the power of a true dragon, doubling your combat power in an instant. Special ability Summon Ghost Shadow Core, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Core to fight for him. The number of Ghost Shadow Core is related to the level, currently can summon 70,000 of them. Special ability, Horse Charm, Tiger Charm, Rabbit Charm, Dragon Charm, Snake Charm, Ox Charm Power. Rule Power, Jikue Earth Rule Power, Fire Rule Power. I didn't expect the Holy Lord's ascension to be so tremendous. Scanning the Holy Lord's attribute panel, Sumo was secretly shocked in his heart. The grade directly jumped from the 4th level of the 6th Order to the 7th level of the 6th Order. 3 levels in a row. The 4-dimensional attributes directly doubled: strength, agility, intelligence, and spirit, each of which reached a staggering 450,000 points. The number of summoned Ghost Shadow Soldiers had also skyrocketed from over 30,000 to 70,000. The most crucial change is in the grade. The SSS Plus level is already the limit of the mundane. Now the Holy Lord had finally reached the divine level. Although it was only the beginning of the divine level, it meant that the Holy Lord had already crossed the heavenly barrier. An essential leap in the hierarchy of life has occurred. And it also managed to unlock the Holy Lord's core ability as a fire demon. Flame Rule Field. This meant that the Holy Lord's control over the power of flames had reached a whole new level. It was no longer just spitting out dragon breath, but the rules of the fire element that could initially affect a side of heaven and earth. Work with the earth rules of the earthquakes. The Holy Lord is now a dual domain being. Sumo's heart rippled. This baptism of the dragon god's breath brought benefits far beyond expectations. Nice. The dragon shadow, who had been silent all along, finally spoke again at this moment, and a trace of satisfaction flowed out from the huge dragon pupil. The dragon god's breath, you withstood it. Although you are still 100,000 miles away from being a true deity, you have already touched the edge of that threshold. The road ahead, how far you can go, depends on your own creation, and also on your master's creation. Dragon Shadow's gaze turned to Suemo with complicated eyes. It seemed to want to say something, but in the end it just dissolved into a long sigh. My mission, for the time being, has come to an end. The dragon energy of this place has been leaked, and the power of the altar will also be exhausted, and it will soon fall completely silent. You are on your own. As the words fell, the massive dragon shadow began to become illusory, slowly dissipating like green smoke. The light on the altar also quickly dimmed, the ancient runes extinguished one by one, and the entire space was shrouded in dimness again. The only thing that remained in the air was the faint trace of the dragon's might, as well as the brand new aura emanating from the Holy Lord, proving that what had just happened was not an illusion. This is the end? Xiao Zhan was still a bit unresponsive, staring blankly at the empty altar. It's over. Suemo nodded his head, feeling the surging sense of power in his body and the powerful feedback coming from the Holy Lord. His eyes brightened. This trip to the dragon mysterious realm was far more rewarding than expected. Not only did he obtain the dragon god's breath, it allowed the Holy Lord to complete an amazing metamorphosis. More importantly, it also gave him a deeper sense and a hint of a vague direction on the path of creating his own godhood. I'm not sure about one thing. Since there are traces of the demonic dragon here, it's obvious that the demonic dragon is also aware of this place. Then why didn't the dragon shadow pass the dragon god's seat to the demonic dragon instead of giving it to the Holy Lord? Sun Xiaoxiao asked with satisfied doubt. The words just fell. The Holy Lord, who had been silent and feeling the new power within his body, violently turned that huge dragon's head. The icy vertical pupil glanced at Sun Xiaoxiao. That look, unabashed. It was pure disdain, like a god looking down on an ant. As if the question itself was an insult to it. Sumer laughed. A mere miscellaneous dragon is also worthy of inheriting the dragon god divine throne. Where are we going next? Zhao Hu opened his mouth to inquire. Remnants of the crippled god.